Chapter 1. Year 737 of the Age of the Gods. In the seventh universe, planet Vegeta, Porter gazed up at the vast expanse of the starry sky, his eyes drifting towards the distant, towering mountains, lost in thought. What did you just say? You wish to be my teacher? To guide me in enhancing my combat strength? A youthful voice echoed from behind Porter, laced with a hint of disdain and mockery. The speaker was none other than the young Saiyan prince, Vegeta. At present, Vegeta was merely 5 years old, sporting a cherubic face that possessed a certain cuteness. His hair stood upright in 2 tufts, and he wore the armor of the Frisia Force, his brown tail swaying gently behind him. Oomph! With your meager combat power, how dare you aspire to instruct me? Vegeta pressed a button on the scouter adorning his eyes, his expression radiating arrogance. Porter released a slight aura. Vegeta's pupils dilated, and an expression of utter astonishment crossed his youthful face. Combat power of 50,000. Vegeta stammered in disbelief. Your scouter is quite impressive. It can detect such a high value without malfunctioning, Porter remarked, slightly taken aback. It's nothing extraordinary. This is the Frisia Force's newly developed Scouter Pro, still in testing before its release. Can't you tell by its color? Vegeta retorted, but that's not the main point. Why does your combat power reach such a height? Do not be astonished, these are merely superficial appearances, Porter replied, slowly turning to reveal a handsome face, smiling at Vegeta. With a serious demeanor, he stated, a teacher's ultimate hope is for their students to surpass them. Before Vegeta could retort, Porter continued, Vegeta, do you wish to become a Super Saiyan? Upon hearing the words Super Saiyan, Vegeta's eyes sparkled with boundless anticipation. Do you know how to become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Porter. Could it be that you have already transformed into a Super Saiyan? More or less, Porter nodded slightly. Approximately 18 years prior, as a fan of Dragon Ball, Porter had traversed into this realm, becoming a Saiyan on planet Vegeta. On the surface, Porter appeared to be a lowly warrior, but in reality, he was a remarkably talented fighter, modestly concealed. Perhaps due to divine favor for gifted warriors, he was bestowed with a system referred to as teacher. As long as someone willingly accepted Porter as their mentor, his power would be 50 times that of his student in his normal state. Moreover, it would rise in tandem with the student's growth and strength. He would forever remain 50 times more powerful than his student. Porter felt a surge of joy within. What if the god of destruction, Beerus, wished to be my disciple? Would that not render me 50 times stronger than all the gods of destruction? And that would merely be in my normal state? If I could transform into a Super Saiyan, my strength would multiply by 2,500. What a terrifying figure that would be. Why not have Bardock or Whis become my students? If the Grand Minister could accept me as his teacher, wouldn't I be able to stride through the universe with impunity? 50 times stronger than the Grand Minister in my normal state, who wouldn't be intimidated by that. Of course, these were merely idle thoughts for Porter. Convincing a god of destruction or an angel to become his student required significant credentials. After all, he was merely a human. How could he instruct them? Wait. This mentorship system did not specify that it only enhanced the student's combat prowess. I could teach something else. For instance, guiding Bardock to develop a passion for cooking, donning a chef's apron, and preparing a bowl of noodles for me. That could be considered a form of mentorship, right? As for the Grand Minister, if my strength were 50 times that of Bardock's, wouldn't several transformations into Super Saiyan surpass the Grand Minister? Porter's thoughts raced in a flurry. Yet, these were merely preliminary plans. With his current abilities, he had no means of encountering angels or gods of destruction. He needed to focus on something more practical. On the present planet Vegeta, Porter immediately contemplated the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, the mightiest Saiyan. If I could make Broly my student, wouldn't I be able to dominate this universe, save for the gods of destruction? What fear would Frisia hold? Regrettably, when Porter sought out Broly, he discovered the latter was merely a small child in a nutrient pod, unable to speak. Moreover, within 3 days, Broly was dispatched to the distant planet Vampa. Porter initially considered pursuing him in a spaceship, But upon reflection, he feared the consequences of failing to tame Broly, which he dared not imagine. Thus, he abandoned the notion of taking Broly as a student and redirected his focus onto Vegeta. As a devoted Dragon Ball fan, Porter held a fondness for Vegeta as a character. Among many anime, Vegeta was one of the few who underwent a successful redemption arc as a secondary protagonist. He had once shed tears and felt despair for his inability to defeat the cosmic tyrant Frieza, seemingly drained of all hope as he entrusted his expectations to the lowly warrior Kakarot in his final moments. He had once sacrificed himself for the safety of his wife and child, as well as the fate of Earth, only to awaken Majin Buu due to his own selfish desires. For a fearsome god of destruction, Beerus, he had set aside his dignity to perform a clumsy dance in an attempt to appease his wrath. He embodied a distinctive personality, showcasing the pride of the Saiyans in vivid detail. He was a man of both tragic heroism and admirable tenacity, eliciting both admiration and sympathy, yet also exasperation. At times, Porter even pondered, if I were to traverse into Vegeta's shoes, what would I do? If given a second chance, with a proper training regimen, perhaps he could leave Kakarot far behind. If only I could make Vegeta my student and nurture him well with his physical aptitude, he would undoubtedly become the most formidable warrior in this universe. Thus, the earlier exchange unfolded. Do you truly know how to become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta's eyes gleamed with excitement, his tail bristling in enthusiasm. Indeed, Porter replied, clasping his hands behind his back, lightly tapping his forehead, adopting a mentor-like demeanor. Teach me, Vegeta implored eagerly. Vegeta, take a close look at those two mountains over there. Porter suddenly pointed toward the distant peaks. What's the point of looking at mountains? Hurry and tell me how to become a Super Saiyan, Vegeta retorted, yet he still glanced at the towering mountains, puzzled by Porter's sudden remark. After a moment of scrutiny, he huffed, "Humph, there's nothing special, just two mountains resembling people, one kneeling before the other. What do you want to show me this for? Let me tell you, I am the Prince of the Saiyans. It is others who kneel to me, not the other way around." A subtle smile curved Porter's lips, an enigmatic expression gracing his features. Though Porter said nothing, it felt as though he had conveyed a multitude of unspoken words. Vegeta. In that moment, Vegeta realized he had inadvertently ensnared himself in his own words. Think carefully, there's no need to rush your answer. As long as you sincerely wish to accept me as your mentor, I can swiftly guide you to become a Super Saiyan, Porter declared, hands clasped behind his back, his brown furry tail swaying gently. No need to think I've decided to become your disciple, Vegeta replied, devoid of any hesitation, nodding his head, though his body remained still. Porter glanced at the distant majestic mountains and then at Vegeta, his gaze laden with meaning. Vegeta was no fool. He quickly regained his composure, feeling a twinge of irritation mixed with reluctance. "Humph, do you expect this prince to kneel before you?" Vegeta gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. Porter remained silent, calmly gazing at Vegeta. At that moment, it was as if the words Super Saiyan were emblazoned across Porter's face. Vegeta clenched his jaw, his body trembling with intensity. Though he felt reluctant, the desire to become a Super Saiyan was overwhelming. Recently, rumors of the legendary Super Saiyan had circulated among the Frieza force. Vegeta had heard of it and learned that the Super Saiyan was the mightiest warrior in the universe, even instilling fear in Frieza himself. In the present day, Vegeta has inquired about the combat power levels of Zarbin and Dodoria, who are under Frieza's command. Both individuals possess battle powers exceeding 20,000. Although Vegeta is heralded as a prodigious warrior, at the tender age of 5, his combat power barely surpasses 10,000. This meager strength pales in comparison to that of Frieza's two subordinates, let alone the formidable cosmic emperor himself. After a moment of contemplation, Vegeta resolved to pay homage to him, pondering the possibility of truly becoming a Super Saiyan. Is it not merely a matter of kneeling in reverence? For the sake of attaining the status of a Super Saiyan, he was willing to go to great lengths. Having weighed the pros and cons, Vegeta humbly knelt before Pote, bowing with sincerity. In that moment, his mindset was one of profound devotion to becoming the universe's greatest warrior. Yet, beneath this veneer of humility, a flicker of pride remained within him. Just wait. I will kneel before you. But if you fail to help me ascend to Super Saiyan, you shall see what I am capable of. At that instant, the system provided 3 lines of notification. Congratulations, you have successfully acquired your first student, Vegeta. You now possess all of Vegeta's abilities. As Vegeta grows stronger, so shall you, gaining his combat power at a factor of 50 times. The moment Vegeta became Pote's pupil, Pote immediately gained a comprehensive understanding of Vegeta's true strength. A combat power of 12,000. This signifies that Pote's own power surged to an astonishing 600,000. Feeling the overwhelming energy coursing through him, Pote reveled in his newfound strength. Yet this was not the main point. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that as he nurtures Vegeta to become stronger, he too shall continually enhance his own abilities. To put it simply, Pote need not engage in arduous training himself. He merely needs to facilitate Vegeta's growth and can reap the rewards effortlessly. Is this not swifter than personal training? At the age of 5, Vegeta had indeed reached a remarkable level of combat power. Moreover, in the comics, Vegeta once stated that at 5 years old, his strength had already surpassed that of his father, King Vegeta. While this may seem slightly boastful, it is entirely plausible for his battle power to exceed 10,000. Now a question arises. Given that Vegeta's combat power surpassed 10,000 at the age of 5, why, after more than 2 decades, did he possess only 18,000 when he invaded Earth? Why had he only made a marginal increase? The answer is straightforward. It is because the region of space Vegeta inhabited did not necessitate grueling battles to effortlessly obliterate entire planets. One could liken it to a high-level character in a game idly meandering through a novice villagino wonder there was little room for growth. Goku, on Earth, ascended from low to high, continuously leveling up. In contrast, Vegeta, in the cosmos, began at a high point but remained stagnant, experiencing slow progress. It was not until these 2 formidable figures met on Earth that sparks began to fly. Goku finally encountered an adversary who was his equal, while Vegeta found himself haunted by a rival he would struggle to surpass throughout his life. It appears that in his lifetime, Vegeta only fleetingly surpassed Goku on a few occasions, after which he was consistently outclassed by him. Vegeta scoffed, rising to his feet and brushing the dust off his knees. Now, tell me, how can I become a Super Saiyan? In order to become a Super Saiyan, the prerequisite is to cultivate a tranquil heart and elevate your combat power beyond 100,000. Pote articulated the conditions for transformation into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta. At that moment, he felt a surge of agitation at a battle power of 100,000. Are you jesting? Vegeta scoffed. Even my father has never reached such a figure. A brief silence ensued. Suddenly, Vegeta seemed to realize something and quickly inquired. Wait, since you know how to transform into a Super Saiyan, will you become one? I won't, Porter replied candidly. Vegeta, I sense a certain conviction in your denial. You won't. How can you teach me then? Are you mocking me? Vegeta felt as though he had been made a fool of, his anger surging forth as his aura erupted violently. Calm down. Didn't I tell you? You need to cultivate a serene heart. Porter sighed. Saiyans are a warrior race. The blood coursing through my veins is boiling. I have no need for tranquility, Vegeta huffed. I've made up my mind. I refuse to believe your claim of a battle power of 50,000. There must be a malfunction of the scouter. I shall engage you in combat. With that declaration, Vegeta wasted no time, charging towards Porter with clenched fists. Smack! Porter swiftly slapped him down, burying Vegeta into the ground, leaving only his head exposed. Vegeta was momentarily stunned, his face a mask of bewilderment. Porter's excitement grew. After all, he was indeed 50 times stronger than Vegeta. A mere slap was enough to send him into the earth. This is impossible. It cannot be. Vegeta exclaimed, feeling utterly defeated. You are merely a lowly warrior. How could you possibly be this powerful? Do you still wish to become a Super Saiyan? Porter crouched down and gently patted Vegeta's face. Could it be that everything you said earlier was true? Vegeta suddenly snapped back to reality. Bang! Porter lightly stomped his foot. The ground trembled. Boom! Vegeta shot up from the earth, landing clumsily on the ground. However, he quickly sprang back to his feet, staring at Porter in astonishment. "I have a task for you," Porter said, his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm. "What?" Vegeta was taken aback. "Immediately find someone to create a gravity control bracelet, allowing you to adjust the gravity from twice that of Vegeta's planet to 10 times. It must be fully adjustable," Porter commanded. "What do you need that for?" Vegeta queried, perplexed at my dear disciple. "I've realized that reasoning with you is futile. Therefore, I have decided that you will train according to my methods," Porter remarked nonchalantly. Vegeta: "7 days. Grant me 7 days, and I will certainly elevate your battle power beyond 100,000, Porter declared with fervor. Since Son Goku had managed to raise his battle power from over 10,000 to 180,000 in just 7 days aboard a spaceship, Vegeta should have no trouble either. However, Goku had an abundance of Senzu beans at his disposal, whereas Vegeta lacked such luxuries. Fortunately, Vegeta's planet had healing pods. The current healing pod could fully heal the severely injured Vegeta in just 40 minutes, though not as miraculous as the Senzu beans. It served a significant purpose. Vegeta paused for a moment, resting his chin in contemplation, resembling a small adult. If all else fails, I might as well try his method. After all, this guy is stronger than I am. Perhaps I could genuinely become a Super Saiyan. If that were the case, Vegeta, would become the mightiest warrior in the universe. Frieza would be beneath my heel, enslaved by my power. Haha. How splendid. I must hurry. Porter kicked Vegeta in the rear. Vegeta tumbled several times before springing to his feet, glaring at Porter in indignation. Porter waved his hand from a distance. Boom! A powerful energy enveloped Vegeta, sending him tumbling through the air. When Vegeta finally stopped, the shock in his eyes was immeasurable. Could it be that with just a wave of his hand, he possesses such formidable strength? This individual is exceptionally concealed. Just wait, once I refine my abilities. I shall not let you off easily, Vegeta declared defiantly from a distance before hastily departing. Watching Vegeta's retreating figure, Porter revealed a radiant smile. Vegeta, devote yourself to your training. The stronger you become, the stronger I shall be. I will always maintain a power level 50 times yours. After Vegeta left, he felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction. The prince of the Saiyans, the most gifted warrior. How could I be defeated by a lowly fighter so easily? Nevertheless, after careful reflection, Vegeta resolved to train according to Porter's methods. Why not give it a shot? Who knows, I might genuinely become stronger. One day, I will surpass you. Porter, just you wait. 3 days later, Vegeta tossed a gravity control bracelet towards Porter from a distance. Porter caught it effortlessly with 2 fingers. That I have followed your instructions and had this bracelet made. It allows for a gravity adjustment from twice that of Vegeta's planet to 10 times, and it's quite simple to operate. Just turn the dial corresponding to the desired gravity. Vegeta explained succinctly, his curiosity piqued, but I still don't understand what you intend to do with this. Porter ignored Vegeta's question, instead placing the gravity bracelet on his wrist. You should know that the gravity on Vegeta's planet is significantly higher than that of other worlds. 2 times the gravity here is equivalent to 20 times that of most planets, Vegeta scoffed. Porter slowly began to adjust the dial on the bracelet. He set it to 2 times the gravity of Vegeta's planet. He felt no significant change. After all, with his battle power having reached a staggering 600,000, such a minor alteration had little effect on him. He continued turning the dial 0.3 times, 4 times, 5 times. Each adjustment caused Vegeta's expression to twitch in disbelief. Having tried the bracelet himself, Vegeta knew that 2 times the planet's gravity was already quite oppressive, while 3 times nearly brought him to his knees. He dared not test 4 or 5 times, fearing he might end up on the ground, unable to rise. Thankfully, he was in a secluded area. Otherwise, being discovered would be utterly humiliating. Now, witnessing Porter effortlessly adjust the dial, maintaining a composed demeanor, left Vegeta utterly astounded. Soon, Porter reached the maximum setting of 10 times. In that instant, he felt as if a great weight had descended upon him, a slight heaviness. However, it was still well within his limits. Meanwhile, Porter maintained an air of nonchalance. Embodying the role of a mentor, Porter unleashed a powerful aura, strolling leisurely across Vegeta's planet. Vegeta was completely dumbfounded, his jaw nearly dropping as he gazed at Porter's bracelet in disbelief. Could it be that the bracelet was faulty? It was not impossible. Otherwise, even if you were stronger than me, you wouldn't be able to handle 10 times the gravity with such ease. I can hardly bear 3 times. You're at 10. Very good, very good. Porter nodded with satisfaction, resetting the bracelet's gravity and tossing it back to Vegeta. As soon as Vegeta caught it, he swiftly donned it on his wrist. Determination etched across his youthful face as he defiantly twisted the dial. Slap. Vegeta collapsed to the ground, his forehead pressed against the earth, blood gushing from his mouth, his complexion pale. Porter, what just happened? Are you out of your mind? You exclaimed. You simply turned the gravity bracelet's setting from 2 to 10. That's a staggering 100 times Earth's gravity. Without hesitation, Porter quickly reset Vegeta's bracelet. Help me, Vegeta. I have a strong will to survive. He pleaded. Porter, without any reluctance, grasped his arm and soared into the air. 3 minutes later, Porter hurled Vegeta into the healing chamber for treatment. The staff in the healing hall were taken aback upon seeing Vegeta gravely injured. Speechless and utterly bewildered about what had transpired, it seemed best to wait until Prince Vegeta's wounds healed before asking questions. Porter patiently waited outside the healing hall. 40 minutes later, Vegeta emerged from the chamber. Glancing at the bracelet on his wrist, unable to suppress a gasp. This is quite embarrassing. I thought this device was broken. Instead, I nearly succumbed to gravity. Your Highness, are you all right? The staff hurriedly inquired. Do I look like I'm in trouble? Vegeta shot a disdainful glance at the staff member, his tone sharp. The staff member longed to ask what had just happened, but, witnessing Vegeta's haughty demeanor, hesitated, biting back their words, and simply bowed before returning to their duties. Upon seeing Vegeta exit the hall, a smile crept onto Porter's face. Vegeta's battle power had surged. It had risen from 12,000 to 18,000, a remarkable increase of 6,000 points. As a result, Porter's own battle power had soared to an impressive 900,000. His excitement intensified, though he maintained an outward calm. Follow me, Porter instructed, folding his arms behind his back and ascending into the sky. Vegeta hesitated briefly before trailing after Porter. They returned to the previously deserted area. Training is a gradual process. I admire your courage in directly challenging 10 times the gravity of planet Vegeta, Porter remarked. Vegeta was at a loss for words. That wasn't courage. I thought the gravity bracelet was malfunctioning. However, your gains are substantial, as your battle power has now reached 18,000, Porter added with a smile. What did you say? Battle power 18,000. Vegeta paused, then swiftly realized he indeed felt a significant increase in his energy. His expression brightened, his youthful face radiating joy. Although your battle power has significantly increased, it is still far from sufficient, Porter said, placing a hand on Vegeta's shoulder. I understand now. You used this gravity bracelet, injuring me to facilitate my recovery, allowing me to be reborn with formidable strength. Is that correct? Humph. While this method of increasing battle power is questionable, it can indeed expedite the enhancement of my abilities. Vegeta suddenly comprehended and, without hesitation, adjusted the gravity bracelet's setting to 10. Thud. Vegeta collapsed once more, blood spewing from his mouth, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Porter, what have I done to deserve this? Porter swiftly reset Vegeta's bracelet. Quick, take me to the healing hall. Vegeta gasped, blood still flowing. Porter was at a loss for words. Upon delivering Vegeta to the healing hall once more, the staff inside were once again left dumbfounded. What is happening? Why has His Highness returned? What kind of injuries does he have? What on earth is going on? One staff member urgently questioned Porter. It's nothing. You'll get used to it, Porter chuckled. The staff member was left speechless. Another 40 minutes passed. Vegeta's injuries were fully healed. This time, Porter noted that Vegeta's battle power had risen to 22,000. Consequently, Porter's battle power had escalated to 1.1 million, but the increase in battle power was exhilarating. As long as Vegeta continued to grow stronger, Porter would also rise in strength at a ratio of 50 times. When I eventually take Bardock as my student, transforming into a Super Saiyan or something, surely I wouldn't be outmatched by the Grand Minister, would I? At that moment, Porter felt as if he were floating, that if he could surpass the Grand Minister, he would essentially be able to dominate this universe. However, it was still too early for such ambitions. He needed to take one step at a time, solidifying his foundation that he must ensure a beginning and an end. At the very least, he aimed to elevate Vegeta to the status of a Super Saiyan. According to Porter's conjecture as a Dragon Ball enthusiast, there are two prerequisites for transforming into a Super Saiyan. The first condition is to reach a certain level of battle power. From Bardock's movie, it can be seen that Bardock's battle power exceeded 15,000 when confronting Frieza, surpassing even King Vegeta. Later, Bardock was defeated by Frieza and transported back 1,000 years, where he was healed by the natives of Planet Plant, raising his battle power to at least 30,000. Before long, Bardock engaged in a fierce battle against Frieza's ancestor, Chilled, sustaining injuries but recovering with an increase in battle power, which, when calculated by doubling, would have reached at least 60,000. Finally, Bardock faced Chilled, and his battle power was likely around 100,000. Upon witnessing a child named Belly being injured by Chilled, Bardock finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. Thus, a Saiyan with a battle power of approximately 100,000 already possesses the conditions to transform into a Super Saiyan. As for the second condition for becoming a Super Saiyan, is the possession of a peaceful heart. Only with a tranquil heart can the S cells within the body flourish. When the S cells reach a certain level, one can transform into a Super Saiyan through heightened emotions. Regarding the peaceful heart and S cells, refer to interviews with Akira Toriyama. So, what constitutes a peaceful heart? After living on planet Vegeta for 18 years, Porter had gained a profound understanding of these Saiyans. The majority of Saiyans revel in battle, exhibiting aggressive and often malevolent traits. There exists a palpable sense of kill those who are not of my kind. How could such a ferocious disposition possibly harbor a peaceful heart? In simpler terms, a peaceful heart is merely the capacity to experience familial love, friendship, or romantic affection. However, these sentiments are often foreign to Saiyans. Only Bardock's family, excluding Raditz, seemed to possess such emotions that Bardock's love for his son and wife gradually brought tranquility to his heart. Later, when Bardock traveled back 1,000 years and encountered the Planteon Belly, he instinctively thought of his son Kakarot, enriching his emotions even further. As for Vegeta within the storyline, it was his journey to Earth and his acquaintance with Bulma that sparked a flicker of love within him. Coupled with Earth's environment, which naturally soothed Vegeta's tempestuous heart, it was no wonder he could transform into a Super Saiyan. Now, as for cultivating Vegeta's mindset, Porter had devised an excellent strategy. If this approach were ineffective, he truly could not conceive a better alternative. After emerging from the healing hall, Vegeta cast a glance at Porter before ascending into the sky in silence. However, after a short while, noticing Porter had not followed, he turned back. "Why aren't you following me?" Vegeta huffed, slightly annoyed. "If I get injured again, who will bring me back?" Naturally, Vegeta would never voice such a blow to his pride. "You didn't call for me." Porter chuckled. "Follow me." Vegeta rolled his eyes, irate. Whoosh! In an instant, Porter vanished from sight with incredible speed. Vegeta stood in shock, his expression one of utter astonishment, his youthful face reflecting sheer disbelief. This guy is incredibly fast. I have been reborn for the second time, and my combat power has once again seen an enhancement. However, I can't help but wonder why the gap in strength between myself and that individual appears to be widening. Vegeta gritted his teeth and swiftly pursued. The two returned to their previous position. "Humph, I can sense that my combat power has significantly increased," Vegeta said with a proud smile. "Indeed, it has reached a combat power of 22,000. Boda nodded in agreement. "Without the need for a scouter, how did you ascertain my power level?" Vegeta asked, momentarily taken aback. "I'll teach you gradually," Boda replied with a smile, adding, however, that enhancing combat power through this method of near-death rebirth has its limits at certain stages. Have you not noticed that your increases have become less pronounced? Continue, Vegeta retorted dismissively, gritting his teeth as he adjusted the gravity bracelet to 10 times. Snap! Vegeta collapsed onto the ground, but this time he did not spit blood. He merely sustained minor injuries as his combat power surged. Vegeta's adaptation to the gravity also improved. Bang! Bardock stepped forward, applying his foot heavily upon Vegeta's back. Puffed. Blood gushed from Vegeta's mouth as he felt his vitality swiftly waning. Bardock approached calmly, resetting his gravity bracelet, seizing his battle armor, and soaring into the sky. "Why did you just step on me?" Vegeta asked, exasperated and weak. "How else would you sustain severe injuries?" Bardock smiled. "Isn't this the very outcome you desired? Why is it that you can withstand 10 times the gravity without issue?" Vegeta questioned, defiant. Bardock chuckled, but offered no answer that I've realized. With a combat power of 50,000, this level of gravity should pose no challenge. Vegeta seemed to grasp something, increasingly astonished. What does a combat power of 50,000 even signify? Bardock dismissed it with a smile. Vegeta's pupils constricted, his expression shifting dramatically. "Does that mean your power exceeds 50,000? What could it be?" Vegeta was eager to inquire further, but due to his severe injuries, he quickly succumbed to unconsciousness. When Bardock brought Vegeta in for the third time, the staff in the healing hall felt their patience wearing thin. What on earth are these two trying to achieve? Moreover, why is Prince Vegeta associating with an inferior warrior? Yet, since Prince Vegeta remained silent, the staff felt it inappropriate to probe further. Perhaps, as this inferior warrior Bardock suggested, one simply grows accustomed to it. Following this treatment, Vegeta's combat power rose to 24,000. Bardock's supposition proved correct. This method of enhancing power through near-death rebirth possessed certain limits. Once a stage reaches its threshold, combat power should cease to increase. In the manga of Dragon Ball Super, when Goku and Vegeta confronted Zamasu, their combat power did not rise further after being brought to the brink of death. Bardock speculated that enhancing combat power in this manner essentially serves as a means of tapping into latent energy. Bardock's predictions were indeed accurate. After Vegeta's fourth severe injury was healed, his combat power plateaued at 24,000, showing no signs of further enhancement. Vegeta, undeterred, once more urged Bardock to inflict serious harm upon him. The outcome was as anticipated. His power still did not increase. "Damn it. Has my combat power truly reached its limit at 24,000? Vegeta clenched his fists, his body trembling violently. "You're still young. With diligent training and steady progress, your power will surely rise." Bardock offered a word of comfort. "Humph, it's easy for you to say that," Vegeta retorted, glaring at Bardock and demanding, "Tell me, what is your combat power? It's better that you remain uninformed." Bardock shook his head. "So, your power must be at least 60,000 then?" Vegeta speculated. "My greatest hope is for you to grow stronger," Bardock stated earnestly. "Humph, I become stronger, as if you could do the same," Vegeta scoffed, rolling his eyes at Bardock. "Bardock, you speak the truth. All right, let us begin your training with double gravity. I will spar with you over the next few days." Bardock proposed. "What do you mean? You want me to fight you while wearing a double gravity bracelet?" Vegeta stammered, his expression shifting with displeasure. "That's unfair. Why should I bear the burden of a double bracelet while you fight me?" "Why not let me wear the bracelet and face you?" Bardock suggested with a slight smile. Vegeta fell silent. After careful consideration, he promptly removed the bracelet from his wrist and handed it to Bardock. Without hesitation, Bardock donned the bracelet and adjusted the setting to 10. Now, with Vegeta's combat power soaring to 24,000, Bardock's own power escalated to 1,200,000, a staggering 50-fold increase. Such immense power allows him to withstand the 10-fold gravity of Vegeta's planet, which is equivalent to 100-fold of Earth's gravity, with relative ease. Nevertheless, the moment the gravity was activated, Bardock felt an overwhelming pressure envelop him. Yet he quickly recalibrated his body and faced Vegeta with composure. Waving him over. "Tenfold gravity," Vegeta observed, his countenance darkening. "Are you attempting to humiliate me? You engage me in combat while employing tenfold gravity. If I cannot defeat you under these conditions, then I truly am a failure." Vegeta unleashed all his energy, propelling himself at Boda with unparalleled speed. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, appearing directly before Boda. Boda swiftly struck, smack. Vegeta's body was thrust into the ground, leaving only his head above the surface. At that moment, Vegeta felt his mental state shatter. What is happening? I have elevated my combat power to this height, and yet this individual still bested me with a single move despite using tenfold gravity. Bang! Boda stomped his foot, forcibly shaking Vegeta loose from the Earth's depths. However, this time, Boda refrained from inflicting heavy injuries upon Vegeta. Given the current circumstances, it seemed increasingly unlikely that Vegeta could gain any further power through injury recovery. It would merely waste time. Damn, I refuse to accept this, Vegeta thought bitterly, gritting his teeth as he charged forward, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at Boda. Boda effortlessly defended against all of Vegeta's attacks with a single finger. A minute later, huff, 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 Vegeta gasped for breath. Terror etched across his youthful face as he gazed at Boda, his expression filled with profound gravity and shock. This is terrifying. This individual is simply too formidable. Moreover, he conceals his true strength so well. Boda removed the bracelet, twirling it around his index finger, a slight grin gracing his lips that Vegeta's lips trembled as an ominous premonition washed over him. Without the weight of gravity, his body felt significantly lighter. Boda chuckled, vanishing from sight in a flash. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared behind Vegeta. Vegeta gasped in horror, twisting his head to search for Boda's figure. Upon realizing Boda stood just behind him, he was instantly drenched in cold sweat, his youthful spirit deeply shaken, causing his tail to instinctively curl between his legs. Bang! Boda delivered a kick to Vegeta's rear, sending him crashing to the ground. Vegeta scrambled back to his feet. You submit? Boda squatted down, observing Vegeta with a smile, gently patting his cherubic face. Vegeta trembled in fear, instinctively crawling several meters backward. That if you concede, quickly don a bracelet, set it to double gravity, and face me anew. Porter, with a cold demeanor, commanded as he threw the bracelet onto his face. Vegeta exclaimed, "Isn't this bullying? I can't possibly defeat you as it is. Now you want me to wear this bracelet and fight you?" Vegeta felt a wave of despair wash over him, nearly breaking his spirit in that moment. "Don't you want to become a Super Saiyan?" Porter asked, his expression unyielding to these words. Vegeta's eyes lit up, and he sprang up from the ground, obediently fastening the bracelet around his wrist and swiftly adjusting it to double gravity. Whoosh! Vegeta felt his body suddenly weigh down, an overwhelming pressure enveloping him. Yet, for the sake of becoming a Super Saiyan, Vegeta was determined to launch a fierce attack against Porter. As time passed, night fell, and the sun had set without notice. The training for the day came to a close. Porter caught Vegeta's incoming punch, and Vegeta's body softened as he exhaled a sigh of relief. "You really treat me like a donkey. This prince is exhausted." In just over 2 hours, he had fully adapted to double gravity, which was commendable, Porter acknowledged. Of course, it's no problem. I'm a genius warrior of the Saiyans." Vegeta grinned with pride, confidently pointing his thumb at his nose. "It's merely double the planet's gravity. Adapting to it is a trivial matter for this prince. Tomorrow morning at 7. We shall meet here." Porter smiled. "However, when you arrive, I expect to see you acclimated to triple gravity." "What did you say?" Vegeta's expression changed drastically. In other words, after you return, you must continue to try and adapt to triple gravity." Porter chuckled. "Hey, are you out of your mind?" Vegeta felt utterly defeated. "I was planning to go home and get a good night's sleep. And now you want me to adapt to triple gravity. What am I supposed to do? From now on, whether eating or sleeping, you will be under triple gravity," Porter commanded sternly. Vegeta's lips twitched, and his body trembled violently, feeling as if he had one foot already in hell. This guy is truly a demon. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta promptly adjusted the bracelet scale to 3. Instantly, a powerful pressure enveloped him. Vegeta's previously bent body suddenly sank lower, nearly collapsing to the ground. "If you dare to slack off, I will find you immediately and give you a good beating," Porter reminded him as he prepared to leave. Vegeta shot a dismissive glance at Porter. "Slack off? Even if I did, how would you know? Porter took 2 steps forward and suddenly halted. Vegeta instinctively took a step back. What scheme is this guy concocting? By the way, inquire about Bardock's current whereabouts for me. Porter instructed. Bardock? Vegeta was taken aback. I expect to know the answer by tomorrow, Porter concluded, then flew away with his hands behind his back, resembling a supreme teacher. In that moment, Porter epitomized the essence of a mentor. Watching Porter's retreating figure, Vegeta fell into contemplation, his youthful face etched with seriousness. This guy is incredibly strong. No, I must surpass you. After Porter returned home, he lay on his bed to rest. Today's training had yielded significant results. However, he deemed it essential for Vegeta to reach a combat power of 60,000 to feel secure. Only when Vegeta's power reached that level would Porter's strength elevate to 3 million. In such scenario, as long as Porter could transform into a Super Saiyan, he would no longer fear Frieza. Moreover, Porter's current combat power stood at 1.2 million. With a calm heart, he would meet the conditions to transform into a Super Saiyan. Is my heart calm? Porter took a deep breath. Perhaps I should give it a try. He leaped from a small bed, standing in the room. Then, Porter earnestly focused on his emotions, envisioning various scenarios that instilled him with anger. A tremendous energy surged forth from him. During this time, Frieza's fleet was approaching planet Vegeta, yet he had not issued a command to recall the Saiyans. This indicates that while Frieza had placed the destruction of planet Vegeta on his agenda, the actual annihilation was still months away. Furthermore, Porter had been monitoring Bardock's movements, noting he had not returned from abroad. Thus, even if Porter unleashed all his energy, he need not fear being detected by Frieza. Moreover, even if he were detected, Porter was unafraid. He had already devised a strategy to deal with Frieza. Outside Porter's room, a man resembling Son Goku flew overhead. This was Bardock, the one Porter sought. Today, Bardock had just returned from off-planet, moving slowly through the night. However, just as he passed over Porter's room, a deep rumble resonated from the sky. Boom! It sounded like thunder brewing in the heavens, accompanied by a series of roars. Is it going to rain? Bardock glanced up at the sky. Above, the stars twinkled, and the crescent moon hung low. Unbeknownst to him, several golden clouds had suddenly appeared amidst the night. The clouds swiftly converged, seemingly harnessing immense energy. Bardock was somewhat bewildered. It had been a long time since he returned to planet Vegeta. Why had the clouds turned golden? Finding it intriguing, he paused in mid-air, gazing up at the golden clouds. The golden clouds rolled restlessly, with arcs of electricity flickering within like small fish swimming. Bardock's astonishment only grew. What is this strange phenomenon? Suddenly, golden lightning began to coalesce and descend from the golden clouds. Among them, a bolt as thick as a bowl raced towards Bardock below. Bardock, is it coming for me? His face paled slightly, and he hastily dodged the incoming golden lightning. Whoosh! The golden lightning zipped past Bardock at incredible speed, striking the house below. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening crash, the thick bolt of lightning punctured the rooftop, leaving behind a gleaming hole. Whose house is this? There's no one inside, right? Bardock's eyes widened as he peered into the room. Upon seeing the scene, Bardock wiped the sweat from his brow. There was someone inside, and that person was struck directly by the golden lightning, radiating with golden light. Whoosh! Bardock descended, landing in Porter's room, staring at him in shock. Struggling to speak, before him stood Porter, enveloped in golden light, his hair standing upright and transformed into gold. Additionally, the color of his eyebrows and tail had also turned golden, and his eyes sparkled like 2 green gemstones. The golden radiance burst forth, painting the entire room in a golden hue. A Super Saiyan transformation. Porter successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. This year, I am 18 years old, and from the moment I became aware, I have diligently honed my mental state. Hard work truly pays off. That I indeed possess the prerequisites for becoming a Super Saiyan. Naturally, Porter should express his gratitude to Vegeta, if it weren't for Vegeta enhancing my combat power. With my meager strength, it would have been exceedingly challenging to realize my dream. In addition to refining my mental state, Porter is also practicing the training methods of Master Roshi. Put simply, it is a cultivation of one's own senses, Since my combat power cannot be elevated, I might as well enhance my perception. Thus, there is no need for a scouter, as Porter can gauge an opponent's power level merely by sensing their energy intensity. Porter was reveling in the prospect of transforming into a Super Saiyan when he suddenly noticed a familiar face approaching, and his eyes brightened. I asked that Bardock. Has he returned? During this time, Porter had been discreetly observing Bardock, but he never anticipated his return would be tonight. Hey, are you all right? Bardock looked at Porter with a hint of surprise and quickly inquired. I'm fine, Porter replied, taking a deep breath, dissipating the golden aura surrounding him, and returning to his normal state. This is my first time witnessing golden lightning. Bardock scrutinized Porter and, upon realizing he was indeed unscathed, let out a slight sigh of relief. That you're Bardock, right? I've heard of you. You've been quite active in outer space recently, Porter said with a smile. Bardock gazed intently at Porter before choosing not to elaborate further, simply responding, since you're fine, I'll take my leave. With that, Bardock turned to depart. Bardock, is your team heading out next? Porter called after him. Bardock paused, turning back with a piercing gaze directed at Porter. I mean no harm. I merely wish to join you on your training journey. Porter replied, maintaining a calm demeanor, and we will depart for Cyril Star at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning to conquer that planet. Bardock stated, his expression impassive, that if you truly wish to accompany us to Cyril Star, you will require the king's decree. Understood. Thank you, Porter nodded. Cyril Star still exists? This implies that Bardock will not be sending Kakarot to Earth just YET, and a wonder Vegeta remains on the planet at this time. I estimate that without my presence, he would have quickly teamed up with Nappa and Raditz to venture to another planet. Bardock said nothing further and swiftly departed. Initially, Porter intended to glean information about the approximate timing of Vegeta's planet's destruction through Bardock's conversation. However, it now appears that Cyril Star has yet to be attacked. This presents an excellent opportunity that I can certainly take Vegeta to Cyril Star and fulfill a few wishes along the way. The Dragon Balls on Cyril Star are truly remarkable. Only 2 are needed to summon the Eternal Dragon. Moreover, wishes can be granted without waiting a year, as long as 2 more Dragon Balls are collected. Porter had long ago contemplated his desired wishes, a devoted Dragon Ball fan. Porter often indulged in reading various fanfiction. One of the fanfictions authored by the master of North Mountain Island. The protagonist's first wish typically involves gaining the ability to survive in outer space. After careful consideration, Porter found this wish to be quite reasonable. The only shortcoming of the Saiyans is their inability to survive in the vacuum of space. In truth, this premise is rather frustrating. The proud warrior race, the Saiyans, with boundless potential for destruction and the capability to obliterate planets and even the universe, are nonetheless unable to exist in outer space. How, then, can they destroy planets or the cosmos? Therefore, the ability to survive in the vacuum of space is essential. Otherwise, if confronted by a foe they cannot overcome, they can only watch helplessly as their planet is destroyed. In the resurrected Frieza film, Frieza annihilated Earth, leading to the instant demise of Goku and others. At that time, Goku had already attained the Super Saiyan Blue transformation, and yet he died just like that. One must question the absurdity of it all. As for Goku being shot through the heart by Sorb's energy gun, Porter felt no need to criticize. A careful viewing reveals that the energy within the gun was infused by Frieza. It was not that Goku was weak, but rather that the energy within the gun was particularly potent. Thus, Porter eagerly hoped to resolve the issue of not being able to survive in space. Of course, Saiyans can briefly survive in outer space by concentrating energy to create a protective shield around themselves. The issue, however, is that this method has a limited duration, like T present. Porter is capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan, and he feels an exhilarating surge of excitement. Yet, in the next moment, Porter suddenly senses his energy skyrocketing uncontrollably, rising by a staggering 100,000 now. Porter's base combat power has reached an impressive 1.3 million. This means Vegeta's combat power has increased by 2,000. Porter quickly deduced that Vegeta must have reset his gravity wristband. After an afternoon of intense training, it would be unrealistic to assume Vegeta's combat power had not seen any improvement. However, due to the suppression of his power by the gravity wristband, it had remained concealed. But once Vegeta reset the wristband, the suppressed energy would gradually erupt. Porter glanced at the time. It was already midnight. There is a high likelihood that the lad has released the gravity and gone to sleep. After all, sleeping under gravity must feel like torture. Whoosh! Porter clasped his hands behind his back and swiftly ascended into the air, appearing in the royal palace in a matter of moments. With Porter's current combat power, the guards were practically mere decorations, a S for Vegeta's location. Porter could sense it immediately. After resetting the gravity wristband, Vegeta's combat power had increased by 2,000, reaching a height of 26,000. Let's see what this lad is up to. Porter silently approached the window of Vegeta's room, peering inside. Sure enough, Vegeta was lying on the bed, sound asleep, drooling in his slumber. The full afternoon of rigorous training had indeed exhausted him. Porter gazed quietly, contemplating, and ultimately could not bring himself to wake him. After all, he is still just a child. He is only 5 years old. Let him enjoy a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, I will take him to Serial Star. There he can train properly. It just so happens that we might encounter members of the Zeta organization on that planet. We could eliminate them all in one fell swoop. Porter cast one last glance before vanishing into the inky darkness of the night. A night without conversation passed. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the broken roof into the room, a youthful voice rang out from above. "Hey, wake up! It's time to begin today's training." Porter opened his eyes and glanced up at Vegeta, who was floating above. Whoosh! Vegeta entered the room from the roof, curiously looking at the shattered ceiling and asking, "What happened? Why is your house broken?" "It's not important," Porter replied, shaking his head and checking the time. It was only 6 a.m. This lad is truly an early riser. "You came quite early," Porter remarked. "Of course. I've already adapted to 3 times the gravity." Vegeta proudly pointed his nose with his thumb. "Oh, how did you manage that?" Porter asked, somewhat surprised. After all, just last night at midnight, Vegeta had not yet adapted to 3 times the gravity and was already asleep. Now, at 6 a.m., he had somehow adjusted to it. "Humph. I'm a genius warrior." Vegeta, brimming with pride, wore an innocent smile that radiated boundless joy across his youthful visage. Port, perceptive as ever, quickly noted the crimson veins that marred Vegeta's eyes, an unmistakable sign of severe sleep deprivation. He speculated that Vegeta had risen around 4 in the morning and had spent nearly 2 hours acclimating to the thrice increased gravitational pull of the planet. What defines genius? Even a genius must toil and strive to hone their skills. Moreover, that fellow Bardock returned late last night, around 11 o'clock, with a thoughtful stroke of his chin. Vegeta, resembling a miniature adult, curiously inquired, "What business do you have investigating that low-class warrior?" He continued, "By the way, he is scheduled to depart for Serial Star at 8 this morning, leading his team to conquer that planet." For the Prince of the Saiyans, uncovering details about Bardock was a trivial matter, making Vegeta's knowledge of these events entirely expected. "Prepare yourselves. We shall depart for Serial Star together," Port commanded with unwavering authority. Serial Star? What significance does that planet hold? Vegeta paused, momentarily perplexed. The human warriors there possessed rather average combat abilities, easily subdued by a low-class warrior like Bardock. "I doubt you would comprehend," Port chuckled, glancing at the gravity bracelet on Vegeta's wrist, which was set to 3 times the standard weight. "Humph. Do as you please. If you choose not to speak, so be it," Vegeta huffed. However, before setting off, Port added, "You must adapt to 4 times the gravity." "What did you say?" Vegeta's body trembled slightly, his expression shifting rapidly. "And oh worries. There's still nearly 2 hours left." "Are you not a genius?" Port's lips curled into a subtle smile. I could see that moment. Vegeta felt an overwhelming urge to scorn Port's smug grin. "Don't he think I'm unaware? You reset the gravity of the bracelet while I was asleep last night, didn't you?" Port observed with a teasing gleam in his eyes. "How did you find that out?" Vegeta's complexion paled. "Didn't I instruct you to maintain 3 times the gravity while you slept?" Port retorted with a scoff. Vegeta fell silent, taking 2 steps back, bracing himself for a potential reprimand. "Please be gentle." He clenched his fists, his face etched with determination, as he prepared to maintain some dignity before Bardock and his team. Port scrutinized Vegeta intently, and Vegeta, feeling a shiver of fear, instinctively tightened his tail. Quickly adjust to 4 times the gravity. Then follow me. Port, ultimately refraining from striking, instructed Vegeta before soaring into the sky. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback by Port's restraint, resolving to waste no further time. He promptly adjusted his gravity bracelet to 4 times and staggered after Port. In the ensuing 2 hours, Port accompanied Vegeta in earnest training. Unfortunately, Vegeta did not fully adapt to the 4-fold gravity. Nevertheless, Port surmised that with an additional 3 hours, Vegeta would likely manage to acclimate without issue. This performance, in itself, was commendable, as the adaptation to gravity generally slowed over time. Let us depart for Cyril Star. Port remarked, glancing at the time, which was swiftly approaching 8 in the morning. Humph, I still have no desire to visit that planet. Wouldn't it be better for us to stay here and train? Vegeta grumbled, his mood visibly sour. Venturing out will broaden your horizons. Port replied with a smile. Please, I've already left Vegeta Star long ago for training on other planets, Vegeta retorted, casting a smug glance at Port. But you, it seems, have never left Vegeta Star, have you? Port shot him a knowing look, a hint of amusement playing in his eyes. Vegeta shivered involuntarily, suddenly regretting his words. Why would I provoke him? Was I simply looking for trouble? With a swift motion, Port slapped Vegeta, sending him crashing into the ground, leaving only his head visible. Could you possibly adopt a different approach? Vegeta seethed, clearly displeased. You make a valid point, Port mused, stepping down forcefully to shake Vegeta from the earth. Humph! Vegeta huffed again. Wham! Yet another slap followed, and this time, Vegeta's head sank deeper into the ground, leaving only his feet flailing above. I prefer to keep my head above ground. Vegeta's voice echoed from the depths. Port seized Vegeta's tail, lifting him up. Take this! As Vegeta rose, he suddenly gathered a massive sphere of energy in his hands, directing it toward Port. Observing the incoming attack, Port effortlessly caught the energy with a single hand. With a gentle grip, he reduced Vegeta's energy to mere specks. Vegeta stood in stunned silence, his pupils dilating in shock. That had been his full-powered strike. How could this man have caught it so easily? Just how powerful is he? In truth, Port was not merely 50 times stronger than Vegeta. Even being twice as strong would suffice to utterly overwhelm him. Let us go, Port stated, soaring into the sky with his hands behind his back. Choosing not to further torment Vegeta, inflicting injury at this point would only require time-consuming healing. Vegeta trembled, his lips quivering. When will I ever surpass him? No, I've overlooked something crucial from the very beginning. His effortless adaptation to 10 times the gravity of Vegeta Star indicates that I must at least adapt to 10-fold gravity to compete with him. Perhaps I should refrain from provoking him in the future. Vegeta hurried to catch up. The two soon arrived at the launch site of the spaceship, effortlessly locating Bardock's team, which was preparing to depart. Port and Vegeta descended from the sky, landing beside Bardock's squad. Your Highness, Prince, upon Vegeta's arrival, the Saiyans led by Bardock were visibly moved, promptly bowing in reverence that Bardock's team primarily consisted of low-class warriors. The appearance of a genius warrior, who was hailed as the most talented in Saiyan history and also a prince, left them utterly astonished. Are you all heading to Cyril Star? Vegeta inquired. Indeed, Your Highness, Bardock nodded, casting a surprised glance at Port. I asked you to bring the royal decree, and instead, you brought the prince himself. Naturally, with the prince present, Bardock could not refuse. Will you take us along? Vegeta huffed, of course. No problem at all, Bardock readily agreed. With the prince accompanying us, we shall undoubtedly conquer Cyril Star with ease. Rick laughed heartily. Indeed, we can rely on you. They chimed in unison. I've heard the prince's combat power exceeds 10,000. What an honor it is to team up with you, Vegeta smirked, choosing to ignore their praises. And planned to board the spaceship first point 10,000 combat power, my princely strength has long approached 30,000. There's no need to boast to you low-class warriors, after taking a few steps forward. Vegeta suddenly realized something and quickly made way for Port, displaying utmost respect. This gesture was a mark of respect for strength, not merely due to Port being his teacher. Port was pleased with Vegeta's demeanor and strode confidently onto the spaceship. Vegeta dutifully followed in Port's wake. Bardock, Rick, and the other three Saiyans were left in astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. That I must be seeing things. Rick scratched his head in confusion. It appears that Prince Vegeta holds that fellow named Port in high regard. What on earth is going on? I thought Port was just another low-class warrior like us. Indeed, he is yet to earn the qualification for battle. Why does His Highness the Prince hold him in such high regard? Several individuals engaged in spirited discussion. Unable to reach a conclusion, Bardock's eyes glimmered, and he refrained from further comment, though a hint of astonishment flickered in his gaze. A brief silence ensued. Bardock, the Frisia force is prepared. We may set forth. Rick relayed the movements of the Frisia force through the communication system of the scanner, promptly beckoning Bardock. Very well, let us depart. Bardock nodded. The group boarded a small spacecraft together. Whoosh, the spacecraft ascended, swiftly entering the vast expanse of the cosmos. The IT streaked through the starry sky, heading toward the planet Cyril. Porter approached the window and was astonished to discover that 4 Frisia force vessels were trailing behind them. In the imminent battle on Cyril, the Saiyans would handle those with slightly stronger combat abilities, while Frisia's minions would be responsible for mopping up and subsequent tasks. Porter glanced at Vegeta, sensing the intensity of his energy. The energy level remained unchanged, indicating that Vegeta's gravity ring was effective even in space. In truth, this gravity ring merely exerted pressure on Vegeta. It did not increase his weight. If Vegeta's gravity were to multiply significantly, he might very well crash through the floor of the ship. How long until we reach Cyril? Porter inquired. 7 days. Rick replied, in 7 days. The moon would be full, making this timing advantageous for us Saiyans. 7 days, huh? Porter pondered silently. He then waved at Vegeta, who was striking a pose with his arms crossed. Vegeta. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta approached and muttered, I am a prince. Can you at least show me some respect? Respect is reserved for the strong. Porter chuckled. You seem to have a point. One day, I will surpass you. Vegeta huffed. In these 7 days, we shall forego intense training. You need only adjust the scale of your ring to adapt to 6 times the gravity before we arrive at Cyril. Porter instructed Vegeta. Vegeta, train diligently, rest well, and remember that occasional relaxation can greatly benefit your cultivation. Porter added, It sounds easy for you. You want me to adapt to 6 times the gravity while also allowing for relaxation? Isn't that contradictory? Vegeta rolled his eyes in annoyance. Do you believe I would toss you out of the ship? Porter squinted, threateningly. Vegeta fell silent. After a moment's contemplation, he realized Porter might indeed be capable of such an act. Now go. Porter waved his hand, signaling that Vegeta could leave. Obediently, Vegeta departed to acclimate to the gravity. Witnessing the prince being summoned and dismissed by Porter, Bardock and Rick exchanged bewildered glances. Why had Prince Vegeta become so compliant? How had this lowly warrior managed to exert control over him? 7 days swiftly passed. Vegeta, true to Porter's expectations, successfully adjusted to 6 times the gravity. Excellent. It seems we are not far from achieving 10 times the gravity. Porter remarked, patting Vegeta's shoulder. For now, maintain 6 times the gravity. I will only allow its cancellation when I say so. Vegeta, however, for the sake of becoming stronger, Vegeta endured that we are about to arrive at Cyril. What shall we do once we get there? Will we join them in conquering this planet? Vegeta gazed at the distant starry expanse, where the planet Cyril floated amidst the vast cosmos, and oh need. With them present, transforming into great apes will make the conquest of this planet effortless, Porter replied calmly, hands clasped behind his back as he surveyed the starry heavens. Humph. Then what are we to do? Simply watch them fight? Vegeta questioned, somewhat perplexed. When the time comes, you need only do one thing, Porter said, casting a smile over his shoulder. What is it? Vegeta looked up at Porter. Follow me, Porter replied. Vegeta. Ahead lay the planet Cyril, and according to the original plan, we would transform into great apes and swiftly conquer this world. Rick began assigning tasks to Bardock and the others. Bardock remained silent, his demeanor calm, as if such duties were second nature to him. This planet was not particularly large, and the combat abilities of the Cyril people were rather average, making conquest a simple endeavor that a few Saiyans chuckled dismissively. The only noteworthy aspect was the eye techniques of the Cyril inhabitants. Their eyes possessed sniping capabilities. Rick reiterated this warning to his team with a serious expression. With their minimal combat power, even if they stood still and let us attack, they would not breach our defenses. One team member laughed heartily. Indeed, should we transform into great apes? Given our combat power, we could dominate this planet effortlessly. Rick nodded, a confident smile gracing his face. Furthermore, with His Highness the Prince alongside us. Victory is assured. Humph, you all can act independently. Do not count us in. Vegeta scoffed coldly at Rick and the others. Rick, Bardock, the other Saiyans present exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. However, this was of little consequence, as the combat capabilities of the Cyril inhabitants were generally weak. Once transformed into great apes, they could easily sweep across the entire planet. 10 minutes later, the spacecraft carrying Porter and the others descended from the sky and successfully landed upon the surface of Cyril. At this moment, the scene on Cyril was bustling with activity. This planet was currently inhabited by both the Cyril people and the Namekians. Long ago, the climate on Namek had deteriorated significantly, prompting many Namekians to relocate to other planets aboard spaceships. Some of these Namekians arrived on Cyril and settled there. Both Namekians and Cyril inhabitants were peaceful races, coexisting harmoniously through mutual assistance. However, this tranquility was shattered on this evening, close to twilight, upon the landing of Porter and his crew. Both the Namekians and Cyril inhabitants displayed visible unease as Bardock and the other Saiyans disembarked from the ship. They immediately turned their gazes toward the full moon in the sky. Roar, Bardock and the others transformed into 5 colossal apes, launching a fierce assault on the inhabitants of the planet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, members of the Frisia force also descended rapidly from their vessels, ruthlessly slaughtering the Cyril and Namekian inhabitants in tandem with the Saiyans. Porter refrained from participating in the battle, nor did he feel compelled to intervene. What would stopping them achieve? Would Frisia not send others to annihilate this planet? Since this world had already been targeted, it would inevitably face catastrophic devastation. Porter had many responsibilities to attend to and saw no reason to confine himself in order to save a single planet. The Namekians and Cyril inhabitants refused to remain passive, launching a counterattack together. Yet their strength was simply too weak. As the Grand Elder of the Namekians lay dying, he entrusted the 2 Dragon Balls in his possession to his kin, Monate. Dragon Balls, I leave you in his hands. Monate, the Grand Elder appeared exceedingly frail, his voice heavy with sorrow. Monet trembled as he gingerly accepted the 2 Dragon Balls, each the size of a glass orb. With profound melancholy, the Grand Elder slowly closed his eyes. However, at the very moment Monet grasped the Dragon Balls, he suddenly noticed 2 Saiyans soaring toward him. Yet, these Saiyans had not transformed into giant apes. Hello, could you kindly hand over those 2 orbs? Porter politely greeted Monet. What did you say? Monet exclaimed, his face paling as he hastily concealed his hands behind him, clutching the Dragon Balls tightly. Vegeta paused, casting a puzzled glance at Porter, unsure of his intentions. Dragon Balls, Porter replied with a faint smile. I don't understand what you're saying. Monet's countenance shifted slightly, and he quickly denied the request. Humph, how insipid! Vegeta scoffed, vanishing from sight only to reappear directly opposite Monet. Delivering a swift slap, smack, Monet's body was forcefully propelled deep into the earth, leaving only his head exposed. Porter was left speechless by Vegeta's actions. Your vengefulness is quite pronounced. Poor Monet. Can we retrieve the so-called Dragon Balls now? Vegeta huffed, stepping forward to lightly pat Monet's cheek. Terror flooded Monet's eyes, his complexion paling dramatically. How is this Saiyan brat so formidable? Though I am not a combat-oriented Namekian, I can sense he is even stronger than those who have transformed into giant apes. I truly have no idea what you're talking about. I have never heard of any Dragon Balls. Monet adamantly refused to relinquish the Dragon Balls to such a person. Let me ponder how to summon the Eternal Dragon. Porter mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Monet was utterly taken aback. This individual even knew about the Eternal Dragon. Takraputo, what comes after Tata Longbow? Porter racked his brain, deep in thought. Yes, an avid fan of Dragon Balls. Porter had once played with the summoning incantation as a tongue twister out of sheer boredom. Thus, despite his transference to this world, he retained a vivid memory of it. When he recalled this incantation, he had even taken the time to write it down, hoping to successfully summon the dragon when he arrived on Cyril Star. Upon hearing Porter's incantation, Monet was overwhelmed with fear, his eyes wide with terror. Bang! Vegeta stomped his foot, violently jolting Monet from the depths of the earth. He then swiftly approached, seizing Monet's wrist and squeezing tightly. Monet screamed in agony, the Dragon Balls slipping from his grasp. Vegeta's eyes lit up as he quickly picked up the Dragon Balls, scrutinizing them closely, yet finding no discernible features. Subsequently, Vegeta generously tossed the 2 Dragon Balls to Porter, inquisitively asking, "Is this what you're searching for? What purpose does it serve?" "You'll find out shortly," Porter replied, accepting the Dragon Balls. Indeed, the Dragon Balls here were merely the size of glass orbs. Without a Dragon Ball radar, locating these diminutive orbs would be an insurmountable challenge. "Let us depart," Porter declared, soaring into the sky. "What about this fellow? Shall we eliminate him?" Vegeta pointed at Monet. "There's no need. Did I not instruct you to maintain a peaceful disposition?" Porter shook his head. "Humph, consider yourself fortunate." Vegeta huffed at Monet before ascending into the sky. What is your purpose in seeking the Dragon Balls?" Monet stammered, gathering his courage to inquire loudly. Fulfill a few modest wishes, of course," Porter replied with a smile over his shoulder. "Modest wishes?" Monet was taken aback, instinctively wanting to retort that only one wish could be granted. However, after a moment's contemplation, he ultimately refrained from speaking. Survival took precedence. He fervently hoped that after granting their wishes, they would quickly depart this planet. "I have failed the Grand Elder's trust." As Porter and Vegeta flew toward the remote mountainous region, Bardock had already transformed into a giant ape, clinging to a high tower and surveying his surroundings. Before long, Bardock's gaze landed on Porter and Vegeta. His eyes narrowing as he struggled to discern their intentions, he noted that the 2 had arrived on the planet, yet had not slain a single soul. It seemed they had come for an alternative purpose. Bardock shifted his focus from Porter and Vegeta, catching sight of a Cyril Star inhabitant desperately fleeing below. Bardock leaped from the tower, crashing to the ground with enough force to shake the earth. He then advanced, gradually closing in on the hiding place of the Cyril Star inhabitant. Inside the room, a Cyril Star woman clutched her son tightly, both trembling in fear. Suddenly, a massive ape-like visage loomed through a gaping hole above them. The grotesque face of the ape glared at the mother and child, a long scar marring its visage, its crimson eyes instilling a profound terror that seemed to pierce the very soul. Upon seeing the enormous ape, the child's face turned pale, and he fainted from fright. "Granola!" The woman screamed. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted outside. The full moon was shattered by a powerful blow from one of the Cyril Star inhabitants, scattering it into countless meteor-like fragments that shimmered in the twilight sky. In the distant mountains, Vegeta scoffed. "A bunch of fools, so easily allowing someone to obliterate the moon." He turned to glance at the full moon, unable to suppress a snort. Porter refrained from commenting. "However, with our Saiyan battle prowess, even without transforming into giant apes, we could effortlessly crush them," Vegeta stated. Shaking his head, Porter's gaze remained as calm as still water as he approached an isolated spot, placing the 2 Dragon Balls on the ground. "What is the purpose of these orbs?" Vegeta queried curiously. "The Namekians said they could grant wishes? Perhaps," Porter replied with a mysterious smile. "Humph, I find that highly dubious." Vegeta expressed his skepticism that if they could truly grant any wish, why not wish for greater strength and defeat our invaders? "Perhaps some wishes simply cannot be fulfilled," Porter countered, shaking his head. "Then that would make it all the more pointless." Vegeta scoffed. As the full moon vanished, Bardock's massive form trembled violently, swiftly reverting to his normal state, and he gradually stepped into the doorway of the mother and child's room. The woman's eyes widened in terror, her pupils turning crimson as she bared her teeth at Bardock, suddenly raising her hand to unleash a blast of energy. Bardock deftly sidestepped the attack, narrowly avoiding the energy blast. Bang! The energy beam pierced Bardock's shoulder armor, leaving a long gash on his arm. Bardock did not immediately execute the mother and child. Instead, he silently observed them, memories of Kakarot flooding his mind. During his recent return to planet Vegeta, Bardock had encountered his 3-year-old son. Kakarot that moment. Upon seeing the mother and child, he couldn't help but think of his wife, Jine, and young Kakarot. Tisich, Bardock snorted, ultimately unable to bring himself to kill them. Bardock, is that you? Just then, Rick's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Bardock turned slightly, casting a glance at Rick. The woman trembled in fear, her complexion growing even paler. The mission is complete. We have received orders to withdraw. Rick reported. Yes, that's so. You may return first, Rick. Bardock replied with a hint of indifference. Let me double-check before I leave, to see if there are any remaining loose ends. Understanding the urgency, Rick responded, I see. You should hurry, as I heard Frisia and his team are on their way. I know, Bardock nodded, then donned the scanner over his eyes, pressing the button atop it, murmuring, Are these the only 2 left? The woman's delicate face was etched with anxiety and unease as she clutched her son tightly. What are His Highness and Boater doing in the distant mountains? Bardock turned to gaze towards Boater's direction. Lost in thought, a brief silence ensued. In another direction. Bardock muttered to himself. Is that one with a power level of merely 5 an animal? No, their movements are systematic. They appear to be sentient. Subsequently, Bardock cast a deep glance at the woman and child. Uncertain if his mind was playing tricks on him, he made a difficult decision that in another mountainous region. Takarapute, Teteranbo, Pupilitepero. Boater hurled 2 Dragon Balls on the ground and called out to them. Whoosh! In an instant, the sky darkened, but a streak of azure lightning surged into the heavens, transforming into a serpentine dragon. The dragon radiated a blue flame. Its serpentine eyes scanning below. Witnessing such a spectacle, Vegeta's youthful face was instantly filled with shock and astonishment. What is happening? What is that thing? The dragon's voice resonated. Gatherers of the 2 Dragon Balls. State your wish, and I shall endeavor to grant any wish you desire. Hey, Boater, can this guy really grant our wishes? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. Let me and Vegeta possess the ability to survive in the cosmic void. Can that wish be granted? Boater articulated his desire. Certainly, that is no issue, the dragon replied, preparing to fulfill the wish. Wait a moment. Let us change that. Boater suddenly altered his mind. Change it to grant me and Vegeta the ability to survive in any environment. Boater recalled a suggestion from a reader in the comments of Dragon Ball. The Saiyans' ascendancy to Angel, he deemed this wish far superior to merely surviving in space and decided to amend it slightly. Accepted, the dragon proclaimed, its crimson eyes shimmering with brilliance. Instantly, an invisible divine force enveloped Boater and Vegeta. Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell, the dragon announced before vanishing. Hey, what kind of wish was that? Vegeta exclaimed, still in shock. Shut up, Boater reprimanded. Vegeta fell silent. Suddenly, the 2 Dragon Balls on the ground soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light and scattering in all directions. Whoosh! Boater quickly ascended, reaching out to grasp the 2 escaping Dragon Balls. He then gently descended back to the ground as tranquility returned to the surroundings. The sky brightened slightly. Though dusk was approaching, Vegeta remained dazed, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. What just happened? Boater mused, placing the Dragon Balls back on the ground. By the way, what did you just say? What wish do you want? Boater shot a sideways glance at Vegeta. Vegeta swallowed hard, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his youthful face. Clearly still reeling from the earlier shock. After 3 seconds of silence, he scoffed, What use is the ability to survive in space? It would be far better to wish for immortality. That way, we could fight forever. Vegeta huffed. Takarapute, Teteranbo, Pupilitepero, Boater declared once more, raising his voice to the Dragon Balls. As soon as the words left his lips, a blue light erupted from the 2 spheres. In the next moment, a blue beam ascended from the ground. Swiftly coalescing in the sky, the blue light transformed into a serpentine dragon. Gatherers of the 2 Dragon Balls, speak your wish, the dragon began, only to suddenly narrow its pupils upon recognizing Boater and Vegeta. Exclaiming, You 2? Did you not just make a wish? Apologies, but we require a few more wishes. Boater replied with a smile. State your wish, and I shall endeavor to grant any wish you desire, the dragon intoned in a deep, resonant voice. Boder turned to Vegeta, signaling him to speak. "Let me and Boder possess immortality," Vegeta declared. The concept of immortality, however, was not absolute. The dragon's immense gaze fixed on Vegeta below as it explained, "If the soul is severely damaged, one can still perish. What I can offer is to grant your body's formidable regenerative abilities. For me, that is the limit." Vegeta paused, glancing at Boder, torn in indecision to what extent can this be achieved. Boder inquired, "As long as your brain remains intact, you can regenerate and restore limbs," the dragon bellowed. "All right, please grant this wish." Boder nodded in agreement, having anticipated the notion of immortality. Buzz, two streams of invisible divine energy swiftly enveloped Boder and Vegeta. Boder distinctly felt his body undergoing a peculiar transformation. "Your wish has been realized. Farewell," the dragon stated before morphing into a blue light, whisking the two Dragon Balls into the air. This time, Boder need not act. Vegeta leapt first, swiftly retrieving the Dragon Balls that were about to escape. Thud! Vegeta descended, a smirk gracing his lips, a mischievous glimmer in his eyes. He then tossed the Dragon Balls back onto the ground. "Takarapute, Teteranbo, Pupila Tepero," Vegeta shouted at the two spheres. "Stop!" Boder quickly intervened. "You let me finish the incantation." Vegeta shot Boder a sidelong glance. "What now?" he retorted. "No need to rush. Let us see if the second wish works before we proceed." Boder suggested. "You mean the regenerative ability?" Vegeta pondered, resting his chin on his hand. "You're right. This dragon might be deceiving us. However, I do feel some changes in my body, and oh worries, we'll find out by testing it." Boder replied, hands behind his back, his smile radiant. "How do you plan to test it?" Vegeta raised an eyebrow. "Bear with me. It might hurt a bit," Boder cautioned earnestly. Vegeta's youthful visage shifted slightly, an unsettling premonition dawning on him. Boder pointed at Vegeta's left arm. Crack! With a sharp sound, Vegeta's left arm detached and flew away. Vegeta screamed in agony. Thud! His severed arm landed on the ground, fingers still twitching. "You scoundrel!" Vegeta fumed, glaring at Boder in fury. "That is not just a little pain. It hurts immensely. Quick, give it a try," Boder urged. "All right," Vegeta nodded, eyes downcast as he attempted to activate his regenerative ability. Not even 3 seconds passed. Crack! Vegeta's severed arm suddenly sprouted anew. Rejuvenated, he stared at his newly restored limb, excitement stretching his mouth into a broad grin. "Incredible. This is simply delightful. It truly works. So, as long as the brain remains intact, regeneration is possible." Vegeta was overwhelmed with excitement, his tail bristling with fervor. "Bathing will be much more convenient from now on. I can simply sever my head and regrow a new one," Porter mused. Vegeta retorted, "Who would do such a thing?" With a tone laced with irritation. "Oh, you still have wishes?" Porter inquired, gazing at Vegeta. "How about we rule the entire universe?" "Wouldn't that be an enticing wish?" Vegeta lifted his gaze, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. "Even if you are hailed as the king of the universe, the pressing question remains. Can you defeat Frieza?" Porter chuckled, seizing the moment to impart a lesson to Vegeta. Without strength, a mere title is devoid of significance. Life presents many paths. Perhaps with the passage of time, you will come to find the aspiration of ruling the universe rather laughable. "What then do you propose as a wish?" Vegeta asked defiantly. "One should not be overly greedy. With those 2 wishes we just made, we have already addressed the weaknesses of our Saiyan lineage," Porter declared, hands clasped behind his back, embodying the role of a mentor. "Are you suggesting we forego wishes altogether?" Vegeta grasped the implication. "Indeed, these 2 Dragon Balls must be returned to their rightful owner," Porter affirmed with a nod. "Humph. Do as you please. I couldn't care less." Vegeta conceded, showing no sign of opposition. The benefits of the previous 2 wishes had indeed been substantial for him, as for the desire to grow stronger through Shenron, although Vegeta had once contemplated it. He quickly dismissed the notion. Attaining strength through his own training was what truly mattered. "Pick up the Dragon Balls and return them to Monet," Porter instructed Vegeta. Without hesitation, Vegeta approached to retrieve the Dragon Balls, only to suddenly catch sight of the arm he had severed earlier. Boom! With a pointed gesture, he obliterated the dismembered limb into a mist of crimson. "Hey, How did you come to know such an obscure incantation for summoning Shenron? Vegeta couldn't help but inquired. That's of little consequence, Porter replied, shifting the topic. You have completely acclimatized to 6 times the gravity, correct? What do you mean by that? Vegeta suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Prepare to adjust to 7 times the gravity, Porter commanded in an authoritative tone. Though a hint of displeasure flickered within him, Vegeta dutifully adjusted the dial on his wristband to 7. Instantly, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him, causing his proud chest to sag slightly. However, he swiftly straightened himself with determination. You promised a bit of rest, and now you're thrusting me into 7 times the gravity, Vegeta huffed, clearly displeased. Let us proceed, Porter remarked, unperturbed. Such was Vegeta's nature. To alter it would be tantamount to cultivating a different individual altogether. Outside a house on a mountainside, Monet looked skyward, observing the ever-shifting hues of the sky reflecting her own apprehensive expression. Had those 2 summoned Shenron twice already? What wishes had they realized? Such greed. How had they managed to locate the Dragon Balls so swiftly? Just then, she spotted 2 figures traversing the rugged mountain path. Drawing nearer, alarmed, Monet hurried back into her room, grasping her staff, and concealed herself behind the house in a defensive stance. Yes, soon as she saw intruders breach her sanctuary, she let out a fierce cry. Hurling her staff towards Bardock, smack. Bardock caught Monet's staff with a swift motion. Surprised to find an Namekian in his midst, Monet's eyes widened with terror as she instinctively recoiled several steps. Your power level has surged to 213. Bardock noted through his scouter, contemplating the implications of her concealed strength. And oh wonder you went unnoticed. Monet's pupils constricted as she suddenly noticed Bardock clutching a green-haired child. I asked that a Cerulean. Are you planning to consume him? Monet blurted out. Bardock, mid-sentence, was interrupted as a woman entered from outside, gently taking the sleeping child from his arms. The Cerulean. So there are survivors. Monet's face lit up with excitement. I am Musley, and this is my son. Granola. The woman introduced herself, requesting, may we stay here for a while? Certainly, Monet, she replied warmly. Frisia is on his way. You must hide well and avoid detection at all costs, Bardock warned gravely. You are a Saiyan, correct? Why are you doing this? Monet asked, puzzled by Bardock's intentions. It's nothing. Just a momentary lapse in judgment, Bardock replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at the Namekian and the 2 Cerulean survivors. Farewell. Strive to survive. Wait, what is your name? Monet inquired with gratitude. Bardock, he stated, before striding into the enveloping darkness of the night. After a brief moment of hesitation, Monet hurried after him. Please wait, Mr. Bardock, she called out. Bardock paused, slightly taken aback. Let me examine your injury. Monet gestured towards the long gash on Bardock's arm. After a moment's hesitation, Bardock sat on a nearby rock. Monet summoned her healing abilities, a radiant glow enveloping Bardock's wound. In no time, the injury was entirely healed. All done, Monet smiled. Musley emerged, glancing over with a complex expression, particularly as she regarded Bardock. I didn't expect a Namekian could perform healing arts. Bardock mused, a truly exceptional Namekian could even resurrect those on the brink of death, restoring their vitality in an instant. Monet sighed softly. I can merely manage to mend wounds. Bardock fell silent. Just then, Bardock's scouter emitted a sudden signal. Someone approaches. He frowned, his voice heavy with urgency. ITS the Prince and Porter. Who? Monet queried, confused. Our Saiyan Prince. Do not underestimate him despite his tender age of 5. His battle prowess is formidable. Bardock reflected, a 5-year-old child. Monet realized with dawning comprehension. Could he be the one who seized my Dragon Balls along with that Porter? Another signal pinged on Bardock's scouter. There are others approaching from another direction. Bardock scanned the area, soon spotting 4 figures atop a high cliff. In the moonlight, their blue skin, sharp horns, and peculiar attire marked them as members of the Sita organization. Bardock frowned slightly. Who are they? Monet inquired. They're scouts for Frisia, seeking planets to conquer. Akin to developers, Bardock replied, his brow furrowed. Oh, you are demolitionists. Monet wiped away a bead of sweat. This planet was also discovered by them. Bardock remarked solemnly. Just then, Porter arrived with Vegeta in tow. Humph. This place is rather lively, Vegeta scoffed, scanning the scene. A Namekian and a Cerulean, and our scion Bardock. Your Highness. Bardock immediately bowed in respect. Oh, there are more people over there. Vegeta's gaze shifted to the nearby hill, spotting the 4 members of the Ceto organization. However, he showed little interest in them. Here, old man, this is yours. I'm returning it to you. Vegeta tossed the 2 Dragon Balls in his hand to Monet, whose eyes lit up with surprise as he swiftly caught them, glancing curiously at Vegeta and then at Porter. Monet then opened his hands, scrutinizing the 2 Dragon Balls closely. Indeed, they were the very ones that had been snatched from him. He couldn't believe that Vegeta had returned the Dragon Balls to him. Observing this exchange, Bardock's gaze flickered, though he chose not to comment further, as he was still unaware of the significance of these orbs. What do you mean? Monet inquired, puzzled. There's nothing particularly grand about it. Someone once said that one should not be excessively greedy. Vegeta replied with a scoff, casting an indifferent glance at Porter. Monet remained speechless. UVE already granted 2 wishes, and yet you still preach against greed? He mused. Reflecting on their words, it seemed they held some truth. Indeed, a truly greedy individual might have continued to make wishes. Thank you, Monet exclaimed gratefully, clutching the Dragon Balls tightly in his hands. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, how were you able to locate 2 Dragon Balls in such a short time? As they conversed, Granola staggered out of the room, his eyes bleary as he gazed into the night. Suddenly, he noticed the furry tail behind Vegeta, a Saiyan. Granola gasped, unable to suppress his astonishment. His exclamation reverberated through the forest, drawing the attention of all present, including the 4 members of the Ceto organization, who looked on with surprise. What an idiot! Why shout so loudly? Bardock grimaced at "Oh, is there someone over there?" Vegeta remarked, slightly taken aback, as he soon spotted the 4 figures on the mountain and turned to Bardock, inquiring, "Who are they?" Porter had already taken note of the 4, so he was not particularly surprised. "Your Highness, they are from the Ceto organization." Bardock replied, "They found the Cyril star?" "Ah, I see. So they are responsible for locating suitable planets for Frisia, and then sending us Saiyans to conquer them. Is that correct?" Despite his youth, Vegeta quickly grasped the situation. Indeed, Bardock nodded. In the next moment, the 4 members of the Ceto organization descended from the distant mountain, appearing near Porter and the others. Their names were Elec, Jas, Oyer, and Maki Dado. "Isn't this the little prince of the Saiyans?" Elec said with a grin, surveying Vegeta, Porter, Bardock, the 2 Ceruleans, and the Namekian. Musley rushed forward to tightly embrace Granola, who trembled with fear, rendered speechless. "What are you doing here?" "Planning a campfire party," Elec inquired with a chuckle. What right do you have to question me?" Vegeta retorted with a disdainful smile. "Truly a Saiyan prince. How audacious." Elec mocked, then asked, "Did you hear what we were just discussing? Who knows what you were muttering about over there?" Vegeta scoffed, speculating. "Could it be that you were contemplating betraying that scoundrel Frisia?" Porter was taken aback, realizing that Vegeta was indeed quite perceptive. "How could you guess that?" Elec's expression darkened, his eyes flickering with murderous intent. "It seems I hit the nail on the head," Vegeta sneered. "What? You don't intend to silence me, do you?" "You guessed correctly." Elec pulled out a small handgun, aiming it at Vegeta while casting a glance at Musley. Bang! Elec pulled the trigger. The gunshot rang out, and a bullet sped toward Musley and Granola with astonishing velocity, exceeding even Vegeta's expectations. The issue was that Vegeta was currently under the 7-fold gravity of planet Vegeta and had yet to fully acclimate. He simply couldn't react in time to end that critical moment. Bardock swiftly stepped forward, shoving Musley and Granola aside, intercepting the bullet with his own body. Elec narrowed his eyes, his expression growing colder. An ambush! Bardock bared his teeth. Without hesitation, Bardock thrust his hands forward, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that enveloped Elec and his companions. Swish! Jas flickered into view before Elec, raising a hand to conjure a protective barrier. Boom! Bardock's energy collided with the barrier, producing a resounding explosion. As the smoke gradually dissipated, it became evident that Elec and his companions stood unscathed. Bardock's expression hardened, his brow furrowing deeply. Vegeta observed coldly, while Porter maintained a detached demeanor. Porter. These 4 were utterly weak, Yet they provided an excellent opportunity for Vegeta to test his mettle. That earlier attack was quite impressive, Alec chuckled, adding, and with the Saiyan Prince in the mix, this combination seems rather intriguing. I'll take care of them. Jas stepped forward, volunteering eagerly to confront Alec, the Saiyan Prince. Although he is hailed as a genius warrior, his battle power is merely a little over 10,000. It would be best to eliminate him while he is still unformed. Alec nodded in agreement. We three will proceed to meet Lord Frieza. Remember, we must ensure everything is settled before his arrival, I understand. Jas replied solemnly. Let us go, Alec called to Oyer and Maki. With that, the three of them took to the skies, intent on departing to meet Frieza. Clearly, they held Vegeta in utter contempt. Vegeta felt a surge of indignation at being so easily disregarded, trembling with fury as his youthful face contorted into a scowl. I shall slightly increase my gravity, Vegeta declared to Porter, preparing to adjust the dial on his gravity ring. No. Porter firmly rejected the notion, deeming it unnecessary to exert himself against such weaklings that a moment of silence ensued. Vegeta, surprisingly compliant, refrained from altering the gravity and instead pointed an accusatory finger at Alec. Instantly, a formidable energy enveloped Alec. Poof! In an instant, Alec's body was obliterated, transforming him into a mist of blood. The astonishing scene left all present utterly astounded. What immense destructive power to reduce that man to a mere cloud of blood with a mere gesture. Bardock stood in shock, sensing that the prince's battle power had surged dramatically in that moment. What on earth was happening? Maki was rendered speechless. Oyer's expression shifted from shock to disbelief. Jas, too, was at a loss, only regaining his wits when he realized their leader had perished. Alec, Jas's eyes turned crimson, his face a mask of fury. Alec had been slain right before his eyes. He could scarcely comprehend this reality. A weakling attempting to put on airs before this prince. Vegeta chuckled derisively, pointing at his own nose. I thought he was something special, yet he turned out to be the weakest in this band. Ah, Jas roared in fury, charging toward Vegeta. Vegeta's keen eyes had already detected Jas's impending attack. However, due to the sevenfold gravity from planet Vegeta, equivalent to 70 times that of Earth and Cyril, he had yet to fully adapt. Though his eyes tracked Jas's movements, his body struggled to keep up. Bang! Jas delivered a powerful punch directly to Vegeta's face, followed by a fierce kick that sent Vegeta soaring into the air. In an instant, Jas appeared directly above Vegeta, executing a stunning downward kick. With a thunderous crash, Vegeta plummeted to the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath him. I will kill you, Jas bellowed in fury, raising his hands high to concentrate a massive surge of energy, which he hurled downwards towards Vegeta. Your Highness, Bardock exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of urgency as he immediately ascended into the air. With a resounding smack, Bardock swatted away the energy blast Jas had launched. Jas's pupils constricted in surprise. This Saiyan was certainly formidable. Just as Jas was momentarily stunned, Bardock swiftly closed the distance and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. With a decisive kick, Bardock sent Jas crashing down into the jungle below. Gasping for breath, Bardock smiled faintly, pondering whether that blow had been effective. He then descended rapidly, landing beside Vegeta to assist him in rising from the ground. Your Highness, are you all right? Bardock inquired with genuine concern. Tisish, meddlesome fool, do you think this prince could ever lose to him? Vegeta retorted sharply, commanding Bardock to keep his distance and merely observe eye in the skies above. Maki and Oyer, having momentarily absorbed the shock and anger, quickly regained their composure. Alec is dead, Oyer stated solemnly. How infuriating. Jas is struggling to face so many opponents alone. Maki's beautiful face was etched with fury. We must hurry to his aid. In the next moment, the two descended from the heavens to join Jas. Jas, we're here to help, Oyer exclaimed hastily. You three can team up, Vegeta scoffed, gesturing confidently at Jas and his companions. His confidence was well-founded. He was currently battling under the 70-fold gravity of Cyril Star. If he truly struggled, he could simply adjust the gravity back down. There was no doubt he could easily overpower Jas. Maki, Oyer, I wish to face him one-on-one, Jazz declared resolutely, determined not to let Elix's sacrifice be in vain. Oyer and Marky exchanged glances, a brief silence passing before they nodded in agreement, but by the way. Vegeta, Porter suddenly interjected. Vegeta turned to glance at Porter, curious about his intentions. Spare that woman for now. She will serve me, Porter said with a smile. Vegeta, beside them, Musley instinctively thought Porter was referring to her and trembled in fear. Hastily explaining, I won't warm the bed. I wasn't talking about you, Porter replied, wiping sweat from his brow. Musley. Only then did Marky realize that. So, you've been talking about me all along? Yes, it's you, and no need to look any further. Porter nodded. He recalled that this woman's culinary skills were quite commendable in the Dragon Ball Super manga. Marky ultimately became Frisia's subordinate, responsible for his meals and care. Porter decided he wanted someone like her to manage his own life. As for warming the bed, Porter had never mentioned that. It was Musley's wild imagination. Moreover, he doubted he would find any interest in a woman of her kind. Jazz, you engage in a fierce battle with this young Saiyan prince, while I deal with that man who wants Marky to warm his bed. Oyer clenched his fists and strode purposefully towards Porter. Your opponent is me. Bardock stepped forward, blocking Oyer's path, seeking death. Oyer's eyes narrowed viciously as he threw a punch at Bardock. Bardock raised his arm to block Oyer's blow. Hey, you just said I should warm the bed, right? Let me show you how foolish that statement was. Marky huffed angrily, her alluring face filled with rage as she dashed towards Porter. With a swift motion, Porter slapped Marky down into the earth, leaving only her head peeking out. Marky was momentarily stunned. What just happened? How did I end up embedded in the ground? Porter crouched down, grinning as he examined Marky's face, commenting, Your skin is quite nice, though it's blue. It feels rather soft. Marky's face turned pale. Today, aside from you, the others may very well perish, Porter sighed. I did this to save you. Just you wait. Jazz will never be defeated. Marky gritted her teeth defiantly. Porter paid her no further heed, allowing her to remain in the earth for a while longer. Meanwhile, a fierce battle raged between Bardock and Oyer. However, after a brief exchange of blows, Bardock glanced over, suddenly realizing that Porter had already resolved his conflict, leaving him momentarily stunned. Was that woman truly so weak? Nearby, Musley and Monette were equally astonished. They had initially believed that woman was formidable. Yet after just one exchange, she had been sent crashing into the ground. Such a tragedy. Granola's eyes sparkled with admiration as he regarded Porter, feeling a profound sense of awe. When I grow up, I want to become a man as powerful as him. The Prince of the Saiyans? Hardly. Jazz sneered dismissively. Oh, is that so? Vegeta scoffed, contemplating his strategy against Jazz. Porter was indeed a fool for making him fight under 7 times the gravity against this blue-haired brat. It was utterly shameless. On this planet, that was equivalent to 70-fold gravity. I cannot afford to engage in close combat. My speed cannot keep up. I must resort to ranged attacks without a moment's hesitation. Vegeta pointed his hand towards Jazz, unleashing an invisible wave of energy that surged towards him. Jazz reacted swiftly, leaping aside to evade the energy's onslaught. With a resounding explosion, the very spot Jazz had occupied erupted, sending debris flying into the air. In an instant, Jazz soared upward, swiftly appearing beside Vegeta, delivering a powerful kick that sent Vegeta crashing to the ground. Curse you, Vegeta seethed, his body trembling with rage. Suddenly, Jazz raised his hand, summoning a massive meteor hammer, which he swung down mercilessly onto the fallen Vegeta. With a thunderous impact, the hammer struck Vegeta's abdomen, causing blood to spurt uncontrollably from his mouth. Weakling, is this all you've got? And you call yourself the Prince of the Saiyans? Jazz mocked, belittling the proud warrior. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his anger boiling over as he seized the meteor hammer and hurled it skyward with all his might. Whoosh! Jazz was sent tumbling through the air, flipping several times before regaining his composure. Vegeta ascended rapidly, giving chase to Jazz. Bang! Their fists collided in a fierce clash. Is this the extent of your fighting power? Jazz sneered, unimpressed. You are pathetically weak. Curse you! Vegeta growled, baring his teeth in frustration. Zing! Suddenly, A flurry of pale purple lightning crackled around Jazz, enveloping Vegeta in a tempest of energy that Vegeta's body convulsed from the electric shocks. Cries of anguish escaping his lips. Smack! Vegeta descended from the heavens, crashing heavily onto the ground. Jace slowly landed directly opposite him, sneering as he looked at Vegeta, casually stating, "I can't be bothered to continue this fight with you. Just unleash a fraction of your instincts, Vegeta." "Hey, Porter!" He turned to address Porter. However, upon doing so, he noticed that Porter had already buried that woman deep into the earth, leaving only her head exposed. Vegeta was left speechless. 6. Porter uttered a single word, this. The others present expressed their disbelief. How could it be 6 when Vegeta was in such a state? Did he not realize how excessive that was? Monet and Musley shared the same sentiment of incredulity. Bardock discreetly wiped his sweat, and while he was momentarily dazed, he was struck in the abdomen by oil. Gritting his teeth, Bardock retaliated with a swift slap that sent his opponent flying. Yet, upon hearing the number 6, Vegeta felt an overwhelming joy that he had fully adapted to the sixfold gravity of planet Vegeta. Without a moment's hesitation, he adjusted the scale on his wristband. Boom! Vegeta's energy erupted wildly. A vast aura emanating outward in layers, stirring up fierce storms. Upon sensing Vegeta's formidable presence, Jace momentarily froze. "Power level," Bardock exclaimed, astonished as he began to utter those 3 words. Bang! The scouter Bardock wore exploded on the spot. "What?" Bardock was taken aback that in that instant he had clearly seen that Vegeta's power level had seemingly surged to nearly 30,000. Is this what a genius warrior is like? He is merely 5 years old. My eldest son, Raditz, is of a similar age, yet his power level barely exceeds 1,000. The disparity is staggering. Humph. Let me display a fraction of my true strength and have some fun with you. Vegeta smirked, casting a playful look at Jace. That wristband capable of enhancing power. Jace was dumbfounded. "You are not worthy of such knowledge," Vegeta coldly snorted, instantly accelerating his speed. Swish! In the blink of an eye, Vegeta appeared behind Jace. The swiftness of his movement instilled an overwhelming sense of dread in Jace. "What? Can you not keep up with a slight display of true speed?" Vegeta's triumphant laugh echoed behind Jace. Jace mechanically turned his head, his expression turning grim. Smack! Vegeta placed a hand on Jace's head, seizing his dreadlocks and yanking them back violently. Simultaneously, Vegeta's knee thrust upward, delivering a heavy blow to Jace's back. Poof! Blood spewed from Jace's mouth. Bang! With a flick of his hand, Vegeta sent Jace flying. He then soared upward, landing beside Jace and delivering a relentless barrage of stomps. Ah! Jace howled in pain, emitting cries reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. "What? Weren't you quite arrogant just moments ago?" Vegeta continued to stomp, laughing coldly. "Is this all you have? Dare you to act tough before this prince?" Jace, Oil, unable to bear the sight any longer, abandoned his assault on Bardock and rushed towards Vegeta. Seeing the swiftly approaching Oil, Vegeta merely snorted dismissively. Bang! Vegeta suddenly swung his hand. With a resounding crash, he obliterated Oil's head with a single punch. Thud! Oil's headless body collapsed, limbs twitching uncontrollably until it soon ceased to move. "Oil!" Maki gasped, her face paling significantly. "Oh, Oil!" Jace's eyes widened with fury, trembling with rage. "Ah!" In the next moment, Jace let out a series of furious screams, an immense energy erupting from within him. His physique expanded rapidly, soon reaching a height comparable to Bardock's. "You are truly ruthless, killing one after another, not even sparing Oil." Jace was consumed by rage, transforming into a streak of light as he hurtled towards Vegeta. "Oh, your power level has risen again. How intriguing." Vegeta remained unfazed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Jace charged towards him. Vegeta slightly sidestepped, gracefully evading the attack. Bang! Vegeta unleashed an uppercut that struck Jace's chin with tremendous force, sending him tumbling through the air. Immediately after, Vegeta vanished and reappeared directly above Jace. Boom! Vegeta stomped down upon Jace, driving him forcefully into the earth. Instantly, Jace's body sank into the ground, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Feeling utterly defeated in the face of absolute power, Jace felt completely crushed. He understood clearly that he was no match for Vegeta. Although he had unleashed a considerable amount of instinct, the gap between him and Vegeta was still vast. "Hey, are you all right? Can you still fight?" Vegeta inquired with a smile, stepping on Jace's head. Jace trembled violently, feeling waves of weakness wash over him. Vegeta reached out, grasping Jace by the neck and lifting him high, delivering several resounding slaps. "What? Weren't you quite formidable just a moment ago?" Vegeta sneered. "Now show me once more how formidable you can be." With that, Vegeta's fists rained down upon Jace's face mercilessly, except for Porter. Everyone present was left dumbfounded. Bardock was particularly astonished. He had believed himself to be quite strong, having fought valiantly for years and barely elevating his power level to just over 10,000, but yet, in comparison to the Saiyans genius warrior, the difference was astronomical. However, Bardock found himself puzzled. It seemed that the prince was quite obedient to Porter. Why did he feel that this individual named Porter was also immensely powerful? Porter, hands behind his back, endeavored to maintain an appearance of a mentor, his expression calm and unfazed, as if none of this concerned him. Nevertheless, he felt a deep sense of emotion within. "Under my guidance, Vegeta's power level has finally experienced a qualitative leap. Utilizing the sixfold gravity of the wristband, he can effortlessly torment Jace to the brink of death. If all the gravity were released, Jace would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. You Westers should not provoke us. Wouldn't it be better to mind your own business?" Vegeta coldly remarked, delivering two more resounding slaps to Jace. Jace, already unable to retaliate, trembled violently and instantly reverted to his original form, becoming a child once more. "Is this your true form now?" Vegeta shook his head in disappointment. "I thought we could have some real fun." "Humph, how disheartening." Subsequently, Vegeta tossed Jace aside as if he were refused and extended his hand towards him from a distance. "Let us end this now," Vegeta declared, channeling energy in his hand, preparing to obliterate Jace completely. However, at that moment, a jarring, eerie laughter echoed from the night sky above. Vegeta paused, quickly looking upward. Upon doing so, his expression shifted slightly. "Frieza!" Vegeta's voice deepened as he uttered the name of his foe. Clap. The one who had laughed descended slowly from the sky, landing near Porter and the others, upon the appearance of this figure. Bardock's expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad. Engrossed in battle just moments ago, coupled with the malfunction of the detector, I never anticipated that Frieza would arrive here. Our fierce skirmish must have drawn his attention. This spells trouble. Given our strength, we are unlikely to stand a chance against Frieza. Are we?" Monet trembled in fear, having long heard of Frieza's notorious reputation. Musley clutched her son Granola tightly, her complexion growing increasingly pale. Jas's eyes brightened, feeling that happiness had arrived rather abruptly. Maki remained silent, her heart brimming with joy, yet she chose to keep her thoughts to herself. Porter had sensed the presence of this individual long before. Thus he was not taken aback. Moreover, this person's appearance presented Porter with an excellent opportunity. The individual bore a striking resemblance to Frieza, both belonging to the first form, with a detector affixed to his eyes. However, Porter quickly discerned that this was not Frieza. There was an 80% probability that he was Frieza's son, Ezer. As a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, Porter knew that Ezer was a character from fan-made manga. Hailing from a new Dragon Ball AF, like Frieza, Ezer belonged to the Frost Demon clan, having been encased in ice on his home planet since birth. In the new Dragon Ball AF, Frieza was frozen for 5 years. His brother Cooler for 6, while Ezer was imprisoned for a staggering 50 years. Thus, Ezer surpassed Frieza's power by an unimaginable margin. To Porter, Ezer, 50 years later, had likely reached the level of Super Saiyan Blue, akin to the power of Golden Frieza. Yet, how had this individual escaped the ice of his home planet ahead of schedule? Ha ha ha! Ezer emitted a series of harsh, eerie laughs. "You are not Frieza." Vegeta furrowed his brow, casting a cold gaze at Ezer. "Indeed, I am Ezer, Frieza's son," Ezer replied with a self-satisfied grin, his gaze lingering on Vegeta with interest. You must be the little prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta, am I correct? Not bad. Your battle power just now reached at least 30,000. Ezer, I have indeed heard that Frieza has a son. Vegeta's expression shifted as he nodded in realization, scrutinizing Ezer. Vegeta, you truly pummeled our ally rather thoroughly. Ezer chuckled lightly, glancing toward Jas, then at Maki, who had only her head peeking out. Humph. Vegeta let out a cold snort. Ezer, your highness. Jas gritted her teeth, crawling over to Ezer's side, trembling as she reported, Vegeta killed Elec and Oil. When we arrived, he was with those two Saiyans, the Namekian and the Cerulean. He and those two Saiyans have betrayed us. Maki remained silent, casting a wary glance at Porter. She believed that if she dared to utter another word, this Saiyan might strike her dead with a single blow, though. Is that so? Ezer laughed eerily, his interest piqued as he addressed Vegeta coldly. Little Prince Vegeta, do you know what my orders entail? I commanded you Saiyans to eliminate every inhabitant of this planet. Yet why did you choose to spare them? Provide me with a satisfactory explanation. Bah, we Saiyans do not require your lizard-like interference, Vegeta retorted, unflinching. Even if your father were here, I would say the same. Vegeta, it seems you're unaware of the might of my father and me. Ezer's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing. Humph, your timing is impeccable. Vegeta suddenly grinned, pointing to his own nose with his thumb. Perhaps you are unaware? I have transformed into the Super Saiyan your father fears most. Did you say? Ezer stammered, momentarily taken aback. A brief silence ensued. Ha ha ha. Ezer burst into another fit of laughter, rubbing his nose. What are you laughing at? Vegeta huffed, annoyance flickering across his youthful features. I laugh at your delusions. Ezer scoffed, Super Saiyan. You truly crack me up. Jas paused in surprise that I heard Elec speak of Super Saiyans. She remarked, they say Super Saiyans are the most powerful beings in this universe. I wonder if it's true. Bardock cast a deep glance at Vegeta. Could it be that the prince had genuinely transformed into a Super Saiyan? If so, surely the Saiyans would rise again. Muesli, Granola, and Monet wore expressions of utter confusion, having no understanding of what a Super Saiyan was, wishing only to flee the scene. None of the trio had anticipated that Frieza's son would make an appearance. He was a fearsome figure, one that even Saiyans regarded with trepidation. Only Porter maintained a calm demeanor, gradually executing his forthcoming plan. Should this plan succeed, Vegeta might indeed become a Super Saiyan. With a cold snort, Vegeta prepared to unleash his full power. Whoosh! A streak of light zipped through the distance, landing swiftly beside Ezer. Your Highness Ezer, the investigation is complete. The only survivors on this planet are these few. The individual immediately bowed before Ezer. Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Dodoria, Ezer replied with a courteous smile. Serving your Highness is no trouble at all, Dodoria respectfully responded, glancing up at Vegeta and Bardock. Indeed, Mr. Dodoria, Bardock's expression suddenly shifted. Mr. Dodoria, your timing is impeccable. Ezer pointed at Vegeta with a smile. Do you recognize this little Saiyan prince? Isn't this the little prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta? Dodoria nodded, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. What brings this brat to Cyril? None of that is important, Ezer dismissed with a laugh. The crux of the matter is he just boasted that he has become a Super Saiyan. Ezer's laughter echoed. Dodoria paused, then joined in Ezer's laughter. Your Highness Ezer, I must admit, that is the funniest joke I've heard in years. Dodoria laughed so hard that his plump body shook, nearly bringing him to tears. Vegeta merely snorted in response. Let me see what this little prince's battle power is. Dodoria laughed as he activated the detector, affixed his eyes. Bang! Just as the detector prepared to measure Vegeta's battle power, it suddenly exploded with a deafening roar. Dodoria cried out in surprise, hastily shutting his eyes as his smile froze on his face. Oh, Ezer appeared slightly taken aback. This is impossible. My detector can measure battle powers over 30,000. Could this brat's power surpass that level? Dodoria's face turned ashen. Yes, that's so. Ezer chuckled lightly, showing no signs of concern for Vegeta. Swish! In an instant, Vegeta had appeared directly in front of Dodoria, his speed so swift that it nearly sent Dodoria into a panic. Wham! Vegeta pressed his hands against Dodoria's body. Did you appear before me? Don't do anything reckless, Dodoria stammered, alarmed. Boom! Vegeta let out a cold snort, unleashing tremendous energy from his hands. With a thunderous explosion, Dodoria was instantly consumed by Vegeta's overwhelming power, reduced to nothing but ash. Witnessing Frieza's right-hand man Dodoria being dispatched by Vegeta left Jazz pale with fear, as though she had fallen into an ice cavern. What a joke! That was Dodoria? My true power barely matches his. And yet he was obliterated by this guy named Vegeta. Am I dreaming? However, a flicker of relief crossed Jazz's mind. Ha ha ha, you foolish fool. You've just eliminated Frieza's right-hand man. How could His Highness Ezer let you off? You are doomed. This is tantamount to openly rebelling against Frieza. What? After a brief moment of shock, Ace was immediately engulfed in a furious rage, as he could scarcely fathom that Vegeta would dare to kill one of his father's subordinates right before his eyes. Yuri next. Ace, Vegeta sneered. Are you prepared for inevitable death? You certainly have some audacity, Vegeta. Today, I shall demonstrate the consequences of provoking my clan, Ace retorted coldly. Vegeta glanced towards Bardock, who understood his unspoken thoughts and nodded in affirmation. A triumphant smile spread across Vegeta's face as he swiftly adjusted the dial on his wrist device, increasing the gravity to 5 times. Instantly, his energy surged once more, his battle power skyrocketing. Beep beep. Ace, equipped with a scouter, quickly registered Vegeta as battle-powered. 55,000. He exclaimed in mild surprise, though it was merely a fleeting astonishment. What truly astonished Ace was the difficulty in comprehending how Vegeta's power could reach such heights. In Ace's recollection, the strongest Saiyan had been King Vegeta, whose power was approximately 15,000, yet here stood the Saiyan Prince, Vegeta, whose power had previously peaked at 26,000, now astonishingly elevated to 55,000. Jazz was utterly stunned. Could Vegeta truly have utilized that peculiar device to amplify his battle power to 55,000? What on earth was that device? 55,000. Bardock's pupils constricted in disbelief. He had never anticipated that the Prince's battle power could soar to such a staggering figure. Ace's device grants him strength. Jazz urgently warned. Device? Ace momentarily paused, lifting his gaze to the wrist device adorning Vegeta's left hand. Vegeta merely huffed dismissively, offering no explanation. This device was not a source of power for me. It was clearly suppressing my strength. What an imbecile Jazz is. Where did you procure such a bizarre device? Ace inquired with a smile, unhurried to strike Tom. Vegeta was merely a slightly larger insect, as Ace's battle power had already reached a height of 30 million. Initially, Ace had been destined to remain encased in ice for 50 years. However, finding the confinement unbearably dull, he opted to emerge after approximately 3 years to indulge in some amusement before returning to his icy slumber. Thus, his true battle power, at its pinnacle, was weaker than Frieza's. Resting at 30 million, nevertheless, even in his first form, Ace's battle power had already soared to 380,000. Therefore, Vegeta's meager strength was utterly laughable to Ace. With such paltry power, you dare to claim to be a Super Saiyan? Vegeta did not respond, merely snorting in defiance. So, you truly intend to challenge me? Ace mocked, beckoning to Vegeta. Come now, let me witness your capabilities. Shameless, relying on external devices for power is a source of ridicule. Jazz protested vehemently. Ignoring Jazz, Vegeta felt a surge of resolve, charging towards Ace with great speed, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Vegeta's fist connected with Ace's forehead. Ace did not bother to evade. He allowed Vegeta's punch to land. Feeling as though he had merely been tickled, Is this truly your attack? Ace scoffed. 55,000. Quite impressive. Yet you still fall woefully short before me. With that, Ace seized Vegeta's wrist, forcefully slamming him into the ground. Vegeta coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling utterly incapacitated. Ace slowly released his grip, allowing Vegeta to scramble away, gazing at his opponent in astonishment. Vegeta, your crawling resembles that of a turtle. Ace sneered. You should never have challenged me. Today, your demise is assured. But fear not, I shall ensure that the two Saiyans beside you accompany you to the underworld. Damn it, Vegeta had not expected such a vast disparity between their powers. Drawing a deep breath, he remained undeterred, promptly adjusting the gravity on his device to 4 times. Instantly, his battle power surged once again to 86,000. An increase. Ace mused, intrigued. What an interesting development. Suddenly, Ace raised his finger, a crimson light igniting at his fingertip. Whoosh! A streak of red energy shot forth, shattering Vegeta's gravity device. Bang! The device splintered into pieces, falling from Vegeta's grasp. Now, you can no longer rely on that device to bolster your power. Can you? Ace grinned, his smile growing ever more radiant. As he spoke, Ace abruptly grasped a fragment of the shattered device, examining it closely. Oddly enough, this material resembled a type of metal commonly utilized within the Legion. Beep, beep. In the next moment, the energy that Vegeta had long suppressed erupted forth. A vast torrent of energy radiated from him, swirling in violent storms around him. In a way. 90,000, 100,000, 110,000, and still climbing. Ace's smile abruptly vanished, replaced by a look of disbelief. 21,000. Ace uttered in a low voice. What did you just say? Jazz stammered in shock. Maki was left speechless. Bardock stared bewildered, casting uncertain glances at Vegeta. Monet displayed an expression of profound astonishment. The Saiyan Prince was this powerful. Had he merely been toying with them all along? Musley, now grasping the concept of battle power, looked on in awe. Granola, too, felt a shift in admiration. Now directed towards Vegeta, realizing that the prince was not much older than himself, that I must become as strong as he is. 21,000? Vegeta huffed, a triumphant smile forming as he stretched his body. Instantly, he felt light as a feather, as if he could soar into the sky at any moment. Was this the sensation of releasing gravity? I never imagined that I could elevate my battle power to such heights through this method. Vegeta cast a grateful glance at Bardock, his eyes brimming with respect and appreciation. Without Bardock, how could my power have reached such extraordinary levels? I must have become a Super Saiyan now, right? With an ecstatic grin that stretched from ear to ear. Vegeta's tail stood erect, swaying gently. 21,000. I, Vegeta, am the true genius. In that moment, Vegeta felt as though he had become the center of the universe, radiant and resplendent. Bardock observed with knowing eyes, everything unfolding as anticipated. Goku, having trained for 7 days aboard a spaceship and enduring 100 times Earth's gravity, had achieved a battle power of 18,000, although Vegeta lacked the senzu beans and had not trained in the spaceship. He could withstand 70 times Earth's gravity. Yet, let us not forget that Vegeta's foundational power far surpassed Goku's. Coupled with Bardock's extensive training, Vegeta's battle power soared to an impressive 21,000. A battle power of 21,000. Transforming to Potter's side, he has already elevated his baseline combat power to an astounding 10 million AS for the additional 500,000. Potter regards it as trivial. In truth, even before Vegeta unleashed his full energy, Potter's combat power had already surged beyond the 10 million mark. Suppressing his combat power does not imply its absence. If he were to transform into a Super Saiyan, the combat power would soar to a staggering 500 million. Even if Frieza's brother, Cooler, were to appear, he could be effortlessly defeated. Potter recalls that Cooler's combat power is slightly above 400 million. However, he holds little interest in the Frieza clan. Potter's greatest passion lies in mentoring students, nurturing an exceptional pupil to cultivate. Then, Potter could afford to relax. As his student's strength escalates, Potter's power would amplify 50-fold. If he were to enroll a certain angel as a student one day, Potter feels he could command respect throughout the universe. According to the system's prompts, after successfully taking Vegeta as his disciple, he was notified that he now possessed all of Vegeta's abilities. Should he ever take an angel as a pupil, it is possible he would acquire all the angel's powers as well. Even considering the worst-case scenario, where he cannot recruit an angel, Acquiring the formidable strength of a god of destruction remains a viable option. One wonders if a 50-fold increase of a god of destruction's power could surpass that of an angel. Of course, these are matters for Potter to explore in due time. For now, he must focus on properly training Vegeta, who is, after all, Potter's first student. Generally speaking, individuals harbor a certain obsession with their firsts. And Potter is no exception. Perhaps he may not invest as much into future students, but his dedication to Vegeta is genuine. He accompanies him in training, in growth, and in play. Witnessing Vegeta's remarkable strength brings Potter immense joy. In just 10 short days, Vegeta's combat power has escalated from a mere 10,000 to 210,000 combat power. How is that even possible? Jace's face pales, resembling a blank sheet of paper. If this is true, he could easily annihilate me. Margarita is equally astonished, her delicate features reflecting pure shock. What a terrifying individual we have provoked. A combat power of 210,000. Is this a matter of life and death? Humph, humph, humph. A's expression grows noticeably grave. Although he had not regarded Vegeta highly, something feels amiss. This Saiyan prince is advancing far too swiftly. Is it not true that the Saiyans' maximum combat power is only 15,000? Could he genuinely possess the potential to become a Super Saiyan? I must clear the obstacle for my father. A's, you have underestimated me. Did you not anticipate my combat power would rise so dramatically? Vegeta sneers contemptuously, gazing triumphantly at A's. That I now understand. The wristband is not enhancing your power, but rather suppressing your true potential. A's realizes with a dawning comprehension. Humph, you finally guessed correctly. Vegeta nods. It truly surprises me that such a diminutive Saiyan could elevate his power to this extent. No wonder Dodoria fell before you with such ease. A's reflects with awe. Now it is your turn. I shall eliminate you, and then proceed to vanquish Frieza. Vegeta smirks, pointing to himself with a thumb. A's, did you not realize you stand before the legendary Super Saiyan? Is that so? A's replies coldly with a smile that I shall obliterate you in an instant. You had better be cautious. Vegeta adopts a fighting stance. A's remains silent. Whoosh, without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta transforms into a streak of light, appearing directly in front of A's in the blink of an eye. Prepare to meet your doom. A's, Vegeta bellows, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at A's chest. However, at that very moment, as Vegeta's fist is about to strike, swish, A's form suddenly becomes ethereal. Trying to escape? I have already locked onto you. You cannot flee. Vegeta glances up and immediately pinpoints A's exact location. Whoosh! Vegeta pursues. In an instant, he closes the gap and swings a palm towards A's. Swish! To Vegeta's astonishment, he realizes he has struck nothing but air. Looking again, A's figure has vanished once more. Vegeta swiftly turns. Searching for A's presence, oh ho ho ho. A's voice reverberates from the ground below. Following the sound, Vegeta spots A's standing amidst the forest, arms crossed, eyes glinting with mockery. What? You can barely keep up when I exert a fraction of my true speed. A's taunts, rubbing his nose. You consider yourself a Super Saiyan? That's truly laughable. What did you just say? Vegeta is momentarily taken aback. You scoundrel, a combat power of 210,000. Indeed, your combat power has far surpassed that of Captain Ginyu. Ace sneers repeatedly, but in comparison to me, you still fall woefully short. How can this be? Vegeta's expression shifts to one of utter disbelief. His heart feels as though it has been struck by a mighty hammer. Overwhelmed by shock, Bardock is equally dumbfounded that Vegeta's combat power has reached the height of 210,000, yet he cannot even keep pace with A's form. Just how powerful is this A's? Do you know what my combat power is? A's gazes up at Vegeta with disdain, slowly extending 3 fingers, revealing the answer. I shall tell you now, my combat power is 380,000. Vegeta's complexion shifts dramatically. Now you understand the terror of our lineage. A's continues to laugh coldly. But it is too late. Rebel against me and my father, Frieza, and today you shall meet your demise. This cannot be. It is absolutely impossible. I am a Super Saiyan. I am Super Saiyan Vegeta. Vegeta screams defiantly, gathering immense energy in his hands. In the next moment, he fully unleashes his energy, merging his palms together to form a colossal sphere of light. Die A's, Vegeta roars, launching the energy downward towards A's. Humph, a trivial trick? Ace chuckles lightly, suddenly springing up to deliver a powerful kick at the incoming energy. Bang! Instantly, the energy Vegeta released is sent soaring into the brilliant night sky, exploding in a dazzling display akin to fireworks. This witnessing his energy sent flying by A's kick, Vegeta trembles in fear, his face contorted with horror. Are you joking? That was Prince Vegeta's full-force attack. To be so easily dispatched by Frisia's son? Bardock murmurs quietly, his eyes wide with terror, and solemnly states, has that guy truly achieved a combat power of 380,000? Humph, little Prince Vegeta. Were you not laughing just now? Why not continue? Ace mocks, suddenly appearing directly in front of Vegeta. Vegeta's pupils constrict, his face paling once more. Bang! A's tail lashes out sharply, striking Vegeta with tremendous force. Boom! Vegeta's body crashes into the ground like a cannonball, leaving a deep, bottomless crater in its wake. Plop! Ace gently lands at the edge of the crater, lifting Vegeta by the neck with his tail, pulling him from the pit and raising him high. Bang! Ace delivered a powerful punch, striking Vegeta squarely in the back. Pooh! Blood gushed from Vegeta's mouth, and he was engulfed by waves of despair. How naive! Did he truly believe that enhancing his combat power to 210,000 would enable him to challenge me? Ace? A cold smirk spread across A's face as he declared, you cannot even defeat me. Yet you aspire to confront my father, Frisia? Such delusions are laughable. With another resounding blow, A's fist collided with Vegeta's back once more. Pooh! Blood erupted from Vegeta like a fountain. Damn it! I can no longer bear to watch. Bardock clenches fists tightly, his gaze fierce, ready to intervene. However, Porter swiftly grasped his wrist. Porter! What are you doing? Let me go, Bardock growled. Going there would only lead to your demise, Porter replied, shaking his head. Do not worry. We have not yet lost, Bardock retorted. How can you say we haven't lost when we are in this state? There's a disparity of at least 170,000 in combat power between 210,000 and 380,000. Almost half. His face was a mask of despair. Just watch closely, Porter smiled. You can still smile? Bardock was a loss for words. Boom! Ace suddenly whipped his tail, sending the entangled Vegeta flying up. Vegeta's body rolled on the ground several times before crashing against a mountain wall, then sliding downwards. Thud! He collapsed on the ground, his head drooping. Overwhelmed by an immense sense of defeat, that he was too powerful. This opponent was incomprehensibly strong. If Frisia's son possessed such strength, how formidable would Frisia himself be? It was absurd. I thought that by raising my combat power to 210,000, I would have the capability to defeat Frisia. At that moment, tears streamed uncontrollably down Vegeta's face. Vegeta was crying. He was crying in despair. Since becoming Porter's disciple, Vegeta had felt immense joy, his combat power rapidly increasing under Porter's guidance. Through the gravity training device, Vegeta had elevated his power from just over 10,000 to 210,000, a 20-fold increase. What? Are you going to cry because you cannot win? Such childishness. Ace mocked, stepping forward to plant his foot firmly on Vegeta's head, driving it deep into the earth. Vegeta had lost all capacity to resist. It was simply too heart-wrenching. A combat power of 380,000 was far beyond Vegeta's reach. He understood that any effort he made would be futile. Hey, you lot, if you wish to assist, now is the time. Ace provocatively glanced toward Porter and the others. Bardock trembled with rage, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes blazing with fury. Monet, Muesli, and Granola stood frozen, speechless. Only Jas and Maki felt an overwhelming surge of exhilaration. Truly, Ace was magnificent. The once invincible Vegeta would soon meet his end if you do not come to help now. Your prince will be slain by me. Ace pressed his foot down harder on Vegeta's head. Squeezing tightly, Vegeta remained silent, his heart cold, his eyes filled with despair. Just then, Porter took a step forward. A A Saiyan unafraid of death intends to intervene, Ace remarked, somewhat surprised, narrowing his eyes and sneering at Porter. Go back. Vegeta's pupils constricted slightly as he turned his head toward Porter, his voice low and urgent. He understood that even Porter was no match for A's. Porter's combat power was likely only around 100. 000. Far too inadequate. Bardock, today I shall teach you another lesson, Porter said with a smile, stepping forward once more. Teacher? Ace was momentarily taken aback. Are you truly the teacher of Prince Vegeta? How utterly ridiculous. Your combat power is barely over 500. How dare you claim to be his mentor? I see. You must be offering him guidance in matters of romance. Ignoring A's, Porter gradually lifted his right hand. Smack! A shimmering energy sphere suddenly materialized in Porter's palm. What? Saiyan, do you plan to use that against me? A scoffed with a power level of 500. You're only slightly stronger than that Namekian. Truly laughable. Vegeta, never give up on fighting, no matter the circumstances, that if you concede. The battle will be prematurely concluded. Porter earnestly instructed Vegeta, we Saiyans are a warrior race. Regardless of the strength of our adversary, we grow fiercer and stronger with each battle. Vegeta's eyes sparkled with renewed determination, his despair transforming into motivation. What was this? Porter was gathering an artificial full moon. When did he acquire such a skill? That seemed to be a unique ability reserved for our royal lineage. Whoosh! Porter swiftly hurled the energy sphere high into the sky. Bloom, my moon, he called out loudly. The energy sphere ascended and rapidly illuminated the night sky with a radiant glow, casting its brilliance upon the earth. Dispelling the darkness, without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta immediately lifted his gaze to fixate on the artificial full moon above. Was that truly an artificial full moon? Ace snapped back to reality, his brow furrowing in concern. Roar! Before Ace could fully comprehend the situation, he suddenly felt something amiss beneath his feet. Looking down, he was astonished to see Vegeta's body rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta transformed into a massive black ape. Roar! Vegeta pounded his fist against his chest, then delivered a colossal punch downward. Boom! With a resounding impact, Ace was sent crashing deep into the earth. Immediately after, the giant black ape that was Vegeta stomped forcefully, shaking Ace out from the ground. Boom! Vegeta swatted Ace away as if he were a mere fly, sending him hurtling backward. As Ace flew through the air, blood gushed from his mouth, and he felt waves of excruciating pain. What is happening? Musley gasped, her face pale as she gazed up at the moon suspended in the sky. Granola, upon witnessing Vegeta's transformation into the gigantic ape, rolled his eyes and fainted. Granola! Musley exclaimed in shock. Monette hurried forward, quickly checking Granola's condition. That he's fine. He's just fainted from fear, Monette assured, for the previous attack by a Saiyan transformed into a giant ape had caused significant trauma to the child. Musley looked at Vegeta's transformed giant ape form with a complex expression. How ironic. The giant ape had once destroyed their home, and now it was again a giant ape. Was he truly protecting us? Hadn't the moon been destroyed? Did Porter just recreate a moon? Monette was taken aback. That is an artificial full moon. It allows us Saiyans to transform into giant apes. Bardock glanced at the moon and immediately lowered his head. He knew that if he continued to look, he too would transform into a giant ape. Bardock was not ready for that yet. Even if he did transform, his combat power would only reach around 150. 000. Far from A's level. In fact, it would be less than Prince Vegeta's normal state. Bardock refocused his attention on Porter. This individual could create an artificial full moon. Wasn't that a skill reserved for the royal family? However, Bardock quickly came to a realization. Since he was Prince Vegeta's teacher, he would undoubtedly learn alongside the prince while imparting his knowledge. It seemed perfectly reasonable for the prince to bestow the skill of creating an artificial full moon upon his mentor. Yet what baffled Bardock was the fact that Prince Vegeta had chosen such an individual as his instructor. After all, he was merely a lowly warrior, much like Bardock himself. Could it truly be that under Bardock's guidance, Prince Vegeta's combat prowess had surged to such astonishing heights? Bardock's thoughts raced wildly, pondering countless possibilities. The great ape, Manit, was equally taken aback, gazing in trepidation at the distant black gorilla. upon transformation into a great ape. A Saiyans battle power would increase tenfold. Bardock calmly stated, tenfold. Manit was rendered momentarily speechless, his aged face etched with disbelief. After a brief pause, Manit exclaimed, so, Prince Vegeta's battle power has already reached an astounding 1,000,000, that is roughly the case, Bardock nodded. However, Prince Vegeta was injured previously, which may have slightly diminished his power. Nevertheless, achieving a height of 2,000,000 should not pose much of a challenge, he added. Frisia's son, A's, possesses a mere 380,000 in battle power, and no matter how one looks at it, he is utterly no match for Prince Vegeta. Manit sighed with a slight sense of relief. Jas was completely stunned. 2,000,000 in battle power? Are you even human? Maki, pale with fear, could hardly utter a word that I should just stay underground. Thank goodness I didn't venture out earlier. Otherwise, I would have been torn to shreds. In that moment, Maki felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Smack! Vegeta seized A's body with his massive hands, gripping tightly as he mercilessly pummeled him. A's let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Subsequently, Vegeta tightened his grasp on A's, his crimson eyes glaring coldly at him. A's, you never anticipated this outcome, did you? Vegeta sneered, a mischievous glint appearing on his dark-furred face. How shameless, transforming into a great ape. A's grimaced in pain, gritting his teeth and gasping. You bastard, you just squeezed the life out of me. Vegeta retorted, you should be more concerned about your own predicament. With a triumphant smile, he declared, my battle power has increased tenfold, far surpassing yours that Is that so? Ho ho ho. A's not only showed no fear, but erupted into boisterous laughter. What are you laughing at? Is it despair that brings you such amusement? Vegeta scoffed at my current strength. Crushing you would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Vegeta, are you truly unaware of the terrifying capabilities of my race? Ace huffed disdainfully, nostrils flaring as he fixed his gaze upon the towering figure before him. What is happening? Why does that fellow Ace seem so unfazed? Manit suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Bardock remained silent, his brow furrowed tightly. Bada understood the underlying reason, but chose not to reveal it. These trials are merely Vegeta's training. Only through experiencing storms can one behold the most beautiful rainbows. What? Do you think you can defeat me in this great ape form? Vegeta huffed. How ridiculous! Defeating you in this transformation is a trivial matter. Just like this, Ace exclaimed, suddenly looking up at the artificial full moon in the sky. Whoosh! Twin beams of red energy shot forth from A's pupils, racing towards the artificial full moon at an astonishing speed. Everything transpired so swiftly that Vegeta barely had time to react. No, this cannot be. Vegeta exclaimed in alarm. If the artificial full moon were to be destroyed, his great ape transformation would vanish instantly. Thoughts raced through Vegeta's mind as he sought a way to save the moon that Bada had painstakingly created. Yet, it was already too late. The energy beams emitted from A's eyes traveled with such velocity that they struck the artificial full moon in the blink of an eye. It's over, Vegeta's youthful face contorted with dread. That bastard. Seeing that he was no match for the prince in his great ape form, he sought to obliterate the artificial full moon. Bardock clenched his fists tightly. His expression shifting as despair crept into his gaze once more. He had initially believed that Prince Vegeta would achieve a resounding victory. Who would have anticipated such an outcome? Smack! In front of everyone. The twin crimson beams shot forth from A's eyes, striking the artificial full moon directly. And then, nothing. A's anticipated a grand explosion from the artificial full moon. Instead, it merely flickered, sending up a tiny splash. As the two beams of energy dissipated without a trace, A's was left dumbfounded. Vegeta stood in shock. Bardock was momentarily bewildered, utterly at a loss for what had transpired. Jas's pupils contracted as the hope in his heart felt as if it were shattering. In that instant, Jas wished that the only thing to shatter would be the artificial full moon in the sky. Impossible! How can this be? Ace shouted, his eyes wide with disbelief as he shot a worried glance towards Bada. Something is amiss. It must be. This fellow's battle power is certainly above 500. Although I did not exert my full strength just now, the energy beams I released possessed at least 100,000 in destructive capability. Such immense power, striking the artificial full moon, should have caused a significant explosion, yet it only stirred a mere ripple. This implies that the strength of the artificial full moon is at least 200,000 in battle power. Has this individual's battle power already become comparable to Vegeta's? When did the Saiyans become so formidable? This cannot continue. If this goes on, I might very well be killed by the two of them. If I were to be slain by a Saiyan whose battle power was only around 200,000, my father would surely be humiliated. I could see that moment. Vegeta began to discern a hint of the truth, deliberately flashing a grin at Bardock. This fellow is truly impressive. He managed to create the artificial full moon with such formidable energy. No wonder Ace hesitated to destroy it immediately. Ace, is this your final gambit? Vegeta scoffed. What a pity that your energy cannot obliterate the artificial full moon. You should feel despair, shouldn't you? Despair. Now that truly makes me laugh. Ace sneered. You have no idea how much you don't know. Do you think I've shown you my true strength? What do you mean by that? Vegeta was taken aback. Did you think only you Saiyans could transform? Ace mocked. I can too, with that declaration. Ace unleashed his energy with wild abandon. Simultaneously, his body underwent a rapid transformation. In the blink of an eye, Ace morphed into his final form, resembling a creature that bore a striking resemblance to Frieza. Smack! The moment Ace transformed into his final form, he effortlessly broke free from Vegeta's grasp and hovered gracefully in the air, as if a deity had descended. What is this? Vegeta was left speechless. Bardock was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief and shock that Frieza's son can also transform. Ho ho ho! Ace erupted into laughter, gazing with keen interest at the immense ape before him, and said with a grin, This is my final form. I haven't used this form in quite some time. Vegeta, even if I were to kill you today, you should feel proud. You will be able to boast about witnessing my final form for all eternity in the afterlife. Bardock and the others fell into a heavy silence. Bardock stood with his arms crossed, his expression remarkably calm. That my father, my uncle Gula, and even my grandfather cooled. We typically utilize other forms because we possess an abundance of energy within us, to the extent that it becomes wasteful. Ace continued to gaze at Vegeta with a smile, adding, thus, in order to avoid wasting the energy within our bodies, we intentionally revert to the first form you see before you. Vegeta's expression shifted rapidly, the crimson light within his pupils flickering incessantly. That's right, my grandfather, Kurd, utilized his second form. It projects an imposing stature, embodying the aura of a true king. Acer wore a smile, his demeanor swelling with pride. What of it? Vegeta scoffed. Porter was right. No matter the circumstances, we Saiyans are a warrior race. Even if you transform, how much can your battle power truly increase? Ho ho ho! Acer emitted a bizarre cackle once more, then suddenly smacked his forehead. No, that's my father's laugh. My laugh is more like, oh ho ho ho. Vegeta, you probably know nothing at all, do you? Acer chuckled lightly. Do you have any idea what my current battle power is? Vegeta remained silent. Acer slowly extended 3 fingers. 33 million. Vegeta's pupils contracted, instinctively shouting out loud. Acer merely smiled. Vegeta took a deep breath and solemnly stated, So, I'm just 1 million behind you in battle power? Suddenly, Vegeta felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps with a good fight, victory was still within reach. After all, it's just a 1 million difference in battle power. Porter was right. We are the warrior race of Saiyans. A gap of 1 million in battle power can certainly be bridged. No, you're mistaken. Acer interjected suddenly. What? Vegeta was taken aback. Why true battle power is 30 million. Acer smiled, his expression growing ever more self-satisfied. Why will you say what? Vegeta's pupils dilated, his massive frame trembling violently, his black hair nearly turning white in an instant, if that is the case. Then what's the point of even fighting? That disparity is no trivial matter. We're doomed. Even Porter must feel utterly helpless now. I don't believe it. Vegeta shouted, his colossal fist descending like a mountain towards Acer. Smack! Acer nonchalantly raised a finger, effortlessly catching Vegeta's enormous fist as if it were a mere trifle. Upon closer inspection, Acer remained suspended in mid-air, immovable as if no force could shake his form. If Newton were present, His eyes would surely pop out in astonishment. This was a blatant violation of the law of conservation of energy. Except for Porter, everyone else was left dumbfounded. Terrifying, simply terrifying. Is this truly Frisia's son, Azer? Could his battle power have genuinely reached 30 million? In that moment, Bardock felt a wave of despair wash over him. A despair that originated from the depths of his soul. If the battle power discrepancy were only 100,000, Bardock believed that Prince Vegeta might still manage to hold his ground. Perhaps even turn the tide with a stroke of luck. Yet the gap was unfathomably vast. It was almost unbelievable. Bardock thought to himself, I once considered resisting Frisia and his ilk. If Frisia's son is this formidable, then I am at least 3,000 times weaker in comparison. Even if Prince Vegeta transformed into a great ape, he would still fall short by at least 15 times. A battle power of 30 million. This fellow is nothing short of a monster. Vegeta was equally stunned, engulfed by an overwhelming terror. This man speaks the truth. His battle power indeed reaches the height of 30 million. Even in my great ape form. I cannot contend with him. It's over. This time, I am truly finished. What is this? Vegeta, weren't you just so brash a moment ago? Show me that bravado again. Azer continually mocked him, seizing one of Vegeta's thick fingers in his grasp. Crack! Azer exerted a slight pressure, forcibly dislocating Vegeta's finger along with his arm. Vegeta let out a chilling scream. As Vegeta's arm fell away, his once massive furry limb swiftly shrank back to that of a human's. Oh, it regenerates after falling off? Azer observed Vegeta with keen interest. Vegeta was once more engulfed in despair. Azer is magnificent, Jas exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Humph. Azer let out a cold snort, casting a glance at Jas. Chuckling, you useless fool, allowing a Saiyan to be bullied to such an extent. Jas quickly fell silent. How is it, Vegeta? Why don't you laugh now? Azer scoffed, suddenly waving his hand through the air. Instantly, an invisible energy surged towards the artificial full moon hanging in the night sky. Boom! The luminous artificial full moon exploded into a dazzling array of colors amidst the starry night. Beautiful fireworks, wouldn't you agree, Vegeta? Azer grinned mischievously at Vegeta, his eyes glinting with playful amusement. As he spoke. Azer seemed to recall something and glanced towards Porter. Porter stood with his arms crossed, his expression neutral, his posture rigid and unwavering. Look at that, Vegeta! Your mentor has been rendered speechless with fear. Azer chuckled lightly. The moment his words fell, Vegeta's body began to shrink rapidly due to the disappearance of the moon, reverting to his childlike form. Already restored. Azer snorted, I am not afraid of you transforming into a great ape. I simply find it uncomfortable to converse with a colossal beast. Vegeta gasped for breath, his face contorted in sheer distress. Moreover, although the severed arm could regenerate, Vegeta was not inclined to utilize that ability just yet. Even if it regrows, what difference would it make? The disparity in battle power is simply too great. If it were merely a 1 million difference, Vegeta genuinely believed he could engage in a fierce struggle, perhaps even seize victory against all odds. The reality, however, was that the difference now spanned over 10 million in battle power. I could see this moment. Vegeta felt utterly absurd, as if this absurdity had reached its peak. How could Frisia's son be so powerful? Surely Frisia is even stronger, right? What is this? Are you beginning to feel despair? Azer smiled, observing Vegeta, unhurried to end his life. Azer. Vegeta was akin to a small mouse caught in the claws of a great cat, no matter how it wriggled. Escape from his sharp talons was impossible. Vegeta had indeed succumbed to utter despair, devoid of the will to fight any longer. Bardock, Musley, and Monet had also fallen into complete despondency. Terrifying? Simply terrifying. Only Jas wore a smirk, eager to kneel and fawn over Azer. Maki buried herself in the ground, leaving only her head exposed. Yet, Maki remained obedient, refraining from uttering a word, for she harbored an unsettling premonition, sensing that this Saiyan named Porter was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. Bored? I thought you could entertain me. Azer's expression took on a hint of disappointment. Since that is the case, I shall expedite your demise. As he spoke, Azer extended his hand, aiming at Vegeta's body. The energy in his palm coalescing into a brilliant blaze. Vegeta had lost all desire to resist, his head drooping as he floated in the air, presenting himself as if willingly offering to be trampled by Azer. That said, you have still entertained me quite well. It has been too long since I've enjoyed myself like this. Azer grinned with satisfaction, the energy in his hand growing ever denser. Bardock and the others were rendered speechless with fear. In the face of absolute power, even attempting to assist would merely lead to needless sacrifice. After all, that is a battle power of 30 million that prepare to perish. Vegeta, Azer declared, intending to obliterate Vegeta completely. However, at that moment, smack, Azer felt a tap on his shoulder, momentarily taken aback. The next instant, he turned to see a handsome face behind him, none other than Porter. Azer was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend. After all, he was well aware of everyone's positions of the scene. Hadn't this Saiyan named Porter been over there just moments ago? When did he sneak up behind me to tap my shoulder? Vegeta, what did the teacher just say? Never give up until the very last moment. Porter, with a smile, advised Vegeta that fleeing is not an act of shame if one cannot win. There will always be another opportunity to strike back. Vegeta shivered slightly, his face paled, and he hurriedly exclaimed, "What are you doing? Do not provoke him any further. We are simply no match for him." "What? Teacher Vegeta, do you wish to disrupt the order of death?" Aija chuckled lightly. Porter did not respond to this query, but swiftly launched an attack. Bang! Potter's heavy fist struck Aija's nose directly down. Aija yelped in pain, his body uncontrollably tumbling several times. Potter rushed forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent Aija soaring into the sky. Whoosh! Potter's figure flickered and disappeared from sight. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared directly above Aija, forcefully pressing down with his right hand, unleashing an invisible energy upon Aija. Instantly, Aija's body plummeted like a cannonball towards the earth below. Whoosh! Potter's form flickered again, suddenly appearing directly beneath Aija's descent. Bang! Potter executed another powerful kick towards Aija. Boom! This time, Aija's body penetrated a towering mountain behind him, emerging from the other side in a disheveled heap on the ground. Such a spectacle left all present in utter shock, their jaws dropping in disbelief. What is happening? Aija was utterly incapable of retaliating against Potter. Is this Potter truly that formidable? Vegeta's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, astonished beyond measure. Ew. Vegeta's gaze turned vacant, his speech faltering as he struggled to articulate further. Bardock was equally astounded. Initially, he believed that Prince Vegeta had already reached an outrageous level of strength. Yet, this individual named Potter was evidently even more powerful than Prince Vegeta. He had concealed his abilities so deeply. What is your battle power? Vegeta could no longer contain his curiosity, gritting his teeth as he inquired. Not too much, really. Perhaps just over 10 million, Potter replied nonchalantly. Vegeta, Bardock, Monet, Muesli. Jazz's lips twitched uncontrollably, his complexion turning ghostly pale. Maki's beautiful eyes sparkled with disbelief, her expression reflecting a mix of laughter and tears. That I was not mistaken. This Saiyan named Potter is indeed not as simple as he appears. Vegeta, Bardock, and the others were left speechless. This not considered a lot. You have elevated your battle power to over 10 million, and you still claim it is not substantial. I'm not being modest. This battle power is naturally beyond your reach. However, compared to Aija, it is merely 1/3 of his strength. Potter sighed. Vegeta fell silent. You make a compelling argument. Vegeta, take them away from here immediately. I will hold them off. Potter seemed resolute as he instructed Vegeta. But how can you possibly hold off that individual? Vegeta furrowed his brows, remaining unmoved. The teacher will have a plan. Potter smiled. How can you possess such immense battle power? How did you achieve this? Vegeta could not restrain his curiosity any longer, asking once more. Vegeta, the teacher has spent this time with you day and night. Rather than merely training you, he has also been honing himself. Potter smiled sincerely at Vegeta. Have you remembered the teacher's training principles? Vegeta's expression froze, rendered speechless. Eat well, sleep well, train hard, and play well, Potter said, his lips curving upward as he earnestly advised Vegeta. Humph, what time is it to still be discussing training? We must first find a way to escape this place. Vegeta huffed coldly, gritting his teeth. Whoosh! Just as Vegeta finished speaking, a streak of light whizzed from afar, appearing instantaneously right before Potter. It was Aija. Indeed, Potter had utilized all his strength, elevating his battle power to 10 million. However, Aija's battle power had reached 30 million, thus, Potter's usual state still left a significant gap when compared to him. Impressive, Teacher Vegeta. I truly underestimated you. Aija scrutinized Potter with a heavy expression. This cannot continue. At this rate, Vegeta and his teacher might genuinely become Super Saiyans. How can such a powerful Saiyan exist? I had initially thought Vegeta was already an extraordinary anomaly among Saiyans. Yet his teacher is many times stronger than him. It feels as though the earlier blows he struck against me elevated his battle power to at least 10 million. This is bad. This fellow reacts too swiftly. Potter said solemnly, then chastised Vegeta. I told you to escape. Why are you hesitating? Vegeta remained silent. It seems there is no other choice. Potter took a deep breath, his voice laced with determination. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. However, before he could respond, whoosh, Potter suddenly vanished like a flash of lightning. In an instant, he appeared behind Aija. Bang! Aija let out a cold laugh, swiftly throwing a punch backward, striking Potter squarely in the face. Yet, Potter bore the intense pain, rapidly advancing and clutching Aija from behind. What are you doing? An unsettling premonition surged within Vegeta, his voice trembling. What? I too wish to know what you intend to do. Aija scoffed, showing no signs of panic. Vegeta, the teacher pondered for a long time and concluded that this is the only way to eliminate this individual. Potter said earnestly, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Vegeta, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve, as if he was fully prepared for what lay ahead. Do not act recklessly. Vegeta's youthful face turned as pale as a rock frozen in frost on this planet. Vegeta, I have greatly enjoyed our 10 days together. Potter revealed a gentle smile, reminiscent of a sunbeam on a winter's day, warm yet fleeting. As he spoke, Potter's body began to swell rapidly. Potter, no! Vegeta gasped in horror. Rushing towards Potter's direction, his figure appearing as a desperate bird in this dim and dismal world. Bang! Aija launched a kick, sending the rushing Vegeta flying. Vegeta's body fell like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the ground, leaving a human-shaped crater. Dust and debris rose, mourning the tragic scene. Poof! Vegeta coughed up blood, already gravely injured, yet his gaze remained fixed on Aija and Potter above, filled with pain, despair, self-reproach, and fury. Farewell, Vegeta. Should you encounter me in the afterlife, do remember to address me as teacher. Potter smiled, though his eyes brimmed with endless resolve. That smile seemed to be his final gift to this world. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, Porter's body erupted in a cataclysmic blast. A thick cloud of smoke billowed forth, resembling a dark mushroom cloud that ascended slowly into the heavens. The haze engulfed the surroundings, obscuring the sky and blinding the onlookers. Vegeta's pupils dilated sharply. His complexion turned ghostly pale, and tears welled in his eyes, yet he fought valiantly to restrain them from falling. The entire assembly stood in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom that Porter had chosen to self-destruct, taking that individual named Azer down with him. In that poignant moment, memories of the fleeting 10 days spent with Porter surged in Vegeta's mind. Their training under the setting sun, their conversations beneath the starry sky, and the mutual support they offered during times of hardship. Though their time together was brief, Vegeta had come to regard Porter as a mentor. In the absence of this mentor, Vegeta believed his own fighting prowess would have languished at a mere 10,000. The old master Vegeta trembled violently, his voice akin to a wounded beast's low growl. Oh ho ho ho. Yet, in the next moment, a voice pierced through the suffocating smoke. That it was Azer. The fiend still lived. Bardock's expression morphed through a spectrum of emotions, as if the most terrifying calamity had befallen the world. What a dreadful creature! Porter has self-destructed, and yet he remains unscathed. Monet spoke solemnly, her voice laced with resignation and shock. Musley, utterly aghast, could barely utter a word, clutching the unconscious granola tightly, her lovely eyes filled with terror, as if witnessing the apocalypse. "Ha! You had it coming. What a stroke of bad luck. You deserve to die." "Wah!" Jas's raucous laughter reverberated through the silent night sky, grating on the ears. "Oh, ho, ho, ho." Azer's laughter echoed again amidst the smoke, as his form gradually materialized above the crowd. Although the earlier explosion had not claimed Azer's life, it had certainly left him battered and bruised, his tail severed, and his face marred with dark bruises. Indeed, he was still alive, and his injuries were not as severe as expected. Bardock's countenance darkened to a point of utter despair, as if all the darkness of this planet had coalesced upon his visage. "Humph, foolish creature, did you truly believe that your self-detonation could vanquish me?" Azer mocked incessantly, his laughter reminiscent of a demonic whisper that sent chills down the spine. Vegeta remained silent, lying in the vast pit, his body shaking uncontrollably, his heart brimmed with rage and sorrow, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. The old master, Vegeta, murmured to himself, his voice hoarse, tears dampening his eyes and cascading down his cheeks. In that moment, Vegeta could not fathom why, but it felt as though his very heart was weeping. Those tears were a manifestation of nostalgia for his mentor, fury towards his foe, and regret for his own impotence. Simultaneously, upon witnessing Azer's emergence, an overwhelming wrath surged within Vegeta, ready to erupt like a volcano. Suddenly, layers of golden clouds appeared in the sky, shimmering with golden arcs of lightning. These golden clouds descended as if heralding the arrival of divine beings, infusing this darkened world with a glimmer of hope that, in an instant, the pitch-black sky seemed to be drawn back by an invisible hand, unveiling a mysterious tapestry. The golden clouds appeared in a dreamlike spectacle. Unlike any ordinary clouds, they seemed woven from the purest golden light, radiating a resplendent and enigmatic brilliance. The arcs of lightning danced between the clouds, akin to lively spirits frolicking in joyous abandon. These arcs flickered, at times delicate as threads, at others robust like serpents, each flash imbued with a mysterious power that inspired awe. The golden clouds descended with a solemnity befitting the divine, bestowing a precious glimmer of hope upon a world shrouded in darkness. "What is happening? How can this planet also possess golden clouds?" Bardock exclaimed in astonishment, momentarily bewildered by the unfolding events. The golden arcs of lightning above grew more intense, incessantly leaping and swirling. Azer glanced upward at the golden clouds, his brow furrowing slightly. Crack! A bolt of golden lightning, as thick as a bowl's rim, descended from the heavens, striking Vegeta with ferocity. That lightning, a manifestation of divine wrath, reverberated throughout the entirety of planet Cyril. "It must be the Saiyans' misdeeds that have summoned this wrath," Azer murmured softly, followed by a disdainful snort. "Boring creatures, resolve this matter swiftly. It's time to return." With that, Azer extended his hand, aiming at the prone Vegeta below. Crack! At that moment, a radiant golden flame erupted from Vegeta's form, and his pupils shifted to a vivid green. Whoosh! Vegeta surged upward, leaping from the ground, his silhouette bathed in the golden flames, resembling a reborn warrior. Vegeta let out a series of primal screams as the severed arm miraculously reformed. Simultaneously, his injuries vanished entirely. In that moment, Vegeta felt as though he had been reborn. Porter observed this scene, a sigh of relief escaping him. At this juncture, Porter was but ahead, his body having been utterly obliterated in the preceding explosion. Moreover, Porter clutched a suit of battle armor in his mouth. For the sake of Vegeta, Porter had chosen self-detonation. However, at the moment of his explosion, Porter had swiftly separated his head from his body, ensuring that his battle armor remained intact. For Porter, accomplishing such feats within a brief span was remarkably simple. By transforming into a Super Saiyan, he could effortlessly achieve these tasks in the face of absolute speed. It would be rather unbecoming to emerge from rebirth without attire, a notion that contradicted the lofty image of a mentor. Furthermore, Porter sensed that this dragon was unreliable. Regeneration required his brain to remain unscathed. If only he could regenerate like Majin Buu, even when his body was shattered. Perhaps he should seek out the Earth-S dragon or the Namekian dragon to see if they could enhance his regeneration abilities. Swiftly, Porter utilized his regenerative powers to restore his body and donned his battle armor. Not too shabby. This renewal made Porter feel invigorated, as if he had been reborn, with his breathing becoming remarkably easier. A sudden thought struck Porter. If he were to contract the viral heart disease akin to Son Goku's, would his regenerative abilities suffice to heal him? Whoosh! Porter vanished into the night, observing Vegeta from a vantage point above. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of elation. Just before transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta had already sustained severe injuries. Yet the instant he ascended to that form, his wounds healed instantaneously. In this moment, the Saiyans' unique physiology manifested brilliantly within Vegeta. His base combat power skyrocketed from 210,000 to an astounding 700,000. Consequently, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta's combat power surged to an impressive 35 million, surpassing Azer by a full 5 million. What thrilled Porter even more were the revelations regarding his own combat power. The very moment Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, Porter distinctly sensed his own combat power escalating exponentially. He could feel boundless energy coursing through him. It appears that my mentor system enhances my baseline capabilities in accordance with my student-S peak form. This implies that Porter's current baseline combat power has reached a staggering 50 times Vegeta's Super Saiyan strength. A mind-boggling figure of 1.7 billion. Porter's baseline combat power now stood at an unprecedented 1.7 billion. What an extraordinary number! This level of power undoubtedly eclipsed that of the androids, if things continue down this path. As long as Vegeta's strength continues to escalate, it seems I won't need to take the God of Destruction as my student. Perhaps I might even possess the strength to challenge him. Of course, these thoughts are merely fleeting musings. The God of Destruction is not so easily surpassed, a combat power exceeding 100 million pales in comparison to his might. Let us first observe Vegeta's battle. Nurturing him is a long-term endeavor that requires persistent effort. For now, let Vegeta showcase his skills on this stage. This very moment, Vegeta's entire being radiated a golden aura. His hair transformed into a brilliant gold. And an immense energy surged forth from him, cascading outward in wild torrents. What on earth is happening? Bardock was utterly astonished. Just days prior on planet Vegeta, he had witnessed Port transform in a similar manner. At that time, Bardock naively believed Port's transformation was due to being struck by golden lightning. Now, upon reflection, he increasingly sensed something was amiss. I will not spare you. Vegeta's eyes gleamed with icy fury as he fixed his gaze intently upon Ace. How did your arm heal? Ace asked, astonished. Vegeta did not respond, his eyes flickering with boundless murderous intent. What is this transformation? Aren't Saiyans only capable of turning into great apes? A's foreboding feelings intensified. With a resounding thud, Vegeta launched a swift and powerful punch that landed squarely on A's face. Arg! A's cried out, his visage contorted and deformed by the impact, his body hurtling backward. Vegeta pursued, positioning himself directly above A's, and unleashed another blow aimed at his chest. Boom! A's body plummeted like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the ground below. The earth trembled, cracking under the force, fissures radiating outward. Pooh! A's spat a mouthful of blood, his pupils constricting, his face contorted in agony. Damn it! Damn it! A's howled, swiftly ascending into the air to confront Vegeta. Vegeta, today I will end your life. I seek vengeance for my master. Vegeta's rage was palpable. Oh, it seems you had a good relationship with that fellow. A sneered. My master was a truly exceptional person, and I never had the chance to address him as such. Vegeta's sorrow deepened with each word, tears streaming down his face, a profound sadness unfitting for one of his age. I have no time for your ramblings. This time, I will unleash my full power and obliterate you, Ace declared, his energy erupting violently as he thrust his hands forward. Boom! A massive sphere of energy erupted from A's palms, swiftly engulfing Vegeta. He's dead. Ace cackled maniacally as the smoke began to dissipate. A golden light emerged from within. Upon seeing Vegeta's unharmed form, A's jaw nearly dropped. His face drained of color, eyes wide with disbelief. This is impossible. It cannot be. A's exclaimed. Humph! Vegeta scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips. A's, you remain oblivious, do you? I have transformed into a Super Saiyan. This time, I am not deceiving you. What? A Super Saiyan? A's expression shifted dramatically, his voice turning shrill. Too bad my master will never see this. Vegeta's tone was grave, his eyes filled with sorrow, a depth of emotion beyond his years. Humph, humph, humph. A's let out a series of derisive snorts. Rubbing his nose as he spoke, you transformed into a Super Saiyan due to your grief and rage, didn't you? As he spoke, A's instinctively pressed down on the scouter over his eyes. Beep, 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 boom. The scouter exploded instantaneously. It could only withstand combat power readings of up to 1 million. How could it endure the surge of Vegeta's Super Saiyan transformation? Previously, when Vegeta transformed into a great ape, A's had not activated the scouter. Thus it did not explode then. Swish, Vegeta vanished in an instant, appearing directly before A's. A's was momentarily startled, but after a fleeting moment of fear, his expression twisted into one of malice. Super Saiyan? What utter nonsense! A's thundered, launching a punch aimed at Vegeta's face. Slap! Vegeta raised his hand, catching A's fist mid-strike. How is this possible? He caught it. A's was taken aback. Crack! Vegeta exerted tremendous force, gripping A's fist and forcibly tearing his arm from his body. Ah! A screamed in anguish. This is for my master. Vegeta's eyes glinted with coldness as golden light shimmered in his grasp. Boom! The arm Vegeta held was instantly reduced to rubble by his golden energy. Swish! With a swift motion, Vegeta sent forth a golden beam that cut through the air like a razor-sharp sword, effortlessly severing A's remaining arm. A's howled once more, akin to a pig being slaughtered. This blow is for the death of my master. Vegeta's voice dripped with disdain. A's was on the brink of despair. Swish! Vegeta vanished again, this time appearing behind A's. A's was paralyzed with fear, his eyes wide with terror. Crack! Vegeta waved his hand once more, severing one of A's legs. This strike is for the arm you broke, Vegeta coldly declared. A's staggered backward, his body convulsing in pain. The last blow is just because... Vegeta scoffed, delivering a heavy punch to A's chest. Pooh! Blood sprayed from A's mouth. In that moment, Vegeta shattered his heart with a single blow. A's body trembled violently in midair, his eyes dimming, life slipping away as he descended slowly to the ground. Vegeta pointed a finger at A's lifeless form. Boom! With a resounding explosion, A's body was obliterated, reduced to mere fragments. A's was dead. Just like that, Vegeta had effortlessly annihilated him. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Bardock and the others stood frozen in shock. And one had anticipated that Vegeta would so easily eradicate Frieza's son. So, this is what it means to be a Super Saiyan. Bardock pondered, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. If Pork could also transform into a Super Saiyan, why could he not defeat A's? Why did Pork choose self-destruction? Musley was utterly dumbfounded, rooted to the spot, unable to utter a word. Monet trembled uncontrollably, gripped by waves of terror. Jas was so frightened that he lost control, his once blue face turning ghostly pale, the Marquis's complexion drained of color, her body shaking uncontrollably. The Prince of the Saiyans had killed Lord A's. Clap! Vegeta descended slowly, his golden aura shimmering as he approached Jas. His expression filled with murderous intent. Jas's face turned a ghastly white, his body shaking violently. You were quite boisterous just now, Vegeta scoffed, effortlessly lifting Jas, as if he were a mere chick. I was wrong, Jas stammered, his face devoid of color, desperately pleading for mercy. It is too late, Vegeta bellowed, unleashing a torrent of energy from his hands. Boom! Suddenly, Jas's body was obliterated by Vegeta, rendered to mere ashes, utterly devoid of life. In the next moment, Vegeta turned and fixed a fierce glare at Maki, extending his hand towards her head from a distance. The Zeta organization now had only this one woman left. I am your teacher's warm bed maid, Maki, she stammered nervously in response. Humph. Vegeta slowly retracted his hand, directing his piercing gaze towards Bardock, Muesli, and Monet, while disregarding Granola. The child nestled in Muesli's arms. Bardock and the others were rendered speechless. Vegeta averted his gaze, lifting his eyes to the sky, tears streaming down his face. Thud! Vegeta's knees buckled, and he knelt upon the ground. Teacher, did you see? I have become a Super Saiyan. He wept. This time, Vegeta cried like a 5-year-old child. Prince Potter would surely take solace in witnessing your flourishing growth, Bardock offered in consolation. Vegeta remained silent, wiping away his tears. Indeed, you avenged your teacher, Monet chimed in support. Upon hearing Monet's voice, Vegeta cast him a deep look, and in an instant, his eyes sparkled with intensity. Monet, startled, involuntarily staggered back a couple of steps. Bring it, Vegeta commanded Monet with an undeniable tone. Monet was bewildered, unsure of what Vegeta meant. The Dragon Balls, Vegeta replied with an icy demeanor. Monet suddenly understood, nodding eagerly. You wish to resurrect your teacher, correct? Vegeta remained silent, but the meaning in his eyes was unmistakable. I understand. I will retrieve the Dragon Balls right away. Monet exhaled deeply, turning to head back to fetch them. However, at that moment, swish, Potter descended from the heavens, gently landing beside Vegeta and patting his head softly. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, instantly filled with indignation. Who dares to pat my head? Vegeta shouted angrily, looking up. Yet as he did, his body trembled violently. Teacher, Vegeta gasped in both shock and joy. Vegeta, you have not disappointed your teacher. Potter said with a gentle smile that why you are still alive. Vegeta rubbed his eyes, wiping away the tears. Teachers don't die so easily. Potter grinned widely. Vegeta leaped up from the ground, immediately distancing himself from Potter, glaring at him. You scoundrel, you are clearly alive. Why pretend to be dead? If I hadn't, could you have become a Super Saiyan? Potter replied with a smile. After a brief moment of anger, Vegeta's expression shifted, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Now do you understand? Potter said with a laugh. I disdain you. Vegeta felt his tears were wasted. You despicable wretch. You made me shed so many tears. Am I a child that cries so easily? You're still alive? Monet stared at Potter in disbelief, as though gazing at a monster. Potter clasped his hands behind his back, nodding with a smile that Bardock's eyes widened, solidifying his inner conviction. If he could also become a Super Saiyan, then I knew he could not have died so easily. This fellow orchestrated such a grand scheme. Was it merely to allow Prince Vegeta to become a Super Saiyan? Only Maki's face turned pale, yet her heart felt a slight relief. As long as this Saiyan named Potter was alive. If I serve him well, perhaps I can survive. Bang! Potter lightly stomped his foot, causing Maki to be jolted from the ground. What is your name again? Potter inquired with a smile. Master, my name is Maki. Maki hurriedly knelt obediently, a commendable attitude, and a pleasant name. Potter nodded approvingly. Yes, Master, Maki replied nervously. The matters of this planet have concluded. It is time to depart. Potter looked up at the sky, glancing at Monet and Muesli. Pondering aloud, what are your plans? If we remain here, perhaps we can rebuild this planet, Monet said, summoning his courage. Let us first eliminate Frieza, and then you can use the Dragon Balls to restore the planet's prosperity. Potter suggested. I understand. Monet nodded firmly. Let us depart, taking a spaceship to return to planet Vegeta. As Potter spoke, he clasped his hands behind his back and soared into the sky. Vegeta snorted, transforming into a beam of golden light. Hastily pursuing, gritting his teeth as he asked, how did you survive this self-destruction? Did you leave only your head? Indeed, Potter nodded. Humph. Were you simply too lazy to bathe? Vegeta huffed, watching the two ascend into the sky. Maki hesitated for a moment before darting after them. I should take my leave as well. Take care. Bardock called out to Monet and Muesli. The two nodded vigorously, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Bardock soared into the air. Following suit, Potter ignored Vegeta, gradually increasing his speed, leaving a bright trail across the sky. Vegeta's youthful face was filled with determination as he pursued that I am now a Super Saiyan, in terms of speed and strength. I will not lose to you a minute later. Huff, huff, huff. Vegeta gasped heavily, utterly astonished. How can this be? I've already become a Super Saiyan. Why is your speed faster than mine? Vegeta looked at Potter in disbelief. Because I am your teacher. I will always be stronger than you, Potter replied with a smile. Vegeta, I refuse to believe it. I will challenge you. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. Are you serious? Potter gradually came to a stop. Looking at Vegeta with a grin. Of course. I'm a Super Saiyan now. How could I possibly lose to you? Vegeta asserted defiantly. Very well. Let us have a simple spar. Potter nodded. Vegeta's lips curled into a slight smile. Today, without fail, I will defeat this Potter fellow. I refuse to believe that now, as a Super Saiyan, I am still no match for him. Bardock and Maki quickly halted in the air, watching intently. Boom! Vegeta immediately unleashed his entire energy, golden light radiating from him, shining brilliantly against the night sky. In contrast, Potter appeared rather subdued, devoid of any light, as if he did not exist in the darkness. Whoosh! Vegeta charged towards Potter at an incredible speed. Smack! Potter dodged swiftly and delivered a sharp slap. Bang! Suddenly, Vegeta's body plummeted from the sky like a cannonball, crashing forcefully into the earth below, upon a closer glance. Only his head remained above ground, while the rest of his form was completely embedded within the soil. Vegeta. This familiar sensation is truly unparalleled. Bardock was left in shock, and Marcy stood there dumbfounded. The two exchanged glances, and Marcy felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Initially, she had believed that Vegeta, having transformed into a Super Saiyan, possessed extraordinary strength that would surely surpass that of Porter. However, she did not anticipate that this Saiyan prince, Vegeta, would be so easily dispatched into the ground by Porter with a mere slap. Only Bardock, after a brief moment of shock, quickly regained his composure. Indeed, Porter could transform into a Super Saiyan, making it entirely reasonable for him to defeat Prince Vegeta. Perhaps Vegeta was still unaware of Porter's ability to become a Super Saiyan. Boom! Vegeta leaped from the earth, soaring into the sky, his teeth gritted in defiance, his eyes filled with resentment. Again, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling violently. Very well, Porter replied, placing his left hand behind his back and beckoning with his right hand toward Vegeta. Whoosh! Vegeta lunged forward once more from a distance. This time, however, he chose not to attack head-on. Instead, he flickered in mid-air, appearing several times in a golden flash, before suddenly materializing at Porter's side, intending to strike from that angle. Slap? Yet again, Vegeta was met with Porter's palm. Of course, Porter skillfully controlled his energy, increasing it just slightly in an instant. It is worth noting that Porter's current state was equivalent to 50 times Vegeta's power after his transformation into a Super Saiyan, that if he mishandled his strength, he could easily crush Vegeta with a single blow. Rumble! The next moment, Vegeta's body plummeted from the sky once more, crashing into the earth and leaving a deep crater, with only his head protruding from the ground. Vegeta! How is this even possible? Slap! Porter descended slowly beside Vegeta, smiling as he asked, Do you wish to continue? You are indeed more powerful than a Super Saiyan. Vegeta was utterly astounded. Come forth, Porter beckoned. Vegeta emerged from the ground, turning his head in frustration, yet he couldn't help but admire Porter's overwhelming strength. Let us depart, Porter stated, and then ascended into the sky. Vegeta followed closely, appearing as if he had something to say but hesitated. If you have something to say, just say it, Porter remarked without turning around. How did you train? Why are you stronger than a Super Saiyan? Vegeta inquired. Because I am your teacher, if I can guide you to grow stronger. Do you not think I must also be strong myself? Porter chuckled. Vegeta fell silent, suddenly feeling that his teacher's words held a certain validity. After a brief pause, he pondered, could it be that you can also transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically to some extent. Porter replied with a smile. As they continued flying, Porter soon spotted Azar's spaceship stationed on Cyril Star. Now, let us discuss serious matters, Porter said, his demeanor becoming serious. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Currently, aside from the two individuals on the spaceship, there are 35 members of Frisia's army on Cyril Star. I am assigning you a task. Complete it immediately, Porter instructed Vegeta. You want me to locate and eliminate them one by one? Vegeta quickly grasped the implication. Indeed, Porter nodded. This is a trivial matter, Vegeta huffed. I'll get my scouter. And using the scouter. You must rely on your own senses to locate those 35 members of Frisia's army. Porter said, narrowing his eyes, that I have already explained to you how to sense your opponent's positions on our way to Cyril Star. Damn it. I understand, Vegeta gritted his teeth, immediately focusing his energy and extending his senses. 10 seconds later, he exclaimed, I've found one. There's a presence approximately 3 kilometers away. Vegeta glanced diagonally behind him and transformed into a streak of golden light, swiftly vanishing from sight. Porter, meanwhile, entered the spaceship and effortlessly dispatched the 2 Frisian minions aboard with a mere wave of his hand, turning them into mist. Marcy trembled in fright, her graceful form shaking, her face pale as a ghost. Bardock inhaled deeply, a moment of silence enveloping them. Bardock seemed to have made a decision, stepping forward to address Porter with a hint of reverence. Porter, I would like to ask you for a favor. Speak, Porter replied, glancing back at Bardock. My son Raditz is a top-tier warrior. Could you possibly assist in guiding him? If feasible, please take him on as your student. I believe he has the potential to become an exceptional warrior, Bardock asked with anticipation. Raditz? He is not capable. Porter slowly shook his head. Bardock, but he is the same age as Prince Vegeta. And he is a top-tier warrior. Bardock was taken aback, hastily relaying Raditz's information to Porter. While his combat strength may not be fully developed at present, I am convinced that under your tutelage, he will excel. I have no interest in Raditz. Do you not have another son? Porter smiled faintly. Bardock? Bardock was utterly bewildered. What do you mean? Another son? Bardock's expression revealed confusion as he struggled to comprehend. Porter remained patient, silently extending his senses that moment. Vegeta was swiftly eliminating Frisia's lackeys left behind on Cyril Star. The energies of the 35 minions were rapidly extinguished one by one. That you cannot be referring to Kakarot. Are you? Bardock finally regained his composure, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Indeed, Porter nodded. Kakarot is merely a low-tier warrior, with a combat power of only 2. Bardock felt a bit exasperated. While Kakarot's current low combat power might not indicate his future potential, he surmised that Kakarot likely could not surpass Raditz. That may not necessarily be the case, Porter replied with a mysterious smile. Are you suggesting that you can be Kakarot's teacher? Bardock inquired. After you return, take him to a planet called Earth, and when the opportunity arises, I will go to Earth to instruct him, Porter answered with a smile. Earth? Bardock was momentarily startled, deep in thought. Porter chose not to elaborate further. Whoosh! Vegeta returned swiftly, transformed into a golden streak of light. Humph, it's all taken care of. All 35 of Frisia's subordinates have been eliminated, Vegeta proclaimed proudly. Let us depart. We are heading back to planet Vegeta. Porter declared, turning to Marcy. What are you still doing there? Are you going to warm the bed now? Marcy was momentarily taken aback, clutching her ample bosom, her eyes shimmering with shyness. Go pilot the spaceship. Porter's expression darkened. Marcy, perhaps we should find a smarter bed warmer, Vegeta suggested. Marcy trembled in fear and hurriedly rushed to operate the spaceship. The spacecraft powered up, departing from Cyril Star and soaring into the vastness of space, swiftly heading toward planet Vegeta. Frisia should have learned of our activities by now, don't you think? Bardock speculated. Even if he knows, what of it? I'm heading back to planet Vegeta to eliminate that scoundrel. Vegeta declared confidently, pointing his thumb at his own nose, his demeanor increasingly arrogant. You know what Frisia's combat power is? Porter shot Vegeta a sidelong glance that is at most comparable to mine. Vegeta hummed. My battle power is approximately 35 million. Frisia's battle power is 120 million. Pot let out a soft sigh. What did you say? Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply, his youthful face etched with utter shock. 120 million. Bardock was equally taken aback, cold sweat trickling down his face as he solemnly asked, Are you joking? Frisia's battle power exceeds 100 million. Roughly so, Pot nodded gently, although his current first form only boasted a battle power of 530. 000. He could sense the immense energy simmering within his body. Only 530. 000. Bardock discreetly wiped his sweat, When did a battle power of 530,000 become insignificant? Thus, Vegeta, there is but one thing you must do. Pod's gaze sharpened as it fell upon Vegeta. What is it? Vegeta asked, momentarily taken aback. Elevate your base battle power to 3 million, Pod smiled. That way, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, my battle power will reach 150 million. Vegeta was both astonished and elated, his eyes sparkling with excitement, his face alight with joy at a battle power exceeding 100 million. I never imagined that one day I, Vegeta, would achieve such heights in power. What do you mean? Does transforming into a Super Saiyan enhance battle power by 50 times? Bardock was dumbfounded, but quickly regained his composure. As a low-class warrior, you need not concern yourself with such matters. After all, you could never become a Super Saiyan, Vegeta proclaimed with pride. That I too am a low-class warrior. Pod smiled warmly. Vegeta was at a loss for words. Vegeta, remember this. Never underestimate a low-class warrior. Pod imparted earnestly. Vegeta huffed in response. Pod even contemplated whether it was premature for this young man to become a Super Saiyan. How arrogant. Yet that is precisely who Vegeta is, without a hint of pride. He would no longer be Vegeta that I in the vastness of the cosmos. Aboard Friesia's spacecraft, the vessel was currently hovering near the Vegeta planetary system. An increasing number of warships converged in this vicinity, meticulously monitoring all Saiyan movements. The Super Saiyan, you say? Frisia sat in his hover pod, a disdainful smile gracing his lips, his triangular eyes filled with a chilling intensity. My lord, I believe this is merely a cliché hero's tale. His subordinate, Bardock, remarked with a smile that I am well aware, but I cannot afford the slightest hint of unease. Frisia scoffed. Regardless, Super Saiyans are exceedingly proud beings. They will never become my loyal servants. It is time to annihilate them along with planet Vegeta. It is truly a pity, for Saiyans are exceptional fighters, Bardock mused. Frisia huffed, then inquired, how many Saiyans have returned to planet Vegeta? In about a month's time, nearly all Saiyans will have returned. Only a handful will require additional time. Bardock replied, I cannot wait that long. Frisia grunted. Shall this not arouse the suspicions of any survivors? Bardock questioned. Oh ho ho. We can simply claim they were struck by a colossal meteor, Frisia replied with a beaming smile. As they conversed, a subordinate approached with urgent news that my lord, the signal from Serial Star has been completely severed. We currently have no knowledge of what transpired. Oh, is that so? Frisia's eyes narrowed slightly. Has the connection with A's also been lost? Yes, the subordinate nodded. We only see Prince A's spacecraft approaching our region. It should arrive in approximately 3 days. However, their communication devices appear to be damaged. Damaged communication devices? Frisia pondered silently. Surely not all communication devices could be broken? Perhaps the Cyrillians have risen up in rebellion, damaging the prince's and his subordinate scanners, Bardock speculated. What of the Zeta organization's members? Have they been contacted? We have lost contact with the Zeta organization as well. The subordinate informed that Frisia's brow furrowed as unease gripped him more intensely. The Zeta organization, too? Could it be that they clashed with A's? Even so, those few from Zeta are no match for A's. Currently, there should be no threats to A's. The issue is that all communication devices have failed, which is rather absurd. Summon the Ginyu Force, Frisia commanded. 1 minute later, the 5 members of the Ginyu Force appear before Frisia. Ginyu, Guldo, Berta, Rikum, Jees, the Ginyu Force is here to report. The 5 members struck various poses, showcasing their physiques to Frisia. Frisia, Ginyu, you are to immediately locate A's spacecraft and ascertain what has transpired, Frisia ordered, his expression stern. Understood, the Ginyu Force affirmed in unison. Whoosh, the 5 miniature spacecraft detached from Frisia's vessel, soaring rapidly across the vast cosmos towards Pot's spacecraft. 1 day later, aboard Pot's spacecraft. Master, we have detected 5 mini-spacecraft. Upon investigation, they belong to the Ginyu Force, Maki reported. They request that our spacecraft come to a halt and await their arrival. They should also communicate with them, find a planet to land on, and allow the Ginyu Force to proceed there. Pod instructed. Yes, Master. Maki promptly tapped her forehead and swiftly typed on the keyboard. Whoosh! The spacecraft traced an arc through the cosmos, speeding towards a distant planet. 10 minutes later, the spacecraft landed on a yellowish-brown planet. The surface of this planet was covered in yellowish sand and rocks, as if it had been meticulously sculpted by the hands of time. The undulating mountains loomed like silent giants, their earthy tones etched against the cosmic twilight. The peaks were steep and perilous, some piercing the clouds like swords, while others formed a continuous chain. Occasional dry ravines crisscrossed the terrain, seemingly the deep imprints of time, narrating tales of past upheavals. Across the vast plains, the sand danced gently in the breeze, creating ripples upon its surface. Sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the yellow sands with a golden sheen, resembling a sea of flowing gold. The yellowish-brown planet was also home to peculiar little creatures, not dissimilar to Earth's fauna. Pot was the first to descend from the spacecraft, followed closely by Vegeta and Bardock. Watching the three exit the spacecraft, Maki bit her lower lip, yearning to activate the spacecraft and flee from this individual's clutches. Yet after much hesitation, Maki ultimately abandoned her inner thoughts. If caught, I fear the consequences would be dire. Humph, why bother? I could simply obliterate them in the void of space. Vegeta huffed. My lord, as Saiyans, we lack the ability to survive in the vacuum of space. Battling there would be to our detriment, Bardock quickly advised. Humph. Your inability to survive in space does not imply that I cannot, Vegeta declared with a triumphant grin. Can you truly survive in the void of space? Bardock asked in astonishment. Of course, Vegeta huffed. How do you achieve that? Bardock was taken aback. I won't tell you. Vegeta beamed even brighter. Bardock. Quack, quack, quack. At this moment, a passing toad seemed to be witnessing the peculiar species of humanity for the first time. Gazing with wide eyes, filled with curiosity. Naturally, Porter and his companions had no intention of harboring animosity towards a mere toad. The 5 spacecraft of the Ginyu Force sped towards the location of the ochre-hued planet. What could be happening? Why had His Highness A's not responded? Bart was somewhat puzzled. It appeared that the one speaking was Maki from the Sita organization. That woman with blue skin, Jisoo pondered aloud. How could Maki from the Sita organization be with His Highness A's? Lycum inquired, bewildered. There is no need to overthink such perplexing questions. We shall uncover the answers upon reaching that planet. Ginyu snorted softly, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. Could it be that His Highness A's is in danger? Guldo interjected, a hint of concern in his voice. This utterance, the other 4 members of the Ginyu Force fell silent. Guldo, are you an idiot? Do you have any idea how powerful His Highness A's is? Jisoo scoffed disdainfully. Guldo remained silent. Guldo, if you choose not to speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. Bart huffed. You are the weakest among us. Were it not for your psychic abilities, do you truly believe there would be a place for you in our ranks? Guldo felt a pang of hurt. Indeed, he was merely a filler within the Ginyu Force, and the weakest at that. The other members held him in contempt, including Captain Ginyu, who expressed profound disdain for him. Enough. Silence. All of you. Ginyu interjected to restore order. The 5 members of the Ginyu Force communicated via their detectors. Captain, should we report the situation here to Lord Frisia? Jisoo inquired. Let's first meet them. What is the point of reporting now? Reporting to an empty void? Ginyu scoffed. As expected. The captain is thorough in his considerations. Jisoo quickly flattered. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 5 spherical mini-spaceships raced towards the ochre planet. They are coming. Vegeta looked up at the sky. Porter also spotted the 5 fiery red orbs appearing on the horizon. The spacecraft pierced through the planet's atmosphere, crashing into the distant ground and leaving behind 5 large craters. Soon after, the 5 members of the Ginyu Force emerged from their spacecraft, hurtling towards Porter and his companions. In no time, the Ginyu Force stood before Porter and the others. Upon seeing Porter and his group, the 5 members of Ginyu were momentarily taken aback, completely bewildered by the situation. Is that not the Saiyan Prince, Vegeta, and 2 lowly warriors, along with a member of the Sita organization? Maki. Jisu's eyes flickered, his brow furrowed tightly. The detectors revealed that only they were present near the spacecraft. Where is His Highness A's? Ginyu squinted at Vegeta. He is dead. Vegeta scoffed. This proclamation. Ginyu was left utterly stunned, lost in thought for a long moment. Jisoo, Bart, Lycum, and Guldo exchanged bewildered glances, finding the assertion hard to comprehend. Of course, the five of them could not believe that A's had perished. How could His Highness A's possibly die? Ribbit, ribbit! The toad, enjoying the spectacle, couldn't help but croak a couple of times. What did you say? Jinyu shot a glare at the toad, taking a deep breath, and coldly fixed his gaze on Vegeta, the Saiyan prince. This jest is far from amusing to know. Is that so? Vegeta let out a disdainful huff, suddenly pointing a finger at Guldo from a distance. Bang! Guldo's body was instantly shattered, transformed into a cloud of blood mist, dead beyond revival. Poor Guldo, unable to resist in the face of absolute power, did not even have the chance to utilize his time-stop ability before being obliterated by Vegeta. Do you now believe? Vegeta smirked triumphantly. Guldo is dead, Jisoo stated somberly. You scoundrel, you dare to kill our teammate. Bart roared. It seems this fellow intends to openly betray Lord Frieza. Lycum clenched his fists tightly. Who among you will teach him a lesson? Let him understand the might of the Jinyu Force. Jinyu commanded the three, but do not kill him. Bring him back to Lord Frieza for judgment. Allow me. Lycum stepped forward eagerly. Very well. I have no choice. Jisoo nodded in agreement. Be gentle. I wish to have my fun with this Saiyan prince too. Jisoo, let us go eliminate the other two Saiyans. They are merely lowly warriors, surely lacking in interest. It would be a waste to let Lycum have all the fun. Bart proposed. Agreed. Jisoo did not object. Subsequently, Bart and Jisoo strode towards Porter S' direction. However, Vegeta spread his arms wide, blocking their path. Bart and Jisoo paused momentarily. Humph, you four had best come at me together, Vegeta declared with an air of arrogance, or you will soon find out how swiftly you can meet your demise. Hey, Lycum, why are you dawdling there? Hurry and show him what you're made of. Jisoo halted and shouted loudly. Vegeta, who gave you the audacity to challenge all four of us from the Jinyu Force? Lycum scoffed, smiling as he added, Take your time. Let me first see the combat power of this Saiyan genius warrior. With that, Lycum promptly activated the detector, affixed his eyes. The members of the Jinyu Force also turned their attention to Vegeta, eager to ascertain his combat power. Humph. Vegeta huffed, releasing a fraction of his energy. Beep, beep, bang, bang. With three resounding explosions, three detectors were obliterated on the spot. Only Jinyu's detector remained unscathed, though his eyes reflected sheer astonishment. Captain, what just transpired? Lycum hurriedly inquired if MY model is the latest detector, capable of withstanding combat power values of up to 150,000. Jinyu stated solemnly, his complexion shifting slightly. Then, what is his combat power? Bart asked. Combat power of 80,000. Jinyu furrowed his brow tightly. What? How is that possible? A combat power of 80,000. How could a Saiyans combat power reach such heights? Moreover, this planet lacks a moon, Jisoo exclaimed in disbelief, his voice filled with shock. The members of the Jinyu Force, aside from Jinyu, had combat powers hovering around 50,000. The mere display of 80,000 combat power by Vegeta sent waves of terror through Jisoo and the others. Who shall I begin to eliminate first? Vegeta let out a cold snort and immediately soared into the air, delivering a kick that sent Jisoo soaring into the sky. Bang! At the moment, Jisoo ascended. He exploded, dead beyond revival. Following this, Vegeta pointed at Lycum from a distance. Bang! Lycum was instantly transformed into a cloud of blood mist. Whoosh! Vegeta unleashed another energy blast, hurling it at Bart with incredible speed. Fortunately, Bart reacted quickly, darting away in a series of flashes, narrowly evading the energy blast, though he was left drenched in cold sweat. His face as pale as a ghost, though. Your evasion speed is rather impressive, Vegeta remarked, slightly surprised. I am the fastest being in the universe. How could I possibly be struck by something like that? Bart gritted his teeth, glancing fearfully at the lifeless forms of Lycum and Jisoo, his voice trembling as he spoke. The fastest being in the universe. How utterly laughable. Vegeta erupted into a fit of laughter, sounding almost childlike. Then I shall demonstrate a fraction of true speed for you to witness. Swish! With that, Vegeta vanished from sight in an instant. Bart's pupils constricted as he immediately surveyed his surroundings. desperately searching for Vegeta's presence. Slap. Vegeta directly pressed his foot upon the head of Buddha. How does it feel to be the fastest being in the entire universe now? Vegeta taunted. Buddha trembled in fear, emitting desperate cries as he swung his fists toward Vegeta. With merely a slight exertion, Vegeta firmly pinned Buddha's body, causing him to sink deeply into the earth. Then, with a gentle stomp, a muffled thud resonated from the depths of the ground, accompanied by splatters of blood erupting from beneath the surface. Buddha was slain, mercilessly crushed under Vegeta's foot. Humph. Next is your turn, Captain Ginyu. Vegeta grinned as he gazed at Captain Ginyu. Porter said little in response to Vegeta's remarkable display. Given Vegeta's strength, dealing with Ginyu and his team was indeed far too easy. Bardock maintained a calm demeanor, fully aware that since Prince Vegeta could annihilate A's, eliminating the Ginyu force would be child's play. Meanwhile, Maki stood obediently behind Porter, seemingly poised to serve him. Your power truly exceeds my expectations. Ginyu's expression grew cold, his narrowed eyes fixed on Vegeta, flames of fury flickering within them. You lack the right to judge me, Vegeta scoffed, a battle power of 80,000. Truly impressive. Ginyu sneered, but do you believe that will suffice to defeat me, Captain Ginyu? Then by all means give it a try. Vegeta smirked with pride. Let me ask you one final question. Where's Prince A's? Ginyu inquired. Did you not understand what I just said? He is dead. Vegeta huffed. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention how he met his demise. The answer is simple. I killed him. Are you satisfied now? You ambushed Prince A's to slay him, did you not? Ginyu's heart sank, a cold snort escaping him. Ambush? Was there really a need for that? Vegeta chuckled. You find this amusing, do you? Do you truly believe your battle power of 80,000 is something remarkable? Today, I shall demonstrate the might of the Ginyu force. As Ginyu spoke, energy surged wildly from his body. Instantly, a faint glow appeared on the surface of Ginyu's form. Vegeta sensed this and calculated Ginyu's battle power based on the intensity of his energy, at a battle power of 120,000. No wonder he is Captain Ginyu. Vegeta chuckled. An O sensor can ascertain my battle power. How did you manage that? Ginyu was slightly taken aback. All right, I have no desire to waste more words with you. Vegeta coldly huffed. Examine my true battle power with your sensor. Though I fear your device may not withstand my overwhelming strength. As he spoke, Vegeta released a fraction of his energy. Beep! Boom! In the next moment, Captain Ginyu's sensor exploded on the spot. Ginyu was momentarily stunned. This particular sensor could withstand a maximum battle power of 150,000. The device's destruction. What does that imply? Could it be that Vegeta's battle power surpasses 150,000? How is that possible? No, it seems there is indeed a possibility. Otherwise, how could an 80,000 battle power possibly kill Prince A's? A battle power of 150,000, even with an ambush, would only have a certain chance of eliminating Prince A's. So what do you think? The once arrogant Captain Ginyu must be feeling fear now. Right? Vegeta laughed triumphantly, striding toward him, his brown furry tail swaying effortlessly behind him. Ginyu, however, merely smirked, a glint of cunning in his eyes. There's no other way. I must immediately exchange bodies with this fellow. Only then can I eliminate them all. Vegeta, you are indeed impressive, I must admit, but do you truly believe you can defeat me? Ginyu chuckled. Humph, don't be so cocky. Killing you will be as easy as pie. Vegeta scoffed. Can you evade this move of mine? Ginyu declared, suddenly spreading his arms wide. Quack! Croaked the frog. Be careful. He intends to switch bodies with you. Porter suddenly warned. Exchange, Ginyu managed to utter just one word. But after hearing Porter's words, he momentarily faltered, unsure how to continue. Nevertheless, Ginyu decisively activated the body exchange technique. Instantly, a streak of light shot toward Vegeta at an incredible speed. Vegeta was taken aback. In a moment of urgency, he swiftly dodged the incoming beam of light. The beam struck the frog that had been spectating nearby. Get out of my way! Ginyu shouted loudly, in the next instant. The bodies of the human and the frog swiftly exchanged places. The frog turned Ginyu, after a moment of dazed confusion, immediately pushed against the ground and leaped forward. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. croaked the frog-turned Jinyu, plunging into the water. Moments later, the frog-turned Jinyu emerged from the water, sputtering and coughing incessantly. Frog? The frog was bewildered, wondering why it could no longer survive in the water. Jinyu, now transformed into a small frog, emitted frantic croaks, glancing fearfully at Vegeta before shifting his gaze to Porter. His expression exceedingly complex. I seem to have turned into a frog. This is quite the tragedy. What just transpired? Vegeta, still shaken, quickly inquired of Porter. Bardock also wore a confused expression, uncertain of the situation. Maki, with her beautiful eyes, looked at Jinyu and then at the frog, pondering for a moment before seemingly grasping the situation. Oh, you see that? Porter smiled. He has exchanged bodies with Jinyu. So, Jinyu has become this frog? Vegeta suddenly comprehended, promptly striding toward the frog's direction. Jinyu, in that moment, was frightened and stumbled backward. Perhaps it would be kinder to spare him. Letting him live would be more cruel than killing him. Just think of his future fate. Tsk, Porter sighed. Humph, then I shall spare you, Vegeta chuckled. Jinyu immediately broke into tears, letting out a couple of cries before hastily hopping away. Bardock, you should return, take Jinyu's spaceship back to planet Vegeta, and inform Frieza of the situation here. Porter made arrangements. I will return. But what about you? Bardock asked, slightly taken aback. We shall remain here to confront Frieza. Porter replied with a smile. But your Highness's base battle power has yet to reach 3 million. Right? Bardock glanced at Vegeta. IT will be by the time Frieza arrives. Porter smiled gently. Bardock. Vegeta's face immediately radiated confidence as he arrogantly proclaimed, of course, for this prince, reaching a battle power of 3 million is quite effortless. Bardock fell silent. That is a battle power of 3 million. Is it truly that easy to increase one's power these days? This spaceship belongs to the Jinyu Force. Frieza will likely inquire about it. How should I respond? Bardock pondered for a moment before asking. Just tell the truth. Say that Vegeta has transformed into a Super Saiyan and is waiting for him on this planet. Porter replied with a smile. Understood. Bardock nodded solemnly, then took to the sky, swiftly heading toward the Jinyu Force's spaceship. Whoosh! 20 seconds later, a spherical spaceship broke through the atmosphere, vanishing in an instant. Vegeta, do you still have the energy for special training? Porter asked with a smile. Of course. Vegeta gritted his teeth. I must elevate my battle power to 3 million swiftly. You go prepare some food for us. Porter instructed Maki. Yes, master. Maki obediently nodded and dashed out to hunt. Only Porter and Vegeta remained on the scene. But how can I increase my battle power? Vegeta furrowed his brow. The gravity training device was already broken. I can apply energy pressure on your body, which is quite similar to gravity training. Just be mentally prepared. Porter contemplated. Humph, bring it on, Vegeta hummed, his face radiating confidence. Porter, with no need for pleasantries, unleashed his energy pressure, swiftly enveloping Vegeta. Crack! Vegeta immediately felt an immense force pressing down upon him, causing his body to uncontrollably collapse to the ground, his head nearly kissing the earth, almost tasting the dirt. Vegeta, he felt utterly defeated, desperately striving to resist this overwhelming pressure. I'm currently exerting a gravitational force 20 times that of planet Vegeta, equivalent to 200 times the gravity of this planet. Porter remarked with a smile. What did you just say? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. Are you serious? Who can directly apply 200 times the gravity? Porter ignored him. How dare you think you can subdue me? Vegeta, with just 200 times the gravity, Vegeta roared, golden light erupting from his body as he instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Upon transforming, he distinctly sensed the pressure diminishing and hastily rose from the ground. You are not permitted to transform into a Super Saiyan, Porter admonished. Tsk, Vegeta, feeling resentful, thought to himself, at least let me stand up first. Porter disregarded him and increased the energy pressure once more. Crack. Just as Vegeta stood up, he was once again forced down by the overwhelming pressure. Puffed. This time, he spat out a mouthful of blood, the golden aura around him dissipating in an instant, returning him to his normal state. Vegeta. He felt as though he might perish. Am I truly incapable of resisting Porter's pressure? How can this guy be so powerful? Meanwhile, on Bardock's spaceship, it was no surprise that shortly after he had set off, calls from Frisia's army echoed through the vessel. Bardock felt a stir in his heart, but chose to remain silent. Directing the spaceship rapidly towards planet Vegeta, a full day passed, as Bardock noticed he was nearing planet Vegeta. He promptly established contact with Frisia's men. "Captain Ginyu, what is going on? Why aren't you answering the calls?" Belibru's voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. "Lord Frisia is quite angry about this." Bardock remained silent. "Why have the other 4 spaceships remained on that planet? What on earth has happened?" Belibru pressed further. "I am not Ginyu," Bardock replied solemnly. "What did you say?" Belibru's expression shifted as he hurriedly inquired. "Who are you?" "I am Bardock." He took a deep breath and countered. "Is Lord Frisia present? I have matters to discuss with him." "Wait a moment." Belibru sensed the gravity of the situation and rushed to summon Frisia. Frisia, seated in his hovering pod, gazed silently at the distant blue orb of planet Vegeta. "Lord Frisia," Belibru appeared behind him. Bowing respectfully, "Has Ginyu answered the call?" Frisia inquired without turning. "The individual aboard the spaceship is not Ginyu, but the Saiyan Bardock," Belibru replied gravely. "I just investigated some information about Bardock. He is a low-ranking Saiyan warrior and also a combatant in the recent attack on planet Cyril. He stated he would stay behind to clean up the battlefield, while his team returned to planet Vegeta over 5 hours ago. Did he mention Jinyu's whereabouts?" Frisia's brows furrowed slightly as he turned to ask. "He said he knows the entire sequence of events and wishes to speak directly with Lord Frisia to divulge everything." Belibru answered truthfully. "Connect the call." Frisia nodded. The call was quickly established, "So, you are Bardock?" "The Saiyan?" Frisia scoffed coldly. "You wish to converse with me?" "Indeed," Bardock replied. "Speak, what do you know?" Frisia retorted with a snort. "I know the ins and outs of the situation." Bardock's voice rang out, "Oh. Then tell me. What transpired on planet Cyril? Where's my son, Aze? And why were you aboard Jinyu's spaceship?" Frisia inquired. "Prince Aze is dead. The Jinyu force has been annihilated," Bardock revealed. Frisia fell silent instantly. After a brief pause, "Ho ho ho!" Frisia erupted into maniacal laughter, coldly stating, "Saiyan, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? This jest is far from amusing. I expect you to treat this matter with the seriousness it deserves." "I am not joking." Bardock replied calmly, "Oh, do not tell me you are the one who killed Aze and the Jinyu force." Frisia sneered. "From what I know, you are merely a lowly warrior. Of course, I did not do it." Bardock countered, "The one who killed Prince Aze is Vegeta. He is transformed into a Super Saiyan." "What did you say? A Super Saiyan?" Frisia's expression shifted dramatically. "Indeed, a Super Saiyan," Bardock affirmed earnestly. Frisia fell silent again. Following a prolonged silence, Frisia's eyes brimmed with rage, his body trembling violently. "Vegeta is said to wait for you on that planet. That is how the events unfolded," Bardock continued. "Damn it!" Frisia smashed the communicator in a fit of rage, his expression turning dark and terrifying. Belibru trembled in fear, not daring to utter a word. "Set course for the planet where Vegeta is located immediately," Frisia commanded decisively. "I want to see what a Super Saiyan looks like." "Should we annihilate planet Vegeta right away, Lord Frisia?" Belibru hesitated, seeking Frisia's opinion. "There is no need for haste. One must prioritize actions." Frisia squinted, his face contorted with fury, coldly stating, "First, capture Vegeta, and in front of all the Saiyans. Eliminate him. Let these wild monkeys tremble in fear, and then we shall destroy their planet." "What about that Saiyan named Bardock?" Belibru inquired again. "Should we capture him first?" "No need," Frisia replied coldly. "I must thank him for providing me with such valuable information. Otherwise, I would still be in the dark." Frisia's anger swelled as he spoke, his fury reaching its zenith, smashing a hapless underling into a pulp with a single swipe. A minute later, Frisia's spaceship sped towards the beige planet where Porter resided. Bardock had timed his return perfectly, coming back to planet Vegeta from another direction, landing at the planet's spaceship launch base. He then swiftly exited his spaceship and flew rapidly towards his home. "I must hasten to send Kakarot away." Bardock thought, "Porter is right. I should send him to Earth first. That planet appears inconspicuous enough, so there shouldn't be any issues. That I wonder how Raditz is faring. I'll return home first." Just as Bardock appeared in the town near his home, he heard someone greeting him. "Hey, isn't that Bardock? Long time no see. You're still alive," a Scion cheerfully addressed him. "Bardock, you finally returned." Rick approached Bardock, greeting him. Rick was the Scion who had teamed up with Bardock to go to Planet Cyril, and he had returned ahead of his teammates. Bardock remained silent, duppy by the way. "Where's Prince Vegeta? Didn't he come back with you?" Rick casually inquired, not noticing Vegeta in Porter's absence. "They have matters to attend to and will not return for the time being," Bardock replied indifferently. "Planet Cyril must have been taken over by Frisia's men." "Right?" Rick chuckled, "but that doesn't concern us. We are warriors, solely responsible for combat." Bardock remained taciturn. "Bardock, did you know? Frisia is gathering a Saiyans back. It is said he's discovered a supermassive star." Rick spoke at length, sighing slightly. "As I was contemplating forming a team to venture to other planets for battle upon your return, it seems we are destined to head to that colossal star next." "Colossal star?" Bardock raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. "Indeed, the Frisia force has been inquiring about the legendary Super Saiyans." I could see that moment. Another Saiyan suddenly interjected. "Super Saiyan." Bardock's expression grew grave. "Has the news spread so swiftly?" "Are you referring to Prince Vegeta?" Bardock instinctively inquired. Both Rick and the other Saiyan were momentarily stunned, a flicker of confusion crossing their faces. Then they both broke into hearty laughter, affirming, "It is true that Prince Vegeta possesses the potential to become a Super Saiyan. He is indeed a prodigious warrior among us Saiyans." Bardock chose not to elaborate further, swiftly returning home. "Jine, I am back." Bardock greeted his wife with urgency. "Bardock." Jine hurriedly approached, embracing him, then gazing up at her husband. Unable to suppress her concern, "What troubles you, Bardock? You appear quite tense. Has something happened? Where is Raditz?" Bardock asked anxiously. "He has become a warrior, teaming up with the others to battle on distant planets, far from Planet Vegeta." "So he has yet to return," Jine replied. "That I mentioned this to you the last time you came back." "How about Kakarot? Is he still in the incubation chamber?" Bardock pressed on. "Yes, he has been inside for 3 years now. It is time for him to emerge." "Oh, you wish to see him?" Jine gently tapped her forehead and gestured toward the inner room. Upon entering, Bardock beheld his son Kakarot peacefully slumbering in the incubation chamber. "He has grown so much," Bardock marveled. "Indeed, he resembles you remarkably, particularly with that distinctive hairstyle," Jine remarked with a tender smile. Bardock pondered seriously, glancing up at the sky, his expression increasingly somber. "What is truly happening?" "Bardock," Jine inquired urgently. "When night falls, I will steal a spherical spaceship and send this child to a place called Earth," Bardock whispered. "Huh? Why must you do that?" Jine blinked rapidly, astonished. "Prince Vegeta has already transformed into Super Saiyan. The very scenario that Frisia feared has come to pass," Bardock stated gravely. "Frisia is currently heading toward the planet where Prince Vegeta resides. Should Prince Vegeta be defeated by Frisia, he will undoubtedly annihilate our planet. His summoning of all Saiyans is the clearest evidence." Jine fell silent, her graceful form trembling slightly, her delicate face paling instantly. "I have a premonition of death." Bardock clenched his fists tightly. "Did you not say that Prince Vegeta has already become a Super Saiyan? Is he not yet Frisia's match?" Jine asked anxiously. "Not at present. Boda is training him," Bardock explained. "Boda? I have heard of him. Is he not a low-class warrior?" Jine was taken aback. "He's the most concealed low-class warrior of them all." Bardock bared his teeth, moving to the window and gazing up at the azure sky. "I have already conferred with Boda. After we send Kakarot to Earth, Boda will go there to guide him. It is worth mentioning that it is precisely because of Boda's guidance that Prince Vegeta has transformed into a Super Saiyan. That fellow named Boda is so formidable, I never realized it before." Jine's face was filled with surprise. Night fell. The sky was dotted with twinkling stars. Bardock stealthily pilfered a spherical spaceship, placing Kakarot inside. The infant Kakarot incessantly pounded on the cabin walls, emitting cries that "Be quiet." "Kakarot," Bardock implored. "Shall we escape this planet together?" Jine proposed that IT would be futile. "The detectors will soon locate us." Bardock shook his head. "I discovered upon my return that Frisia has sealed all exits should a Saiyan with high combat power attempt to leave. They might be executed on the spot. This is outrageous. We Saiyans have fought for the Frisia Force for many years, only to find ourselves in such a predicament, Jine said solemnly. The course has been set. Bardock approached the spaceship's controls, directing its trajectory toward Earth. Bodo was correct. The planet Earth is abundant in food. However, its inhabitants and resources hold little value, rendering it an inconspicuous yet advantageous refuge. If we can flee from planet Vegeta, we will seek you out, Kakarot. Jine softly reassured the infant, gently patting the spaceship. Remember, do not gaze at the moon for too long, Bardock cautioned. I shall inform Raditz of this as well. Jine nodded. A Saiyan named Bodo will come to find you and become your mentor. You must respect him, Bardock waved at Kakarot. You must survive. Farewell. Jine's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Kakarot pressed his tiny hands against the transparent material of the spaceship, his innocent face etched with confusion and reluctance. On planet Vegeta, within the Royal Palace. My King, we have just intercepted crucial information. A Saiyan rushed into the palace, bowing to King Vegeta, his demeanor fraught with urgency. What is it? What vital information do you possess? King Vegeta inquired from his throne, looking down imperiously. It is said that Prince Vegeta has defeated Frisia's son, A's, and Frisia is now en route to the planet where Prince Vegeta currently resides. The Saiyan continued that my son has vanquished Frisia's offspring. How did he manage that? King Vegeta's heart swelled with joy, clapping his hands in delight. However, my king, do not rejoice too soon. Frisia is on his way to Prince Vegeta's location. The Saiyan urged, send my command. All Saiyans must mobilize immediately to support the prince. King Vegeta commanded decisively. Whoosh! Kakarot's spaceship tore through the cosmos, entering the vast expanse of space, heading straight for the Frisia Force's surveillance zone. Lord Belai Brew, that appears to be the spaceship previously piloted by Bardock, the very one used by Captain Jinyu. A subordinate rushed forward to report. Has that individual named Bardock departed from planet Vegeta? Belai Brew furrowed his brow and inquired out. No, it is his son, a 3-year-old child, the subordinate scoffed, responding, his combat power is merely 2. Perhaps he is the exiled Saiyan. His son is quite pathetic. Belai Brew's face was marked with disdainful amusement. Shall we bring him down? The subordinate inquired. There is no need for that. I believe even if Lord Frisia were here, he would not concern himself with such a weakling. Belai Brew shook his head. Just then, as they were conversing, a golden sphere suddenly appeared in the cosmic expanse, radiating a pure golden light. What is that, Lord Belai Brew? The subordinate gaped, sensing it was an energy entity. Belai Brew was momentarily perplexed. Turning to gaze at the large, luminous sphere, unable to comprehend the situation. Yet in the next instant, a large, furry face suddenly appeared at the spaceship's window, bearing sharp fangs as it opened its mouth. Roar! The great ape let out a deafening roar, instantly tearing the spaceship suspended in the outer atmosphere in two. This is bad. That was an artificial full moon. Belai Brew finally realized the gravity of the situation. Yet it was too late. After Frisia vacated the area, Belai Brew was tasked with guarding it. Consequently, King Vegeta had summoned an artificial full moon and led the Saiyans in a grand assault. It is worth noting that the majority of the Saiyans have now returned. Thus, planet Vegeta possesses formidable combat strength. Coupled with the emergence of the artificial full moon, many Saiyans transformed into great apes, their battle power soaring rapidly. Frisia's minions stood no chance against the Saiyans and were swiftly driven back, losing even the will to resist and fleeing in disarray. This news reached Frisia's ears with remarkable speed. These monkeys have indeed begun to openly rebel against me. Frisia seethed, his teeth grinding in frustration. Once I eradicate Vegeta, I will return to settle the score with them. He commanded everyone to leave planet Vegeta and await his summons. Yes, his subordinates replied in unison. However, within a mere 3 hours, King Vegeta led the Saiyan Great Ape Army to effortlessly defeat Frisia's legion. Long live the king! Long live the king! The throngs of Saiyans cheered in unison. King Vegeta himself transformed into a great ape, adorned with a crown and a red cloak, exuding a regal presence at that very moment. His face radiated pride as he slowly raised his hand, silencing the crowd. Your prince, Vegeta, has vanquished Frisia's son. Ace. Frisia is now en route to the planet where the prince resides to exact his vengeance. King Vegeta declared loudly, "We are the warrior race of Saiyans. Can we idly stand by while our prince, your future king, is bullied by Frisia? We cannot. We shall slay Frisia. Slay Frisia. Slay Frisia." The multitude of Saiyans roared, their voices reverberating throughout the space, shaking the very air around them that we, the Saiyans, have risked our lives for Frisia. Yet he regards us as mere thorns in his side. King Vegeta raised his arm, proclaiming, "Today, I declare that we Saiyans are irreconcilable with Frisia's army. Follow me to rescue the prince. Rescue the prince. Rescue the prince." The Saiyans shouted, their spirits ignited, rallying with fervor. Bardock pondered, who is saving whom? Prince Vegeta has already become a Super Saiyan. However, Bardock did not intervene, merely blending into the ranks, in the next moment. Under King Vegeta's leadership, the Saiyan army swiftly headed towards the planet where Bardock and Vegeta were located. The entire Saiyan race is mobilizing to assist their prince. Frisia smirked disdainfully. "Very well, once I eliminate that little monkey, Vegeta, I shall wipe out all the Saiyans in one fell swoop." A day later, on an ochre-hued planet, after more than a day's rigorous training, Vegeta's combat power had significantly increased. At this moment, Bardock had released his oppressive aura, allowing Vegeta's body to relax. Damn it, Vegeta gritted his teeth, filled with frustration. "Is 250,000 really my limit?" "For now, indeed, it seems so, considering your youth." Bardock nodded with a smile. "That I refuse to accept this," Vegeta exclaimed, his youthful visage etched with indignation. "By becoming a Super Saiyan, I have merely surpassed Frisia by 5 million in combat power." "Be content," Bardock smiled. "Gaining 5 million in battle power means if you still cannot defeat Frisia, I shall personally put an end to you." "How cruel! Shouldn't you be eliminating Frisia instead?" Despite his words, Bardock felt quite pleased. Training Vegeta only augmented his own battle power. What did this feel like for Bardock? It was akin to urging a classmate to study diligently while absorbing knowledge at a rate 50 times greater. Wouldn't that be intimidating? And yet he was the one constantly motivating Vegeta to excel, while he himself learned nothing, yet surpassed him. Now, Vegeta's battle power as a Super Saiyan had reached an astonishing 12.5 million. Consequently, Bardock's normal state had reached a staggering 6 billion if he were to transform into a Super Saiyan. 30 billion, absolutely, a battle power of 30 billion. This figure was undeniably terrifying. Who is strongest in their normal state? Broly would have to kneel before me. Even Vegeta and Gogeta would appear insignificant in my presence. My base state has indeed reached 6 billion. Indeed, based on Bardock's normal battle power, even the base forms of Broly and Vegeta from the Dragon Ball Super era would pale in comparison. No, I have already elevated my base battle power to 2.5 million. I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you. Vegeta suddenly had an epiphany, turning to Bardock with fierce determination. "Vegeta, do not ever compare yourself to me. I will always be stronger." Bardock raised his hands in surrender, letting out a resigned sigh. Vegeta felt a pang in his heart. "I refuse to believe," he shouted, his body glowing with golden light as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. "Give it your all," Bardock beckoned to Vegeta. "Then I shan't hold back. Just don't get hurt." Vegeta grunted, though he still tempered his attack, unleashing only half of his energy against Bardock. Bardock did not even bother to raise his hand. Merely releasing a hint of his aura, Vegeta cried out, propelled backward, tumbling through the air several times. Thud, he crashed to the ground, his youthful face etched with sheer astonishment. What just happened? Where am I? What transpired? Did Bardock just blow me away with his energy? How strong are you? Vegeta was no longer composed. Bardock chuckled, refraining from providing further explanation. "Master, your highness, Frisia will arrive at this planet in an hour. You should eat something to replenish your energy." Maki promptly stepped forward with a respectful reply. I could see this moment. Maki had prepared the prey and was barbecuing it. "Let's eat," Bardock said, pulling Vegeta up. Vegeta nodded obediently and went to eat. Bardock also took a modest portion. Maki's grilled meat was adequate, but not particularly delectable, primarily due to the absence of cumin and chili powder. Were those two soul-enhancing spices added, the barbecue would undoubtedly be exquisite. An hour swiftly passed. Frisia's spaceship streaked through the sky, descending rapidly. In the next moment, Frisia appeared before Vegeta with a cold expression, smiling slyly, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. Behind Frisia trailed thousands of minions. Frisia, you finally arrived, Vegeta scoffed, his brown furry tail swaying in the wind. Vegeta, you truly have some audacity. Did you kill my son, Ace? Frisia squinted, his voice chilling. As he spoke, Frisia glanced at Boda and then at Maki. Dismissing both of them entirely, of course, Vegeta huffed, pointing to himself with his thumb. This prince has transformed into the Super Saiyan you dread the most. Ho ho ho. Frisia let out a maniacal laugh. Indulging in his own arrogance, whoosh, without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta transformed into a brilliant streak of light, hurtling towards Frisia. As he advanced, his energy surged uncontrollably. Bang! Vegeta's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he was directly in front of Frisia, slamming his head into the ground. Frisia's pupils dilated, his expression shifting in alarm, but it was too late to counter. The primary issue was that Frisia's current state only boasted a battle power of 530,000, while Vegeta's normal combat power had reached a staggering 2.5 million. Boom! Vegeta pressed Frisia's head firmly into the ground, creating a substantial crater beneath them. The surrounding Frisia henchmen were rendered speechless, their faces paling in terror. Had Lord Frisia truly been vanquished by this Saiyan prince in an instant? Was this Saiyan prince truly so formidable? Initially, Frisia had been suppressed by him. Did the legendary Super Saiyan really exist? The most powerful warrior in the universe. If that were the case, everyone would surely be doomed. The Frisia henchmen murmured among themselves, instinctively wanting to flee the scene. Stay calm. Sab interjected. Do you really think Lord Frisia could be defeated so easily by that fool? Upon hearing Sab's voice, the henchmen exchanged anxious glances, striving to maintain their composure. They longed to escape, but the thought of being pursued by Lord Frisia later was equally terrifying. Thus, they remained, hoping that Frisia could completely annihilate Vegeta. With a swift motion, Vegeta grasped Frisia by the neck and hoisted him high into the air. Without any hesitation, he unleashed two powerful blows. Frisia felt a searing pain across his face, his body momentarily numb. Frisia, show your true abilities, Vegeta scoffed, discarding Frisia to the ground as if he were mere refuse. With a violent cough, Frisia spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion ghostly pale, his eyes filled with rage and disbelief. The henchmen were once again astonished. Why was Lord Frisia so thoroughly outmatched by Vegeta? Had he truly become a Super Saiyan? Even Sab's expression darkened, anxiety gnawing at him. I could have ended you in an instant. But I've decided I wish to face your true strength, Vegeta declared with a haughty sneer. Frisia, his face darkened with anger, clambered to his feet, rubbing his sore cheek, his demeanor ominously grim. Hurry up and reveal your true power. Frisia, Vegeta urged coldly, you've truly angered me now. Frisia hissed through narrowed eyes, a sinister smile creeping across his face. It seems you possess the essence of a Super Saiyan after all. But do you really believe that with your meager abilities, you can defeat me, Frisia? Enough with the chatter, Vegeta replied dismissively. Very well, then I shall show you the terror of my power, Frisia declared, shattering the armor, encasing him without a moment's hesitation, transforming into his second form. The henchmen were stirred with excitement. Lord Frisia can transform. So he belongs to a shape-shifting race. They whispered in awe. This is the first time I've witnessed Lord Frisia's transformation. Previously, he could dispatch foes effortlessly without needing to change. Now do you understand the might of Lord Frisia? Sab scoffed, deriding their ignorance. Is this truly your second form? Vegeta retorted, I have no time to waste. Show me your final form. Are you aware of my other two forms through A's? Frisia asked coldly. Vegeta remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Frisia, his eyes brimming with an indomitable fighting spirit. Ho ho ho, Frisia laughed maniacally. Then allow me to demonstrate the horror of my ultimate form. With that, he bypassed his third form entirely and transitioned directly into his fourth form. Behold my fourth form, my true self. Frisia proclaimed, a mocking smile gracing his lips, that I suppress my power in my first form to conserve energy, as my battle prowess is excessively high. Humph, Vegeta scoffed. What is Lord Frisia's battle power in this transformation? It must be over 500,000. What? 500,000? What an alarming figure. The henchmen trembled in fear, their faces drained of color. Sab inhaled deeply, his expression growing increasingly grave. A brief silence ensued. Do you have any idea what you're talking about? Lord Frisia's battle power in his first form exceeds 500,000, Sab reprimanded. The henchmen's eyes widened in realization, shock etched upon their faces. Mr. Sab, what is Lord Frisia's battle power now? One henchman asked respectfully. At least over 1 million, Sab conjectured. The room erupted in disbelief. Over 1 million. What a terrifying figure. Silence, Frisia bellowed, his fury boiling over, steam billowing from his nostrils. My battle power exceeds 1 million. You fools are utterly ignorant. Let me enlighten you. My ultimate battle power is 12 million. Upon hearing this, the room fell into stunned silence. Sab and the henchmen were left aghast, gasping in disbelief. 12 million. Is he jesting? How could such a power exist? Of course, my true battle power cannot be detected by your scouter, but based on energy assessment, it is approximately that. Frisia chuckled nonchalantly, casting a curious glance at Vegeta. Frisia had initially expected Vegeta to be paralyzed with fear at this revelation. However, he was taken aback to find that Vegeta seemed unfazed, not displaying the shock he anticipated. Vegeta, you may appear calm on the surface, but I can sense your inner turmoil, Frisia remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he observed Vegeta. Laugh while you can, Frisia. Soon enough, it will be your turn to weep, Vegeta shot back. Sab and the henchmen were beside themselves with excitement. 12 million battle power. Lord Frisia will surely make this Saiyan prince regret his defiance. That Saiyan named Vegeta has a battle power of at most 1 million. Even if he were to claim 10 million, what would it matter? Even if he possessed 100 million, he would still fall short by 2 million against Lord Frisia. Now do you comprehend Lord Frisia's might? Sab chuckled. To dare oppose him is a fool's errand. Come, little monkey, allow me to entertain you today, Frisia declared with an air of confidence. That Vegeta's expression grew more serious. However, he did not hasten to transform into a Super Saiyan, as he sensed that although Frisia had assumed his fourth form, his energy translated to a battle power of approximately 3 million. Just as their epic confrontation was about to commence, wait, I have a question, Porter suddenly interjected. Vegeta and Frisia paused, turning their attention toward Porter. Sab and the multitude of Frisia's henchmen followed suit, their gazes fixed intently on him. Frisia, why do you wear clothing in your first form while being bare in your subsequent forms? Porter inquired curiously. Frisia, Vegeta, Maki, Sab, Frisia's henchmen. The crowd was left in utter disbelief. What sort of question was that? Did it even matter? Fighting without clothes was rather uncouth. Porter sighed and turned to Maki. Get Frisia a garment, Porter instructed. At once, master, Maki replied, lifting her right hand gracefully. Smack! Suddenly, a set of women's lingerie appeared in Machi's hands, which she respectfully presented to Bo-Te. Ote was not particularly surprised by Machi's ability to conjure clothing. It seemed that her lineage belonged to a magical race endowed with unique powers. Frisia, following suit, Bote carelessly tossed the lingerie to Frisia. Frisia's forehead bulged with veins, and his expression darkened to an extreme. Naturally, Frisia had no intention of accepting it. Who are you insulting? Bote curiously inquired. By the way, Frisia, are you male or female? Frisia trembled with rage. Oh, I recall that your kind appears to be hermaphroditic, Bote remarked, smacking his forehead before scolding Machi. What were you thinking? He is neither male nor female. Why would you present him with women's lingerie? Do you consider that appropriate? Master, I was wrong. Machi quickly bowed, grinning widely, clearly enjoying the moment. She understood that her master was intentionally teasing Frisia. The numerous Frisia minions present were rendered speechless. This fellow was truly courting disaster. Did he wish to meet his end even sooner than Vegeta? Did he not notice that even their young prince, Vegeta, dared not provoke Lord Frisia in such a manner? Who gave him the audacity? Go die! Frisia shouted in a fit of fury, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he swept his hand forward, unleashing a powerful energy towards Bote's position. Bote remained unmoved, standing there with calm composure. To be honest, Frisia's energy level was insufficient to breach Bote's defenses. It was worth noting that Bote's normal combat power had already reached the staggering height of 6 billion. That was 6 billion. Even if Frisia summoned all his strength, he could not shake Bote in the slightest. Swish! Vegeta, however, stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap. Bang! The energy released by Frisia distorted Vegeta's slap, rebounding back towards the position of Frisia's minions. Sabo and the other Frisia minions were left dumbfounded, their expressions shifting rapidly as they hurriedly scattered in all directions. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion. A colossal mushroom cloud erupted on sight. The overwhelming shockwave spread rapidly outward, leveling everything in its path. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Frisia's minions were left in disarray, battered and bruised. That single blast had annihilated half of Frisia's minions, leaving just over 500 remaining. Frisia, do not mistake your opponent. It is I, Vegeta, sneered coldly. Vegeta, I truly underestimated you. Frisia ground his teeth in hatred, charging towards Vegeta and delivering a fierce kick. Vegeta was sent flying backward. Frisia pursued, appearing directly above Vegeta, pressing down with his hand. Vegeta, quick to react, kicked out, blocking Frisia's descending hand. In the next instant, Vegeta struck Frisia's nose with his own head. Whoa! Frisia howled in agony, tears nearly spilling from his eyes as his nose throbbed. Vegeta flickered, swiftly appearing behind Frisia and delivering a kick to his rear. Smack! Frisia found himself face-first in the dirt, having taken a substantial mouthful of earth. Sabo and the other Frisia minions stood in shock. Wasn't Lord Frisia supposed to possess a combat power of 120 million? Why was he so easily felled by that wretched Vegeta? Frisia rose from the ground, his expression darker than ever, an air of malice radiating from him. Is it time to reveal your true strength? Vegeta taunted. Let me see that 120 million combat power. You seek death. Frisia's expression turned icy, his aura erupting with ferocity. Instantly, vast energy surged outward from Frisia, enveloping the surroundings in swirling smoke and flying debris. Vegeta, didn't you claim to have become a Super Saiyan? Frisia's physique swelled, a mocking smile on his face. If this is all you can muster, I shall be sorely disappointed. Vegeta showed no fear, golden light radiating from him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. This transformation momentarily stunned Frisia and his minions. Look, the Saiyan Prince Vegeta is glowing with golden light. Not only that, his hair had turned golden, and his eyes had transformed to a vivid green, appearing even more sinister. A Saiyan can only transform into a great ape, right? What does this change signify? Sabo's expression shifted repeatedly, unease creeping into his eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. Frisia, after a moment of shock, narrowed his triangular eyes, a cold glint within them. What is this transformation? Frisia asked, a sense of foreboding creeping in. This is the Super Saiyan, Vegeta replied with a smug smile that Frisia's pupils constricted, his expression shifting between uncertainty and anger. Did you not just claim your combat power was 120 million? Vegeta chuckled lightly. Indeed, Frisia nodded that you know what my combat power is? Vegeta inquired with a grin. Frisia did not answer. Allow me to enlighten you. The Super Saiyan is a transformation that amplifies my combat power by 50 times. My base combat power is 2.51 million. So the question arises, what is my combat power as a Super Saiyan? That would be 125.5 million. One of Frisia's minions, possessing impressive calculation skills, immediately provided the answer. That's 5.5 million more than Lord Frisia. The minion stammered. Correct? Vegeta nodded in satisfaction. Smiling at Frisia's minion, I may spare your life later. The minion dared not speak. Now was not the time to choose sides. What if Vegeta was simply boasting? Your combat power is clearly only 2.5 million. You're nothing but a 250. Frisia scoffed. Is that extra 1 million a gift for me, Frisia? Vegeta, I can hardly be bothered to continue this banter. Let us commence, Vegeta coldly declared. The two ceased their chatter and immediately engaged in a fierce battle on this planet. Frieza also pushed himself to his utmost limits, in less than a few seconds. They had ascended from the ground to the skies, waves of immense energy radiating from both of them. Minutes passed. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, Vegeta sent Frieza plummeting from the sky with a powerful kick, crashing heavily into the planet's surface and leaving behind a seemingly bottomless crater. Vegeta descended slowly, appearing at the edge of the crater, and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts into the pit. Boom! The crater echoed with thunderous explosions. Moments later, Frieza emerged from the pit, looking utterly disheveled, his expression darkened to an extreme. After all, Frieza's combat power fell short by 5 million compared to Vegeta's. Furthermore, Vegeta's unique physique allowed him to dominate the fight. After several more exchanges, Frieza suddenly seized an opportunity, a flash of energy shimmering in his hand. Snap! With a sharp crack, one of Vegeta's arms was violently severed. Vegeta let out a pained scream, feeling as if the very essence of his being had been stripped away. Huff! 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 Frieza gasped, his face adorned with a wicked grin, his eyes glinting with a playful malice. Vegeta, I can see that you are formidable. Your battle power indeed exceeds mine by a slight margin. Frieza scoffed. However, you are unfortunate to have lost an arm, and the scales of victory are gradually tilting in my favor. Humph. Even with but one arm, I can still defeat you. Vegeta retorted defiantly. Oh ho ho ho. What a laugh. I, Frieza, shall relish the spectacle of you attempting to conquer me with a single arm. Frieza bellowed with laughter. Zabo and many of Frieza's minions exhaled with a sense of relief. Though Vegeta had once held the upper hand, having now lost an arm, that slight disparity in battle power might very well render him vulnerable. Several minions joined Frieza in uproarious laughter. Smack! Through an astonishing regenerative ability, Vegeta restored his severed arm. Calmly, he flexed the newly reformed limb, a mocking smile gracing his youthful visage. Frieza's pupils dilated, his smile frozen in disbelief. How is this possible? Why do you possess the power of regeneration? Frieza exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. You may ponder that at your leisure, Vegeta smirked. You should seriously contemplate your impending fate. You're finished. Frieza, swish! With that, Vegeta vanished from sight, only to reappear instantaneously behind Frieza. The swiftness of his movement instilled a deep sense of dread within Frieza. Bang! Vegeta delivered a powerful punch, striking Frieza squarely between the shoulder blades. Puffed! Blood spewed from Frieza's mouth as he stumbled and fell to the ground, his expression twisted in agony. Get up, Frieza! Vegeta commanded coldly. Frieza gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. Bang! Just as Frieza had regained his stance, Vegeta delivered a fierce kick that sent him tumbling across the ground. Frieza felt utterly defeated. I could see that moment. Frieza truly grasped the magnitude of Vegeta's strength. I am at least 5 million battle power behind him. I am losing. Wait, the outcome is yet to be determined. I, Frieza, shall not be defeated. You're finished, Frieza! Vegeta scoffed. Zabo and the other minions exchanged anxious glances. Lord Frieza is actually losing. Surely, he cannot recover from this. What should we do? Should we flee? Frieza, gritting his teeth, pushed himself up, a hint of disdain flickering across his face. What? Do you find this amusing? Vegeta inquired flatly. Indeed, you are a Super Saiyan. Frieza narrowed his eyes, his gaze filled with venom. But do you believe I, Frieza, have truly succumbed to you? Oh, then why not show me your victory? Vegeta challenged. Super Saiyan Vegeta, you are indeed remarkable. I must commend you, Frieza sneered, but can your kind survive in the vacuum of space? Vegeta chose not to respond. Instead, memories of Porter's words surfaced in his mind. Vegeta, creatures like Frieza, if they truly cannot overpower you, are highly likely to obliterate this planet. Vegeta's eyes gleamed with understanding as he quickly comprehended Frieza's intentions. Just as Porter had warned, this fiend planned to annihilate the planet. Fortunately, Porter and he had acquired the ability to survive in any environment, including the vacuum of space, through that peculiar dragon. Destroy this planet. Frieza thundered, unleashing a torrent of energy that immediately impacted the planet. Boom! With a cataclysmic roar, the entire planet disintegrated into cosmic dust, reduced to mere remnants by Frisia's onslaught. The planet's destruction claimed the lives of many of Frisia's subordinates, including Zabo. Most extraterrestrials were incapable of surviving in the vacuum of space, with only a select few possessing such an ability. As the planet exploded, the only survivors aside from Porter, Vegeta, and Frisia were Maki. Maki's race also thrived in the cosmos. Thus she remained unharmed to the moment of the explosion. Porter had enveloped her in a protective shield to prevent her demise. It would be a pity to lose a servant after such effort. Let her remain. If she behaves, all shall be well. Should she refuse, Porter would not hesitate to eliminate her. Thank you, Master. Maki expressed her gratitude swiftly. At this moment, Porter and the others had already emerged into the expanse of space. Following the destruction of the planet, Frisia erupted into maniacal laughter. Yet amidst his mirth, he suddenly felt a presence tapping on his shoulder. Startled, he swiftly turned to see who it was. Frisia, what is it that amuses you so? You seem rather pleased, Vegeta scoffed, radiating golden light as he projected his voice through energy. Frisia's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes wide with disbelief. How can this be? Why are you able to survive in the vacuum of space? Frisia gasped in shock. Just then, a realization dawned upon him, and he turned to look in another direction. To his astonishment, he discovered that Porter, the Saiyan, was calmly floating in the cosmos, unscathed by the planet's explosion. As for Maki, Frisia was aware that her kind could endure in space. Why? Why can both you and that Saiyan survive in the void? What has transpired within you? Frisia cried, trembling uncontrollably. Frisia, you have miscalculated. Do you think that by obliterating the planet you can extinguish my existence? How utterly laughable, Vegeta retorted coldly. Bang! Vegeta struck Frisia with a mighty punch, delivering all of his power into the blow. Uffed! Blood erupted from Frisia's mouth like a fountain, stark against the backdrop of space. Die, Frisia! Vegeta shouted, delivering another kick that sent Frisia hurtling backward. Smack! Vegeta extended his arms, gathering an immense energy between his palms, colliding them together to form a colossal energy sphere. Big Bang attack? Boom! A formidable energy blast shot toward Frisia at breakneck speed. No, not like this. Frisia shrieked in anguish, but it was too late to evade. He was propelled backward by the force of the blast. After approximately 10 seconds, boom! The energy blast crashed into a distant asteroid, causing it to erupt in a brilliant explosion that illuminated the cosmos. Oomph! Cosmic debris, Vegeta scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Porter cast a silent glance in Frisia's direction. Extending his senses, he keenly detected that Frisia had not perished. A faint aura still lingered. However, Porter chose not to disclose this to Vegeta. Allowing Frisia to cling to life would serve as a foundation for Vegeta's continued growth. Well, I have vanquished Frisia, Vegeta proclaimed, soaring before Porter with a triumphant grin that revealed his pearly white teeth. Impressive, Porter nodded in satisfaction. Yet, just as he spoke, a line of text suddenly materialized before him. Congratulations! Your first student, Vegeta, has fulfilled his wish and successfully defeated Frisia, now qualifying for departure. Is he to depart? What is this situation? Before Porter could react, 2 lines of text appeared. After a student departs, your student's strength will enhance, granting you 60 times the power of their peak state. Furthermore, upon their departure, substantial rewards await you. Upon seeing these 3 lines of prompts, Porter was instantly elated. Such a great opportunity. It felt as though happiness had arrived unexpectedly. Once the student departs, my strength will soar to 60 times its current level. In other words, my base combat power will reach an astounding 7.5 billion. How exhilarating! Porter was overwhelmed with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately chose to allow Vegeta to depart. Indeed, after making this choice, Porter unmistakably felt a significant surge in his own power. According to energy intensity calculations, he could truly sense that his combat prowess had ascended to the remarkable height of 7.5 billion. It was simply exhilarating. Although Porter was brimming with joy, he maintained an air of composure, presenting himself as a model teacher. Yet he could not suppress the delight that tugged at the corners of his mouth. Hey, Porter, what's wrong with you? Vegeta inquired, looking at Porter with a peculiar expression. Why do I feel like you're trying to smile, but holding back? Are you laughing? Vegeta's curiosity deepened. Vegeta, remember this. Super Saiyan is merely the beginning, Porter asserted, striving to maintain a serious demeanor while educating Vegeta. What did you say? Super Saiyan is just the beginning. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. Porter chose not to respond to Vegeta further, instead directing his gaze towards the system. After Vegeta's departure, Porter's combat power had transformed into 60 times his peak state. Simultaneously, a new message appeared before him. Congratulations, you have acquired a time-space spaceship available for immediate summoning. Following was an introduction to the time-space spaceship. Time-space spaceship, possessing the ability to traverse time and space within the confines of the spaceship. You are an invincible entity. Note, the current attack power of the time-space spaceship is equivalent to your own strength. This left Porter feeling a bit perplexed that if you're invincible, why is the attack power still equivalent to your own strength? A time-space spaceship capable of traversing time and space. Porter quickly deduced that this meant he could travel across various timelines to recruit different students. This spaceship seems promising. Moreover, from the literal interpretation of the term, within the spaceship, one is an invincible presence. I wonder what this spaceship looks like. Should I summon it to take a look? Porter gazed towards the system panel. The system appeared to manifest an invisible screen before Porter's eyes. Visible only to him and unseen by others at that moment. A small ship-like icon materialized in the lower right corner of the screen, marked with the words Time-Space Spaceship. Porter was confident that with a mere thought, the spaceship would likely be summoned immediately, right? Master, all the spaceships were destroyed in the explosion on the planet. Markey reported after inspecting the remaining spaceships. Humph. If it comes to that, let's fly back, Vegeta remarked, casting a sidelong glance at her. Although he had transformed into a Super Saiyan, his speed still paled in comparison to that of a spaceship. Markey gazed up at the vast expanse of stars, letting out a soft sigh. It would take at least 3 months to fly back to Vegeta's planet. What do you suggest we do? Vegeta scoffed, irked, and retorted, You, a mere bedwarmer, have no right to speak to this prince. Markey felt a pang of hurt. Master, what shall we do? Should we find a spaceship? She proposed, stepping forward to seek Porter's opinion. Porter said nothing further, instead focusing his thoughts and scanning the small icon of the time-space spaceship. Suddenly, a small ship-like spaceship appeared out of nowhere, instantly enveloping Porter, Markey, and Vegeta within it. This spectacle left Markey and Vegeta utterly astonished. Where did this little ship come from? It felt like a magic trick. Upon summoning the time-space spaceship, Porter quickly assessed its features. The vessel was modest in size, its hull as pristine as jade. The estimated area was merely 60 square meters. Porter felt speechless. 60 square meters. System, you are rather stingy, aren't you? Furthermore, the entire spaceship was bare, devoid of any furnishings. Its shape resembled that of a small boat, indeed a small boat. In this vast cosmos, it bore little distinction from a solitary leaf afloat in an ocean. The boat measured approximately 30 meters in length and merely 2 meters in width. A long and slender little vessel. Is this what a time-space spaceship is supposed to be? However, as Porter attuned himself to the spaceship, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that standing aboard this vessel felt akin to being at the very core of the universe, imbued with an array of rules. With a slight shift in thought, he altered the gravity within the time-space spaceship. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by the sudden immense pressure weighing down upon him. Wham! Vegeta was thrown to the ground. Yet at that instant, golden light erupted from him, instantly triggering his Super Saiyan transformation. Nevertheless, it was all in vain. Under the absolute gravity, Vegeta lay prostrate on the spaceship's floor, engulfed in an overwhelming sense of oppression. Porter, what are you doing? Vegeta shouted in exasperation. That I am merely testing your reaction capabilities, Porter replied sternly. Vegeta, you must remember to never let your guard down. Vegeta remained silent. Porter then released the gravitational force. This time, he utilized the gravity bestowed by the spaceship, approximately 400 times greater, rather than exerting his own pressure. Thus, this was a unique capability of the spaceship. Strangely, this pressure feels different from before, Vegeta mused, rubbing his neck as a contemplative expression crossed his face. What do you mean? Porter inquired with a smile. This time, the pressure feels more even, Vegeta pondered aloud. Previously, it felt uneven, with some areas heavy and others light. Porter said little more. The energy pressure and pure gravity were, of course, distinct. There was no reason to find it surprising. Yet, these details were not the crux of the matter. Vegeta suddenly slapped his forehead, stepping on the white floor of the spaceship, unable to contain his curiosity. What on earth is this peculiar thing? A spaceship, Porter replied with a smile. Vegeta was taken aback. Where did you acquire such a strange spaceship? Can it fly? He questioned, somewhat baffled, as he surveyed the vessel, noting the absence of a control room. Porter was also contemplating the issue of flight. Then, upon examining the system more closely, he discovered that the system panel had been updated with numerous new entries. Among these was a command to control the spaceship's flight, as well as a planetary navigation and time-space travel feature. However, none of these were of paramount importance. The most significant detail was that on the right side of the spaceship's control center panel, there was a large advertisement space. Indeed, it would not be an exaggeration to call it an advertisement space. The advertisement showcased a lavishly decorated spaceship. Do you wish to possess such a spaceship? Please exchange. Beneath the advertisement, there was a line of small text. Porter, curious, clicked to take a glance. The spacecraft depicted in the advertisement resembled not so much a vessel of flight as a magnificent yacht. Amidst the vast expanse of the starry sky, this immense and opulent yacht appeared as a moving celestial body, strikingly eye-catching. From a distance, its colossal form exuded grandeur, with fluid lines that sculpted an elegant silhouette. Shimmering with dazzling brilliance under the illumination of distant stars, the white hull resembled an immaculate cloud, emanating an aura of nobility and purity. The yacht's impressive length evoked the image of a gigantic serpent sprawled across the cosmos, exuding unparalleled majesty. On board, the deck, crafted from exotic wood, was robust and textured, reflecting light in such a way that walking upon it felt akin to caressing a work of art. The railings were adorned with resplendent metallic embellishments that sparkled in the sunlight, bestowing an air of luxury upon the yacht. The expansive windows, as transparent as crystal, allowed for unobstructed views of the surrounding splendor. Through these panes, one could behold the sumptuous interior, where exquisite furnishings and high-end decor harmoniously coexisted, creating an atmosphere of ultimate comfort and elegance. The upper deck of the yacht served as an open leisure area, furnished with plush loungers and umbrellas. Here, one could bask in the warm sunlight, relishing the delightful sensations brought forth by a journey among the stars, enjoying moments of leisure. Adjacent to this space, a bar offered a selection of beverages and gourmet delicacies, ensuring that one's palate was equally satisfied while admiring the breathtaking views. The interior of the yacht was a realm of its own. The spacious living room was arranged like a luxurious villa, with soft sofas, an elegant coffee table, and a magnificent chandelier, each detail reflecting the owner's refined taste and status. In the dining area, a grand table could accommodate numerous guests, and the exquisite tableware paired with delectable cuisine made one feel as though they were dining in a high-end restaurant. The bedrooms were spacious and inviting, with plush bedding and top-quality linens ensuring restful slumber after a tiring day. The lavishly appointed bathroom featured an array of high-end amenities, providing a comfortable grooming experience. Porter was utterly captivated, likening it to the vessel that Bulma rode during her birthday celebration in the Dragon Ball Super anime. This truly was the ship of his dreams. He resolved to purchase it immediately. However, as anticipated, there was no such thing as a free lunch. This luxurious time-space spaceship required a staggering 10,000 time-space coins for acquisition. Porter glanced at the meager 10 time-space coins he possessed, which he had earned after training Vegeta. It seemed that the only way to accumulate more coins was to continuously train students until they were ready to embark on their own journeys. Aside from his opulent time-space vessel, there existed various models. The top-tier version, alongside lower-tier options such as the standard, elite, prestigious, and comfort versions. The standard model was, in fact, the small vessel Porter currently piloted, upon examining the prices of the other models. His hopes dwindled. The most affordable comfort version still required 100 time-space coins. He lamented, "I cannot afford it." But then he pondered, if I cannot purchase it, surely I can at least afford to decorate it. Why not seek Bulma's assistance to embellish this vessel? He thought it reasonable to adorn his modest ship in the style of the top-tier version. It appeared he needed to visit Earth soon. First, he would test this ship's flying capabilities. He wondered about its speed. This peculiar craft, it cannot possibly fly, can it? Vegeta observed the time-space spaceship. Musing, it lacks even a single thruster. Without delay, Porter initiated the ship's launch. Whoosh! The spacecraft transformed into a streak of white light, vanishing in an instant. The speed was astonishing, leaving Porter utterly shocked. This time-space vessel clearly surpassed the speed of the Saiyan starships by a significant margin. And this was merely at a light throttle. If he pressed the pedal fully, the velocity would be unfathomable to that moment. It felt as though an additional throttle pedal had materialized beneath Porter's feet. He maneuvered the time-space vessel, soaring through the cosmos at breakneck speed. Notably, the ship seemed equipped with a gravity system, preventing the occupants from being thrown about due to the sudden acceleration. Furthermore, the vessel provided fresh air, enabling ordinary individuals to inhabit it comfortably. Despite its compact size of merely 60 square meters, it had no other faults. The vessel's rapid ascent left Vegeta and Marquis speechless for an extended period, both gazing at the vast starry expanse outside, their eyes filled with astonishment. Porter inspected the control system and entered Vegeta Planet into the navigation search. The system promptly displayed several planets, categorized primarily by blue and red. Each planet bore annotations below it.is. Porter reviewed them. He noted the descriptions. This timeline's Vegeta Planet, Bardock's Reign Timeline Vegeta Planet, Rise of the Apes Timeline Vegeta Planet, Time Angel Lotan Timeline Vegeta Planet, Time King Kai Beer's Timeline Vegeta Planet, Vegeta sent to Earth as a child Timeline Vegeta Planet, and destroyed Vegeta Planet Timeline. Porter scrolled through the options, quickly becoming speechless. What is this? It seems to loop infinitely. He realized he had been perusing for quite some time, without nearing the end. There were far too many timelines featuring Vegeta Planet, at least in the thousands. The mention of the already destroyed Vegeta Planet timeline felt excessive. It's already destroyed. What use is navigation now? Furthermore, each timeline's Vegeta Planet came with a brief overview. For instance, the description for the Lotan timeline read, Vegeta Planet during the growth of the Time Angel Lotan. Proceed with caution, as it may attract the attention of the Time Angel. Porter thought, what on earth is a Time Angel Lotan? Have I simply read too few novels? He decided to skip that timeline and examined another. Vegeta was sent to Earth as a child. Beerus killed King Vegeta, appointing Bardock as the new king, who sent the infant Vegeta to Earth. From then on, Vegeta and Goku's fates were intertwined. Porter was once again left speechless. What even is this? He resolved to disregard all timelines for now and return to the primary timeline of Vegeta Planet. Porter planned to return Vegeta home before embarking on a new adventure. Whoosh! The time-space vessel left a trail of white light in the cosmic expanse, accelerating to its maximum as it hurtled toward the location of Vegeta Planet in the vastness of space. A large spacecraft was heading toward the Earth-colored planet where Porter had previously been. On board this vessel was King Vegeta, leading thousands of Saiyan warriors. Your Majesty, we shall arrive at the prince's location in 20 minutes. One of his subordinates reported. Full speed ahead, King Vegeta commanded with a regal wave of his hand, exuding the aura of a ruler. Yes, his subordinates replied promptly. Should we devise a battle plan, Your Majesty? Another asked hesitantly. He was the father of Nappa, a high-ranking warrior with a combat power nearing 10,000. King Vegeta remained silent, his gaze firmly fixed on the vast starry sky ahead. How about we gather a man-made full moon in the sky, just as before? Nappa suggested, pointing toward the distant cosmos. That is feasible, King Vegeta nodded. After all, he believed that without transforming into great apes, the Saiyans would still lag behind the Frieza army. As they conversed, a flash of white light streaked past the spacecraft, carrying King Vegeta and his companions. The king paused momentarily, as did many Saiyans who caught sight of the luminous streak through the windows. The speed of the white light was astonishing. It vanished in an instant. Did something just pass by? Nappa inquired urgently. One of the subordinates immediately accessed the camera to capture the fleeting image. Snap! Under the scrutiny of this capture, a vivid image recorded by a high-definition camera was presented on the screen. The scene depicted a small white boat, upon which stood three individuals. One was a porter, his hands crossed behind his back, wearing a subtle smile. To the right of the porter was a girl with blue skin, her hair styled in dreadlocks, appearing quite respectful. That on the left of the porter stood their prince, His Highness Vegeta. Vegeta, arms folded and head held high, displayed an air of arrogance. Was this not the prince himself? A moment of confusion lingered. In truth, there was no need for him to speak. Everyone present was a Saiyan, and none could be unfamiliar with their prince's visage. What vessel were they aboard? It felt as though they were traveling at remarkable speed. It was the first time they had encountered such a peculiar spacecraft. Perhaps it was a new model acquired by the prince on some distant planet. Numerous Saiyans huddled together, engaging in hushed discussions. However, their murmurs soon shifted to the subject of Frieza. The trajectory of Prince Vegeta's spacecraft was in direct opposition to the location of planet G501S. A Saiyan suddenly snapped back to reality. Upon hearing this, the majority of the Saiyans present instantly awakened to the realization. Even King Vegeta's gaze flickered momentarily as he stroked his chin in contemplation. Could it be that Prince Vegeta had abandoned his challenge against Frieza? A thought emerged. Not be mistaken. It is Frieza who intends to eliminate Prince Vegeta, not the other way around. A Saiyan expressed a differing opinion. Such details are trivial. The pressing question is, why has Prince Vegeta departed from that planet? Did he deliberately lure Frieza there? The multitude of Saiyans debated fervently. Utterly perplexed, Bardock silently shook his head. You lot are still unaware, aren't you? Prince Vegeta has already transformed into a Super Saiyan. Moreover, he is accompanied by a formidable individual named Porter, who is also capable of achieving Super Saiyan form. Who knows, Frieza might even be vanquished. At that moment, one of the subordinates hurriedly approached to report that "My King, we have lost contact with Frieza's spacecraft. According to computer analysis, there's an 80% probability that Frieza's spacecraft has been destroyed." Upon hearing this news, King Vegeta and the many Saiyans present were rendered speechless for a considerable time. Frieza's spacecraft has been obliterated? I understand now. It must be that His Highness the Prince destroyed Frieza's spacecraft. A voice of excitement declared. Such a possibility cannot be dismissed. King Vegeta nodded thoughtfully, analyzing the situation. The prince may have intentionally drawn Frieza away, then quietly annihilated their spacecraft before returning to planet Vegeta to lead the Saiyans in a counterattack. Upon hearing King Vegeta's words, the assembly praised him, feeling that his reasoning was indeed sound. Immediately contact the prince, King Vegeta commanded. The staff swiftly operated the computer to send a message to Porter's time-space vessel. Porter was zooming through the cosmos aboard the time-space ship. I just spotted a Frieza Force spacecraft. Vegeta immediately turned to glance behind him. However, Porter's vessel was moving at such a rapid pace that by the time Vegeta turned back, King Vegeta's ship was nowhere to be seen. Porter had also noticed that spacecraft, but did not realize it was King Vegeta's. At that moment, Porter discovered an unexpected message on his system panel. Your Highness, are you there? Porter, is this how people in Dragon Ball greet one another? Not here, Porter attempted to respond. The Saiyan who sent the message was momentarily baffled. Not here. I just saw the prince, and you say he's not here. That Saiyan replied with another message. What is it? Porter inquired. The king is aboard the spaceship. You must stop immediately. The Saiyan responded again. Porter ceased to reply, guiding the time-space ship in an arc through the starry expanse, rapidly heading back. What is going on? Why are we returning? Vegeta was taken aback. Your father was on that previous spacecraft. Porter smiled. Why father? What does he want to join in for? Vegeta frowned, unable to suppress a snort. Let us go see. Porter chuckled. All right. Vegeta suddenly had a thought, a triumphant smile spreading across his youthful face. I wonder what expression he will have when I transform into a Super Saiyan. Porter. Whoosh. The time-space ship sped toward King Vegeta's spacecraft. At this moment, King Vegeta's vessel had already come to a halt. The time-space ship transformed into a brilliant white arc, leaving a luminous trail across the starry sky. arriving at King Vegeta's spaceship in the blink of an eye. Numerous Saiyans aboard the spacecraft leaned out, gazing in Porter's direction. It truly is His Highness the Prince. It seems he has successfully launched a surprise attack, obliterating Frisia's spacecraft. Truly, he is the prince. The Saiyans were filled with excitement. Open the hatch, King Vegeta commanded. Creak, the hatch of the spacecraft swung open. Porter leaped up, followed closely by Vegeta and Margarita. Snap! Porter instantly stowed away the time-space vessel. In the blink of an eye, the small white boat vanished. Witnessing the sudden disappearance of the time-space ship, the gathered Saiyans widened their eyes in astonishment. Where did that little boat go? Such advanced technology. Subsequently, Porter was the first to enter the spacecraft. Ha ha ha! My prince. Father has come to assist you in battle. King Vegeta laughed heartily, completely ignoring Porter as he approached and gave Vegeta a hearty pat on the shoulder. Humph! Vegeta snorted, glancing up at his father. What are you all doing here? Trying to join the fray? Your Highness, we are here to assist you in vanquishing Frisia. A Saiyan nearby smiled obsequiously. Just you lot? Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. If only you knew Frisia's combat power level, you wouldn't utter such ignorant words. However, it was indeed the correct choice for His Highness to secretly destroy Frisia's spacecraft. First, we strike at his ship and then gradually dismantle their forces, the Saiyan exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, just so. King Vegeta nodded in agreement. My prince, your decision to avoid a direct confrontation with Frisia was wise. Only by striking unexpectedly can one defeat that fiend. Frisia? Yes, yes. The king speaks the truth, the Saiyan replied with a smile, as Frisia is exceptionally powerful, especially the Ginyu Force, which is reputed to be the mightiest team in the universe. To eliminate Frisia, we must first eradicate his minions. Hence, the first targets should be Zarbin, Dodoria, and the Ginyu Force surrounding him. Another Saiyan chimed in, echoing his thoughts. My prince. Father has already annihilated Frisia's forces on the outskirts of planet Vegeta. King Vegeta stated with a smile. Now let us discuss how to eliminate Frisia's Zarbin and Dodoria. Along with the Ginyu Force, the Saiyan pondered. I believe we should take down Dodoria first. I've heard he's gone to another planet, but the Saiyan proposed. We should find a way to lure that Zarbin fellow out and then eliminate him when he least expects it. What about the Ginyu Force? They are a cohesive unit of 5. If we could dismantle their formation, it would be much easier to take them down one by one. The Saiyans began to fervently debate once more, their faces alight with an indomitable fighting spirit. Humph! What are you all babbling about? Vegeta interjected with a snort. Dodoria, Zarbin, and the Ginyu Force are already dead. Yes, soon as those words were uttered, an immediate hush fell over the scene. Inside the spaceship, the silence was almost palpable. Following a brief moment of stillness, the atmosphere erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. Your Highness, are you jesting? A voice quavered. Humph! Do I appear to be joking? Vegeta retorted with a disdainful snort, casting a scornful glance at the speaker. You have obliterated Dodoria, Zarbin, and the Ginyu Force. King Vegeta gazed incredulously at Vegeta, struggling to comprehend the astounding claim about his 5-year-old son. The numerous Saiyans present were equally astounded. After a fleeting moment of shock, a flurry of discussions ensued. Moreover, that scoundrel Frisia has met his end at my hands, Vegeta declared, a smug expression adorning his face. Once again, silence enveloped the room. The onlookers' eyes widened in disbelief. Their ears perked up in astonishment, wondering if they had misheard. What? Are you surprised? Vegeta smirked. Is it really true? The speaker dared to ask, staring intently at Vegeta. You, our prince, are not jesting, are you? King Vegeta himself found it hard to accept the reality. Why would I indulge in such trivial jesting? Vegeta scoffed. The multitude of Saiyans stood in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Although Bardock had anticipated a similar outcome, he too was taken aback upon hearing the revelation. So, Prince Vegeta's base power level has surpassed 3 million. That is utterly terrifying. His strength is extraordinary. A subordinate hastily reported, My lord, our investigation has indeed confirmed the demise of Zarbin and numerous members of Frisia's army near the G501 star system. The subordinate then displayed footage on the screen. Instantly, an image appeared depicting Frieza, his lower half obliterated, with only his upper body embedded in a meteorite, seemingly lifeless. However, Bardock could sense Frieza's faint energy signature. Silence. The scene fell into a deathly stillness once more. After a brief pause, one Saiyan inquired curiously, "Who is that?" After all, Frieza was in his fourth transformation, his true form, which few had witnessed. There is nothing peculiar about it. This is Frieza's final form, his authentic appearance. Vegeta remarked with a contemptuous smile. The crowd fell silent again, their astonishment directed at the pitiful sight of Frieza. The once mighty cosmic emperor had met such a horrific fate. "Your Highness, how did you accomplish this?" The speaker stammered. All the Saiyans leaned in, eager to hear how Prince Vegeta had vanquished Frieza, their excitement palpable. "Humph, it is nothing remarkable, for I have ascended to the legendary Super Saiyan," Vegeta proclaimed, pointing his thumb at his own chest with pride. With this declaration, the crowd, which had only just settled, was once again rendered speechless, chills running down their spines. The Super Saiyan. The legendary Super Saiyan? Prince Vegeta is the legendary Super Saiyan. Bardock observed Vegeta's display of bravado, silently. Not wishing to interrupt, I have trained him for this very moment. After all, he mused, slightly curious about the lack of change in Vegeta's demeanor. Clap. Vegeta's body shimmered with golden light as he instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. The atmosphere grew eerily silent once more. You see? This is the Super Saiyan. Vegeta grinned with satisfaction. The multitude of Saiyans fixated their gazes upon him. This truly the Super Saiyan, especially King Vegeta. After a moment of astonishment, erupted into hearty laughter, his face contorting with why child shall become the mightiest warrior in the universe. Our Saiyan race shall dominate the cosmos. All right, we can return to planet Vegeta now. Vegeta declared, his golden aura dissipating as he returned to his normal state. Frieza is dead. We shall eradicate his forces during this time. King Vegeta commanded with a sweeping gesture. Howl! 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 The Saiyans cheered in unison, their excitement palpable, dancing with glee. Henceforth, the Saiyans would rise to power. From this day forward, they would reign as the rulers of the universe. Vegeta. Bardock stepped forward, a smile gracing his features as he regarded him. How audacious! Who do you think you are, a lowly warrior, daring to address the prince so casually? The speaker interjected, pointing an accusatory finger at Bardock. Before Bardock could react, Vegeta's brow furrowed, an ominous aura emanating from his youthful visage. Clap! Vegeta pointed at the speaker, who was instantly enveloped in a mist of blood, utterly annihilated. The remaining Saiyans stood in shock, unable to comprehend that Vegeta would suddenly turn on one of their own, especially a high-ranking warrior and a guard of King Vegeta. Bardock is my mentor. Anyone who disrespects him disrespects me, Vegeta declared with a fierce tone. The Saiyans were once again left in stunned silence. Do not you dare hesitate. Bow down, King Vegeta commanded decisively to his subjects. Pay your respects to Teacher Bardock. The Saiyans, momentarily dazed, quickly knelt before Bardock. Vegeta, all gatherings must come to an end. It is time for me to take my leave. Bardock remarked, ignoring the Saiyans and gently patting Vegeta's head. Where are you going? Vegeta was taken aback. Traverse the universe. Bardock replied with a smile, that I will accompany you. Vegeta quickly responded. Vegeta, you have graduated. There is nothing more I can teach you. Bardock remarked, adjusting Vegeta's cape. Graduated? Vegeta was momentarily confused. I do not wish to graduate yet. Though I have only taught you for a brief period of 20 days, your progress is evident. Bardock smiled faintly. From now on, you must strive to improve further. Becoming a Super Saiyan is merely the beginning. Do you understand? Humph, I comprehend. You need not remind me. I will train diligently. Vegeta huffed that I will keep a close eye on your progress. If your power level fails to rise for an extended period, I will not hesitate to give you a thorough beating, Bardock warned with a serious expression. Remember, if you encounter a god of destruction, do not provoke him. Even I am no match for him. Vegeta was taken aback. After a moment of silence, he replied, I will be cautious of the god of destruction. However, if you are traveling the universe, how can you monitor my growth? Vegeta protested. There is nothing I do not know, Bardock chuckled. patting Vegeta's shoulder once more. "Take care, Vegeta!" "Bardock," Vegeta whispered. Bardock showed no signs of stopping, continuing his strides towards the exit, with Marky closely trailing behind him. "Teacher," Vegeta hesitated, clenching his fists as he called out. Bardock finally paused but did not turn around. "Humph, when we meet again, I shall defeat you," Vegeta declared through gritted teeth. "Do your best." Bardock turned back with a smile, waving at Vegeta as he gracefully leapt away, departing from the spaceship. Marky followed suit, leaving the craft. As Bardock exited, he summoned the time-space spaceship with a swift thought. Clap! In the next moment, Porter and Maki gracefully descended onto the white vessel. The instant Porter departed, he abruptly noticed Bardock gazing at him with eager anticipation. In response, Porter offered a slight nod and a reassuring smile to Bardock, who then sighed in relief, his heart swelling with joy. Whoosh! Porter deftly maneuvered the time-space ship, transforming it into a radiant white rainbow, vanishing from sight in an instant, in the blink of an eye. The time-space ship, carrying Porter and Maki, swiftly departed the scene, leaving behind a dazzling trail of light amidst the vast expanse of the starry sky. King Vegeta and the multitude of Saiyans present stared at one another in bewilderment and astonishment. What had Prince Vegeta just proclaimed? That he would defeat Porter the next time they met? Could it be that Porter surpassed the prince in strength? What on earth was happening, Vegeta? King Vegeta promptly pulled Vegeta aside, lowering his voice in confusion. What else could it be? Wasn't my statement clear enough? Vegeta huffed. This Porter character truly stronger than you? King Vegeta inquired, his concern palpable. Though reluctant to admit it, Vegeta clenched his teeth, acknowledging the truth. Yet one day, I shall surpass him. But wait, haven't you already become a Super Saiyan? Are you not yet a match for Porter? King Vegeta felt utterly disheartened. That is precisely what irks me. Vegeta continued to huff in frustration, becoming a Super Saiyan and still being unable to contend with Porter. How does that not sting? I never anticipated Porter to be so deeply concealed. King Vegeta gazed up at the immense night sky, momentarily lost for words, his emotions a tumultuous storm in the vast cosmos. Porter navigated the spaceship, speeding through the boundless stars. Where to next? Porter had long made his choice. His first destination would be Earth. With no intention of traversing time, that he intended to replenish supplies on Earth. Currently, this time-space ship was too small. Upon arrival, he would request some universal capsules from Bulma's family. Additionally, he hoped to enlist her father's assistance to modify the ship into a slightly larger version. At least one with a sleeping quarter. The present ship felt too cramped. However, before heading to Earth, it would be splendid if he could mentor another student. Yet, whom could he find suitable? Porter had yet to contemplate a fitting candidate, as it seemed that at this moment in time, there were no appropriate individuals available. Whoosh! The time-space ship surged toward Earth at astonishing speed. The vessel was remarkably swift. According to the navigation system, the journey to Earth would take no more than 30 minutes. However, at that very moment, as the time-space ship raced toward Earth, a brilliant streak of light, akin to a celestial star, flickered in the distant void, leaving a luminescent point in the cosmos. Porter remained oblivious to the radiant glimmer. Yet, one of the two figures within that dazzling light turned and cast a surprised glance toward the time-space ship. "Weiss, what is it?" Beerus yawned, inquiring. The two figures were none other than the god of destruction Beerus and the angel Weiss from Universe 7. "Oh dear, it seems something just passed by," Weiss replied with a smile. "What was it?" Beerus asked, slightly taken aback. Weiss immediately examined the crystal ball atop his staff to investigate the object that had just flown past. However, upon inspection, Weiss found nothing. He was momentarily perplexed. Why could he not discern what it was? "What is it?" Beerus yawned again, his interest waning. "I am uncertain." Nothing appeared on the display. Weiss gently shook his head. "Nothing displayed. Is there truly something you cannot ascertain?" Beerus shot an incredulous glare at Weiss. "Perhaps I was mistaken." Weiss scrutinized the crystal ball once more, yet still found nothing. "Never mind. It likely isn't anything of significance. Even if it were, this god of destruction could easily obliterate it." Beerus bared his teeth, a confident smile gracing his face. Indeed. Weiss nodded slightly, dismissing the fleeting white light that had vanished into the distance. That King Vegeta! How audacious! He claims the finest pillow in Universe 7 for himself and bestows the second best upon this god of destruction. The mere thought infuriated Beerus, veins bulging on his forehead. This time, I shall ensure he learns the consequences of provoking a god of destruction. Oh dear, it seems tragedy awaits Vegeta 3, Whis sighed softly. But before that, let us find a planet to indulge in some delicacies. Shall we? Beerus smacked his lips, patting his belly. He recalled that the cuisine on Vegeta was rather mediocre. I share that sentiment. Whis nodded with a smile, suddenly pointing his staff toward a distant section of the sky, cheerfully suggesting, there lies a planet called Namek. Shall we venture there to sample its culinary delights? Is the food on that planet truly unique? Beerus's eyes lit up. Indeed, it possesses a distinctiveness, apart from water. It offers nothing else. Whis lightly tapped his forehead, covering his mouth to stifle a laugh. Beerus, Whis, you scoundrel, do not jest. Are you implying we will merely go there to drink water? Just a little humor. Whis chuckled, by the way. Did you know the Namekians hail from the demon realm? Lord Beerus? I find it inconsequential. Beerus grunted dismissively. Subsequently, Whis ceased his chatter, radiating a brilliant light as they swiftly arced through the starry expanse toward another direction. Before long, they arrived at a rather unique planet and began to feast heartily on Earth. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the beautiful blue planet before her, Maki's eyes widened in astonishment, her graceful figure trembling slightly. Utterly captivated, she had heard whispers of this planet before. It was an inconspicuous sphere nestled within a certain galaxy. The reason for her amazement was that she recalled it took at least a month for the Wysa organization to reach this planet called Earth using their spacecraft. Yet this white vessel had arrived in merely 30 minutes. What was this ship constructed from? The question lingered. What powered it? This is Earth. This planet appears rather lovely, Maki remarked, searching for conversation, followed by a silly smile. Porter remained silent, promptly retracting the white vessel. He then soared through the azure sky alongside Maki. Master, what brings us to this planet? Maki inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. I dislike those who incessantly ask questions, especially bedwarmers. Porter cast a disinterested glance at Maki. Yes, master, my apologies. Maki's face paled in fright, hastily covering her mouth in contrition. Porter ignored her, asking a passerby for directions, then swiftly headed in the direction of Corinne Tower. Since they had come to Earth, it would be prudent to gather some Senza beans. Otherwise, those beans would be wasted. Wouldn't it be better to let that Yajirobe fellow consume them later? Whoosh! Porter accelerated, quickly arriving in the vicinity of Corinne Tower, hovering high above. Master, Maki exclaimed, her eyes darting as she quickly covered her mouth, adding, I merely expressed a sentiment. I said nothing. There are Senza beans atop this tower. Fetch some for me, Porter commanded. Yes, Maki readily agreed, swaying her hips as she prepared to soar towards Galinta. Just then, Boat spoke again, cautioning her not to harm the other party. Understood, Master. Maki nodded affirmatively. Whoosh, she transformed into a streak of light, rapidly ascending towards Galinta. Before long, she found herself within Galinta, standing before the immortal Galen. The sudden appearance of such an unusual creature caused Galen to furrow his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Who are you? Galen inquired, gazing at Maki. Greetings, I have come to procure some celestial beans. You wouldn't object, would you? Maki stated candidly. How did you come to know of the celestial beans? Galen's expression shifted slightly. My master knows all and sees all, Maki replied with a beaming smile. Master? Galen was taken aback. Allow me to serenade you as a token of my gratitude for providing us with celestial beings. As she spoke, Maki conjured a microphone and began to sing melodiously. Alo lo lo gua 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 g. Her voice resonated, echoing clearly even hundreds of meters away where Boat stood. How intolerably discordant, Boat thought, wishing he could fly up and silence Maki with a single blow. How could a song be so painfully unpleasant? It was even worse than that chicken who played basketball. He covered his ears. Galen's face darkened further, hastily descending to fetch the celestial beans. Take them and leave quickly. Galen wiped the sweat from his brow. Thank you. Maki said cheerfully, accepting the celestial beans and turning to depart. Please refrain from singing in my presence again, Galen sighed. It seems my singing is truly enchanting, evoking the essence of heavenly music, Maki chuckled, waving goodbye to Galen as she swiftly ascended back to Boat's side. Subsequently, Maki presented a package of celestial beans with both hands. Boat opened the bag and inspected its contents, discovering at least 40 or 50 beans. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded that it would suffice for now. Let us save them for later. We can always get more when needed. As Boat received the beans, he distinctly felt his energy continue to surge. This indicated that Vegeta was still diligently training. Boat appreciated industrious and eager students. Now, he pondered whom to take as a disciple next. Should he bring Broly into the fold? Boat had long been contemplating Broly. Capturing him to serve as a sparring partner for Vegeta seemed like an excellent choice. He wondered how to calculate his battle power with a second student. Let us take a look. After all, it won't cost anything. Snap! In an instant, Boat summoned a small white vessel. Maki was startled and quickly stood obediently within the boat. Behaving like a well-mannered child, Boat activated the navigation system, searching for the words Wampa Planet. Soon, a long list of Wampa planets appeared on the navigation screen, complete with descriptions. Boat disregarded the other timelines and pinpointed the Wampa planet in the main timeline. From his current location, it would only take 10 minutes to reach Wampa Planet. Only 10 minutes. Boat's eyes sparkled with excitement. He hadn't anticipated it would be so close. He had thought it would take over half an hour. Since it would only take 10 minutes, why not pay a visit? Let us prepare some bottled water, he instructed Maki. Maki was momentarily taken aback, eager to inquire why Boat wanted such items. However, she refrained from asking, fearing she might be silenced for being too inquisitive. Within a minute, Maki returned with a large box of bottled water. Boat nodded in satisfaction, showing no hesitation as he immediately activated the small white vessel. Whoosh! The white vessel pierced the Earth's atmosphere, transforming into a streak of light as it swiftly entered the cosmos. Maki was bewildered, wondering if their long journey to Earth was solely for this bag of beans. Why were they departing so quickly? On Earth, in the Divine Temple, upon witnessing Boat's departure aboard the white vessel, the deity felt a wave of weakness wash over him, nearly toppling to the ground. Lord Deity, Mr. Bobo hurriedly stepped forward to assist him. What a terrifying woman! The deity wiped the cold sweat from his brow, glancing anxiously at the vanishing figures of Boat and Maki. That man seems to be the woman's master. Mr. Bobo muttered. The man exuded no energy fluctuations, leaving them uncertain of their origins. The deity quietly wiped his brow, taking a deep breath as he cautiously spoke. Fortunately, they must have come for the celestial beings. Though I am unsure how they learned of them, at least they have left Earth. It seems they are here to replenish their water supply. On Wampa Planet, the environment was exceedingly harsh. Fierce winds howled as if countless malevolent spirits were raging, carrying sharp sands and stones like a deadly rain of arrows. The sky remained perpetually cloaked in dark clouds, seemingly never to disperse. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick haze, casting only a feeble, yellowish glow that failed to provide warmth, rendering the entire planet even more sinister. The planet lacked even the most basic freshwater resources. Broly and his father, Paragus, resided in such a dire environment. 5 years. 5 years. I have been trapped in this desolate wasteland for 5 long years. Paragus bellowed dramatically. The 5-year-old Broly appeared entirely adapted to the harsh surroundings, voraciously consuming insect eggs while gazing up at his father with a confused expression, utterly unaware of the reason for his father's outburst. Suddenly, Broly froze, noticing a handsome man aboard a white vessel appearing beside him. Accompanying the man was a peculiar woman with blue skin. Broly blinked in astonishment, staring blankly at Boat, then at Maki. Here, Boat casually handed Broly a bottle of water, twisting off the cap. Broly stood in bewilderment for several seconds before taking the bottled water, glancing at Boat with confusion. Give it a try, Boat said with a warm smile, radiating kindness like a gentle spring breeze. Broly scratched his head, clumsily taking a sip of the bottled water. Upon tasting it, his eyes lit up as if he had encountered the most delicious drink of his life, sheer joy illuminating his youthful face. Gulp, gulp. In no time, Broly drained the bottle, smacking his lips in delight, overwhelmed by a sense of boundless happiness. In that moment, Broly resembled a young child, gazing eagerly at Boat, conveying a silent plea for more. "Come with me, and you shall have plenty." Boat extended his hand invitingly. Broly nodded vigorously, showing no hesitation as he promptly stepped aboard the white vessel. Boat activated the vessel. Whoosh! The white vessel transformed into a streak of light, swiftly breaking through the atmosphere and entering the cosmic expanse. Broly was left in a state of shock, standing at the edge of the vessel, eyes darting around in amazement. However, he soon seemed to recall something, pointing back at Wampa Planet while mumbling, "Daddy, I'll come back for you when I'm strong." Boat smiled, gently patting Broly on the shoulder. Broly understood and nodded his little head. In the blink of an eye, he spotted the stacked bottles of water on the vessel, his face lighting up with joy. "Drink up," Boat encouraged, reaching for a bottle and twisting off the cap. Just like this, Broly comprehended the situation and nodded vigorously, proceeding to pour the mineral water into his mouth. 3 minutes later, Broly's belly had swollen to the size of a balloon, and he plopped down onto the small boat. Gasping for breath, Maki stood nearby, utterly bewildered. What on earth has the master brought this little one out for? Could it be that this child is a fool? "Broly, would you like to become my student?" Porter asked with a smile. Broly scratched his head, seemingly unable to grasp the concept. "To simplify," Porter explained earnestly, "from now on, I shall be your teacher, that I will guide you, help you grow stronger, and introduce you to the exquisite delicacies of this world." "Exquisite delicacies?" Broly repeated in broken language, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth. "Indeed," Porter affirmed, nodding while swaying his plush tail behind him. "Look, I too have a tail. We are Saiyans, belonging to the same race." Understanding dawned on Broly, and he excitedly gazed at Porter, uncertain about how to pay his respects. "Kneeling and bowing your head would suffice as a sign of apprenticeship," Porter chuckled. Without hesitation, Broly dropped to his knees before Porter, repeatedly bowing his head. "Cough, cough. That's enough," Porter said with an awkward smile. "Why do I feel like you're mourning at a grave? Congratulations, you have successfully acquired your second student, Broly. You now possess all of Broly's abilities. As Broly grows stronger, you will simultaneously gain strength, achieving a combat power 50 times greater than his strongest state. You have successfully activated the legendary Super Saiyan physique." System messages rapidly appeared before Porter. The first 3 notifications felt routine to Porter, but the fourth made his eyes light up with emotion. "Have I truly activated the legendary Super Saiyan physique? Does this mean I could transform into the legendary Super Saiyan?" With a resounding pop, golden flames erupted from Porter as his hair stood upright, triggering the Super Saiyan transformation. Maki was taken aback, stumbling back a couple of steps. Broly, however, looked up at Porter in confusion, not comprehending the source of the golden glow enveloping him. Porter took a moment to gauge the intensity of his transformation, realizing that his power had not increased after becoming a Super Saiyan. What happened to the promised legendary Super Saiyan physique? He then cast a deep glance at Broly, a contemplative expression crossing his face. "I see now. This is the teacher system, inherently linked to the student. The legendary Super Saiyan physique seems not yet fully activated. Only by diligently teaching my student can I attain greater strength. Broly, observe. This is the Super Saiyan form, currently the strongest state among us Saiyans." Porter seized the opportunity to instruct. Broly nodded, albeit with limited understanding, his eyes sparkling slightly. "As your teacher, I can discern that you are the legendary Super Saiyan, a being born only once every 1,000 years. If you train diligently under my guidance, your future accomplishments will be boundless." Porter encouraged further. Broly blinked, seemingly unaware of the significance of being a Super Saiyan. "However, training alongside me will be quite arduous," Porter added. "Exquisite delicacies," Broly uttered in his halting speech, wiping away the drool. "Plenty to indulge in," Porter chuckled, waving his hand. Broly nodded vigorously, then suddenly seemed to have an epiphany and knelt again, fervently bowing his head. Porter remained silent, while Maki was left speechless. Why does the master hold this child in such high esteem? Is he truly the legendary Super Saiyan? Were Vegeta and the master merely regular Super Saiyans before? Is there a difference? Maki had many questions but dared not voice them. Porter quickly checked his energy levels, discovering that after Broly became a student, his energy intensity had surged, combining with Vegeta's and increasing by an additional 50 times. Currently, Broly's combat power stood at merely 50,000. Is Broly growing at a rate of 10,000 a year? Yet, Porter knew that Broly's true power far exceeded that figure. If he were to battle Vegeta, his combat prowess would undoubtedly skyrocket. Let's keep him around for a few days. After some time, I can hand him over to Vegeta, allowing the elder brother to train him. That sounds like a splendid plan. The thought of lounging around while gaining formidable energy thrilled Porter. Moreover, on the interface before him, two colorful avatars appeared in the lower right corner. One represented Vegeta, and the other Broly. These avatars symbolized the students Porter had taken under his wing. Unfortunately, when Porter clicked on the avatars, nothing happened. Wait a moment. Upon accepting Broly as my student, I acquired the legendary Super Saiyan physique. If I were to take an angel as a student, would I not also gain their attributes? If I truly could possess an angel's physique, I would become unstoppable in this Dragon Ball world. The mere thought was overwhelming. Let us proceed cautiously for now, Porter resolved, until he surpassed the god of destruction in power. It would be prudent to avoid provoking the angelic race. If he angered the god of destruction, it would spell trouble. Currently, the only strategy to defeat the god of destruction seemed to be luring him onto the white boat. After all, the system indicated that on the white boat, Porter was invincible. Yet Porter remained uncertain whether this invincibility applied to humans or extended to include gods of destruction and angels as well. If it excluded them, that would indeed be quite troubling. Thus, Porter refrained from testing such theories. It would be sheer folly that on the planet Vampa, 5 years, 5 long years. I have been trapped in this forsaken place for 5 years. Paragus howled to the heavens, his voice hoarse from the intensity of his lament. After nearly an hour of venting his frustrations, Paragus erupted into a fit of coughing and spat into the sky. Broly, I'm hungry. Bring me something to eat, Paragus commanded hoarsely without turning around. However, Broly remained utterly still. Did you hear me? I asked you to fetch me something to eat. Have you gone mute? If it weren't for you, would I be stuck in this wretched place? Paragus shouted angrily, glancing back. Upon realizing Broly was not present, Paragus felt no surprise, instinctively assuming that he had left early. This was not the first time such a scenario had occurred. Broly typically returned by evening. Yet this time, Paragus had waited several days without a sign of Broly's return. Could he have been devoured by that beast? Paragus wondered in astonishment. That can't be. He is surely stronger than that creature. The winds howled chillingly as Paragus gazed up at the dimly lit sky, his solitary figure stretching into the distance. On Earth, at the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, Porter descended with Broly and Maki into Bulma's backyard. Surveying their surroundings, Broly was filled with curiosity, even rushing over to closely examine a clump of foxtail grass, engaging in a profound interaction with it using his tail. Pat, pat, pat. At that moment, a small girl, around 4 years old, came running from a distance, tilting her head to look at Porter, Broly, and Maki. The girl was adorably cute, sporting blue hair tied into a ponytail, her chubby cheeks adding to her charm. Porter instantly recognized her as Bulma. Are you my daddy's friends? Bulma's innocent voice chimed. Yes, we have come to visit Dr. Briefs, Porter replied. Boat nodded thoughtfully, suddenly realizing how adorably rosy Bulma's cheeks were, and couldn't resist stepping forward to pinch her face. Bulma exclaimed, Why are you pinching my cheeks? She fixed Boat with her bright, expressive eyes. The face I've pinched will surely become quite beautiful in the future, Boat remarked with a smile. Humph, such words would only deceive a 3-year-old. Bulma pouted defiantly. I am 4. Boat was rendered speechless. You see, this lady is the result of my handiwork, Boat said, casually pointing to the nearby Maki. Maki's lips twitched as she offered a resigned smile. Did you really shape me like this? And why are you making her call me Annie? Do I look that old? Bulma asked, somewhat incredulous. Isn't it amusing? Why not change your skin color as well? Boat chuckled. No, I don't want to change my skin color. This shade is just perfect for me, Bulma exclaimed, startled, as she hurriedly stepped back. Meanwhile, Broly alternated his gaze between Boat and Bulma, appearing somewhat perplexed. Just then, Dr. Briefs arrived on his bicycle, stabilizing himself with his feet, adjusting his glasses, and scrutinizing Boat. "Bulma, are these your friends?" Dr. Briefs inquired. Before Bulma could respond, Boat interjected, "Hello, Dr. Briefs, I'm Boat. I am here to ask for your assistance with something." Boat stepped forward politely. "What is it?" Dr. Briefs asked, slightly taken aback. "Could you help me retrofit this small boat?" Boat said, conjuring a white boat before them. Dr. Briefs stood in stunned silence for a moment, his eyes wide, struggling to comprehend the sudden appearance of the vessel. Bulma immediately appeared behind Dr. Briefs, her petite hands clutching her father's trousers tightly. The next moment, Bulma seemed to recall something and quickly fled the scene. In less than a minute, Bulma reappeared, clutching a laser gun. With the weapon in hand, she felt significantly safer. "What is this?" Dr. Briefs' eyes lit up upon seeing the white boat, as he stepped forward to touch its hull. "I find this boat rather rudimentary. I wish to transform it into a more spacious luxury yacht. Is that feasible?" Boat inquired eagerly. "What material is this made from?" "It feels quite extraordinary." Dr. Briefs tapped on the boat, finding it difficult to analyze its composition. Boat remained silent. "Master, if you truly wish to modify the boat, our Zeta organization possesses advanced technological capabilities," Maki whispered to Boat, unable to contain herself. "How many people are in your organization?" Boat asked. In terms of scientific talent, there are at least 2 top-tier individuals," Maki replied with a playful smile, her expression obsequious. "Make sure to bring them over when you have the chance. They can assist Dr. Briefs in the future," Boat instructed. Maki responded, "Is that what you mean?" "Mr. Boat, the material of this boat is rather unique. I need to conduct thorough research before I can confidently say whether it can be transformed into a luxury yacht." Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses, taking a long moment before responding to Boat. "There's no rush. Take your time with the research." Boat nodded, offering no objections. Subsequently, Dr. Briefs summoned a robot to transport the white boat to his laboratory. In the temple, the god stood at the edge, his gaze fixated on the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Corporation. "That fellow has returned," said Bobo, who seemed a bit unsettled. "They are here to consult Dr. Briefs," the god replied in a low voice, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, murmuring, "It seems they are investigating that white boat." Bobo remained silent. "Let us observe for now. Hopefully, they will not cause any trouble." The god sighed. "Bulma, please take good care of Boat and his companions," Dr. Briefs instructed before departing. Bulma obediently nodded, arranging accommodations for Boat and the others. "Are you hungry? I can have a robot prepare some meals for you." Bulma sighed softly. "I'm only 4, yet my father expects me to host guests. This household would have fallen apart without me." Boat had no words in response. "What would you like to eat?" "Feel free to choose," Bulma beamed. "Steamed lamb, braised bear paws, steamed deer tails, roasted flour duck, roasted chick, roasted gosling, braised pork, braised duck, soy sauce chicken, cured meat, preserved egg, small intestines, dried meat, sausages, assorted platters, smoked chicken, steamed 8 treasure pork, glutinous rice stuffed duck, canned wild chicken, canned quail. Let us start with all of those." Boat listed off a plethora of dishes in one breath. Bulma asked, "Can you eat all that?" Clearly bewildered, "No problem," Boat replied with a smile. "There are so many dishes. I don't even have the recipes for them here," Bulma remarked, checking the computer for each dish name, discovering many were unrecognized. "Let us prepare whatever can be identified," Boat suggested. "Wasting food is disgraceful." Bulma huffed. "Rest assured, there will be no waste." Boat chuckled. "I don't believe you for a second." Bulma scoffed, yet promptly instructed the chef robot to proceed. In less than 10 minutes, a multitude of dishes began to arrive. Broly, seeing the spread, lunged at the food with the ferocity of a wild animal, devouring it without regard for appearances. Soon, a platter of cured meat was quickly consumed, filling his stomach with hearty bites. "Slow down, there's no rush. No one is competing with you," Boat laughed. Broly nodded vigorously, smacking his lips, recalling how the insect eggs he had eaten previously were far less palatable. Boat joined in, savoring several dishes and relishing the long-missed flavors. Earth's cuisine was undeniably superior. The food on planet Vegeta lacked any technological finesse, being entirely unadulterated, with even minimal salt. The meals Boat endured on planet Vegeta over the years felt like a form of torture. He had attempted to improve those dishes, yet few seemed to appreciate them. This was quite normal, as it is often said that Westerners would certainly enjoy Chinese cuisine. However, reality often contradicts such notions. Westerners may find Chinese food intriguing on occasion, but to genuinely consume it as a staple is entirely improbable. For instance, the preference for sweet or savory tofu pudding distinctly marks the region one hails from. Most Northerners favor savory tofu pudding, while Southerners prefer it sweet. The culinary preferences between Northerners and Southerners are already divergent, let alone those between Westerners and Easterners, if one were to eat hamburgers and steaks daily. Could they truly sustain themselves without a plate of pickles? Thus, the seasonings developed by boat could only be palatable to a small fraction of the population, while the majority still preferred unadulterated meats. However, for Broly, who had only experienced insect eggs, the food here was akin to paradise. Almost all the dishes were swiftly devoured by Broly. Bulma watched in astonishment, staring intently at Broly's stomach, feeling it was quite peculiar. "What is your stomach made of?" Bulma queried curiously. Broly scratched his head, grinning foolishly that you've consumed enough food for over 30 people. Bulma exclaimed, speechless. Hee, Broly replied with another goofy smile. You all continue chatting. I'll step outside for a moment. Boat announced, addressing Maki and Broly. Yes, master. Maki dared not inquire further and promptly responded with utmost respect. Broly scratched his head and glanced at Boat without uttering a word. Boat, choosing silence, transformed into a streak of light. Soaring towards the heavens as dusk gradually approached, Boat slowly materialized above the temple, gazing down at the god of heaven and Bobo. The god of heaven's expression shifted dramatically, his grip tightening around his staff, revealing a visage of alertness. Who are you? He demanded, striving to maintain his composure. Do not be anxious. I am not a villain. Boat replied with a smile, gently descending from the sky to position himself directly opposite the god of heaven. However, the god of heaven grew increasingly tense. It is said that the Namekians originated from the demon realm and came to our world. Boat, with a twinkle in his eye, observed, your ears betray your origins. You hail from the demon realm. The demon realm? The god of heaven was taken aback. Such matters are of little consequence now. Boat continued, his demeanor cheerful. I have come to request your assistance with a certain matter. Please go on. The god of heaven inhaled deeply. Summon the Dragon Balls for me and help me fulfill a wish, Boat stated with a grin. How do you know about the Dragon Balls? The god of heaven's expression shifted once more. Bobo, too, was drenched in cold sweat. I have visited Cyril's star and encountered your kin there, Boat explained. Through him, I gleaned some information about your lineage, my kin. The god of heaven appeared perplexed. Am I an extraterrestrial? You are correct, Boat affirmed with a nod. You are among the earliest Namekians from the demon realm who once resided on the distant Namek star. However, due to climatic issues on Namek, the inhabitants were dispersed across the cosmos. Ah, I see. Finally, I understand my origins. Thank you. The god of heaven's expression softened slightly. Boat's understanding of the Namekians stemmed from his exposure to the Dragon Ball series, which provided insights into their heritage. According to the lore, Namekians are indeed of demonic descent, having entered the 7th universe on Nameke. It is said that those of demonic lineage possess pointed ears, akin to those of elves. When Boat first viewed the Dragon Ball series, he had closely examined the ears of the angelic race. The angels' ears were rounded, not much different from those of ordinary humans, while the ears of the Supreme Kai were predominantly pointed. Did all Supreme Kais originate from the demon realm? Or does the Kaishin star reside within it? What is it that you wish to achieve? The god of heaven scrutinized Boat warily. Simply to elevate my original wish. It is as straightforward as that. Boat replied with a subtle smile. The god of heaven fell silent. 3 seconds later, he spoke. I regret to inform you that the Dragon Balls have been scattered across the globe. You will need to seek them out yourself. Even I cannot assist you in gathering all 7. The god of heaven's gaze shifted, avoiding direct contact with Boat. Do not be modest. I am aware that powerful Namekians possess remarkable abilities. You should be capable of summoning all the Dragon Balls. The Namekian from the demon realm could accomplish it, and as an esteemed member of the Dragon Clan, I am confident you too can succeed, Boat encouraged with a smile. Assist me in fulfilling my wish, and I shall take you back to Namek to reunite you with your kin. Reunite with my kin? The god of heaven's expression wavered. Another silence ensued that I am in no rush. Take your time to contemplate. Boat said, patting the god of heaven's shoulder with a hint of mirth on his face. The god of heaven remained motionless, his body rigid, as if immobilized by an overwhelming pressure. Be why the way. That building over there seems to serve little purpose now, Boat suddenly remarked, pointing to a distant structure. That is the kitchen, the god of heaven replied, momentarily perplexed by Boat's inquiry. Smash. Boat unleashed his power, obliterating the building into fragments. That I shall depart now. I will return in 3 days, Boat added, suddenly recalling something, and do refrain from staring at me unnecessarily. Should I harbor ill intentions, the entire planet would cease to exist. With that, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing in an instant. Once Boat had completely departed, the god of heaven staggered backward several steps, his legs weakening, nearly collapsing to the ground. Bobo hurriedly stepped forward to support him, his own expression reflecting deep concern. What shall we do, Lord God? Bobo queried, flustered. Let us observe for now. If he truly means no harm, we may assist him in fulfilling his wish, the god of heaven sighed. His tone laced with despair. In the face of absolute power, he felt insignificantly small. That individual undoubtedly possessed world-destroying capabilities, capable of annihilating this planet with but a thought. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Corporation, Boat, the materials of your vessel are exceedingly unique. I have attempted various methods, yet I cannot modify it, Dr. Briefs lamented, shaking his head. Currently, all I can do is add a few rooms you require, such as sleeping quarters and furnishings. I have procured some beds and furniture. Do take a look and see if it meets your satisfaction. Boat turned his gaze towards the white vessel in the laboratory. Above it, several rooms had been added, their design relatively distinctive. With a flick of thought, Boat summoned the white vessel into his body, only to release it again. Crash! In an instant, the rooms added by Dr. Briefs were shattered into chaos. What is happening? Dr. Briefs exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. It appears that even with the added rooms, unless you refrain from retracting the vessel, once it is stored and then released, all items will be destroyed, Boat explained. Doctor, if it proves impossible, could you provide me with capsule for a few rooms and some practical supplies? Boat sighed. As compensation, I can bring back 2 highly skilled individuals from outer space. You mean extraterrestrial beings? High technology from beyond the stars. Dr. Brief's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he eagerly agreed. Indeed, Boat nodded. All right, I shall rely on you, Dr. Briefs replied politely. I will take the vessel with me for now. Boat stated, promptly retracting the vessel and stepping outside to summon Maki. Master, what are your instructions? Maki had gradually grown fond of her life here, feeling quite at ease. Please fetch the 2 scientists from your organization. Boat instructed Maki. Remember, ensure they obey. They will be under the doctor's command from now on. Yes, Master, I understand, and I will make certain they comply, Maki affirmed solemnly, then inquired, but how shall I return? There are no spacecraft here. Right, this planet's technological level has yet to reach the point of extraterrestrial travel. You may use my vessel to return, Boat replied, summoning the vessel and activating the navigation system. Very well, Master. Maki eagerly jumped aboard the vessel. Whoosh! The vessel transformed into a streak of light, instantly piercing through the atmosphere and entering the vastness of the cosmos. Broly, come here. Let us commence today's training. Porter waved at Broly, who was not far away. Broly nodded and immediately rushed over, engaging Porter with a flurry of punches and kicks. Without uttering a single unnecessary word, Porter effortlessly defended against all of Broly's attacks during the past 3 days. Porter had not been idle. Instead, he focused on training Broly. Training Broly was entirely different from training Vegeta. Broly already harbored immense energy within him, and as long as he engaged in combat practice, that energy would gradually be unleashed. In just 3 short days, Broly's base combat power had soared to an impressive height of 300,000, with an upward trend. Porter also noticed that Vegeta was diligently training. It appeared that upon returning to planet Vegeta, he had not abandoned his cultivation. Currently, Vegeta's base combat power had reached a staggering 3,000,000 at just 5 years of age. Achieving such a level was indeed astonishing. Previously, Vegeta's combat power was merely 500,000. It seemed that after defeating Frieza, he had gained new insights, leading to a rapid increase in his base combat power, but on planet Vegeta, outside the royal palace, in a vast square. Vegeta donned the gravity training weights once more, activating a tenfold gravity setting specific to planet Vegeta. He began to unleash his fury upon the air with punches and kicks. After an intense training session, Vegeta gasped for breath, and with a press of a button on his gravity weight, he released the gravitational force. "Porter, one day, I shall surpass you," Vegeta declared, gazing up at the azure sky. However, at that moment, a Saiyan suddenly approached and knelt before him, visibly anxious. "What is it?" Vegeta raised an eyebrow. "Your Highness, bad news. Cooler and Cold are leading a legion towards planet Vegeta." The Saiyans' complexion shifted dramatically. Cooler and Cold? Aren't they Frieza's brother and father? Vegeta rubbed his chin and couldn't help but let out a hum of satisfaction. Their arrival was fortuitous, sparing him the trouble of searching for them, providing an excellent opportunity to annihilate them in one fell swoop. They will arrive in the outer atmosphere of planet Vegeta in no more than 20 minutes, the Saiyan reported. Then let's wipe them out in the outer atmosphere. Vegeta's eyes gleamed with disdain as he commanded. "Return and inform my father. You may remain here to enjoy your tea. This matter has been entrusted to this prince." "Yes, your Highness," the Saiyan replied respectfully. With a swift motion, Vegeta shot upwards like a streak of light, ascending into the outer atmosphere of planet Vegeta, where he patiently awaited the arrival of Cooler's legion. The Saiyan subordinate immediately relayed the message to King Vegeta. "Transmit my orders. All Saiyan warriors, assemble to support the prince." King Vegeta decisively commanded that a minute later, whoosh, 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 numerous Saiyans, including Bardock, instantly soared into the blue sky, entering the outer atmosphere of planet Vegeta, Frieza's brother and father. Do they not realize our prince can already transform into a Super Saiyan? Laughter erupted among the Saiyan warriors. They regarded Cooler and Cold with utter contempt. They are essentially walking to their own demise. We were just about to seek them out, and now they come to us willingly. This time, we shall completely eradicate Frieza's clan, and from henceforth, the Saiyans shall become the core of the universe. The entire cosmos shall be dictated by us Saiyans. The warriors reveled in jubilant laughter, completely dismissing Cooler and Cold. Even King Vegeta, with his arms crossed and a condescending smile on his face, allowed his red cape to billow in the wind, as if proclaiming victory. "Instruct the royal chefs to prepare an abundance of dishes today. Once the prince has defeated Cooler and Cold, the universe shall enter the Saiyan era." King Vegeta ordered with a smile. "Yes, my king," his subordinates promptly responded, "in the vast expanse of the starry sky and the boundless universe." Frieza's spaceship drifted through space. Frieza's expression was one of utmost displeasure. Indeed, Frieza had survived, that a passing subordinate had rescued him and brought him back for medical attention. Fortunately, Frieza's vitality was remarkably resilient. Although his lower body had been entirely replaced with machinery, he had managed to preserve his life. "I told you, I can avenge myself. I do not need father or Cooler's assistance." Frieza's eyes blazed with fury as he fixated on the distant blue orb of planet Vegeta. His gaze filled with venomous hatred. "Frieza, with your current combat power, you would only be evenly matched with that Super Saiyan Vegeta. Let your brother assist you in dealing with him." Cooler interjected with a disdainful snort. "Frieza, your brother is right. We must swiftly eliminate that Super Saiyan Vegeta. The strongest in the universe must be our Frost Demon Clan." Cold's cold voice resonated. "As for your revenge, allow your brother to incapacitate him, and then you could deliver the final blow. Do not kill him. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death." Frieza's heart simmered with rage, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. Consumed by fury. "Rest assured, Frieza, I will ensure he is left battered, and the rest will be yours to torment." Cooler replied with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Now that is more like it." Frieza huffed, feeling slightly more at ease. The spaceship hurtled towards planet Vegeta at breakneck speed, leaving a brilliant trail of light across the vast cosmos. After approximately 10 minutes of travel, Frieza, Cooler, and Cold caught sight of Vegeta floating in the cosmic expanse. That beast Vegeta! Frieza trembled at the sight of Vegeta, suspended in space, his face momentarily paling, that he seems aware of our approach. He is waiting for us in space. Cold chuckled. Foolish creature, Cooler scoffed, but tell me, how is it possible for a Saiyan to survive in the vacuum of space? He bears no oxygen mask or similar equipment. He returned from planet Cyril with this newfound ability, and his body can regenerate for some reason. Frieza admitted candidly that, oh, such a revelation? How intriguing. Cooler chuckled knowingly. It appears that planet Cyril harbors secrets unknown to us. After we eliminate this Super Saiyan Vegeta, we must investigate Cyril, Cold pondered. The fellow is gathering energy. Intending to obliterate our spaceship, Frieza stammered in fear, his complexion shifting dramatically. Humph. Overestimating oneself, Cooler coldly snorted, transforming into a streak of light as he shot out from the spaceship. Big Bang attack? Vegeta roared, unleashing an energy blast from his hands. The energy sphere raced towards Frieza's spaceship at breakneck speed. Just as it was about to collide with the vessel, Cooler appeared before the spaceship in an instant, delivering a powerful slap that sent the energy blast careening away. Bang! The energy blast, diverted by Cooler, left a white trail in space, striking a distant asteroid, which shattered into sparkling fragments, radiating vibrant colors. Oh, you must be Cooler, Frieza's brother, Vegeta exclaimed, swiftly approaching with keen interest, the Saiyan prince. Super Saiyan Vegeta, Cooler grinned, observing Vegeta intently. You bear no resemblance to Frieza. Are you truly of the same lineage? Vegeta asked, intrigued with a playful smile that I find that the Azer I defeated bore a striking resemblance to you. Is he your illegitimate son? Vegeta chuckled with growing pride. I have no time for your idle chatter. Transform into a Super Saiyan at once. Allow me to witness the extent of your strength. Gula remarked with a chilling demeanor. Since you are aware that I can transform into a Super Saiyan, you dare to approach me seeking death? You possess quite the audacity. Vegeta pointed his thumb at himself, exuding newfound confidence as he slowly extended 3 fingers. Just 3 seconds. In merely 3 seconds, I can obliterate you. Do take care. Humph. Gula scoffed disdainfully at that moment. Gula had already entered his 4th form, resembling Frieza to some extent yet distinctly different. Bang! A flash of golden light enveloped Vegeta, his hair standing on end as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. A powerful energy radiated from him, expanding violently in all directions. I asked this what a Super Saiyan is. Gula's expression remained cold as he emitted a chilling smile. Oh, you have any final words? Speak quickly, or it may be too late. Vegeta sneered in response. Humph, you are blissfully unaware of your own limitations. Gula chuckled mockingly. Soon, you shall no longer find amusement in this. Vegeta retorted with a huff in the distance. King Vegeta had led numerous Saiyans to the outer atmosphere of planet Vegeta. The Saiyans could survive in this region. But any further advance would lead them into the vastness of space, where survival became exceedingly difficult. Your Highness is magnificent. Your Highness is magnificent. Upon witnessing Vegeta's transformation into a Super Saiyan, the Saiyans erupted in cheers and jubilations. Haha, my son shall become the strongest in the universe. King Vegeta laughed heartily. What are you saying, Your Majesty? The prince is already the strongest in the universe. One of the Saiyans flattered, I feel that the prince could defeat Frieza's brother Gula in merely 10 seconds. Another Saiyan chuckled, showing no regard for Gula. 10 seconds. Are you jesting? Against Frieza's brother, the prince could finish him in at most 3 seconds. Ha! A slip of the tongue. I too believe he can do it in 3 seconds. The Saiyan scratched his head sheepishly. The gathered Saiyans, energized as if by a potent elixir, eagerly awaited their prince to vanquish Frieza's brother and father. Whoosh! Vegeta transformed into a blazing golden flame, instantaneously appearing directly opposite Gula, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! The blow connected with Gula's cheek. Splendid, a direct hit. Surely, Gula's head must be splitting. The Saiyans rejoiced, incredulous at the audacity of Gula to challenge their prince. After striking Gula's face, Vegeta swiftly propelled his knee upward, crashing it against Gula's chin. Gula's body flew backward, tumbling through space. Vegeta steadied himself and extended his right hand, aiming at Gula from afar. Whoosh, a golden beam erupted from Vegeta's hand, resembling a great dragon, racing toward Gula's position at astonishing speed. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Gula's location erupted in a colossal explosion, sending waves of smoke billowing. Humph! Trash! Vegeta smirked triumphantly, spitting disdainfully into the void that he s dead. King Vegeta laughed heartily. "Your Highness is magnificent! Your Highness is magnificent!" The Saiyans shouted in unison, exhilarated by their prince's prowess. Just moments ago, Vegeta's attacks had flowed seamlessly, effortlessly dispatching Frieza's brother in merely 3 moves. Truly, he was the prince. Truly, he was a Super Saiyan. Before a Super Saiyan, Frieza's kin were but insignificant pests. The Saiyans conversed eagerly, believing that even if Gula survived, he would be left with little life remaining. That was a devastating strike from Prince Vegeta, the Super Saiyan. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Gula's face emerged, adorned with an amused expression, his body entirely unscathed. "What?" Vegeta's pupils constricted, his youthful visage paling. "What is this? Is this the extent of your attack, Super Saiyan Vegeta?" Gula mused, casually rubbing his nose, a playful smile dancing upon his lips. The assembled Saiyans stood dumbfounded. Did we receive the wrong script? Wasn't Gula supposed to be effortlessly defeated by Prince Vegeta? Why does he appear unscathed? Bardock's expression hardened, a foreboding sensation tightening within him. Humph, a bunch of fools. Did they truly believe Gula could be easily vanquished by a Super Saiyan? Kurta sneered contemptuously. Titich, Frieza bared his teeth, feeling somewhat displeased. "I guess it's simply because you are my brother that you are deemed stronger than me, Frieza." Gula's combat power had now reached an astounding height of at least 200 million. How could Vegeta possibly stand a chance? Kurta's smile grew increasingly arrogant. Frieza remained silent, the thrill of revenge gradually assuaging his irritation. Gula had assumed his 4th form, the true embodiment of his power. However, he was significantly more formidable than Frieza. In this form, his battle prowess soared to a staggering 200 million. Furthermore, Gula possessed a 5th transformation, which would elevate his strength to an unprecedented 470 million. This was far beyond what Vegeta could contend with. "This is impossible. This cannot be." Vegeta's expression was one of disbelief, his face contorted with despair. Just moments ago, Vegeta had exerted nearly all his energy, reaching a combat power of at least 130 million during his attack. Such formidable strength against Frieza would undoubtedly lead to a swift victory. That was a 10 million advantage over Frieza. Yet against Gula, it merely stirred a cloud of dust, inflicting no damage whatsoever. How does it feel, little Saiyan Prince Vegeta? A Super Saiyan, you say? Gula laughed coldly, his gaze filled with disdain, a smirk curling his lips. Whoosh, Gula concluded, raising a hand to unleash a fiery red beam. The speed of the crimson light was blinding, appearing before Vegeta in the blink of an eye. Vegeta gasped in horror, desperately attempting to evade the strike. Boom! Ultimately, Vegeta could not avoid it. One of his arms was blown off, erupting into a mist of blood, scattering through the cosmos. Ah! Vegeta cried out in agony. The assembled Saiyans were left stunned, their expressions frozen in utter disbelief. How could this happen? No one had anticipated such a swift reversal in the battle. "I've heard your arm possesses regenerative abilities. Quickly regenerate another for me to witness," Gula observed with interest, his smile growing ever brighter. "Damn it," Vegeta gritted his teeth, immediately channeling his energy to regenerate his arm. "Not bad. Indeed, you can regenerate. That's quite impressive," Gula applauded. "How did you achieve this? What miraculous substance exists on planet Cyril? If you tell me, I might consider sparing your life." Bah, Vegeta would never disclose the truth about the Dragon Balls. "It seems you are unwilling to share. Then I shall have to torment you until you comprehend the meaning of unbearable pain." A fierce glint flickered in Gula's eyes. On Earth, in the sacred land, Patar arrived with Broly at the Divine Temple. "Lord Supreme Kai, what is your decision?" Patar inquired with a benevolent expression directed at the Earth's Supreme Kai. "Understood. I shall summon the Dragon Balls and fulfill your wish at once." The celestial deity nodded gravely. In the face of absolute power, he deemed it wiser to maintain a low profile, especially with the child beside him, who, with just a single glance, instilled a profound sense of trepidation. This child, named Broly, was utterly fearsome. Upon arriving at the temple, however, Broly was inquisitive, gazing around with wide eyes, until his gaze settled on Mr. Popo's face. In the next moment, Broly mimicked Mr. Popo, transforming his eyes into two glimmering bells. "Mr. Popo, are you being polite?" Broly turned his head and gave a silly grin at Potor. Potor discreetly wiped his brow. "Why must you imitate someone like Popo?" The celestial deity, rendered speechless, decided against further idle chatter and promptly raised his right hand high, unleashing an invisible divine power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 7 streams of golden light instantly converged in the sky above the temple. Thud. 7 Dragon Balls slowly descended, landing upon the temple-esque ground. Broly's eyes lit up, his expression returning to normal as he rushed forward to pick up a Dragon Ball, ready to bite into it. Crunch! The 3-star Dragon Ball was immediately cracked by Broly's bite. The celestial deity's face changed in alarm. What kind of child is this? Are his teeth that strong? That's a Dragon Ball. And he just bit it open. Disappointed, Broly shook his head, stuck out his tongue, and found the object utterly unpalatable, casually tossing the Dragon Ball to the ground. Potor, I could just swat Broly away. If you break the Dragon Ball, I'll knock you into next week. Is it still usable? Potor asked darkly. The celestial deity wished to weep, urgently calling out to the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground. "Dragon, come forth and grant our wishes." Boom! A golden beam shot skyward. The beam transformed into a sinuous dragon winding through the night sky. "Gatherers of the Dragon Balls, state your wishes, and I shall endeavor to fulfill any one of them." The dragon's voice resonated, but upon seeing the celestial deity, it paused momentarily before hastily greeting him. "Ah, it is you, Lord Deity, who has summoned me. This friend, named Potor, wishes to make a request, so please fulfill his desire." The celestial deity maintained a serene expression. Broly curiously gazed at the dragon above, smacking his lips, feeling an impulse to take a bite. Just as Broly prepared to leap, Potor seized his tail, yanking him down from the air. "Behave yourself," Potor admonished. Broly nodded eagerly, grinning foolishly. "Dragon, previously I utilized the Dragon Balls to grant a wish with Trunks, allowing both me and Vegeta to possess regenerative capabilities. Now, I wish to upgrade this ability." "Can you accomplish that?" Potor asked with a smile. "Trunks?" The dragon's pupils contracted slightly, clearly taken aback. "Then please assist in upgrading the regenerative abilities for both myself, Vegeta, and Broly," Potor continued with a grin. Broly energetically nodded, his expression filled with excitement. "Does Broly possess regenerative abilities?" the dragon questioned, appearing quite perplexed. "And why are you so agitated? Your current regenerative ability means as long as your head remains intact, your body can regenerate." The dragon quickly assessed Potor and Vegeta's regenerative capabilities, and with a flicker of light in its crimson eyes, it proclaimed, "Very well, I can assist in your enhancement. Your regenerative abilities will become even more remarkable. From now on, a core the size of a walnut will manifest within you, situated near your navel. As long as the core and your brain remain intact, you will be able to regenerate, including Broly. That counts as one wish, correct?" Potor smiled, his expression warm as spring. The dragon silently regarded Broly, cold sweat trickling down its dragon face. After a brief silence, it concluded that since Broly lacked regenerative abilities, it could only grant him an upgrade to possess such an ability. The dragon's voice rang out, indicating that his regenerative ability would be akin to that which you and Vegeta previously possessed. "So be it, I am most grateful," Potor said, clasping his hands in thanks. Buzz! As the words fell, the dragon's immense eyes shimmered with golden light. In a mere blink, 2 streams of ethereal energy enveloped Potor. Another energy surged swiftly towards the direction of planet Vegeta, presumably to upgrade Vegeta's regenerative ability. "Your wish has been granted," the dragon intoned, preparing to depart, but Potor interjected, "Dragon, if I travel to Namek, can I also upgrade my regenerative ability there?" "Regrettably, your wish has been exhausted. Farewell." The dragon cast a resentful glance at Poder before transforming into 7 golden streams of light, vanishing in an instant. The sky returned to brightness. Poder felt within his body and indeed discovered something akin to a golden core in the vicinity of his lower abdomen, roughly at the location of his dantian. What on earth? Am I now a practitioner at the golden core stage? Poder mused, aware that in the Dragon Ball universe, the concept of a dantian did not exist. Yet was this object truly the core of regeneration? Furthermore, could it be that Cell's core is not situated in his head as he claimed, but rather in the location of his dantian? It was possible he was deliberately misleading Gohan and the others. Of course, it could also be that his core had the ability to change its location. Regardless, none of that seemed crucial now. Poder had acquired dual regenerative capabilities, one allowing regeneration as long as his brain remained intact, and another based on the presence of the golden core. Vegeta shared a similar fate. As for Broly, he could regenerate as long as his head was intact. Broly, congratulations, from this day forth, you have acquired the ability to regenerate, Poder said, patting Broly on the shoulder. Broly gazed up at Poder, confusion evident in his eyes, and after a prolonged silence, he asked, "What does that mean?" "It means if your arms or legs are severed, you can regrow them using your own abilities," Poder explained. Broly glanced at his left arm, gritted his teeth, and summoned a stream of light in his right hand. Crunch! Broly's left arm was sent flying. Remarkably, he endured the pain without uttering a sound. The celestial deity and Mr. Popo exchanged alarmed glances, their expressions shifting in disbelief. Slap! Broly quickly sensed his body and, utilizing his regenerative ability, rapidly restored his lost arm. This ability felt as though it had always existed within him, effortlessly realized without the need for comprehension. Broly was ecstatic, moving his arm and feeling no discomfort, breaking into a wide grin. Suddenly, he seemed to have an idea, glanced at the severed arm, hurriedly picked it up, and cauterized the wound with flames. Instantly, the air was filled with the enticing aroma of roasted meat. The celestial deity and Mr. Popo were utterly dumbfounded, their faces paling to an extreme degree. What is this child planning? "Let's head back," Poder called out to Broly. Broly nodded vigorously. "Thank you, celestial deity. We shall take our leave." Poder waved his hand and soared into the air, adding, "By the way, when do you wish to return to Namek? How long will it take?" The celestial deity pondered for a moment before inquiring. "Just a moment. Let me check," Poder replied, remotely controlling the white spaceship. The ship had now docked at the headquarters of the Zeta organization, but it had not yet returned. However, Poder could control the white spaceship from afar, thus determining the time required to reach Namek. The journey from Earth to Namek would take no more than 15 minutes at the speed of the white spaceship. The total travel time would be half an hour, not a lengthy endeavor. Poder smiled. "When shall we depart?" The celestial deity's heart leaped with excitement. "Is my homeland, Namek, so near. I too wish to visit and see my kin. I mentioned that I look different from Earthlings. Turns out I am a Namekian. How about this? When it's time to depart, I shall come to summon you." Poder is just about to make a trip to Namek, and while he's at it, he will upgrade my regeneration abilities. If the Dragon of Namek can continue to enhance my regenerative powers, I believe I could attain the regeneration capacity akin to that of Majin Buu. "Very well. Thank you immensely." The Supreme Kai let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Poder waved goodbye. Broly, clutching his severed arm, gleefully trailed behind Poder. The two swiftly descended from the sky, heading towards the Capsule Corporation. "You wouldn't be thinking of using that arm to frighten the girls, would you?" Poder deduced Broly's intentions upon seeing his toothy grin. Broly chuckled and nodded. "Do not engage in such games with the girls, especially not with Bulma," Poder advised. "And what about Maki?" Broly hesitated momentarily, articulating his thoughts with some difficulty. "She is not a girl. It matters not," Poder replied with a smile. Broly nodded vigorously again, his grin widening. The headquarters of the Zeta organization. "Achoo!" Maki sneezed. "Lady Maki, are you all right?" One of her subordinates cautiously inquired. Maki waved her hand lightly, her blue visage reflecting a tumultuous mood, her beautiful eyes blinking rapidly. This moment, Maki's heart was in turmoil. This was the perfect opportunity to escape Porter's control. I shall find a place to hide. I refuse to believe Porter can locate me. Moreover, he has gifted me that small white ship. Without it, how could he possibly find me? As long as I claim the white ship as my own. Are there any corners of this universe I cannot reach? Upon returning to the SETA organization headquarters, Maki did not rush to take the two scientists back. After a moment's hesitation, she gritted her teeth and made her final decision. She commanded, immediately devote all efforts to researching that white ship and find a way to seize control of it. Understood. Her subordinates nodded, leading the scientists aboard the white ship for study. It would be remarkable if they could uncover anything. The ship lacked even a propulsion system. Apart from its white hull, it was utterly bare. After more than an hour of investigation, the scientists remained empty-handed. Lady Maki, this white ship is exceedingly peculiar, and we are at a loss as to how to proceed. The material is extraordinarily unique. No matter what we use, we cannot leave a single scratch on it. One scientist lamented, shaking his head in despair. This was the first time he had encountered such a bizarre material. He wondered where Lady Maki had procured this ship. Maki's complexion paled. She had never anticipated that her top scientists would be utterly helpless against the ship. Lady Maki, what about Lord Elec and the others? Someone inquired. He has other matters to attend to and will return after some time. Maki replied, omitting the grim news of Elec's demise. If she revealed that the entire SETA organization would disintegrate into chaos. Prepare one of our fastest spaceships. Maki bit her lip and promptly issued the command. A few minutes later, Maki boarded the spaceship and swiftly fled the scene. I refuse to be someone else's warm bed servant. I do not believe you can find me. After much internal conflict and struggle, Maki resolved to escape Porter's grasp. The universe is vast. Surely I could find a place to conceal myself. I could seek a planet akin to Earth, where I can live comfortably, far better than serving you day in and day out. On planet Vegeta, within the cosmic expanse. Bang! Bang! Cooler unleashed a relentless assault on Vegeta. Vegeta, having reverted to his normal state, bore the bruises of defeat, utterly incapable of resistance. After all, his current maximum combat power stood at a mere 150 million, while Cooler had yet to reveal his true strength, already elevating his power to around 200 million. The onlookers, King Vegeta and others, were stricken with fear, their faces ashen, trembling in terror, feeling utterly despondent. This is not right. Was it not said that Super Saiyans are the strongest warriors in the universe? Why can I not even best Frisia's brother? The prince might be killed. Someone could no longer bear to watch. Your Majesty, we must transform into great apes and charge together. A suggestion was put forth. Though it may not yield significant results, it was perhaps the only recourse available. King Vegeta inhaled deeply and solemnly declared, "We shall devise a way to rescue the prince, given time to train. He will surely surpass that scoundrel Cooler." With those words, King Vegeta raised his right hand, coalescing a luminous sphere of energy. Whoosh! He hurled the glowing sphere into the planet's outer atmosphere. Instantly, the sphere emitted a divine radiance, illuminating the darkest moments of planet Vegeta. The Saiyans collectively focused their gazes upon the artificial full moon. Roar, roar! The Saiyans transformed into massive black gorillas, their cries reverberating through the heavens. Charge! King Vegeta led the charge towards Cooler. Whoosh! A streak of crimson light suddenly flashed, piercing the artificial full moon. Boom! The artificial moon erupted in the cosmos, resembling a dazzling display of fireworks. No, this is bad, King Vegeta exclaimed, his expression darkening. He swiftly turned to gaze in the direction for which the crimson light had emanated. To his astonishment, he recognized that the figure appearing in the nearby void was none other than Frisia. Ho ho ho! Although your transformations into gorillas may seem larger than mere ants to me, I detest hairy creatures. Frisia scoffed. Slap! In the next instant, Frisia waved his hand, and an invisible force rapidly enveloped several charging Saiyans in the cosmic expanse. Instantly, this energy bound them, including King Vegeta, rendering them motionless in the vacuum of space. Saiyans cannot survive in the void. However, they can momentarily sustain themselves through energy shields. This time, Frisia effortlessly immobilized the Saiyans and easily shattered their protective energy barriers. With the shields gone, King Vegeta and the others were deprived of air, leaving them exposed to the vacuum. Slap, slap. In the blink of an eye, King Vegeta and several Saiyans transformed into lifeless ice sculptures, devoid of vitality. Ho ho ho! Frieza laughed with increasing delight. Did you see that, Vegeta? Your father has become an ice sculpture. Vegeta's expression shifted from shock to rage as he glanced at Frieza and then back at his father. Indeed, Vegeta, filled with indignation, realized his father had turned into an ice sculpture, dead beyond revival. In addition to his father, at least 30 more Saiyans had perished in the void. As for the remaining Saiyans, they had been fortunate enough to survive for the moment, having yet to engage. Father Vegeta, overwhelmed with grief and fury, charged towards King Vegeta. Slap. Cooler seized Vegeta's tail, yanking him back and delivering 2 resounding slaps. Vegeta cried out in agony, engulfed by despair. Weren't you quite arrogant before? Super Saiyan Vegeta. Cooler grinned at Vegeta, lifting him high by the throat. Damn it, Vegeta seethed in defiance. Cooler's expression turned cold as he thrust his hand forward, piercing Vegeta's heart directly. You scoundrel, was it not agreed that I would be allowed to torment him thoroughly? Frieza's rage flared as he shouted at Gula. Fear not, he is not so easily dispatched. Have you forgotten his regenerative capabilities? Gula chuckled softly. Indeed it seems so. Frieza smirked, his expression shifting to one of excitement. Very well, allow me to repair him. The agony I endured shall be repaid to him tenfold. Of course, that is no issue. Gula nodded, then pondered, but do exercise caution. I have a nagging suspicion that this fellow harbors a formidable energy within him. Perhaps even contemplating escape or an attempt to annihilate you. Annihilate me, Frieza? Do not jest. Does he truly believe he can bring about my demise? Frieza rolled his eyes in exasperation, deeply disdainful of Gula's words. In any case, it would be prudent to heed caution, Gula advised, withdrawing his hand from Vegeta's form, inadvertently extracting a pulsating heart. Crack! With a forceful grip, Gula obliterated Vegeta's heart into fragments. Boom! Gula then delivered a swift kick, sending Vegeta sprawling beside Frieza. Frieza casually lifted a hand, catching Vegeta and delivering 2 powerful blows. These 2 strikes were intended for my son. Frieza's gaze turned frosty, filled with simmering hatred. Vegeta lay still, akin to a lifeless dog. Hey, do not perish on me. If you die, my amusement shall be extinguished. Frieza gently patted Vegeta's face, a smile gracing his lips. You can regenerate, can't you? Hurry and restore your heart. Yet Vegeta remained motionless, seemingly lifeless. Frieza furrowed his brow, placing a hand on Vegeta's neck, checking for a pulse. Gula, you insufferable wretch! Frieza seethed with fury. You have truly killed him. We had an agreement for me to torment him. Impossible! He cannot have perished so easily. Gula shook his head. He is merely unconscious. I possess a special healing elixir aboard my spaceship. A mere sip will restore him. Hurry and fetch it if you have truly killed him. I shall not rest until I have my vengeance. Frieza trembled with rage. Gula ceased his chatter, turning to fly towards the spaceship. The issue was that neither he nor Frieza wore scouters, leaving them unable to communicate with those inside the spacecraft. Thus he had no choice but to make the trip himself. Hey, Vegeta, do not dare die on me. If you do, how shall I entertain myself? Frieza grew anxious, even contemplating performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on Vegeta. I, Frieza, have yet to exact my revenge. If he were to perish now, it would be an utter waste. Vegeta remained utterly still, his body rigid, devoid of breath. The Saiyans in the outer atmosphere of planet Vegeta were equally stunned. The prince has been defeated by Gula. The king has just perished in the vastness of space. This is disastrous. Is today truly the day of our Saiyan race's annihilation? The expressions of the gathered Saiyans turned ashen. A number of them immediately turned to flee back to the planet's surface, boarding their spaceships to escape from this world. Boom! Yet they were met with a barrage of energy blasts. The ships exploded on the spot. Those who had just ascended into space were instantly transformed into ice sculptures, their lives extinguished in the void of the cosmos. Fools! How could one hope to escape at such a time? Bardock gritted his teeth. Then what do you suggest we do? Rick was at a loss. We wait. For now, We can only await Port's return. Bardock inhaled deeply. Port? Even if he is stronger than the prince. He cannot be that much stronger. Rick was skeptical of Port. He is our only hope. Bardock's expression darkened as he commanded his kin, immediately find someone to contact Port. We must make every effort to reach him. The few warriors hesitated momentarily. Hurry up, right now. Bardock is the most powerful warrior among us. Rick commanded sharply, his combat power reaching an impressive 15,000. 15,000. The others were taken aback. Is that not greater than the king's power? Enough with the chatter. Swiftly attend to your duties. Rick urged. Once you locate Port, relay everything that has transpired here. Understood. The warriors nodded, promptly descending to this moment. Gula had arrived at the entrance of his spaceship, requesting the healing elixir, intending to administer a brief treatment to Vegeta. Frieza felt a pang of discontent. He had anticipated exacting his revenge, yet his nemesis was so effortlessly dispatched by his brother. I told you, you should not have crushed his heart, Frieza bellowed. Cease your noise. Who knew his heart could not regenerate? Gula shot Frieza an irritated glare. Rest assured, despite the destruction of my heart, I am not dead. Vegeta's voice suddenly echoed in Frieza's ears. As you wished, I have returned to life. Frieza was taken aback, a mix of surprise and delight flooding him. Yet in the next moment, his joy was swiftly extinguished. Vegeta rapidly regenerated his injuries, transforming into a Super Saiyan, and with a powerful strike, pierced through Frieza's back, emerging from his chest. Frieza, did you not anticipate this? Vegeta smirked triumphantly. Frieza's gaze dimmed, his complexion paling dramatically. I sensed your energy long ago, aware that you yet lived. Vegeta scoffed. Thus I feigned death, awaiting this moment to obliterate you. To perish alongside you would at least afford me some company in the afterlife. You, Frieza trembled, feeling his life force rapidly dissipating. Crack. Vegeta gritted his teeth, exerting greater force, sweeping his hand across. In an instant, Frieza's body was mercilessly bisected. No, more accurately, it was cleaved in half just above the waist. Around the heart, Frieza's upper and lower halves were separated, blood gushing forth. Gula, stationed at the doorway of the spacecraft, awaited the healing elixir. However, everything transpired far too swiftly, leaving him unable to intervene in time. You wretched scoundrel! Gula's eyes widened with fury, utterly unprepared for such an outcome. Infuriated, he charged towards Vegeta. Mega explosion attack. Vegeta swiftly unleashed a colossal surge of energy. Boom! Gula countered with a backhand, effortlessly deflecting the massive energy blast. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Gula closed the distance with Vegeta, delivering an uppercut that sent him spiraling backward, flipping through the air. Frieza, are you all right? Gula refrained from pursuing Vegeta, instead rushing to embrace Frieza's dismembered body. Frieza trembled violently, tears streaming down his face. Whoosh! Gula, cradling Frieza's half, swiftly made his way to the spaceship's entrance. Creak! The door of the spaceship swung open. Lord Gula, the healing elixir has been procured. A subordinate approached with utmost respect. However, upon witnessing Frieza's severed form, the subordinate was rendered speechless. Boom! Gula's eyes blazed with fury, unleashing a burst of energy that obliterated the hapless subordinate. This fool's delay has led to Frieza's tragic fate. Quickly, take him for treatment. He can still be saved, Gula instructed another subordinate. The trembling warrior cautiously took Frieza's remaining half, hastening to administer aid. Humph, today, every last Saiyan must perish. Gula's expression turned icy to the extreme. Right beneath his very eyes, Vegeta had audaciously assassinated Frieza, leaving Gula feeling utterly humiliated. I will personally execute them. Frieza gritted his teeth, seething with rage. Gula replied, You have been reduced to such a pathetic state, and yet you still wish to kill them yourself? I warned you to be more cautious, yet you refused to heed my advice. However, Gula ultimately refrained from voicing these thoughts. After a brief moment of hesitation, he gave a subtle nod, dismissing the matter. Nevertheless, allow me to obliterate Vegeta myself, Gula proposed. Frieza managed to utter 2 words before his head tilted and he succumbed to unconsciousness, without a shred of doubt. Gula transformed into a streak of light, swiftly darting towards Vegeta's direction. Vegeta radiated a golden aura, once again transforming into a Super Saiyan, engaging Gula in a fierce confrontation. Yet, no matter how valiantly Vegeta fought, he remained no match for Gula. The disparity between them was simply too vast. Even with Vegeta elevating his base power level to 5 million and transforming into a Super Saiyan, his combat prowess barely reached 250 million. Still significantly inferior to Gula. On Earth, at the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, in a spacious courtyard, Broly launched a ferocious assault against Porter. Porter effortlessly blocked all of Broly's strikes, sending him crashing to the ground with a single slap. Broly sat on the ground, gritting his teeth, and charged forward once more. Smack! Porter raised a hand to intercept Broly's punch, but at that moment, he suddenly noticed a notification on his system. Your student Vegeta has died. Porter stood in a daze for 2 seconds. Broly intensified his attacks, energy surging wildly. Smack! Porter casually slapped Broly back into the earth, leaving only his head exposed. Broly. Porter ignored Broly, instead gazing at the system panel in astonishment. He soon keenly observed that in the lower right corner of the panel, Vegeta's icon had turned black and white. This indicated that Vegeta was indeed deceased. Porter was at a loss for words. How could he have died? His base power level had reached 3 million. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, his combat power should have been at least 150 million, that even if Frieza returned, he would be no match for him. What on earth happened? Wait, Gula! The name suddenly surfaced in Porter's mind. Surely, it must be Gula who sought revenge on Vegeta. How could I have overlooked such a crucial piece of information? Am I even a true Dragon Ball fan? Porter felt a wave of guilt wash over him, and immediately checked his own energy levels. With Vegeta now deceased, he feared his own power might dissipate as well. If he returned to the state before Vegeta's demise, it would be a tragedy. However, upon thorough inspection, Porter discovered that his energy levels remained unchanged, still firmly at 7,500,000,000 AS for Broly. Though his power had risen to 500,000, he currently provided Porter with only 25 million energy units. Porter did not factor this into his calculations. Technically speaking, Porter's base combat power had reached 75,250,000,000, equivalent to the combined strength of Vegeta and Broly multiplied by 50. With Vegeta's death, unless he was revived, his combat strength would cease to grow. Porter suddenly noticed that the black and white Vegeta icon on the system panel was flickering gently and instinctively tapped on it. Would you like to revive your student, Vegeta? Yes, no. Porter was momentarily taken aback that I can directly revive my student. However, Porter chose not to resurrect Vegeta at this time, even if he was brought back to life. He would likely be easily slain again, that I must visit planet Vegeta and ascertain what has transpired there. Porter immediately attempted to contact the white spaceship to communicate with the Zeta organization. What about Maki? How is she progressing with her tasks? Porter's voice transmitted through the white spaceship. Upon hearing the sudden communication, the members of the Zeta organization were momentarily stunned. Quickly responding, Lady Maki has already departed in a spaceship, stating that she has important matters to attend to. Porter swiftly realized, has Maki fled? He had little interest in her, initially only seeking a maid to serve him. It would be no trouble to find another later. However, Porter certainly could not let Maki's unilateral departure go unpunished. Yet he currently had no time to deal with her. First, he must resolve the situation with Vegeta. Whoosh! The white spaceship transformed into a streak of light. Hurtling towards Earth, Porter extricated Broly from the ground. Broly, shortly I shall engage you in real combat, Porter said solemnly to Broly. Broly excitedly nodded. Bulma, I will be away with Broly for a while. Porter called Bulma over. Speaking earnestly, are you going to outer space? Bulma inquired, tilting her head and blinking her bright eyes. Indeed, Porter nodded. I want to go with you. Bulma hugged Porter's leg. Porter, you are only 4 years old. What purpose do you have in coming along? Porter was at a loss for words. Broly was merely 5 years old, yet he could travel. Why couldn't Bulma? I do not wish to attend kindergarten. It is so boring there. Bulma pouted, cheeks puffed out in discontent. And no worries, you should graduate in a year, right? Porter smiled that I refuse. I want to travel with you. Bulma stamped her foot, clinging tightly to Porter's leg. My sister has already gone off on adventures, leaving me alone at home to manage this big house. I am exhausted." Porter was rendered speechless. Just then, Bulma's mother, Bicini, approached from a distance. After clarifying the situation, she grasped Bulma by the back of her collar and led her away. "Porter, big brother, when will you return?" Bulma asked. "We will return after a while." Porter smiled. As he spoke, whoosh, the white spaceship zipped back at high speed, hovering about a meter above the ground. "Madame Bicini, Broly and I are leaving now. Thank you for your care these past 2 days." Porter waved to Bulma's mother. "We won't disturb the doctor." "All right. You're always welcome to visit." Bicini smiled. "Good." Porter nodded, swiftly controlling the white spaceship, transforming it into a streak of light that instantly soared into the vast cosmos, heading towards planet Vegeta. Just as Porter took control of the white spaceship, a message rapidly arrived on his system. "Lord Porter, please respond. Planet Vegeta is currently under attack from Gula and Kuda. King Vegeta has perished, and the prince is on the verge of collapse." Porter scrutinized the message, noting it had been sent 10 minutes ago. Now, Vegeta was indeed dead. "Understood. I will arrive in 10 minutes." Porter relayed the information back. It was indeed Gula. This fellow appeared so swiftly on planet Vegeta, within the outer atmosphere. The recent events had plunged the numerous Saiyans present into a deathly silence. They had witnessed with their own eyes as their Prince Vegeta was effortlessly slain by Gula, reduced to mere ashes. Surely, he must be dead. Having been turned to dust, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to return, wouldn't it? A wave of panic swept through the gathered Saiyans. "Is there any news from Porter?" Bardock hastily inquired. "We have just received word that Lord Pota mentioned he will arrive at planet Vegeta in 10 minutes. The fellow warrior stepped forward to respond immediately. 10 minutes really going to take that long?" Rick's expression darkened considerably. Lord Pota must have only just received the news. The warrior spoke solemnly. "At this juncture, we can only devise a way to engage them on the ground, to buy time until Lord Pota returns to planet Vegeta." Bardock weighed the situation seriously and made a decisive call. Indeed, the multitude of Saiyans instinctively formed ranks behind Bardock. After all, Bardock is currently the mightiest warrior among the Saiyans. While they were conversing, Cooler slowly manifested directly opposite Bardock and his companions, gazing at them with a smirk, his eyes brimming with mockery. To Cooler, it seemed as if he were merely looking at a swarm of insignificant insects. Bardock endeavored to calm himself, locking eyes with Cooler, taking a deep breath. "I understand that regardless of our efforts, we cannot possibly match your strength. However, we Saiyans will never relinquish our resistance. Let us battle on the surface." Cooler regarded Bardock with a penetrating gaze, his expression notably frigid. "What do you say? Shall we seek another planet to settle this?" Bardock's tone grew grave. "Oh, you wish to challenge me?" Cooler scoffed. "Indeed." Bardock nodded. "Will you transform into a Super Saiyan?" Cooler inquired with keen interest. "Although I will not become a Super Saiyan, I will significantly enhance my combat prowess." As Bardock spoke, a golden aura suddenly erupted from him, and immense energy radiated outward, stirring up layers of tempestuous winds. Witnessing Bardock's transformation, the assembled Saiyans were left in awe. They had initially believed that Bardock could also transform into a Super Saiyan. However, it soon became apparent to them that Bardock had not transformed into a Super Saiyan. He simply emanated a golden glow, dramatically elevating his combat power. His hair remained unchanged. "Oh, quite remarkable indeed. Your state has elevated your combat power to an astonishing 30,000. Cooler squinted, looking at Bardock with a hint of surprise. A combat power of 30,000. Bardock's power had reached such heights. Wasn't his power merely 15,000? The gathered Saiyans were all astonished. Yet after a brief moment of shock, despair began to wash over their faces. Merely 30,000 in combat power pales in comparison to Cooler. Prince Vegeta had already raised his combat power to 150 million and still fell short against Cooler, with a power level of 30,000. Surely Cooler could obliterate him with the slightest effort. "Let us battle on the ground." Bardock's expression was grave as he addressed Cooler coolly. "There is no need for that." Cooler chuckled lightly, raising his right hand. Crack! In the blink of an eye, a fiery red energy sphere materialized in Cooler's grasp. The crimson orb expanded rapidly, its surface crackling with black lightning, emitting a cacophony of sounds. Within 3 seconds, the fiery sphere grew to a diameter of 20 meters. "What do you intend to do?" Bardock's expression changed, and he shouted loudly. "You lack the qualifications to challenge me. Prepare to vanish along with your planet." Cooler dismissed Bardock entirely, casually waving his hand, sending the suspended fiery sphere plummeting towards Bardock's location. Bardock's face went pale with alarm, and he urgently commanded the other Saiyans. "Everyone, join me. We must destroy this energy blast." With his words, Bardock gathered energy in his hands, unleashing a maximum strength ki blast toward the descending planet-destroying orb. The other Saiyans followed suit, releasing their energy blasts, determined to obliterate the catastrophic projectile. Even if they could not destroy it, they aimed to deflect it. After all, beneath them lay their homeland, planet Vegeta. Should the planet be annihilated, they would all perish. Rather than wait for death, they would resist with all their might, hoping for a glimmer of survival. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the Saiyans joined forces, launching their energy blasts at the colossal fiery sphere. Yet, all their efforts proved futile. The energy blasts released by the Saiyans failed to destroy the planet-destroying orb. The sphere continued its relentless descent, radiating unyielding momentum. Bardock gritted his teeth and bravely surged forward, attempting to intercept the energy blast. However, as he made contact with the orb, an overwhelming sense of death washed over him. Crack! In the next moment, Bardock's figure flickered and vanished without a trace. "Bardock!" Rick shouted Bardock's name, rushing forward immediately. Bang! Rick's powerful fist struck the planet-destroying orb. Swish! In an instant, Rick was completely consumed by the overwhelming energy of the sphere. The deaths of Bardock and Rick sent shivers of dread through the ranks of the Saiyans. 10 seconds passed. Boom! The entirety of planet Vegeta erupted in a dazzling display of colors within the cosmic expanse, fulfilling its final destiny, transforming into cosmic dust. "Humph! A bunch of trash," Cooler sneered disdainfully, allowing me to personally resolve what Frieza could not. "They cannot be allowed to remain. Something feels amiss." Muttering to himself, Cooler turned and flew towards a spaceship. However, just as Cooler approached the vessel, he suddenly spotted a white streak of light hurtling towards him from afar. Moving at incredible speed, swish! In the blink of an eye, Poda appeared on the scene, accompanied by Broly. Poda inhaled deeply. "Ultimately, I have arrived too late. I could not save planet Vegeta. Yet this is not insurmountable. The Dragon Balls remain." "Do they not? The Dragon Balls on Namek can grant 3 wishes. Moreover, even the Dragon Balls on Cyril can be summoned infinitely due to the absence of a cooldown as for whether to restore the fallen planet Vegeta and revive the Saiyans. That depends on Vegeta's wishes." Poda did not intend to involve himself in this matter. Upon seeing Poda and Broly emerge in the vastness of space aboard a white vessel, Cooler furrowed his brow slightly, quickly noticing the furry tails trailing behind them. "Humph, there are still Saiyans who have not perished." Cooler snorted coldly. "You should not have come here to seek death. Wouldn't it be wiser to find a place to hide?" Broly bared his teeth at Cooler, tightening his fists, suddenly leaping into the air, ready to launch an attack. "Come back." Poda yanked Broly's tail, pulling him back. Broly scratched his head, bewildered as he looked at Poda. "This is the vastness of space. You cannot survive here for long," Poda explained. Broly seemed somewhat confused. Nodding vacantly, "No need to rush," Poda remarked, then pressed a button on Vegeta's dimming holographic image. "Do you wish to revive your student?" "Vegeta, yes or no?" Poda selected yes. "Reviving your student, Vegeta, will require 5-time coins, yes or no?" Poda understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and he had no choice but to agree. Although he could also use the Dragon Balls to revive Vegeta, Poda wanted to experiment with the system to accomplish it. Time coins are not something one can earn back easily. Subsequently, Poda observed a line of text indicating that Vegeta was in the process of being revived. In the next moment, Poda suddenly sensed a familiar energy rising nearby. Turning around, he keenly noticed the remnants of Vegeta that had once been coalescing rapidly back together. Crack! In less than 3 seconds, Vegeta's body miraculously reassembled, returning to its former state. Congratulations on reviving the student Vegeta. Your courage to attempt this has earned you a one-time reward of 10 time coins. Potter was left speechless. Is this really possible? The time coins expended have returned, and there are 5 extra. However, Potter speculated that in the future, reviving a student would likely require the expenditure of 5 time coins, as rewards would no longer be available. The question is, I will avoid using them whenever possible. I possess the Dragon Balls. At this moment, Vegeta found himself in the vast expanse of the universe, surrounded by stars that sparkled like exquisite jewels embedded in the deep cosmic canvas. Radiating a mysterious and enchanting glow, Vegeta resembled a star reignited, his light not blinding, yet filled with hope. His attire also perfectly restored, as if it had never been damaged. Moreover, the injuries he sustained vanished in this miraculous transformation, and his energy surged back to its peak state. Vegeta gazed at his body in bewilderment, unable to suppress a scratch of his head. Moments ago, he distinctly felt as though he was queuing in the underworld, surrounded by peculiar souls like himself, while 2 little demons shouted at him not to queue. Yet in the blink of an eye, he found himself alive again. Vegeta carefully sensed his body, feeling no abnormalities. Rather, he could distinctly perceive energy surging within him. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he swiftly turned to look in Potter's direction. Not far away, the small white ship floated serenely, emanating a soft yet mysterious glow against the backdrop of the stars. Akin to a pearl in the cosmos, the surrounding stars appeared as loyal guardians of this vessel, adding an air of mystery and solemnity. "Teacher!" Vegeta exclaimed, his form flickering as he swiftly appeared aboard the small ship. Respectfully kneeling, "Vegeta, I am aware of what transpired here," Potter sighed, personally assisting Vegeta to his feet. "This was a miscalculation on my part. I forgot that Frieza has a brother. This is not your fault. Perhaps even you are unaware of how powerful Frieza's brother is." Vegeta gritted his teeth, his voice low. "I have become a Super Saiyan, yet I am still far from matching him. I sense his battle power is at least around 200 million. Potter sighed as he gazed into the distance. "The planet Vegeta has been destroyed along with your father and all the Saiyans on that planet. Once a glorious planet, Vegeta now lay in darkness and silence. Akin to a star stripped of its brilliance, that land, once vibrant and glorious, now only harbored endless sorrow and desolation. Damn it, I will not spare that fiend," Vegeta seethed, his eyes ablaze with fury. Yet, after expressing his anger, he caught sight of Gula, who was dazed not far away, and his pupils constricted, his expression shifting rapidly. A flurry of questions filled Vegeta's mind. Why was Gula still here? "Teacher, even if you revived me, you should have chosen a location where Gula was absent." "We must leave this place," Potter stated, promptly controlling the small ship to swiftly advance toward a distant planet. The vessel shot through the cosmic darkness like a flash of white lightning, leaving behind a brilliant trail, as if the universe had painted a beautiful tapestry in its wake. The surrounding stars swiftly receded, seemingly marveling at the speed of this small craft. "Oh, you think you can escape?" Gula snapped back to reality, waving his hand forward, a stream of light shooting towards the small ship. However, the speed of the ship was simply too swift, effortlessly evading Gula's attack, vanishing into a streak of white light. Gula stood astonished. Where did this spacecraft come from? Why is its speed so incredible? And wasn't Vegeta killed by me? Can one truly be reborn after suffering such a fate? And who are those other 2 Saiyans? Why did I hear Vegeta refer to that young Saiyan as teacher? Filled with questions, Gula promptly returned to his spaceship. The spacecraft was vast and cold, its metallic shell glimmering with a frigid sheen under the starlight. Resembling an iron fortress, full speed ahead. "Pursue that small ship," Gula commanded his subordinates. The spacecraft sprang to life, rapidly chasing after the white vessel. Simultaneously, Gula's subordinates quickly investigated Potter's identity. So this Saiyan, named Potter, accompanied Vegeta to planet Cyril? Gula frowned, and Vegeta calls Potter teacher. Could it be that Potter trained Vegeta? Gula pondered. According to the data, this Potter fellow is merely a low-ranked warrior with a battle power of only 500. Gula shook his head, dismissing Potter as a threat. And who is that other little demon? Kulda inquired of his subordinate. Kulda, the Saiyan child of similar age to Vegeta, has no available data, the subordinate quickly replied. However, based on his gaze and appearance, the computer suggests he may appear to be a fool. Kulda and Gula exchanged incredulous glances. Let us set aside those matters for now. That white ship is unique. If we can seize it, it would be an excellent acquisition, Kulda chuckled. Where have they gone now? Gula inquired. They have landed on planet S-43W. The subordinate reported through computer analysis, his lips twitching. That planet is exceedingly distant from here. At our spaceship's current speed, it will take at least half an hour to arrive. What did you say? Gula gasped. That small ship is so fast. In just 3 minutes, they have escaped so far. Kulda was left dumbfounded. Pursue them. We must kill them. Seize their white ship at all costs. Gula declared decisively, his eyes gleaming with intensity, on planet S-43W. A vibrant world unfolded, with lush greenery carpeting the ground like a soft tapestry, and blue rivers meandering gracefully, resembling the lifeblood of the earth. Sunlight bathed the entire planet in a golden glow. Potter landed on this planet aboard the white ship, bringing Vegeta and Broly with him. Hey, Potter, you rascal. Did you use the Dragon Balls to revive me? Vegeta huffed, directing his question at Potter. However, before he could finish, a little demon dashed towards him at speed. Vegeta? Vegeta was momentarily stunned. What is happening? Yet, by the time Vegeta processed the situation, it was already too late. Broly lunged forward, gripping Vegeta's head and forcefully slamming him down onto the ground. Bang! Vegeta's head made intimate contact with the planet's surface, sending dust soaring into the air as if startled by this sudden conflict. The surrounding vegetation swayed slightly from the impact. Swoosh! Broly showed no signs of courtesy, rubbing Vegeta's head against the ground with force. Vegeta emitted cries of pain, his voice echoing in the air, startling the nearby birds into flight. Primarily, Vegeta had never anticipated that this little demon would attack him. Everything unfolded too abruptly, so sudden that Vegeta didn't have the chance to unleash his energy before being forcefully pressed down and roughly treated by Broly. At that moment, they found themselves in an open wilderness, the gentle breeze rustling the wild grass. Bang! With a powerful punch, Broly struck Vegeta in the abdomen. Gah! Vegeta expelled a large mouthful of bile, his limbs recoiling like those of frog. The acidic liquid arced through the air before splattering onto the nearby grass, startling a few small insects. Broly seized Vegeta's wrist, yanking his body around, relentlessly slamming him in every direction. Vegeta's cries of distress echoed as the surrounding creatures fled in terror, their hurried footfalls through the grass narrating their fright. In the next moment, Broly placed his foot upon Vegeta's chest, his expression dark as he clumsily articulated, "You, teacher, respect." Potter, having been bewildered until now, was taken aback by Broly's aggression towards Vegeta. Upon hearing Broly's words, Potter nearly shed tears of emotion. This little fellow has potential. How dare you? Who do you think you are to challenge me? A prince, Vegeta seethed, energy surging uncontrollably within him. A vast aura emanated from Vegeta, stirring the very air around him. In an instant, he escalated his battle power to a staggering 3 million. Smack! Vegeta struck, sending Broly hurtling away. Crash! Broly embedded himself into a nearby cliff, its towering height and jagged rocks making him appear minuscule. Hey, Potter, where did you find such a little Saiyan brat? Vegeta fumed. I merely asked Potter if he resurrected me through the Dragon Balls, and then this guy decided to pin me down and rub my face in the dirt. Who do I complain to? Vegeta's frustration boiled over. If I couldn't defeat Cooler, how could I possibly struggle against this little one? Among my peers, I'm the most gifted warrior. If I were the same age as Potter, I wouldn't necessarily be defeated by him. He is your senior brother, Broly, and also my newly accepted student, Potter introduced to Vegeta. Just have a friendly spar, but go easy. Don't make it fatal. Humph. How leisurely you are, Potter. Vegeta retorted angrily. What significance is there in taking such an inferior warrior as a student? Broly, he is your senior brother, Vegeta, Potter continued, ignoring Vegeta's ire. Broly scratched his head in confusion, the rocks of the cliff clattering as he moved. The stones appeared precarious, ready to tumble at any moment. As for Vegeta's brazen and disrespectful remarks, Potter remained unfazed. That's just Vegeta's nature. If you trained him to be a docile sheep, he would no longer embody the pride of Saiyan. Now, before Cooler arrives, let me spend some time with my little junior brother, Broly, Vegeta declared. A sudden sense of joy washing over him as he pointed to himself with his thumb and coldly remarked, "Perfect for warming up." Having felt wrong before Cooler, Vegeta resolved to reclaim his dignity through Broly. After all, this little brat initiated the attack on him. "You really know how to provoke. I merely asked Potter a question, and you dare to strike me." Swoosh! Vegeta swiftly closed the distance, appearing directly in front of Broly. Sunlight bathed Vegeta, adorning him with a golden radiance. Slam, slam. Vegeta delivered 2 resounding slaps, instantly swelling Broly's face. Blood sprayed from Broly's mouth, filling the air and staining the earth beneath them. "Humph, I don't even need to transform into a Super Saiyan to knock your teeth out," Vegeta proclaimed. Advancing to grasp Broly by the collar. Bang! Vegeta forcefully rammed his forehead into Broly's face, eliciting anguished cries from him. Vegeta scoffed, effortlessly tossing Broly high into the air before delivering a powerful kick that struck his body. Boom! Boom, boom! Instantly, Broly's body penetrated the towering mountain, emerging on the other side amidst a cascade of rubble. The mountain loomed majestically, its trees lush and verdant, as Broly's form darted through, startling a flock of birds into flight. Tisich? Nothing remarkable, Vegeta smirked with satisfaction, choosing to disregard Broly and instead turn to Potter, his expression radiating pride as if to say, "Your new student is rather unimpressive." However, Vegeta shook his head, suddenly snapping back to reality. "This is no time for sparring. Teach me quickly. I must grow stronger. I will personally annihilate Cooler." Vegeta gritted his teeth, addressing Potter with urgency. "That's quite the challenge," Potter sighed. "I can sense that Cooler is concealing immense power. His battle power is at least 500 million. What were you joking about?" Vegeta's composure faltered, his diminutive frame trembling as his face fluctuated between red and white. 500 million battle power. That spells doom. Is this for real? Vegeta regarded Potter with skepticism. "When have I ever deceived you?" Potter replied calmly, "You lied about my demise before. And you've forgotten so quickly. You made this prince shed tears. Shameless. Utterly shameless." Yet, Vegeta refrained from voicing these thoughts, so I must elevate my base battle power above 10 million to defeat that guy. Vegeta realized, his head spinning at the prospect. "Don't joke around. How could I possibly boost my power to 10 million in such a short time? The only solution is for you and your junior brother Broly to join forces against Cooler," Potter mused. "Broly? Team up with that guy? Does he have even a shred of battle power to match mine?" Vegeta sneered, his expression dripping with disdain. Potter remained silent, simply observing Vegeta with a knowing smile. "Join forces with me. Together, we can surely defeat Cooler." Vegeta's eyes brightened, excitement coursing through him. For someone like Cooler, I could finish him with a single slap. Potter remained unfazed, his demeanor calm. "The reason I've kept him around is primarily to serve as your training partner." "You truly can boast." Vegeta scoffed. "His battle power has already reached 500 million. Who gave you the audacity? You think you could just slap him down?" Don't dream." The prospect of teaming with Broly was utterly inconceivable. He would merely hinder my progress. Vegeta huffed, his disdain intensifying. Yet at that very moment, a streak of white light zipped through the distance, appearing behind Vegeta at lightning speed. Bang! Broly delivered a kick to Vegeta's lower back, sending him crashing to the ground, mouthfuls of dirt filling his mouth. Dust kicked up, permeating the air around them. Broly dashed forward, seizing Vegeta by the hair, rubbing his face into the ground incessantly. Vegeta's head spun, bewildered. "What is happening? Didn't I just inflict heavy damage on him? How could he rebound so swiftly?" Reacting quickly, Vegeta kicked out, landing a blow to Broly's face. Broly staggered, nearly collapsing. "Tui." Vegeta spat out a mouthful of dirted blood, his expression grim. Yet Broly grinned, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement. Fighting you is fun. I like it, Broly exclaimed, breathlessly stringing together several words. Do you know who I am? Vegeta's anger flared anew. Senior brother, Broly replied. Forget that title. I am Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans. Vegeta once again pointed to his own nose with a thumb. His expression haughty as he declared, I am the most brilliant warrior among all Saiyans in history. My name is derived from planet Vegeta. What are you even worth? A Broly seemed to be struggling to comprehend. Scratching his head in confusion, 0.3 seconds. Just 3 seconds, and I can bring you down, Vegeta scoffed, slowly extending 3 fingers. Broly wasted no words and charged swiftly towards Vegeta. Bang, bang. Vegeta effortlessly blocked Broly's incoming punches, landing an uppercut on Broly's chin, followed by a powerful kick that sent him soaring into the sky. Whoosh! Vegeta suddenly appeared directly above Broly, fists clenched for a heavy strike. Boom! Broly plummeted from the air, crashing heavily into the earth below, leaving behind a massive crater. The soil around the crater erupted, resembling a miniature sandstorm. Smack! Vegeta gently descended to the edge of the pit, flashing a triumphant smile at Patera and giving a thumbs up. Patera, I admit that your new student possesses decent combat strength, but he pales in comparison to me. Vegeta snorted coldly, grinning. Are you hoping to replace me with this guy? Don't even dream about it. Vegeta, what did I tell you? Patera sighed softly. What? Vegeta replied, somewhat perplexed. Did I not once advise you to never underestimate your opponents? Patera said with a smile. You think I'm underestimating him? Vegeta glanced at Broly, who lay in the crater, and kicked him lightly, mockingly asking, Hey Broly, can you still fight? Broly, however, remained motionless. You see, he's already down for the count. Hurry and take him for treatment. Vegeta grunted. We should quickly devise a plan for dealing with that Frieza fellow. Yet, just as Vegeta's words fell, Broly suddenly leaped from the pit, launching himself headfirst into Vegeta's chest. Pooh! Vegeta couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Bang, bang, bang. Broly unleashed a flurry of fierce attacks on Vegeta, catching him off guard. The surrounding dust was stirred up by the shockwaves of their battle, filling the air. However, Vegeta quickly initiated a counterattack. Yet, as he fought on, he sensed that something was amiss. Bang! Vegeta sent Broly tumbling backward with a kick. Broly landed, his feet skidding along the ground, leaving long marks in the next moment. Energy surged wildly from Broly, charging once again at Vegeta. Wait a moment! Vegeta hastily waved his hands, leaping backward to create some distance. Broly momentarily halted, scratching his head, staring intently at Vegeta. Something's off? Why is your combat power skyrocketing? Vegeta finally realized that the situation was unusual. This guy seemed to be continuously growing stronger, from being easily defeated by my 3 million combat power to now being able to exchange blows with me. This fellow feels rather peculiar. Patera sensed the situation even more acutely. When Broly first fought Vegeta, his combat power stood at a mere 500,000, that after being knocked down twice, it had risen to 1 million. Then to 2 million. Not only that, but Broly's combat power continued to surge during the fight. Presently, Broly's strength had reached approximately 2.8 million. It was believed that in a short while, Broly's base combat power would completely surpass Vegeta's, effortlessly overpowering him. Broly scratched his head, still not quite understanding. Hey, Patera, what's going on? Where did you find such a strange Saiyan? Vegeta turned to inquire Patera. Rude. Broly became a bit irate and charged quickly toward Vegeta. Vegeta met Broly's punch head-on. The impact sent Broly staggering back several steps, simultaneously causing his combat power to leap to 3 million. Whoosh! Broly charged again, crashing his head into Vegeta's chest. Pooh! Vegeta felt a heavy pressure in his chest, his entire being thrown off balance, and he staggered backward, nearly collapsing on the ground. Broly surged forward, grasping Vegeta's head and slamming it into the earth. Vegeta! How did I end up with him grabbing my head again? Bang! Broly delivered an elbow strike to Vegeta's stomach, seizing the opportunity to toss him around like a rag doll. Vegeta felt as though he was on the verge of losing his composure. Whoosh! Broly casually tossed Vegeta aside, as if he were trash. That was exhilarating. Broly laughed heartily, clutching his stomach. Vegeta clumsily rose, his youthful face etched with indignation. What is happening? Has this fellow's combat power surpassed 3 million? Why? Why is this occurring? Vegeta was overwhelmed with questions, gazing at Broly with a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Senior brother, you can't, Broly taunted, waggling a finger at Vegeta. His expression one of provocation. Vegeta gritted his teeth, golden light radiating from him as his hair stood on end, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan form. From now on, I shall get serious. Vegeta pointed his thumb at his nose, coldly regarding Broly across from him. Broly blinked, a hint of confusion in his eyes. What is this transformation? Whoosh! Vegeta seemed to teleport, appearing directly in front of Broly. Bang! Vegeta delivered a heavy punch that sent Broly crashing to the ground. Get up! Wasn't you quite formidable? Vegeta refrained from continuing his assault, coldly observing Broly sprawled on the ground. Broly gritted his teeth, rising with a shout, launching a fierce attack at Vegeta. Vegeta effortlessly deflected all of Broly's punches and kicks with ease. What? Is this all the strength you possess? Vegeta continued to mock. Potara watched from the sidelines, secretly enjoying the spectacle as Broly relentlessly attacked Vegeta, his combat power sword, leaping from 3 million to 6 million, then from 6 million to 12 million at the rate of increase left Potara utterly astonished. Truly, the legendary Super Saiyan, his strength is unparalleled. Ordinary Saiyans stand no chance against him. Furthermore, Potara discovered another truth. During his training with Broly, it seemed that Broly had held back due to a sense of respect for him, resulting in his energy remaining dormant. However, now that Broly had ignited his true fighting spirit against Vegeta, the energy hidden within him erupted like a volcano. The more Vegeta fought, the more he sensed something was amiss. Initially, Vegeta could defeat Broly with a single punch, but as time passed, it required several blows to bring him down. Additionally, Vegeta could distinctly feel that Broly's base combat power was escalating dramatically, judging by his energy levels. His combat power had undoubtedly surpassed 10 million. Vegeta's composure began to waver, and he hastily leaped backward, distancing himself from Broly once more. Stop! Halt! Vegeta waved his hands, signaling Broly to cease the skirmish. Broly skidded to a sudden halt. Though battered and bruised, a look of exhilaration graced his face. What in the world is happening? Vegeta turned to inquire of Porter, why do I feel that this fellow's combat power exceeds at least 10 million? To be precise, Porter replied, his current combat power is approximately 18 million. What did you say? Vegeta was momentarily stunned, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at Broly. Broly glanced at Porter and then at Vegeta, seemingly perplexed as to why this senior brother was so astonished. 18 million combat power. Are you joking? Vegeta was no longer composed, his youthful face etched with utter shock. Indeed, that is the case, Porter affirmed. A smile gracing his features, it was evident that taking Broly as a student was the wisest choice. There was no need for me to train him personally. Having a senior brother accompany him in battle was sufficient to continually enhance his combat prowess. At merely 5 years of age, his foundational combat power had already reached the astonishing height of 18 million. Truly remarkable. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Vegeta could not fathom this reality, his body trembling violently. I'm the most talented Saiyan warrior among my peers. With a resounding boom, golden light erupted from Vegeta, radiating like the scorching sun, as the surrounding air seemed to swirl under the influence of his immense power. Vegeta swiftly advanced, launching a powerful kick at Broly, propelling him into the sky. In the distance, the undulating mountains and drifting clouds painted a vivid backdrop, highlighting Broly's figure. Hey, Porter, can this guy also transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta pressed Porter again. After posing this question, he fixed a piercing gaze upon Porter, fearing that he might utter the word yes. No. Porter shook his head, speaking candidly. Vegeta exhaled a long sigh of relief, a contented smile emerging as he coldly remarked, so, this fellow merely possesses formidable foundational combat power. Nothing more, correct? Yes, Porter nodded. Vegeta interjected, why does your response feel so dismissive? It seems as though you're holding back some significant revelation. With that, he huffed, then let us quickly determine the victor. Although he appreciated Broly's foundational combat power, it still paled in comparison to a Super Saiyan. Whoosh! With that proclamation, Vegeta transformed into a streak of golden light. Tracing a beautiful arc across the sky, in the blink of an eye, he appeared directly above Broly and executed a powerful downward kick. The impact was fierce, causing Broly's chest to cave in. Blood erupted from Broly's mouth as he plummeted from the sky. The crimson liquid scattered through the air, resembling blooming red flowers. Rumbling. In the next moment, Broly crashed into the planet's surface like a cannonball, leaving behind a bottomless crater. The surrounding Earth was thrown into chaos, resembling a miniature dust storm. Crack! Vegeta descended from the sky. Landing at the edge of the crater with a triumphant smile, he glanced into the pit and noticed that Broly appeared to have lost consciousness. Taking a deep breath, he scoffed, "It's over." Sunlight bathed Vegeta, as if draping him in a golden aura. "Not bad," Porter praised, simply, a smile gracing his face. "Humph, is that all?" Vegeta huffed, raising his proud head. "I wonder where you found this Saiyan." "I acknowledge his prowess, but compared to my genius, he still has a long way to go." Indeed, Porter nodded slightly. Vegeta remarked, "I can't shake the feeling that you are being dismissive. Moreover, for some reason, I sense an increasingly ominous premonition. What is going on? This child named Broly should be unable to rise after my beating, right? Something feels off? Very off." Unsettled, Vegeta rapidly dashed into the crater, seizing Broly by the collar and hoisting him up, delivering 2 sharp slaps across his face. "Hey, Broly, are you all right? Don't you dare die on me," Vegeta shouted as he struck. Yet his blows inadvertently roused Broly from unconsciousness. Broly opened his eyes, which were filled with an insatiable fighting spirit, resembling flames burning fiercely. "What is that expression? Can you continue to fight?" Vegeta was taken aback by Broly's fierce gaze, his voice trembling. Rumbling, what shocked Vegeta further was yet to come as an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from Broly's being. The very air around them seemed to warp under the weight of this immense power. Crack! Broly's body suddenly expanded, growing at least 5 centimeters taller, his irises losing all color in an instant. What in the world is happening? Vegeta's pupils constricted, his complexion shifting dramatically at that moment. The surrounding wilderness fell into an eerie silence, seemingly affected by Broly's transformation. Crack! Broly grasped Vegeta's head and slammed his forehead into Vegeta's face. Arg! Vegeta felt as though his skull might shatter, an excruciating pain coursing through him. Bang! Broly delivered a powerful punch to Vegeta's chest, instantly caving it in. Poof! Blood erupted from Vegeta's mouth as he was sent flying backward. Leaving a crimson arc in the air, Broly swiftly charged forward, seizing Vegeta's head and forcefully driving it into the ground. Boom! With a resounding crash, Vegeta's head made intimate contact with the ground. Immediately after, Broly pressed Vegeta's head into the earth, grinding it down and leaving a long, deep mark. Vegeta emitted painful cries, feeling as if his head might flatten. Porter observed silently, gauging the surge of energy he had gained. Presently, Porter's base combat power had reached an astounding height of 18 billion. What a terrifying figure. Even the emergence of Majin Buu could be swiftly dealt with, couldn't it? Why was his combat power so extraordinarily high? Vegeta's combat power stood at 150 million, and when multiplied by 60, it equated to 9 billion. Broly's combat power of 180 million, multiplied by 50, also reached 9 billion. The sum of both yielded a staggering 18 billion combat power. Indeed, just moments ago, Broly had finally activated his Oozuru transformation. Simply put, this form grants the power of the great ape without the necessity of transforming into one. When a Saiyan transforms into a great ape, their energy amplifies tenfold. Broly's foundational combat power of 18 million, when multiplied by 10, becomes 180 million, surpassing Vegeta by 3 million. This is the terrifying nature of the legendary Super Saiyan. However, upon entering the Oozuru transformation, Broly became irrational due to the overwhelming surge of energy. Bang! 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 Broly relentlessly pummeled Vegeta. The surrounding dust was swept up by the shockwaves of their battle, filling the air. With a combat power difference of 3 million, Vegeta found himself utterly outmatched, soon rendered unable to resist, barely clinging to consciousness. In the next moment, Broly seized Vegeta by the throat, lifting him high into the air. Vegeta's pupils dilated, his face turning pale as he felt an overwhelming terror. What was this situation? Why was he so powerful? I am a Super Saiyan. I am the most talented warrior among my Saiyan peers. How could I possibly lose to this child? Bang, bang, bang. Broly did not relent in his assault, landing blow after blow on Vegeta's face, transforming it into a grotesque visage. That's enough, Broly. Porter stepped forward and patted Broly on the shoulder. At that moment, a gentle breeze wafted through, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. Broly turned and glared fiercely at Porter. His pupils entirely vanished, and a profound, murderous intent shimmered in his gaze. Take a sip of water and rest. Porter casually produced a bottle of mineral water and offered it to Broly. Broly paused momentarily, the light in his eyes flickering, regaining a semblance of brightness. Awe. Immediately after, Broly hurled Vegeta to the ground. Clutching his head and letting out a series of anguished wails, Porter, unperturbed, extended the water towards him. Broly glanced down at the bottle in Porter's hand, baring his teeth at him, huffing repeatedly. Drink up. Porter unscrewed the cap, revealing a warm smile. That smile radiated like the gentle sun, instilling a sense of reassurance. The light in Broly's pupils flickered once more. However, it was not long before Broly was struck again by a powerful surge of energy. Collapsing to his knees while clutching his head, his expression one of extreme agony. Bang, bang, bang! Broly pounded the ground with his fists. The earth cracked, sending up clouds of dust. In the next moment, Broly sprang to his feet, glaring furiously at Porter. Yet upon seeing Porter's benevolent visage, he seemed to realize something. Turning his head towards Vegeta, having regained some of his strength through recent rest and regeneration, flinched backward in fear upon meeting Broly's fierce gaze. What on earth is this guy's deal? Vegeta's heart raced with panic. That moment, the surrounding wilderness fell into an eerie silence, as if awaiting the unfolding events. Broly let out a wild howl and charged at Vegeta. Damn it! I will never lose to you! Vegeta pointed his thumb at his own nose, golden light erupting from him as he barely transformed into a Super Saiyan. In swift succession, Vegeta unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the advancing Broly. Broly allowed Vegeta's fist to strike him, seemingly unfazed, before pressing down again with his large hand, once more pinning Vegeta's head. Boom! Broly slammed Vegeta's head forcefully into the ground, rubbing it against the earth with vigor. However, it seemed that Broly was reminded of something, and he turned his gaze back to Porter. Porter maintained his calm demeanor, hands behind his back, smiling at Broly. The light in Broly's pupils flickered a few more times, restoring some brightness. Then Broly rubbed his painfully throbbing head and landed another punch on Vegeta's face, leaving Vegeta dazed. What does it mean when you look at Porter and then punch me? Look, Broly, there's a chicken leg here. Porter casually pulled out a chicken leg and waved it at Broly. The sunlight glinted off the chicken leg, its golden hue appearing particularly enticing, exuding an irresistible aroma. Vegeta felt as if he could die from frustration. Porter, what are you thinking, still trying to feed him chicken legs at a time like this? Broly, momentarily dazed, stared blankly at the chicken leg in Porter's hand, his mind flooded with heartwarming images. They were scenes of warmth and kindness. The setting appeared to be Bulma's courtyard, where lush green grass flourished, flowers bloomed vibrantly, and the colorful petals swayed gently in a breeze. In the image, Broly was throwing punches and kicks at Porter, who effortlessly blocked all attacks. That's enough for today's training. It's time to eat, Porter said with a smile that a gentle breeze rustled through the courtyard, the sound resembling a harmonious melody of nature. Soothing to the ears, Broly nodded enthusiastically, his eyes filled with anticipation. Broly, eat plenty of chicken legs, they're good for calcium. Porter handed Broly a chicken leg. Broly paused, accepting it, looking at Porter with a hint of confusion, scratching his head and asking, calcium? A necessary element for the human body, Porter replied with a smile. Broly seemed to grasp the concept, sniffed the chicken leg, the enticing aroma wafting through the air, making his mouth water. Taking a bite, he was immediately met with an overwhelming sweetness. "You really know how to trick a child. Does chicken leg really provide calcium?" Bulma interjected, unable to hold back her thoughts. Even a 4-year-old knows that has nothing to do with calcium. "Ha ha, Bulma, you're truly adorable." Porter laughed heartily, playfully pinching Bulma's cheek. A blush crept over Bulma's soft face, resembling a blooming flower bud. Utterly charming. Broly joined in the laughter, a silly grin spreading across his face. Shortly thereafter, it was time for a midday nap. Porter wore a smile as he lay back. Broly nodded vigorously. Subsequently, Porter led Broly to the hammock. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting patches of light, like golden sprites dancing in the air. In the afternoon, Porter imparted further knowledge to Broly, teaching him the principles of being a good person. Though only a few days had passed, Broly felt as if he had gained invaluable insights throughout his life. None of these lessons had been taught to him by his father, Paragus. Aside from asking him to assist with hunting, he had never even taught him the basics of language. In fact, he had even killed Broly's best friend. Study hard, eat well, sleep well, and train diligently, Porter instructed while lying in a hammock. Addressing Broly in the adjacent one, Broly nodded foolishly to the series of heartwarming scenes unfolded in this simple life, granting Broly a profound sense of peace. At that moment, everything around them felt so tranquil, as if time had come to a standstill. With these memories flooding his mind, Broly's eyes began to flicker, the lost look gradually returning. "Teacher." Broly gazed at Porter with tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. "You've finally come back." Porter inhaled deeply, offering him the bottle of mineral water. "Thank you, teacher." Broly accepted the water and drank deeply. "Breathe deeply. Clear your mind of distractions," Porter added. Broly took a deep breath. Exhaling slowly, his expression gradually calming that moment. Everything around felt so serene, with a gentle breeze bringing a touch of coolness. "Yes, just like that." Porter nodded with satisfaction. To be honest, taming Broly was far more challenging than taming Vegeta. After all, Vegeta retained his consciousness after transforming, but Broly did not. Thus, while guiding Broly, Porter was equally earnest, showering him with affection and care. Swish! In the next moment, Broly's body shivered slightly, swiftly reverting to his normal state. "Try transforming again," Porter instructed Broly. Broly nodded gently. Boom! Broly's physique rapidly expanded, towering as he entered his great ape form. This time, Broly's gaze was no longer dim and lifeless, but rather bright and spirited, resembling dazzling stars shining with brilliance. Broly grinned foolishly, scratching his head at Porter. Porter felt a sense of relief in his heart. At last, he had managed to teach Broly quite well. Yet, he pondered whether Broly would lose his rationality again upon transforming into a Super Saiyan. If he were to transform now, just how much would his combat power increase? Currently, in his great ape state, Broly's combat power had already reached 18 million if he were to become a Super Saiyan. Wouldn't that elevate his power to 9 billion? And what about me? The combat power I would gain solely from Broly would reach an astonishing 45 billion. What a terrifying figure. It's simply unfathomable. Nevertheless, Porter believed it best not to allow Broly to transform into a Super Saiyan just yet. After all, Broly was still young, and his body had not undergone rigorous training. Once he transforms into a Super Saiyan, there is a real possibility that his immense energy might cause his body to explode. It would be prudent to wait until Broly possesses a regeneration ability akin to that of Majin Buu before allowing him to ascend to Super Saiyan. This would likely mitigate any significant issues. However, given the current strength of both Broly and Vegeta, challenging Cooler appears to be rather formidable. Although I could effortlessly crush Cooler with a single blow, such an action would deprive them of the opportunity to hone their skills. Let us first attend to other matters, allowing them to enhance their abilities slightly before confronting Cooler. Are you all right? Broly turned to Vegeta with an apologetic smile. Vegeta, you've turned me into a pig's head. How can you even ask if I'm all right? Hey, Porter, where on earth did you find such a monster? Vegeta queried, his voice laced with indignation, gritting his teeth. Smack! Bang, bang, bang. Broly promptly responded with a flurry of blows directed at Vegeta. Mind your manners, Broly scolded, placing his foot firmly on Vegeta's chest. The atmosphere around them grew tense. Almost suffocating under Broly's actions, Vegeta felt an overwhelming urge to perish, his face turning a deep shade of purple. That's disrespectful to a teacher. I'll teach you a lesson, Broly yelled. Vegeta gazed up at the sky, his eyes gradually losing their luster, his spirit seeming to drift away. The clouds floated above, soft and fluffy like cotton candy. Yet Vegeta found himself devoid of the inclination to admire such beauty. As a Super Saiyan, am I truly unable to overpower this individual? Furthermore, what is this transformation? Why has his body enlarged? His foundational combat power is astonishing, a base power of 18 million. Are you even human? Unconvinced? Let's fight again. Broly increased the pressure of his foot. Vegeta grimaced in pain, his face nearly turning blue. Nevertheless, he showed no signs of conceding. Just you wait. Your combat power is 180 million. I assent it. As long as I can slightly raise my base power to 4 million, I will surely pin you to the ground and rub your face in it. I shall prove that I, Vegeta, am the most talented Saiyan of my age. Broly, release him, Porter advised, loosening his psychic grip slightly. Soon, he sensed two formidable auras rising in the cosmos. Cooler and Curd were approaching, within no more than 10 minutes. They would reach this planet. However, given the current capabilities of Broly and Vegeta, facing Cooler together would prove challenging, particularly for Vegeta, who would likely struggle to elevate his base power to 10 million in such a short time. Broly, too, would need to enhance his power to 50 million to defeat Cooler. Let us attend to other matters for now. Help him up, Porter instructed Broly. Broly obediently nodded and extended his hand toward Vegeta. Grinning widely, sunlight bathed Broly's face, rendering his smile exceptionally radiant. Vegeta. A mix of emotions churned within Vegeta. What does that smile signify? Are you mocking me? Instead of accepting Broly's hand, he rose to his feet unaided. Cooler will arrive in about 10 minutes, given your current strengths. Confronting him poses a challenge. We should vacate this place, Porter stated, summoning a small white ship that appeared before them. The vessel shimmered under the sunlight, resembling a futuristic craft from another era. Broly followed suit, stepping onto the ship. Vegeta gritted his teeth and staggered aboard as well. Whoosh! The white ship soared into the sky, effortlessly piercing through the atmosphere and entering the vastness of space, leaving a trail of shimmering light in its wake. Not always point your thumb at your nose. Such an action is likely cursed by the gods and can lead to misfortune. Porter sighed. Vegeta, cursed by the gods, indeed. Who are you trying to fool? Consider your own actions. Have you ever won while pointing your thumb at your nose during battle? Porter asked earnestly. Vegeta pondered deeply, his eyes dimming as realization dawned upon him. It seems that every time he pointed his thumb at his nose, he ended up being thoroughly defeated. Could it be that this action is indeed cursed? Vegeta fell silent. I must never again point my thumb at my nose. Realizing his error and correcting it in a timely manner is still possible. As brothers, you should love and support one another. Porter began to instill this mindset in them, explaining that while they could spar, they must not harm each other. You understand? Broly nodded vigorously in affirmation. Vegeta begrudgingly huffed, indicating that he grasped the message. Porter then produced 2 Senzu beans, tossing one each to Vegeta and Broly. Vegeta glanced at the bean in his hand, its mysterious glow momentarily captivating him, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. In contrast, Broly showed no hesitation, seeming to find joy in the prospect of consuming a bean after battle. He promptly stuffed it into his mouth, crunching it enthusiastically. Porter, however, closely monitored Broly's health meter. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Porter observed that Broly's health meter had fully replenished to 100. Excellent. This system is quite sneaky in its upgrades. It would be nice to receive a hint. Broly's eyes widened in surprise as he felt the changes within his body, offering Porter a goofy grin. What is this? Is it snack time? Shouldn't we focus on how to defeat Cooler instead? Vegeta scoffed. Despite his words, Vegeta also swallowed the bean in one gulp. Porter soon noted that Vegeta's health meter had also returned to 100, fully restored. Where did you acquire such miraculous beans? My stamina is completely replenished, Vegeta marveled, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Before you challenge Cooler, there are a few more tasks to address, Porter said, revealing no details. His hands clasped behind his back, a confident smile illuminating his face, instilling a sense of hope. What tasks? Vegeta inquired, puzzled. You'll find out when we arrive, Porter replied with a smile. Vegeta, more mystery. Without explanation, look at Broly. He never asks questions, Porter smiled. Vegeta felt disinclined to speak further. Broly's silence was his own folly. Whoosh, the white ship sped through the cosmos, leaving a brilliant trail of light against the backdrop of the vast starry sky. Cooler spaceship AT this moment. It traversed the expansive cosmos, surrounded by endless darkness and shimmering stars. Cooler, a subordinate reported, we are approaching planet S-43W. Prepare for immediate landing, Kurd commanded. Yes, sir, the subordinate replied hesitantly, yet lingered, appearing as though he had more to say. What is it? Kurd inquired, furrowing his brow. The ship's lights illuminated Kurd's serious expression. King Kurd, we have completely lost contact with Porter's small white ship, the subordinate exclaimed, kneeling in trepidation. Lost contact? Have they already departed the planet? Cooler's brow furrowed as his tail swayed gently, shimmering ominously in the light. With our current technology, we are unable to ascertain that, the subordinate stammered. So, we cannot determine whether they have left the planet or not. Cooler asked coldly, his voice echoing ominously within the ship, sending chills down spines. The only option left is to land and conduct reconnaissance with the probe. The subordinates hastily responded. Gula suppressed the impulse to eliminate this subordinate. Unbeknownst to Gula, it was Porter who intended for them to discover the small white ship, thus qualifying them for exploration, that if Porter did not wish for them to locate the specific site, it would have been utterly impossible for the Frisia force to find it. Land on the planet first and conduct a thorough search. Kurd commanded. A minute later, Gula's spacecraft descended upon planet S-43W, initiating a comprehensive search across the terrain. The landscape was desolate, the wind sweeping across, stirring up clouds of dust. The vast starry sky and the boundless universe loomed overhead. That Cyril star? Vegeta immediately recognized the Cyril star appearing ahead and suddenly realized. I see now. You wish to use the Dragon Balls of Cyril star to resurrect the fallen Saiyans, do you not? Porter did not respond. The small white ship raced through the cosmos, the surrounding stars twinkling like countless gems. Resurrecting them serves no purpose, Vegeta snorted. They would be of no assistance in defeating Gula. Will you not resurrect your father? Porter inquired. From my birth until the age of 5, my father never taught me. Vegeta replied solemnly. He merely facilitated my existence. He did not nurture me. I can relate. Broly nodded in agreement from the side. Vegeta chose to ignore Broly. Whether to resurrect your father or fellow Saiyans is your decision. As you are the Prince of Saiyans, I shall not interfere, Porter stated with a smile, offering no further comment. The sunlight illuminated Porter's face, making his smile appear particularly warm, should the fallen Saiyans be resurrected. Vegeta could continue as their prince, perhaps even ascend to become the king of the Saiyans. Conversely, should he choose not to resurrect them, Vegeta could still lead his own life, regardless of your choice. I will support you. Porter gently patted Vegeta's shoulder. I will consider it. Vegeta grunted. A brief silence ensued. So, you're not here to resurrect the deceased Saiyans? Vegeta asked. No. Porter shook his head. I have tolerated you for long enough. Vegeta suddenly turned to glare fiercely at Broly, his body trembling violently as he shouted, Do not touch my backside with your hands. Do you not find yourself utterly dull? Vegeta's anger flared. Were it not for the fact that I cannot defeat you, I would certainly pin you to the ground and rub your face in it. Now remove your hand, Vegeta shouted angrily. This outburst instantly heightened the tension aboard the small white ship. Broly chuckled, spreading his hands to indicate he was not moving them. Vegeta glanced at Broly's hands, his expression shifting rapidly. It wasn't Broly touching my backside, was it? Could it be Porter? Vegeta immediately turned to look at Porter. However, he soon became perplexed, as Porter was at least 3 meters away from him. His arm could not possibly reach that far. Vegeta quickly grasped the hand that had touched him, distinctly feeling it belonged to a child, cold and somewhat stiff. He then scrutinized the hand closely. Upon closer inspection, Vegeta shuddered and leapt back in shock. It was not that Vegeta was timid. Rather, he was startled by this sudden occurrence. Ha! Broly laughed heartily, his laughter echoing through the ship. Particularly loud. Upon closer examination, Vegeta realized this hand resembled Broly's, though he could not fathom why it was only an arm. Regeneration. Broly grinned foolishly, and with a flash of light in his hand, he severed his own arm. Vegeta's pupils constricted. Smack! Broly immediately regenerated. Vegeta felt utterly dismayed. This kid was ruthless. To demonstrate his regenerative ability, he had actually cut off his own arm. Could you refrain from such tiresome jokes? Vegeta shouted at Broly, spittle flying in his face. Broly laughed even more recklessly, casually tossing the severed arm to Vegeta. Vegeta, infuriated, swatted the flying arm away. At the same time, a flash of light emanated from Vegeta's hand as he obliterated the arm that had touched him. So he too has gained the ability to regenerate through the Dragon Balls? Vegeta turned to inquire of Porter. Previously, Broly and I visited Earth, and through its Dragon Balls, we upgraded our regenerative abilities. Porter smiled. Upgraded? What does that mean? Vegeta was taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Boom! Just as Vegeta finished speaking, Broly surged forward rapidly, unleashing a massive energy wave that enveloped him. With a resounding crash, Vegeta's upper body was obliterated by the overwhelming force. Light flickered and energy surged. Broly's base form was simply too powerful, so much so that Vegeta had not even reacted before being struck. Porter looked at Broly with a speechless expression, his face darkening. Explain, this is troublesome. Broly flashed a grin at Porter. Porter was left at a loss for words. Your reasoning is quite valid. Indeed, practice leads to truth. In the next moment, Vegeta's severed body began to writhe, swiftly restoring to its original form. My clothes. They're gone. Broly scratched his head sheepishly. You scoundrel, I shall kill you. Vegeta erupted in fury, transforming into a Super Saiyan and preparing to charge at Broly. Broly quickly darted behind Porter, making faces at Vegeta in a particularly mischievous manner. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, trembling with rage. Indeed, that's the way it is. Porter spoke up. Previously, our regenerative ability allowed us to regenerate as long as our heads remained intact. Now, we have upgraded our regenerative capacity. There's a core about the size of a walnut near your navel, as long as the core or your head remains. Regeneration is possible. Oh, so that's how it is? Vegeta suddenly came to his senses. Though Broly's actions were somewhat reckless, they are far more convenient than a direct explanation. Porter chuckled. I understand. Vegeta almost cried. To be cautious next time, should you inadvertently kill my master. I shall not let you off lightly. Porter admonished Broly with a serious expression. Broly, grinning foolishly, nodded vigorously to indicate his understanding. So, what is the purpose of coming to Cyril's star this time? Is it to upgrade this guy's regenerative abilities? Vegeta pieced it together, abandoning any intention of battling Broly and reverting to his base form. He knew all too well that his current strength was no match for Broly. It was better not to seek trouble. But you just wait. Once I elevate my base combat power to 4 million, just see how I'll deal with you. That's more or less the idea, though there are other matters to attend to. Porter succinctly stated, promptly steering the small, white ship towards the location where Monet resided. In the blink of an eye, Porter's small white ship halted at the entrance of Monet's chamber. Surrounding Monet's room was a scene of tranquility. Lush green grass and blooming flowers. Porter and Prince Vegeta. The Namekian Monet emerged from the room, pleasantly surprised as he approached to greet them. Humph, Vegeta snorted, ignoring him. Porter retracted the small white ship, landing it on the ground. This your spacecraft? It looks so marvelous. Monet marveled at the small white ship, glancing at Broly before searching for another person's presence, unable to resist asking, where is Mr. Bardock? Did he not come with you? Humph, he is dead, Vegeta stated calmly. Do? Mr. Bardock is dead, Monet exclaimed, his face betraying a look of shock. Planet Vegeta has been annihilated. all Saiyans on the planet have perished, Porter sighed. At this juncture, Porter suddenly recalled something. Logically speaking, Bardock should still be alive, merely transported back 1,000 years in time. Perhaps in the future, he could take the white spaceship back to that time and retrieve Bardock. Was it Frieza who destroyed planet Vegeta? Monet inquired hastily. That scoundrel Frieza has already been vanquished by me, Vegeta huffed nonchalantly. But he has a brother. Currently, I am not his match. Is that so? Monet's expression shifted, revealing a hint of concern on his withered face. Monet, I happen to come this way to invite you to visit Namek. Would you care to join me? Porter asked with a warm smile. Sunlight illuminated Porter's face, and his smile was as comforting as a spring breeze. Namek, a flicker of light danced in Monet's dim eyes, and he readily agreed. Reflecting, the climate on Namek underwent significant changes back then, compelling our Grand Elder and me to abandon our homeland and relocate to Cyril. Is it possible that there are still living members of our race on Namek after your departure from Namek? The ecosystem gradually restored itself, Porter replied. Monet was at a loss for words. He felt as if the ecological issues on Namek stemmed from his presence. However, before heading to Namek, he wished to make a few wishes. Porter continued, Monet, could you please hand over the Dragon Balls? Monet discreetly wiped his brow, but willingly presented the Dragon Balls to Porter, his hands outstretched. The Dragon Balls shimmered with an enigmatic glow under the sunlight. By the way, what of muesli and granola? Porter casually asked. They have moved over there. Monet gestured toward a distant house. Not important anymore. Porter nodded and promptly summoned Shenron. The sky darkened, and a mysterious light flashed. Shenron appeared before them. Seeing Porter again, Shenron's salamander-like face glistened with cold sweat. I asked this rascal here to make wishes again. For my first wish, can my students gain the ability to survive in any environment? For instance, every student I accept automatically possesses this ability, Porter inquired. That is not possible. I can only grant this ability to specified individuals. Shenron's lips twitched. This fellow immediately presented me with such a formidable challenge. Very well. Let us first grant Broly the ability to survive in any environment, Porter declared. No problem. Shenron's crimson eyes sparkled, and an invisible divine power swiftly enveloped Broly. Your wish has been granted. Please state your second wish. Porter? Why haven't you vanished? Vegeta asked on Porter's behalf, having already prepared to seize the 2 scattered Dragon Balls. Actually, I can grant 3 wishes, but for strangers, I typically only grant 1, Shenron said solemnly. Since you are regular customers, you receive special treatment. Special treatment? More like you dislike the hassle. Vegeta scoffed, knowing that Shenron would soon return after disappearing. Shenron shot a glare at Vegeta. He had no fondness for this child. I heard that. After my departure, the 2 Dragon Balls will automatically descend. You need not exert effort to retrieve them. Shenron's voice resonated, and immediately after, his form began to dissipate. The darkness in the sky dissipated, and sunlight once more graced the land. Crack. This time, the 2 Dragon Balls did not soar into the heavens, but remained grounded. Vegeta remained in a daze while Broly hastily collected the Dragon Balls and presented them to Monet. Porter observed with delight. What does it mean to be perceptive? This is what it means. What teacher wouldn't cherish such a student? Thank you. Monet expressed his gratitude as he carefully stowed the Dragon Balls away in his bedroom. Subsequently, Monet shuffled out of the room, taking a deep breath to signify his readiness to journey to Namek. Come aboard. Porter summoned the white spaceship. The group stepped onto the white vessel, which sparkled with silvery light under the sun. Resembling a mysterious craft poised to embark on an unknown journey. Whoosh, the white spaceship ascended, breaking through the atmosphere, akin to a bolt of white lightning tearing through the sky, upon entering the vast expanse of outer space. They were enveloped by an infinite darkness adorned with sparkling stars. Monet gazed in awe at the scene outside, utterly astounded. What a marvelous craft! Is it a spaceship? Monet marveled. Starlight danced upon the vessel, adding an air of mystique. I suppose you could say that, Porter replied with a slight smile. Where's the propulsion system? Monet searched for the ship's power source. It's concealed, Porter replied. Monet, a small white boat, left a shimmering trail in the cosmic expanse. reminiscent of a shooting star streaking across the sky. The moment he stepped onto the vessel, Porter swiftly accessed the onboard navigation system to search for information from millennium ago. However, he soon found himself momentarily stunned. Something was amiss. 1,000 years prior, the planet Vegeta bore a different name. What was it again? Names, at times, linger tantalizingly in one's mind, yet remain frustratingly elusive. Lacking any keywords, the search became cumbersome, compelling him to endlessly scroll through images of the planet Vegeta. After an indeterminate period, a glimmer of recognition illuminated his eyes as he encountered the familiar name, Planet Plant. Indeed, it came back to him. The early planet Vegeta was indeed referred to as Planet Plant. The navigation system also provided a succinct introduction to Planet Plant from 1,000 years ago. Furthermore, beneath the description of Planet Plant, a small note read, "Main timeline Bardock traversed here." Upon reading this, Porter was rendered speechless. This system is truly omnipotent. Through this revelation, he comprehended that Bardock had not perished, but had genuinely traversed a Planet Plant a millennium ago. Subsequently, Porter marked Planet Plant on his navigation system, facilitating his future quest to locate Bardock in that distant past. Approximately 15 minutes later, the white boat emerged above the Temple of Earth. The temple loomed above the clouds, suspended in the azure sky. Resembling a mystical aerial castle, as far as I know, this planet should not be Namek, Monet pondered. Look, there's a Namekian. Porter pointed towards the deity that had appeared atop the temple. Monet's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately shifted his gaze to the divine figure. "Let us descend," Porter beckoned, leading Vegeta and the others down from the white vessel. The deity's gaze gradually traversed, locking eyes with Monet in an instant. Mr. Bobo, standing behind the deity, displayed a hint of astonishment. This individual bears a striking resemblance to Lord Deity. Could this be the Namekian Porter spoke of? "Are you a Namekian?" the deity inquired, a hint of excitement evident in his tone as he turned to Monet. "This place is." Monet surveyed his surroundings, sunlight cascading upon the temple, casting a solemn tableau. "It feels reminiscent of a temple from another world. Indeed, this is the Temple of Earth. I have the privilege of serving as the deity of this planet." The deity remarked with a sigh, "You hail from Namek, correct?" "No, I should be akin to you. I migrated to a distant planet years ago due to the harsh climate of Namek." Monet inhaled deeply and replied solemnly, "The planet I reside on is called Cyril, and I, along with many Namekians, relocated there. However, recently, due to a conspiracy, all Namekians on that planet have the two shared stories of their past, tears flowing freely in a moment of nostalgia." A gentle breeze caressed the temple, as if listening intently to their tales. "Now is not the time for sentimentality. Prepare yourselves. I shall take you to Namek," Porter interjected, beckoning them forward. "Thank you, Porter," the deity expressed gratefully. "No need for thanks. This is merely our agreement," Porter replied with a warm smile. Whoosh, the white boat ascended, instantly breaking through the atmosphere and entering the vastness of space, hurtling towards Namek. The vessel's radiance flickered amidst the cosmos, akin to a resplendent star. Planet Tuffle. This was a golden world, and Whis immediately utilized the crystal ball atop his staff to review the events that had transpired on planet Vegeta. Soon, Whis grasped the entire sequence of events and relayed them to Beerus. "Oh, Frisia's brother Cooler annihilated planet Vegeta." Beerus bared his teeth, feeling a twinge of displeasure as his expression darkened. The very air around him seemed to thicken. Indeed, it all began when the Saiyan Prince, Vegeta, known as Vegeta 4, transformed into a Super Saiyan. Whis replied nonchalantly. "Super Saiyan? What is that?" Beerus inquired, momentarily taken aback that in the ancient legends of the Saiyans, it is said that the Super Saiyan is the most powerful warrior in the universe. Whis smiled, his expression radiating warmth akin to sunshine. "So, has Vegeta become the most powerful being in the universe?" Beerus's eyes gleamed with interest. "Not quite. According to Frisia's army, Mr. Vegeta's maximum combat power is merely 150 million, while Mr. Cooler's can reach up to 470 million, Whis answered candidly. "Legends are merely that. Legends, not to be taken literally." Beerus shook his head, baring his teeth. This cooler fellow is quite the nuisance, but perhaps it's for the best. I'd rather not have to destroy planet Vegeta myself. Oh dear, Lord Beerus, you are truly lazy, Whis sighed gently, considering that for Beerus, obliterating a planet should be as simple as a flick of the wrist. What do you know? Beerus shot Whis a disdainful glance that it's like being served the same dish every day. Eventually, you grow weary of it. The same principle applies to destroying planets. Although I could effortlessly obliterate a planet with a mere gesture, I find myself too lethargic to even do that. Since planet Vegeta has been destroyed, let it be. Beerus yawned, feeling satisfied and ready for slumber. Very well, Lord Beerus, Whis nodded. The two transformed once more into a radiant stream of light, speeding towards Beerus's planet. Approximately 5 minutes later, whoosh, a white beam of light flashed across the distant starry sky. This brilliant light, reminiscent of lightning, instantaneously illuminated the surrounding darkness. This time, Beerus keenly observed the phenomenon, his eyes widening in surprise. Whis, did you see that just now? Beerus hastily inquired. Oh dear, I have seen that light before. Whis nodded gently. I asked that the same light you mentioned a few days ago. Beerus quickly connected the dots. Indeed, Whis confirmed. Let us pursue and discover what it is, Beerus declared decisively. Very well, Lord Beerus, Whis complied, hastening their speed towards the direction of Porter's small vessel. Their figures streaked across the cosmos like meteors. On the white boat, a warning blared. A top deity of this universe is in pursuit. Porter was momentarily taken aback, staring at the system's alert, feeling a touch bewildered. Top deity? Who could that be? Porter hastily queried the system, struggling to comprehend who this supreme entity might be. I at the Grand Priest. Is the Grand Priest pursuing my white boat? That shouldn't be the case. It is Angel Whis and Destroyer Beerus. The system provided its answer. Porter scrutinized the recent alert displayed by the system. The notification stated, top deity of this universe, that it seemed accurate. Angel Whis and Destroyer Beerus were indeed the supreme deities of this universe. Should we attempt to evade the pursuit of the top deity? Yes or no? System, aren't you invincible? I relish a challenge, Porter replied with a smile. The system evidently paused for several seconds, seemingly perplexed by Porter's audacious maneuver. After a full 3 seconds, the system finally responded. Analysis suggests it would be best to avoid contact with Angel Whis and Beerus. Otherwise, unnecessary trouble may ensue, unless you remain aboard the white boat. You will be in an invincible state. However, should you disembark, there's a 14 probability of being eliminated by Beerus. Upon reading this alert, Porter fell into deep contemplation. According to the system's analysis, he could potentially face pursuit from Beerus. Only a 14 probability. Though the probability is exceedingly low, it does not imply the absence of possibility. In other words, as long as I remain aboard this white vessel, Beerus should lack the capability to obliterate me. However, the moment I depart from this boat, even the slightest misstep could result in my instant demise at the hands of Beerus, regardless of whether my combat prowess reaches the staggering height of 18 billion. In comparison to Beerus, a considerable chasm remains. This represents the vast divide between mortals and deities, a gap that cannot be bridged merely by an enhancement in battle strength that I had initially intended to take Whis as my pupil. I wish to take Whis as my disciple, Porter communicated to the system. Apologies, but currently, Broly does not meet the criteria for apprenticeship. The system provided this notification. What do you mean? Only after Broly qualifies can I accept new students. Porter was left speechless. The system did not respond to this inquiry, implicitly acquiescing. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Porter scolded in frustration. The system remained silent. Cast him aside, Porter commanded the system. Shall we traverse time and space? Shall we? A line of text reappeared on the system's screen. Porter was taken aback for a moment, suddenly realizing that this method proposed by the system was indeed brilliant. Currently, traversing time and space is the optimal means to evade Whis and Beerus's pursuit. Coincidentally, Porter was planning to visit Planet Plant a millennium ago. This moment presented an excellent opportunity. AS for Namek. It too existed 1,000 years ago. Porter swiftly retrieved the coordinates for Planet Plant from 1,000 years past and pressed the navigation button. Meanwhile, Whis was rapidly trailing after Porter's white vessel alongside Beerus. The distance between them spanned several light years at the very least. At this moment, the starry sky shimmered, resembling countless gems adorning the black canopy above. Whis, possessing keen eyesight, was able to discern the distant white light, despite the considerable distance. However, the nature of that white light remained elusive to him. Since Whis could not clearly identify it, Beerus naturally could not either. What on earth is that? Such incredible speed. How is it possible? Even you cannot catch up? Beerus exclaimed in astonishment. Whis, hasten to examine it through your staff. I am looking, Whis replied, swiftly flying while peering into the crystal sphere atop his staff. The crystal orb flickered with mysterious radiance. Yet, the white flowing light seemed to be obstructed by an invisible force, preventing Whis from perceiving the true situation within. I cannot see it, Whis shook his head. At this moment, within the vast expanse of the cosmos, countless brilliant stars twinkled with enigmatic luminescence, as if silently observing all that transpired. Those mystical starlights resembled innumerable eyes, peering into the mysteries of the universe. What? You cannot see it either. Beerus felt increasingly astonished and, after a moment of silence, inquired, Cannot you accelerate further? This is indeed my maximum speed, Whis replied. How perplexing! What could it possibly be? Beerus furrowed his brow in confusion, his expression revealing a hint of uncertainty, his figure appearing somewhat solemn beneath the starlight. Beerus resembled a statue, standing amidst this boundless universe, with the surrounding starlight draping him in a shroud of mystery. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, in the next instant, Whis suddenly blinked several times, realizing that the white light flickered a few times before vanishing without a trace. Snap! Whis immediately pursued and halted in the space where the white vessel had disappeared. At this moment, the surrounding starry sky appeared particularly tranquil, with only faint starlight intermittently visible in the dark expanse, as if recounting an endless enigma. The dim starlight flickered like fireflies in the vast darkness, adding an eerie ambience to the serene cosmos. What happened? Beerus inquired. Alas, that entity has traversed time and space and vanished, Whis lamented. What? Traversing time and space? What could it be? It can actually traverse time and space. Surely, our seventh universe has not reached a technological level capable of such feats. Beerus was utterly astounded. Wide awake, his eyes widened with curiosity. His gaze roamed the starry sky, like two searchlights scanning the obscured universe, seemingly endeavoring to locate the trace of the vanished white light. Indeed, Whis nodded, examining with his staff for a moment longer, yet still found nothing. It is not uncommon for the universe to present inexplicable phenomena. Whis maintained a calm demeanor, his expression serene, as if possessing profound understanding of all things. His figure appeared particularly composed beneath the starlight, akin to a sage contemplating the mysteries of the cosmos. Whis resembled a resplendent sculpture, standing quietly, the surrounding starlight enveloping him in a divine glow. Can we ascertain which time and space it traversed? Beerus pressed on. It is impossible to determine. There are no traces. Whis replied, shaking his head. Beerus fell silent for a moment. Can't you utilize the time wheel to reverse back 3 minutes? Surely, we can find that entity. Beerus huffed, visibly displeased, his face displaying a hint of stubbornness. I fear that may not be viable. Since that entity can traverse time and space, it undoubtedly possesses significant control over time. Even if I were to employ the time wheel, I would similarly be unable to exert control over it. Whis gently shook his head. By the way, do you recall the incident from 1,000 years ago? Beerus suddenly inquired. Of course, I remember, Whis responded with a smile, his expression radiating warmth akin to sunlight illuminating the dark universe. Do you think it could be that fellow from 1,000 years ago? Beerus pondered aloud, his eyes wide with surprise. Lord Beerus, your suggestion is not without merit, Whis mused, falling into deep contemplation, his gaze becoming profound. Forget it. I shall not dwell on it further. I have reached my limit and truly need to return to rest. Beerus yawned, his eyelids drooping, unable to resist the urge to sleep. As for whether that entity is indeed the one from 1,000 years ago, I shall address it upon awakening. Very well, Lord Beerus, Whis nodded. In the next instant, Whis, accompanied by Beerus, altered their course, transforming into a radiant stream of light akin to the stars, swiftly heading towards Beerus's planet. Their figures receded into the starry sky, gradually disappearing amidst the resplendent cosmos, as if merging into the vastness of the universe. Simultaneously, the two figures resembled shooting stars, traversing the celestial expanse. Why do I feel something is amiss? It seems that vessel jumped a few times earlier, Monet mused, displaying a contemplative expression, her inquisitive gaze wandering over the small boat as if exploring an unknown world. Really? I did not notice. The deity shook his head. What a fuss! Vegeta rolled his eyes at the two, remarking that such occurrences in cosmic space were entirely normal. You two clearly do not travel through the universe often. The deity and Monet exchanged glances with Vegeta, offering dry smiles, their expressions conveying a sense of helplessness, as if acknowledging their limited experience. Broly merely scratched his head. Since I do not comprehend it, I shall remain silent. Approximately 3 minutes later. Wait a moment. Porter, look over there! Vegeta's pupils constricted as he suddenly tugged at Porter's sleeve, pointing towards a distant expanse of stars. Porter turned to gaze in the direction Vegeta indicated, in that realm of stars. A blue planet floated. Porter immediately recognized it. Was that not Planet Plant, the future Vegeta planet? That blue orb emitted a mysterious glow amidst the dark cosmos, resembling a translucent blue gem, if all goes as anticipated. Bardock should be on that planet. Initially, Porter's white vessel was to navigate towards that planet, but later shifted course to the ancient Namek. However, it seems en route to Namek, so encountering it now is not particularly surprising. It is impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Vegeta rubbed his eyes, and I was certain that was Planet Vegeta. Hadn't our planet been destroyed? At this moment, Vegeta suddenly realized something and cast a furious glare at Porter. Broly quickly stepped forward, preparing to pin Vegeta to the ground. However, Vegeta swiftly leaped back, evading Broly's assault. Do you really think I'll be caught by you every time? Vegeta scoffed. Broly bared his teeth, intending to charge in for another attack. Porter gently tapped Broly on the shoulder, signaling him to calm down, that I know you're deceiving me again. Aren't you? Vegeta gritted his teeth. Planet Vegeta still exists. You deliberately brought me to a region similar to Planet Vegeta, making me believe our world had been obliterated. Porter, Vegeta, I must commend your imagination, he sighed. Isn't it true? Vegeta huffed, his youthful face etched with indignation. Go take a look. You'll see for yourself, Porter sighed, then turned to the god and Monet. Shall we first visit that blue planet over there, before heading to Namek? I'm fine with that. Monet replied with a friendly smile. Excellent. I'm reassured knowing Mr. Popo is taking care of the temple. The god concurred without objection. Porter maneuvered the white vessel, swiftly heading toward Planet Plant. A minute later, they landed on the surface of Planet Plant. Vegeta surveyed his surroundings, his youthful face filled with confusion and bewilderment. What is happening? Why does this planet feel both strange and familiar? This area is clearly the royal palace, and that hill over there is my prince's palace. How did it end up like this? At that moment, the land of Planet Plant was tranquil, with a gentle breeze carrying a refreshing scent. The scenery around them resembled a beautiful painting, captivating all who beheld it. Prince Vegeta. Monet suddenly approached to greet him. Is there something you need? Vegeta asked coldly. That aren't you cold with your bare arms? Monet inquired kindly. What exactly do you want to say? Just speak plainly. Vegeta huffed. That I can conjure you a set of clothing. Would you like me to transform it into your original outfit? Monet asked, seeking Vegeta's approval. Of course, Vegeta nodded. Bang! Monet extended his hand from a distance, aiming at Vegeta's body, and a flash of light appeared in his palm. Instantly, a brand new battle suit adorned Vegeta, complete with a flowing red cape. Tisich, if you possess such skills, why didn't you use them earlier? Vegeta huffed, glaring discontentedly at Monet. Monet smiled awkwardly, choosing not to respond or stoop to a child's level. Hey, Porter, what is going on here? Vegeta snapped back to reality and quickly turned to Porter with a question. Haven't I told you? Planet Vegeta has been destroyed, Porter replied calmly. Do you think I would deceive my own student? Vegeta was left speechless, glancing around once more, increasingly sensing that something was amiss. Then tell me, what is this place? Vegeta asked through gritted teeth. Instead of always asking, observe with your own eyes. Porter chuckled. Look, Broly has already grasped the essence of observation. Vegeta was taken aback and immediately turned to look at Broly. He saw Broly hovering high in the blue sky, surveying his surroundings. Vegeta felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Yet in the next moment, he noticed Broly swiftly darting off in another direction, as if he had discovered something. Vegeta immediately released his senses and focused on that spot. Yes, he did. His pupils constricted, and a spark of excitement crossed his face. Isn't that the energy signature of Bardock? This guy is still alive, Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Whoosh! Vegeta transformed into a streak of light and shot into the sky, racing toward Bardock's location. This moment, Bardock, who had just crossed over, was enjoying tea in the home of a native on this planet. The quaint little dwelling was surrounded by a serene landscape, flowers and trees swaying gently in the breeze, as if whispering tales of tranquil times. Through their conversations, Bardock increasingly affirmed the reality of his time travel. I've somehow traveled back 1,000 years. What is happening? How do I return? Bardock's mind was a whirlwind of emotions. Whoosh! A bright flash in the sky suddenly caught Bardock's attention, prompting him to rise and gaze coldly upward. Bang! Broly descended from the sky, landing before Bardock, tilting his head to scrutinize him. A Saiyan. Bardock immediately spotted the furry tail behind Broly. Yes, Broly nodded. How did you end up here? Or is it that Saiyans already inhabit this planet? Bardock was taken aback. Broly shook his head, circling Bardock without uttering a word. Bardock. The natives of the planet, upon seeing Broly's arrival, hurriedly approached with friendly greetings, asking Mr. Bardock, is he your kin? Yes, Bardock affirmed. Welcome, welcome. We have plenty of food here. Would you like some? The native presented food to Broly. Broly's eyes lit up as he accepted the food, devouring it eagerly. That moment, a native child approached, curiously observing Broly. Broly hesitated, breaking off a large piece of meat and offering it to the native child. Ha ha! This is my son, Belly. You two should be about the same age, right? The native chuckled. Broly scratched his head, remaining silent. Bardock, standing by, was at a loss for words. Why are you eating? What's your name? Bardock inquired of Broly. Broly, he replied. Broly? Bardock paused for a moment, then quickly regained his composure. You're Paragus' son? Broly nodded. Bardock. Bardock was instantly confused. Something's off. This isn't 1,000 years ago. How could Broly be here 1,000 years prior? Bardock had heard from Rick that Broly and Prince Vegeta were born on the same day. However, his immense power led King Vegeta to regard him with suspicion, resulting in Broly being exiled to planet Vampa. At that time, Paragus had pursued him in a spaceship, and since then, they had lost all contact. Yet what puzzled Bardock was why Broly appeared here. Where's your father? Bardock asked again. Broly looked up at the sky, scratching his head, unsure of how to explain, and simply pointed toward the heavens. Just then, Vegeta flew in from a distance, appearing high above Bardock. Bardock's pupils dilated in shock as he gazed at Vegeta descending from the sky. Completely astonished, Vegeta evidently spotted Bardock as well, his eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Bardock is indeed alive. What could this mean? Bang! Vegeta landed directly opposite Bardock. Your Highness, you're still alive, Bardock exclaimed in surprise. I'm not so easy to kill, Vegeta huffed, his gaze immediately narrowing onto the two planchins, furrowing his brow as he inquired. Who are these two? They're planchins, Bardock replied, truthfully, plant. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly. I never expected there to be surviving planchins that, if I'm not mistaken, we are 1,000 years in the past. Bardock inhaled deeply. What did you just say? 1,000 years ago. Vegeta was taken aback, letting out a startled exclamation. Indeed, for reasons unknown, I have somehow arrived in this era. Bardock pondered, could it be that all those who perished are manifesting in this time? Vegeta replied with a scowl. I'm not dead. Bardock inquired curiously, how did you all arrive here? How else would we have come? Of course, we arrived aboard that peculiar little ship of potters, Vegeta retorted, glancing around once more. Is this truly 1,000 years ago? No wonder it feels so different from planet Vegeta. Potter has come as well. Bardock's expression brightened, a look of surprise crossing his face. Just then, Potter, alongside Manette and the Supreme Kai, flew in from the distance. In the far sky, several figures streaked across like shooting stars, their presence gently dispersing the surrounding clouds. Who do I see? Is that Bardock? Wonderful! You are still alive, Monette exclaimed with excitement, her frail body trembling slightly as she rushed forward to greet him. Monette, Bardock responded, a mix of astonishment and joy. Bardock, they all said you were dead. It is truly marvelous that you are alive, Monette said, her enthusiasm palpable at that moment. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing with it a refreshing aura. By all accounts, I should indeed be dead. I know not why I have found myself here, Bardock said with a bitter smile, hastily approaching Potter. Potter, you have come as well? Yes, indeed, Potter nodded slightly. Bardock then turned his gaze towards the Supreme Kai, but refrained from questioning, merely assuming he was an ordinary Namekian. Did you all form a team to arrive in this era? Bardock discreetly wiped his brow. That is more or less the case, Potter replied with a smile. Potter, has my son Kakarot successfully reached Earth? Bardock asked eagerly. He should still be traversing the cosmos, Potter speculated. Bardock pondered this for a moment, realizing that only a few days had passed. Indeed, Kakarot's spaceship was still journeying through space. Allow me to introduce you. Potter beckoned to Bardock, gesturing towards the Supreme Kai. This is the deity of Earth. With his guidance, your son is certain to grow into an extraordinary warrior. The deity of Earth? Bardock was taken aback, his gaze turning contemplative as he scrutinized the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai stood there, surrounded by a radiant glow that seemed to imbue him with a sense of the divine. Upon encountering Bardock's piercing gaze, the Supreme Kai's demeanor shifted dramatically, a chill running down his spine. It was not fear in the traditional sense, but rather an instinctive trepidation before a formidable presence. After all, to the Supreme Kai, Bardock's energy was overwhelmingly immense, rendering him powerless to resist. I entrust my son Kakarot to your care, Bardock's tone softened. Your son? Will he be going to Earth? The Supreme Kai asked, visibly relieved, his lips twitching as he hastily inquired. Indeed, Bardock affirmed. When the time is ripe, I implore you to guide him in his training, of course. No problem at all, the Supreme Kai readily agreed. Potter, I sense this Earth deity's strength is rather mediocre. Bardock remarked in a lowered voice. Can he truly instruct Kakarot to grow stronger? He will, Potter replied with a gentle smile. Yes, sunlight bathed them. It seemed to add warmth to their conversation. Hearing you say that brings me great relief. Bardock nodded appreciatively. You wish to return? Or would you prefer to remain here for some training? Potter inquired, fixing his gaze upon Bardock. Have you already discerned the nature of this place? Bardock asked. Potter smiled knowingly. I certainly wish to return. But on another note, have you dealt with that villain? Gula? Bardock questioned, his concern evident. That sort of fellow can be eliminated by Vegeta and Broly, Potter replied nonchalantly. Bardock turned to glance at Broly, who was busy devouring food, feeling a twinge of unease. You were taking Broly as a student. Why not my son Kakarot? Yet upon reflection, Bardock recognized Potter's rationale. After all, his son's combat power was a mere 2, while Broly had possessed greater strength than Prince Vegeta even at birth. Since you wish to return, let us set off immediately, Potter announced. Summoning the small white ship and stepping aboard first, Broly quickly packed the food from the scene onto the ship. Humph, you act as though you have never eaten before, Vegeta grumbled. Ha! Broly chuckled innocently. Not taking offense, soon, Vegeta and the others boarded the white ship in succession. Potter waved goodbye to the indigenous inhabitants of Planet Plant. The small ship ascended, swiftly breaking through the atmosphere and entering the vast expanse of the cosmos. Stars twinkled in the universe as the white ship streaked across the sky like a brilliant meteor. Whoosh! The white ship transformed into a streak of light, rapidly heading towards the distant Namek. Bardock, it is truly wonderful to see you again, Monette expressed sincerely. How are Morasli and Granola faring? Bardock inquired, raising an eyebrow. They're doing well, living quite peacefully, Monette nodded. That is good to hear, Bardock replied, then curiously asked. Where are we headed? Potter has promised to take us to see Namek, Monette said with excitement. Namek. Bardock nodded slightly. 20 minutes later, a large green planet emerged against the vast starry backdrop, coming into view for Potter and the others. It was the ancient Namek. That moment, Namek radiated a mysterious glow in the starry sky, resembling a green gemstone. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Namek, Potter announced to the assembled group. At long last, I behold my homeland, Monette exclaimed, rubbing her hands together in excitement. The Supreme Kai's expression was filled with anticipation, feeling as though he were returning home. Whoosh! The white ship pierced through the atmosphere, drawing closer to the surface of Namek. However, as they approached, Monette and the Supreme Kai suddenly sensed something amiss. The planet appeared lifeless. Nearly all the vegetation had perished, the sky cloaked in ominous clouds, half shrouded in darkness, the other half tinged with a faint green. The terrain of Namek was desolate, as if it had endured a cataclysmic disaster. What has happened here? Monette gasped in astonishment. Potter, did you not say that Namek's climate had largely recovered? Indeed, Potter chuckled. Bardock was about to reveal the truth to Monette when he recalled that she had not heard the mention arriving 1,000 years prior. In truth, the state of Namek 1,000 years ago, its climate having deteriorated to this extent, was hardly surprising. Just as Bardock was about to speak, Vegeta suddenly recalled something and asked Bardock, "What transpired after I was obliterated?" Bardock did not hesitate to recount everything that had transpired following Vegeta's demise. "Humph, I admire your courage. However, you should have seized the opportunity to escape planet Vegeta." Vegeta scoffed. "It is impossible." Bardock shook his head. "Gula and Cooler have sealed all escape routes. Several ships attempting to flee the planet have been shot down. Gula, I will not let that scoundrel go unpunished." Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling violently. At that moment, Porter's small white spaceship had already landed on Namek and was the first to set foot on this land. The climate of this planet was indeed harsh, permeated with an air of death. Moreover, a decaying odor lingered in the soil of Namek, creating a sense of oppression. This was Namek 1,000 years ago. I sensed a significant gathering of energy over there. Vegeta pointed to a specific location. "Excellent, Vegeta. Your ability to perceive the surroundings through sensing is a significant advancement for you," Porter praised. Vegeta snorted, secretly pleased, casting a somewhat smug glance at Broly. Broly remained silent. A.S. Porter and the others moved forward. They soon encountered a large group of Namekians ahead. Surrounding this group were several oddly shaped spaceships. Currently, they were embracing one another, seemingly preparing to bid farewell. The sky above Namek was overcast, as if to send off these departing individuals. "Are those our kin?" the god of Earth exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Indeed," Monet pondered, his gaze fixed intently on the group of Namekians. "What are they doing? It feels as though they are about to leave this planet." The god of Earth mused, somewhat perplexed. Porter, Bardock, Vegeta, and Broly merely observed in silence, offering no comments. This scene feels oddly familiar." Monet was momentarily lost in thought for several seconds, rubbing his eyes. The next moment, Monet's gaze suddenly focused on one particular child, leaving him astounded. That child. Monet's expression turned to one of shock. "Monet, after arriving on Cyril, make sure to live well." An older Namekian ruffled the child's hair, speaking to him with concern. Monet rubbed his eyes once more, tears streaming down his face, revealing his inner excitement. That person, could it be my father? Monet was overwhelmed with emotion. Could it be that I am witnessing fragments of memories? Your father? The god of Earth was slightly taken aback. Moreover, the plump Namekian beside me. Could he not be the Grand Elder from Cyril? Monet's eyes sparkled with uncertainty as he questioned, "Did you not say that all Namekians from Cyril were killed?" The god of Earth was equally puzzled. Just then, a burly Namekian evidently noticed the unexpected arrival of the group and immediately approached them. "Who are you?" The imposing Namekian scanned Porter and the others with a wary gaze, scrutinizing these strangers. "Are you Giscako?" Monet asked excitedly. "Who are you?" The burly Namekian looked at Monet curiously. "Could you have just come from the demon realm? I heard that passage from the demon realm has been prohibited." "You cannot truly be Giscako, can you?" Monet questioned, bewildered. "Yes, indeed. I am Giscako." The other nodded. "Who are the two of you?" "I am Monet." Monet replied, "Am I not dreaming?" This is all real. Monet. Giscako was momentarily befuddled, glancing over at the child. The child appeared equally dazed. How can someone share my name? The child's father was utterly astonished, staring intently at Monet. Father, I can see you again. This cannot be a dream. Monet stepped forward, kneeling in reverence before his father. At this moment, Monet's heart was filled with emotion. Time seemed to stand still that Monet's father was momentarily dumbfounded, at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. I am not your father. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Monet's father wiped the cold sweat from his brow. You are older than me. How could I possibly be your father? If my conjecture is correct, we may have traveled back 1,000 years. Monet realized, quickly explaining, which means we have come from a world 1,000 years in the future. I am merely the older version of that child. Upon hearing this, Giscako and many other Namekians were left in astonishment. The god of Earth was equally surprised. He never expected that they were indeed in Namek 1,000 years ago. The god of Earth immediately began searching for his own figure. I wonder if my younger self is among this group? TCH, those two fools finally grasped the situation. Vegeta snorted, a smug smile gracing his lips. Are you truly from a world 1,000 years in the future? Giscako stared at Monet in astonishment, suddenly realizing something. His expression shifting rapidly. You came to this era from 1,000 years in the future. Has something significant occurred? Some matters, destined to happen, will inevitably come to pass. Monet sighed, choosing not to disclose the events that transpired on Cyril. After all, those events would only unfold 1,000 years later. To speak of them now would mean sending my younger self to live on another planet. Furthermore, if I were to disclose this, it would undoubtedly disrupt the normal progression of this timeline. Moreover, Monet felt that his life on Cyril was rather pleasant. Especially the Cyril people on that planet, they were a peaceful race, coexisting harmoniously with the Namekians. Monet was reluctant to disrupt this equilibrium. However, there were certain matters that Monet decided to privately inform the Grand Elder heading to Cyril, urging him to prepare accordingly. Greetings, I am a Namekian en route to Earth. However, I have lost my memory, and I would like to inquire about the whereabouts of my younger self and my father in this era. The god of Earth asked excitedly as he stepped forward. You are Karu, a middle-aged Namekian approached, looking at the god of Earth. You are the god of Earth's eyes flickered, staring blankly at the middle-aged man. I am Kadaz, your father. Kadaz was filled with excitement. The future you has successfully reached Earth. How wonderful! You are indeed my father. The god of Earth remarked with emotion, mimicking Monet's gesture of reverence, his heart overflowing with sentiment. Rise, rise, my dear child. Kadaz pulled the god of Earth up, embracing him tightly. What of my younger self? Has he already departed? The god of Earth inquired. Yes, unfortunately, you arrived at an inopportune time. He departed just 10 minutes ago. Kadaz sighed softly. Oh well, even if we met now, I would still lose my memory upon arriving on Earth. The god of Earth came to terms with it, no longer fixating on the prospect of meeting his younger self in this era. Wiping a tear from his eye, he lamented, how fortunate it is to encounter my father here. I am equally overjoyed. Kadaz followed suit, wiping his own tears by the way. Well, my mother, is she here? The god of Earth inquired again. Kadaz, Monet, Giscako. The numerous Namekians present immediately shifted their gaze towards the god of Earth, each expressing their bewilderment. The memory you lost is far from trivial. Our Namekians are hermaphroditic. Thus, there is no concept of gender. Kadaz explained, so in principle, you do not have a mother. The terms father and mother are titles used by the Cyril or Earth inhabitants. You should refer to me as elder. So that is how it is, the god of Earth realized. Subsequently, both parties engaged in casual conversation for a while. The topic swiftly shifted to the future of Namek. The gathered Namekians were eager to know what Namek would be like 1,000 years hence. Has it truly become a dead planet? I regret to say, I do not possess extensive knowledge regarding the affairs of Namek. Since moving to Cyril, I have lived on that planet and have not returned to Namek. Monet replied apologetically, adding, however, Mr. Porter should have visited Namek. He mentioned that it has gradually recovered and is progressing in a positive direction. Subsequently, Monet introduced Potter to the elder of Namek, Giscako. Mr. Potter, is this truly the case? Giscako inquired with palpable excitement. Indeed, Namek will flourish, at least that much I can assure you. Potter replied with a gentle nod. Sunlight cascaded upon them, casting a glimmer of hope for the future of Namek. Then I shall rest easy, Giscako sighed with relief, reflecting, to prevent the complete extinction of Namekians. As you can see, many of us will seek refuge on other planets. Yet, numerous Namekians remain with me to rebuild a new Namek. The Namekians are a peaceful race, of which I hold great admiration. Potter spoke earnestly. Thank you, Mr. Potter. Giscako expressed his gratitude. Monet then articulated the purpose of Potter's visit. I understand now. You wish to enhance your regenerative abilities through the Dragon Balls. Furthermore, you have previously summoned the eternal dragon of Earth and that of planet Cyril. Giscako said with a smile and a nod that I can bestow the Dragon Balls upon you, granting your wishes as a form of gratitude for bringing these two children to our time and instilling hope in us to reconstruct Namek. Thank you immensely, Potter acknowledged with a nod. The 7 Dragon Balls, already prepared, lay scattered across the terrain of the planet. They shimmered with a golden light, illuminating the surrounding land and infusing Namek with a flicker of hope. The Dragon Balls of Namek were relatively large. Vegeta scoffed, they are significantly larger than those of planet Cyril. Giscako then summoned the eternal dragon Purunga in the Namekian language in the blink of an eye. The 7 Dragon Balls radiated a golden brilliance. The sky darkened instantly, enveloping Namek in shadows and adding an air of mystery to the impending appearance of the dragon. The golden beam shot skyward, rapidly transforming into a plump, green dragon that moment. The skies of Namek were illuminated by this golden glow, casting a mysterious hue upon the surrounding clouds. Bardock was utterly astonished, having never encountered the eternal dragon before. Gatherers of the Dragon Balls, state your wishes. I will endeavor to fulfill 3 of them. Purunga's commanding voice resonated. Mr. Potter, please make your wish, Giscako cordially urged. Purunga, I request that you upgrade our regenerative abilities. Potter articulated his desire. Giscako promptly conveyed the wish to Purunga in the Namekian tongue. No problem. I can elevate your regenerative capabilities to cellular regeneration, Purunga declared, his crimson eyes glimmering. However, this ability is not omnipotent. Should your cells be annihilated by pure energy, you shall not regenerate. If you encounter a god of destruction and suffer devastation, you will similarly be unable to restore your bodies. That, indeed, is true death. Understood. Thank you, Purunga. Potter nodded, fully expecting this outcome. The gentle breeze swept across the surface of Namek, bringing with it a refreshing atmosphere. Then, Purunga declared, his eyes shining with golden light. 3 invisible energies enveloped Potter, Vegeta, and Broly instantaneously. Your wish has been granted. Please articulate your second wish, Purunga's voice echoed, following the fulfillment of their first wish. Potter distinctly felt a profound transformation within his body, akin to a ritual of rebirth through fire. I could see this moment. Potter, Vegeta, and Broly had all acquired the regenerative abilities reminiscent of Majin Buu. Vegeta and Broly exchanged glances, both with eyes aglow. They stood there, surrounded by a radiant aura that imparted an air of mystery. In unison, they charged towards each other, unleashing tremendous energy. I could see the moment they drew near. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. Broly, alas, was a step too late to activate his legendary Super Saiyan form. Boom! With a thunderous roar, a cloud of dust erupted around them. The ground of Namek trembled, and the air was thrown into chaos by the sheer force of their confrontation. As the dust settled, Broly had utterly decimated Vegeta. Whoosh! Broly's fragmented body swiftly reassembled, returning to its original form. The Namekians present were left in a state of shock. Some of the Namekian children trembled in fear, their faces paling. Most notably, the young Monet clung tightly to his father's pants, his expression shifting dramatically. Giscako, beads of cold sweat streaming down his face, felt a wave of disbelief. Have these 2 children lost their minds? Attempting to test their regeneration abilities in such a manner. What a thrill! Ha! Broly laughed heartily, clutching his stomach. Vegeta, however, was less amused. You find this amusing? You're running around naked and still able to laugh. Vegeta's expression darkened. Broly glanced down, scratching his head and grinning foolishly. Sunlight bathed them, adding a touch of color to this awkward scene. "Allow me to gift you a brand new outfit, identical to the previous one." Monet approached with a smile. "I want it." "Teacher," Broly pointed at Potter's attire. "Ah, I see. You desire the same battle armor as Mr. Potter, do you?" "Not a problem," Monet replied, waving his hand, causing a Saiyan outfit to materialize on Broly in an instant. "Porunga, can you ensure that our clothing regenerates alongside us?" Potter inquired, looking up at Porunga. "Is this your second wish?" Porunga's enormous eyes sparkled. "Indeed," Potter nodded. "Surely, it would be rather unseemly to search for a new outfit each time we regenerate." Snap! Porunga's eyes shone with golden light, and 3 invisible energies enveloped Potter and his companions once more. The second wish was fulfilled. "Let us see." Broly grinned widely, activating his legendary Super Saiyan form, boosting his combat power to 18 million. Instantly, a formidable aura emanated from Broly, distorting the surrounding air with his immense power. Boom! Broly surged forward, unleashing a colossal energy wave that completely engulfed Vegeta. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Even Potter stood in bewildered silence, gazing up at the sky, his forehead resting against his palm in disbelief. Broly scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for what to do. The skies of Namek were heavy with dark clouds, amplifying the oppressive atmosphere of the sudden turn of events. No, not restored. Broly stared at the remains of Vegeta, feeling utterly perplexed. Potter, too, witnessed Vegeta's health bar plummet to 0 in an instant. Vegeta's visage transformed into shades of black and white. Vegeta was dead. Indeed, he had been obliterated by Broly's pure energy. Upon reflection, this outcome seemed entirely plausible. Broly had boosted his combat power to 18 million, while Vegeta's base power was merely 3 million. Vegeta hadn't even had the chance to transform into a Super Saiyan before being dispatched by Broly. Moreover, Broly had utilized pure energy. The atmosphere was eerily silent. All present were rendered speechless. They had witnessed random deaths, but never one so utterly spontaneous. Bardock, caught between disbelief and astonishment, was taken aback. The intensity of Broly's energy was simply otherworldly. Had he surpassed the prince? The prince was a Super Saiyan. After all, although the prince had not transformed during the earlier encounter, Bardock could distinctly sense that Broly had elevated his energy to a level surpassing that of the prince. Had he truly met his demise? Broly scratched his head, momentarily at a loss. Barunga also felt speechless as beads of sweat cascaded down his face. What you just unleashed was pure energy. Through this power, our regenerative abilities can be utterly extinguished. Porter explained to Broly that, I'm sorry, Broly said, lowering his head like a child who had committed a mistake, humbly apologizing. You should apologize to Vegeta as well. Porter patted Broly on the shoulder. Will the Master Brother survive? Broly inquired in somewhat halting language. And there's a third wish. Porter pointed towards the dragon Barunga. Broly immediately looked up at Barunga with a hopeful expression. Barunga remained silent. 3 seconds later, he asked, Is your third wish to resurrect the deceased Vegeta? Broly nodded vigorously. And no problem, Barunga replied, his crimson eyes shimmering with golden light. Bang! In an instant, the debris that was once Vegeta coalesced back into his original form. Your wishes have been granted. Farewell, Barunga said before his massive form trembled violently and transformed into 7 Dragon Balls, plummeting to the ground of the planet. Boom! Vegeta abruptly slapped Broly, sending him tumbling across the ground several times. Ouch! Broly rubbed his head. You scoundrel! Do you realize you just killed me? Vegeta shouted at Broly, spittle flying from his mouth. That I self-destruct. Apologize. Broly sheepishly scratched his head. Without hesitation, Broly followed through, his body swelling like a balloon. Wait a moment! Vegeta felt a sense of dread. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Broly executed a magnificent self-destruction, quickly exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Vegeta, standing nearby, was caught in the blast, landing on the ground in a disheveled state. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Broly swiftly reassembled his dismembered body. Snap! In the blink of an eye, he restored himself to his original form, even his attire returning to its former state. Broly's smile grew ever brighter. However, he suddenly realized something. turning to glance at the dusty and disheveled Vegeta, his expression turning to one of confusion, not understanding why Vegeta's skin had turned black. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Vegeta roared, his anger reaching a boiling point. "No." Broly shook his head. "Porter, can I have a different student? I seriously suspect this guy is a fool." Vegeta was on the verge of tears for frustration. "Enough, you two, quiet down," Porter admonished sternly. The two immediately stood at attention. Silence enveloped the land of Namek. "Huh, what lively little children!" Geskako approached with a wry smile. "Geskako, it's time for us to return to our own era," Monet declared, taking a deep breath to bid farewell. "Having learned about the future, we will remain to build a better Namek," Geskako replied with a determined smile. "Indeed, let us strive together. Let us look forward to a peaceful universe," the deity exclaimed passionately. "Wait a moment before we create a peaceful universe," Porter interjected, immediately turning to Broly and Vegeta. "Before returning, there is something very important to attend to." The clouds above Namek gradually dispersed, revealing a faint blue sky. Both were momentarily taken aback. "Deity, you certainly know how to respond that I am at a loss for words. Someone is approaching this planet." The deity's expression shifted slightly. "Mr. Porter, is this what you were referring to?" "I sensed it too. It is an incredibly malevolent energy, and very powerful." Geskako furrowed his brow. A gentle breeze swept across the land of Namek, carrying a sense of tension. Could it be the cosmic pirate Zild? Monet suddenly came to his senses, recalling that Zild indeed descended during this time in his era. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Namekians present grew increasingly grim. The notorious reputation of the cosmic pirate Zild had long reached Namek. If that fiend were to arrive, the entire planet could face annihilation. What happened afterward? Geskato's voice was low, cold sweat trickling down his back. "He killed a few people, but later left for some reason. I'm not sure why." Monet rubbed his head. "My memories are a bit hazy, as it's been 1,000 years. He killed a few people. Will he leave this time as well?" Geskako said somberly, "As for who the cosmic pirate Zild would slay, no Namekian dared to ask. Why inquire when it would only invite trouble?" Porter's gaze flickered. "Zild has been to Namek, and then left midway?" Porter speculated that Zild's departure might have been due to Bardock eliminating his two subordinates, which was a plausible explanation. In the starry sky, countless stars twinkled with mysterious luminescence. The vast cosmos resembled a mystical tapestry, with dazzling stars narrating ancient tales. "You all know what to do next, right?" Porter smiled at Vegeta and Broly. "The ancestor of Frisia? This is splendid. I'll go eliminate him right now," Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Broly clenched his fists, nodding vigorously. They stood there, radiating powerful energy, preparing for the impending battle. "What are you two talking about?" Geskako exclaimed in shock, his expression shifting rapidly. After all, that was the cosmic pirate Zild, who possessed formidable energy. Do not underestimate him. Rest assured, Elder Geskako. Monet laughed heartily. "This Prince Vegeta is a Super Saiyan." "Super Saiyan? I've indeed heard whispers of a legendary Super Saiyan. I believe his name was Yamoshi." Geskako murmured, somewhat uncertain. "What nonsense is this?" Vegeta shot Geskako a scornful glance, promptly pointing his thumb at his nose. Then suddenly realizing something, he quickly switched to pointing with his index finger, haughtily proclaiming, "I am Super Saiyan Vegeta. You can call me Super Vegeta. Allow me to vanquish that fellow named Zild for you." Geskako fell silent. "Whereas the small white ship? Let me use it," Vegeta said to Porter. However, just as Vegeta finished speaking, Broly shot up into the sky, soaring into the vast cosmos. His figure darted across the heavens like a shooting star, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Vegeta felt an overwhelming sense of dread. "Wait for me," he shouted, immediately transforming into Super Saiyan form. Golden light radiated from Vegeta, resembling a war god. Descending, he swiftly became a beam of golden light, racing towards Broly. Broly noticed Vegeta surpassing him and grinned widely, his body expanding rapidly as he entered his great ape form. Whoosh! Broly quickly overtook Vegeta. Vegeta gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to compete with Broly in speed. However, Broly did not take it too seriously. maintaining pace alongside Vegeta. The two soared into the vast cosmos, soon spotting a uniquely shaped spaceship. In the expanse of space, starlight shimmered, and that spaceship stood out prominently against the darkness. That's the ship. Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he suddenly accelerated. Broly, moving even faster, unleashed all of his energy. Boom! As if propelled by an unseen force, Broly surged forth like a cannonball towards the peculiar spacecraft. A resounding roar echoed through the cosmos as Broly's figure darted like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the vessel in an instant. Boom! In the next moment, Broly's body had impaled the spaceship. Emerging from its rear, the spacecraft trembled momentarily in the void, before erupting into a cloud of debris. That moment. The scent of smoke pervaded the cosmos, while the remnants of the spacecraft drifted aimlessly among the stars. Vegeta, arriving just a fraction too late, ground his teeth in frustration. With the destruction of the spaceship, all aboard, save for Zielder, met their demise in the vastness of space. Broly immediately fixed his gaze upon Zielder, easily discerning his identity, for Zielder bore a striking resemblance to Cooler. Zielder, Broly scratched his head in inquiry. Fool! Who separates a name like that? Zielder screamed in a state of bewilderment. What in the world is happening? Where am I? Why did my spaceship explode? Surely you must be Zielder. He indeed resembled Cooler and Frieza closely. Vegeta snorted derisively, hovering in the starlit expanse, his golden aura casting an imposing shadow. Did you two brats destroy my spacecraft? Zielder snapped back to reality, glaring at the duo. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Broly blinked and instantaneously appeared behind Zielder, wrapping his arms around him with a gleeful expression. What are you doing? Zielder questioned, utterly perplexed. Broly grinned widely, his body swelling like a balloon. Hey, don't get carried away. I don't know you. Why are you hugging me to self-destruct? Zielder panicked, feeling utterly bewildered that I was just about to lead my crew to plunder resources from a planet called Namek. Then, out of nowhere, my spaceship exploded, and now this kid is hugging me for a self-detonation. Am I your nemesis? Zielder was at a loss, hastily inquiring. Broly's smile brightened, radiating warmth like sunlight, yet instilling profound fear in Zielder. Whoosh! Vegeta snorted coldly, raising his hand to unleash a streak of golden energy. Thud! The golden beam pierced through Zielder's heart while simultaneously striking Broly in the chest. The cosmos seemed to freeze in that moment, with only the gleaming golden light illuminating the void. Caught off guard, Broly was hit, causing the energy he had gathered to dissipate instantaneously, white gas erupting from his mouth as his body flailed about like a deflated balloon in the cosmic expanse. Bang! Vegeta delivered a powerful kick, sending Zielder tumbling through space, his body somersaulting like a discarded toy. Boom! After 2 or 3 dozen seconds, Zielder's body crashed onto a distant planet, stirring a massive cloud of dust. The dust on that planet billowed like smoke, marking the end of Zielder's fate. Humph! Cosmic trash! Vegeta spat disdainfully. Broly, dazed, floated over, scowling at Vegeta, baring his teeth in anger. What was that for? Do you know I am your senior brother? Vegeta huffed. What did the master say? Broly paused momentarily. The master is absent. The senior brother's word is law. Vegeta retorted coldly. You must show your senior brother the same respect as the master. The master never said that. Broly replied defiantly, he did, and you simply didn't hear it. Vegeta insisted. He did not. Broly gazed stubbornly at Vegeta. If you don't believe me, go ask. Vegeta huffed that I will ask. Broly nodded. The two turned to leave. Vegeta scratched his head, feeling as though something remained unfinished. Never mind, he thought. They swiftly returned to Potter's side. Humph, that Zielder fellow was far weaker than Frieza. Vegeta chuckled triumphantly, reveling in their victory. Standing there, he exuded confidence, like a triumphant victor showcasing his achievements. Indeed, you have become excellent warriors, Potter praised. Master, if one day you're not with us, should Broly not heed my words as a senior brother? Vegeta suddenly inquired respectfully. Potter smiled warmly at Vegeta, his eyes brimming with anticipation, observing a child in the midst of growth. Yet, Vegeta felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. his lips twitching nervously. "Please don't look at me like that. It frightens me." "Certainly," Potter nodded. In truth, he had long desired for Vegeta to assume the role of senior brother, hoping it would expedite his growth. Sometimes, facing hardship is essential for development. In the world of Dragon Ball, death serves as a means to refine the spirit. Unbeknownst to him, Vegeta had already perished twice. "Now that Zielder has been dealt with, it is time for us to return," Potter called out to Gaskak and the other Namekians. The multitude of Namekians stood in stunned silence, still grappling with the reality of the situation. Was that not the notorious cosmic pirate Zielder? Was he truly defeated so easily? Potter's two students were undeniably formidable. Subsequently, Potter waved farewell to the bewildered Namekians and summoned the white vessel. Boarding it alongside Vegeta and the others on the surface of Namek, a gentle breeze rustled through the air. Whoosh! The white vessel soared into the sky, breaking through the atmosphere and entering the vastness of space. Stars twinkled in the cosmos as the white vessel streaked across the heavens like a brilliant comet. "Mr. Potter, are we heading back now?" Monet inquired. "Indeed, it is time to return to our era," Potter affirmed with a nod. "It is truly astonishing to think that this white vessel possesses the ability to traverse time and space." Monet marveled. Potter remained silent, skillfully navigating the white vessel as he prepared to return to his rightful timeline. This moment, Whis and that fellow Beerus must have already departed, Potter speculated, knowing their personalities would not allow them to linger too long. Moreover, Potter genuinely wished to meet them. Establishing a good rapport with Whis would be invaluable, especially when Broly embarks on his journey. Having Whis as a student would be most meaningful. From that point onward, I could truly take it easy. The mere thought of this sent a wave of excitement surging through Potter's heart. However, just as he was about to maneuver the white vessel through the fabric of time, whoosh, a spacecraft hurtled through the vast starry sky towards them, emitting a deafening roar that echoed ominously across the cosmos. Potter momentarily halted the white vessel's temporal journey, turning his gaze towards the approaching spacecraft. Its design bore resemblance to that of the Galactic Patrol. Could it be the Galactic Patrol had arrived? Wait, wasn't there an apprentice angel named Meruz among them? I could easily persuade Meruz to become my student. If Meruz were to become my pupil, I would possess the essence of an angel and be 50 times more powerful than him. Would that make me a match for Whis? Potter's heart raced with exhilaration. How could I have forgotten about Meruz? Click! The hatch of the Galactic Patrol spaceship slowly opened, revealing a stunningly beautiful girl with a graceful figure, seemingly around 18 years of age, clad in the attire of the Galactic Patrol. Her form-fitting uniform accentuated her alluring curves. With skin reminiscent of Earth's inhabitants, she brandished an energy gun, adopting a combative stance, her large, expressive eyes swiftly scanning Porter and the others. She resembled a valiant female warrior, both captivating and brimming with vitality. Her gaze conveyed determination and bravery, as though nothing could deter her progress. Porter observed her quietly, astonished by the presence of such an exquisite galactic officer from a millennium ago. "Stop the ship," the girl commanded, her voice ringing out like the chime of silver bells, a melodious sound that resonated through the cosmos, akin to a refreshing breeze that lifted the spirits. "Humph, are you blind?" "The ship is clearly stationary," Vegeta retorted, his expression darkening. "What did you just say?" The girl, incensed, aimed her weapon at Vegeta. However, upon realizing he was merely a child, she redirected her gun that a hint of exasperation crossed her delicate features as she lamented the youth's lack of understanding. "Just a mere child." She rolled her eyes at Vegeta and turned her attention to Porter, seemingly recognizing him as the focal point of the group. "Who are you calling a child?" Vegeta scoffed. "Is there something I can assist you with, Galactic Officer?" Porter inquired with a smile. "You seem to be quite knowledgeable, don't you, to know of the Galactic Patrol amidst this expanse of stars?" The girl beamed. Pausing momentarily before asking directly, "I am in pursuit of the cosmic pirate, Zerd. Have you seen him?" Her smile radiated warmth, her eyes filled with anticipation for an important answer. "You seek the cosmic pirate, Zerd?" Porter replied with a slight grin. "How unfortunate, for that scoundrel has likely been severely incapacitated by my students. With a bit of medical attention, he might still be salvageable." "Your students?" The girl appeared taken aback. Indeed, these two are my students. Porter gestured towards Vegeta and Broly. Have they defeated the cosmic pirate, Zerd? The girl was noticeably astonished, her eyes wide with disbelief. I have always held the Galactic Patrol in high esteem, for it is your existence that upholds peace in the universe. Porter seized the opportunity to express his admiration, subtly steering the conversation toward Mel's AS for the girl. She was undeniably stunning. Yet Porter was not the type to be rendered immobile by mere beauty. He regarded her with an appreciative gaze. Nothing more. My name is Lovey. She introduced herself, an elite member of the Galactic Patrol. How fortuitous. I have heard of an elite officer named Mel's. Do you know him? Porter immediately mentioned Mel's. Mel's? Lovey hesitated slightly, a look of confusion crossing her features. Surely Mel's has not yet been born? Porter pondered. It should not be the case. Perhaps he had already been born, but at this point in time, he had not yet joined the Galactic Patrol. It was possible he would only enlist years later, perhaps after the destruction of Vegeta's planet. Mel's has yet to appear. What significance does my presence in this era hold? If that is the case, I shall take my leave, Porter said with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Zerd is over there. He is still alive. You may pursue him now. We shall take our leave. With that, Porter intended to navigate the white vessel through time and return to his own era. However, Lovey blinked her beautiful eyes rapidly and suddenly spoke. Please wait. Is there something else? Porter turned back to inquire. If you capture the cosmic pirate Zerd, I will petition Lord Galactic King to award you, Lovey stated earnestly, her lovely face filled with seriousness. No need for that. Porter wiped his brow, exasperated. What would I do with an award? This is the highest honor in the galaxy. Lovey clenched her pink fist, her eyes sparkling with longing, her tone grave. Many Galactic Patrol officers dream of receiving this accolade. Porter was about to respond, suggesting the award be presented to Lovey instead. Moreover, regarding Mel's, I could ask Lord Galactic King to help you investigate, Lovey added. Since I've only recently joined the Galactic Patrol, I have yet to familiarize myself with many individuals. However, Lord Galactic King would undoubtedly know if he is indeed an elite officer. After a moment's hesitation, Porter nodded in agreement. If he could indeed meet Mel's, he would find a way to persuade him to become his third student. The challenge lay in figuring out how to allow Broly to graduate. System, what conditions must Broly meet to graduate? Porter inquired. Only when Broly achieves the legendary Super Saiyan form will he meet the graduation criteria. Seriously? Porter exclaimed in disbelief. I thought you were mute. Porter was left speechless. It turned out the system could indeed respond to inquiries. He had naively assumed he would need to figure everything out on his own. Only when Broly achieves the legendary Super Saiyan form can he graduate. It seems I must arrange for him to face a formidable adversary. Otherwise, it will be difficult for Broly to unlock the legendary Super Saiyan form in a short time. First, he would get acquainted with Mel's, then seek him out a millennium later. This seemed a more viable plan. Come aboard my spaceship. Lovey beckoned that my vessel is considerably larger and offers a far superior environment than your small craft. Very well, Porter agreed without objection, leading the way onto Lovey's spaceship. Vegeta, Broly, Bardock, Monet, and the Supreme Kai followed suit. Porter retracted the white vessel. With a soft pop, the white ship vanished from sight. Observing this, Lovey blinked in surprise, but chose not to comment further. Shortly thereafter, Lovey piloted the spaceship, following Porter's directions towards the location of Zerd. The spaceship landed on a pale blue planet. Zerd, at that moment, lay deeply unconscious, embedded in the planet's surface. Lovey leaped gracefully from the spaceship, moving with the elegance of a beautiful fairy, extending her delicate hand towards Zerd, who lay in the pit below. Her movements were light and graceful, as if performing a lovely dance, her expression resolute. This guy's remarkably lucky to be alive, Vegeta scoffed. Whoosh, a peculiar device on Lovey's arm unleashed a large net, swiftly enveloping Zerd in the pit. She then pulled him out, noticing the gaping wound in his chest. He is on the brink of death. Lovey's brows furrowed slightly. What? Don't tell me you intend to save him. Vegeta could no longer contain his disdain and snorted. Currently, the Galactic Patrol had sentenced Zerd to life imprisonment. Permanent confinement. Lovey glanced at Vegeta, then thoughtfully stroked her chin. adding, "However, if it were to unfortunately perish, it wouldn't be such a loss." Vegeta ignored her. Porter, too, was uninterested in Zeard's fate. Naturally, he had no intention of providing Zeard with a sense of being to restore him. "Miss Lovey, I possess a simple healing technique. Though it may not cure him, it should be sufficient to save his life," Monette spoke up after a moment's hesitation. "Thank you, Mr. Monette," Lovey replied gratefully. Lovell gently nodded. Monet, no longer hesitating, summoned a flickering healing light that enveloped the wound on Kierd's chest. As the radiant energy continued to bloom, Kierd's gaping chest wound gradually began to mend. That moment, Monet's face was filled with unwavering focus. Striving to save a life on the brink of expiration, Porter offered no comment, nor did he intervene. The Mechians were a benevolent race. If he wished to save him, then let him do so. Approximately a minute later, Kierd slowly regained consciousness. The instant he opened his eyes, he was met with the intimidating visages of Vegeta and Broly, causing him to tremble violently, nearly retreating to seek comfort from his mother. The expression on Kierd's face was one of sheer terror, as if he were gazing upon two demons. "Kierd, you are under arrest," Lovell coldly scoffed, producing a pair of handcuffs and advancing to secure them onto Kierd's wrists. Her movements were resolute and decisive, as though she were executing a crucial mission. Kierd stood momentarily stunned, glancing down at the gleaming handcuffs, rendered momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, he scoffed, "This trivial device cannot possibly restrain me." Although he was not at his peak energy level, the notion that such a small object could confine him was utterly ludicrous. Kierd exerted himself forcefully, attempting to break free from the cuffs. However, the next moment, a piercing scream escaped his lips as he felt as though his wrist might dislocate, the pain indescribable. These handcuffs were crafted from exceptionally unique material, given your energy intensity. "You stand no chance of escape," Lovell retorted with a smirk, stating that according to the judgment, you shall be eternally imprisoned in the Galactic Patrol's maximum security prison, until you perish. Her gaze radiated confidence. As if declaring a matter of little significance, Kierd's eyes blazed with fury, his countenance twisted in agony. "Let us depart." Lovell nodded slightly to Porter, leading Kierd onto the spaceship. Porter and the others followed closely behind. Subsequently, Lovell shoved Kierd into a chamber of the spaceship and pressed a button. Whoosh! A radiant cage materialized above, trapping Kierd within it. In that moment, Kierd resembled a feral beast ensnared in a cage, his eyes ablaze with rage and helplessness. "Hey, Galactic Patrol, you've overstepped your bounds. This area is not your jurisdiction," Kierd shouted defiantly. "From this moment forth, this region falls under the purview of the Galactic Patrol." Lovell grinned mischievously, her smile imbued with playfulness. Kierd fell silent. However, as if struck by a sudden thought, he glared furiously at Vegeta and Broly, his expression icy. "Who are you exactly? I have never wronged you." "Humph. We are Saiyans," Vegeta replied with indifference. "Saiyans?" Kierd gasped in disbelief, his voice rising in hysteria. "I have never harbored malice towards planet Sadala. What right do you two Saiyan brats have to target me?" "Humph. Feel free to imagine whatever you like," Vegeta retorted with a cold snort. "Withholding the truth, scoundrels, sots, Galactic Patrol, you will pay for this. One day my descendants will inherit my will and eradicate your kind completely." Kierd clenched his fists tightly, his eyes blazing with fury. "Moreover, I have already communicated the details of your golden aura to my kin. You Saiyans will eventually face the annihilation of our Ice Demon clan." Vegeta, suddenly stirred by inner pain, felt a surge of murderous intent. He coldly extended his hand, aiming at Kierd's form, his golden aura shimmering as an invisible energy surged forth. However, to Vegeta's astonishment, his expectation was shattered. He had naively believed that with his Super Saiyan energy level, he could easily obliterate Kierd, whose combat prowess was fairly mediocre, peaking at just over 3 million. With Vegeta's Super Saiyan combat power, he could effortlessly annihilate him even from behind bars. As for the Galactic Patrol's decision to imprison him for life, Vegeta was indifferent. Death would be far more merciful. Yet, as Vegeta's formidable energy enveloped Kierd, it was abruptly absorbed by the cage. Vegeta distinctly felt his energy being siphoned away, causing no harm to Kieran whatsoever. Startled, Kieran stumbled backward several paces, quickly checking his body. Upon realizing he had not lost any limbs, he exhaled a sigh of relief. "Why is this happening?" Vegeta exclaimed, dumbfounded. Broly approached the cage, lightly tapping it, his expression contemplative and filled with curiosity, as if exploring an uncharted realm. "This cage is constructed from a unique material. Any energy you attack it with will be absorbed, forming a powerful protective barrier," Lovell explained with a serene smile. "You could say that your previous attack effectively charged the cage." How is this possible?" Vegeta stammered in disbelief. Though he hadn't used his full power, his recent attack had a combat power intensity exceeding 10 million, that yet this cage had absorbed his energy. Porter regarded Lovell with a deepened gaze. Increasingly aware of her peculiarities, Porter signaled with a glance. Broly blinked, looking back at Porter, who nodded in response. Without a moment's hesitation, Broly charged towards Lovell and threw a punch at her back. His eyes were filled with determination, fighting for his mentor. What transpired next astonished Porter. Whoosh! It appeared as though Lovell had eyes on her back. She merely sidestepped, evading Broly's incoming punch. In swift succession, Lovell extended her delicate hand and gently struck Broly's back. Smack! Broly was sent tumbling to the ground, his face registering shock at the girl's unexpected strength. Vegeta, witnessing this astonishing scene, was rendered speechless. What was Broly thinking, attempting to ambush this woman? Not only had she evaded the attack with ease, but Vegeta could also sense that Broly had boosted his energy to around 10 million. Such formidable power and speed, yet this Galactic Patrol officer had effortlessly dodged. Furthermore, she had flipped Broly onto the ground with a mere slap. Bardock displayed a hint of astonishment, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Monet and the Supreme Kai exchanged wry smiles from a distance. How had this escalated into a brawl? Porter furrowed his brow slightly. Could it be that the girl's agility was akin to Ultra Instinct? Was she also an apprentice angel? Why did all apprentice angels seem to gravitate towards the Galactic Patrol? Porter resolved to further test Lovell's abilities. If even Broly was no match for her, it would be utterly bizarre if she were not an angel. "What are you doing?" Lovell furrowed her brow, regarding Broly with a look of confusion. "Not bad, Miss Lovell," Porter interjected. "Your agility is truly remarkable. It was as if you had eyes on your back. How did you achieve that?" "I merely react quickly. That's all," Lovell replied with a charming smile. Curiosity radiating from her expression, before suddenly recalling something and asking, "Why did you instruct your student to ambush me?" "It's nothing. I just want to test your strength." Porter chuckled lightly, gesturing towards a distant planet. "Initially, I believed my two students to be remarkable, yet it seems there is still a gap when compared to your prowess. How about we venture to that planet and give it another go?" "I am not interested. You are not villains, and I have no reason to engage in conflict with you." Lavelle shook her head, her gaze imbued with determination, resolutely standing by her decision as she declined. "Do not say that. It is merely a friendly spar," Porter replied with a smile. "That if you prefer not to engage on that planet, we can certainly do so aboard this spacecraft." Boom! Without a moment's hesitation, Broly obediently activated his transformation into a primal form. A tremendous wave of energy erupted from Broly, creating colossal storms around him. The entire spacecraft shook violently, teetering on the brink of chaos, while Broly resembled a ferocious beast, his eyes ablaze with the desire for battle. "Wait a moment. I concede to you. I will spar with you on that planet." Lavelle sighed, exasperated. "Much appreciated," Porter replied with a smile. Smash! Broly swiftly dissipated his energy, returning to his normal state. Whoosh! The spacecraft carved an arc through the cosmos, speeding towards a dark planet ahead. It resembled a shooting star, tracing a beautiful curve through the dark expanse of space. Zielder, confined in a cage, was left astounded. This galactic patrolman truly so formidable. 5 minutes later, the spacecraft landed on the dark planet. A mysterious aura enveloped the ground, as if it awaited an intense confrontation. Porter was the first to leap from the spacecraft, stepping onto the shadowy terrain. Lavelle followed reluctantly, her form graceful and light, akin to a butterfly dancing in the air. Broly cracked his knuckles, excitement radiating from him. Vegeta crossed his arms, adopting a cold demeanor. Bardock, Monet, and the Supreme Kai observed from the sidelines. "Let me make it clear. I am a galactic patrolman, and my weapon is my gun," Lavelle stated, swiftly drawing her pistol from her waist. "Twirling it with finesse, I require it for this spar with the two of you." "Humph. Use whatever you like," Vegeta scoffed, clearly dismissive of Lavelle's firearm. "Both of you should come at me together." Lavelle called out to Broly and Vegeta. "Are you joking?" Vegeta seethed, trembling with indignation. "I only need to deal with one woman. Do I really need to join forces with Broly for this? I can handle it alone." However, as soon as his words fell, he noticed Broly had already charged forward. Quick as lightning, Vegeta seized Broly's tail, yanking him back with force. "Now it's my turn to fight," Vegeta exclaimed, fuming. Broly scratched his head, nodding in agreement. "Stay out of this and watch," Vegeta commanded. Smash! Vegeta's body shimmered with golden light as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Upon witnessing Vegeta's transformation, Lavelle paused momentarily, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity as she inquired. "You defeated Zielder using this transformation, didn't you?" Her gaze brimmed with intrigue, her expression utterly charming, evoking a desire for closeness. "Didn't you know?" Vegeta replied with a smug grin. "This is the Super Saiyan transformation." Super Saiyan. Lavelle seemed to be hearing the term for the first time, her eyebrows arching slightly as she remained silent. "Are you prepared to endure a beating? Though I do not relish bullying women." Vegeta assumed a battle stance, resembling a valiant warrior ready to seize victory. "Come at me." Lavelle maintained her composure, appearing unfazed. 3 seconds. "Just 3 seconds, and I will have you on the ground," Vegeta declared, his face radiating confidence. An aura of invincibility surrounding him. "Lavelle, this little brat truly knows how to boast." Whoosh! As Vegeta's words faded, he transformed into a streak of golden light, hurtling towards Lavelle. Lavelle reacted with remarkable speed, aiming her gun at Vegeta and firing. Bang! Bang! Vegeta nimbly dodged Lavelle's energy bullets, closing the distance between them. However, just as Vegeta launched a punch towards Lavelle, she deftly sidestepped his attack, leaping backward and performing a graceful flip in midair. Her gun now aimed at Vegeta. Bang! The gunshot echoed. The energy bullet struck Vegeta squarely in the chest. Thud! Vegeta stumbled and fell to the ground, sweat beading on his face as he writhed in pain, as if enduring immense torment. "Shall we continue?" Lavelle asked with a smile. "Curse it! How could I lose to a mere gun?" Vegeta felt a wave of despair wash over him. "I am the legendary Super Saiyan. I shall never be defeated by a handgun." "Broly, you're a legendary Super Saiyan. Who am I then?" "My master told me I am the legendary Super Saiyan. Could it be that my senior brother is also one?" "My master did not mention that." Whoosh! Vegeta charged at Lavelle once more, aiming a kick at her. Lavelle evaded effortlessly, dodging Vegeta's attack and delivering a palm strike to his back. Thud! This time, Lavelle exerted more force, sending Vegeta tumbling forward, his face scraping along the ground as he slid for several meters. When Vegeta finally came to a stop, his head drooped and he lost consciousness. Bardock was left in shock. The esteemed Prince Vegeta is a Super Saiyan. How could he be bested by a female galactic patrolman? When did Super Saiyans become so insignificant? Just days ago, Super Saiyans were invincible. Yet now, Prince Vegeta cannot defeat Gula, cannot defeat Broly, and cannot even overcome this female galactic patrolman. In that moment, Bardock suddenly felt that being a Super Saiyan was not as impressive as he once thought. Truly pathetic. He was brought down in just 3 moves. Furthermore, for reasons unknown, Bardock could not sense this woman's energy level at all. Monet was equally astonished. Just days prior, Prince Vegeta had effortlessly defeated Frieza's son, Azer. How could he fall so swiftly now? The Supreme Kai said nothing, lost in thought. Upon witnessing his senior brother being knocked out, Broly,